Chapter 1. The Third-Class Guardian and the Awakening of the System. In the Qianwu Dynasty, the capital city. In the duty room at the front gate of the Qingwang mansion. On a dilapidated wooden bed, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. In the cramped room, there was only a bed and a wooden table, atop which lay a copper mirror. His gaze fell upon the mirror, reflecting a gaunt face. Several bruises marred his pale cheeks. His entire visage appeared slightly malnourished, yet could not conceal the hint of handsomeness that shone through his features. As his eyes shifted from the mirror downwards, Su Ming discerned his own appearance. Clad in tattered guard attire, his tall and slender figure revealed glimpses of well-defined muscles. On the collar of his shirt, several dried bloodstains were evident. Undoing his clothing, he revealed shocking scars and dark, purplish bruises. Staring at the wounds for a moment, Su Ming's memories began to surface in his mind. 20 years ago, he had reincarnated into this world, carrying the memories of his previous life. However, perhaps due to the mysteries of his prenatal existence, Su Ming had been unable to awaken those memories since the moment he was born. It was only after sustaining severe injuries and teetering on the brink of death that his memories from his past life fully resurfaced. In this life, he was a third-class guard in the Qingwang mansion of the Qianwu Dynasty, and the sole heir of the Su family. Though the Su family had fallen into decline, they had once enjoyed prosperity. The ancestor of the Su family was a veteran who had followed the Qingwang in achieving great feats. Due to a bloodline connection to the Qingwang, the Su family had once been regarded as kin by the Qingwang mansion, with the Qingwang and the Su family ancestor referring to each other as brothers, making them a prominent family in the capital. Regrettably, after the ancestor, no notable figures had emerged from the Su lineage. For generations, they had been unremarkable, failing to maintain their noble title. Even the position of one of the 8 deputy generals they inherited had now been reduced to that of a mere third-class guard in the mansion. Su Ming's father was a compulsive gambler who had squandered their remaining wealth. After losing everything, he passed away, leaving Su Ming alone in this world, surviving solely on the inherited title of third-class guard. Su Ming had originally thought he would spend his life dutifully serving as a third-class guard. However, unexpectedly, a few days ago, he had clashed with a guard captain. He was captured, beaten, and then discarded in this duty room to fend for himself. Yet perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Stimulated by the ordeal, Su Ming awakened the memories of his past life. After the memories in his mind, Su Ming gazed into the copper mirror, his eyes deepening. Since heaven has chosen to spare my life, in this life, I shall cast aside all shackles, revel in my passions, and witness the splendor of martial arts at its pinnacle. Let me not disappoint the will of heaven. Indeed, martial arts existed in this world. From the rural horsemen to those capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and even to those with the power to block the heavens with a mere gesture, all are part of the martial path. According to the information Su Ming gathered, martial artists in this world were categorized into 5 major realms: postnatal, innate, master, dharma aspect, and human god. Among these 5 realms, the postnatal realm could be further divided into 9 tiers. The first tier was the highest, while the 9th tier was the lowest. Though the 9th tier martial artists seemed to occupy the most basic level within the martial arts hierarchy, it is essential to note that even a newly initiated 9th tier martial artist would possess strength surpassing that of humanity's pinnacle in Su Ming's previous existence. A single punch could unleash a force of at least 1 ton. This would be easily deemed beyond human limits in his past life. Even a legendary heavyweight Tyson, renowned for his powerful punches, could muster only around 800 kilograms of force with his right hand. Just a 9th tier martial artist possessed such astounding strength. Not to mention the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, the 1st tier martial artist. It was said that a 1st tier martial artist's vital energy surged like smoke, reaching the heavens, with the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Their sheer power was enough to instill despair in ordinary people. Above the 1st tier lay the almost transcendent innate martial artists. Innate martial artists, when compared to 1st tier warriors, not only exhibited superior strength, but also possessed protective true essence, rendering them impervious to blades and swords. Many of the most formidable innate warriors could manipulate true essence for long-range attacks, with abilities akin to those of deities or demons. Beyond the innate realm lay the masters. For masters, the essence, energy, and spirit were harmoniously integrated, with the 3 flowers converging at the apex, effortlessly transcending the mundane. Under the martial intent of a master, even hills dozens of meters high could be obliterated in an instant. As for the Dharma aspect realm, It was almost a legendary existence. Those who achieved this state could transform their martial intent into a martial aspect. Dharma aspect warriors wield their martial aspects with the power of ancient giants, shaking the earth, capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire city with their mere presence. If the Dharma aspect realm could be considered a pseudo-deity that influences the world, then those in the human god realm above, it could be deemed as eternal, indestructible, true deities. Those referred to as human gods today are all but characters confined to legends. Even a single act from them would be recorded by historians across nations, for future generations to revere. Their divine might is unfathomable and indescribable. The martial path is divided into numerous realms, and, as practitioners, their innate talents and martial foundations are also categorized by the world into various ranks. Perhaps it was due to his unawakened state. Prior to this, Su Ming's martial talent could only be described as subpar. For 10 arduous years of training, he had never once slacked off. Even so, he had only managed to attain the status of a 9th-tier martial artist, barely meeting the minimum requirements for a 3rd-class guard. In the entire Qing Wang mansion, he was among the lowest-tier martial artists. Closing his eyes, Su Ming was preparing to rest and recuperate when a shout echoed from outside the door. "Where is Su Ming?" Turning to the entrance, Su Ming furrowed his brow. A beautifully dressed woman, exuding an air of nobility, entered while pinching her nose. She had a striking, cold face. Swaying her curvaceous figure, she approached him with evident disdain. The white brocade attire she wore seemed inadequately fitted, struggling to contain her ample bosom, which bounced enticingly with her every step. By the standards of Su Ming's previous life, her endowment would easily rate in E. Truly a remarkable gift from nature. This woman not only possessed an alluring figure, but also held a significant status. She was one of the 3 chief attendants of the Qing Wang's consort, named Qing Feng. Since the untimely demise of the current Qing Wang, she had been carrying out the consort's orders, managing all affairs in the mansion's front courtyard. Her methods were ruthless, and she acted with strictness. Many servants and guards in the Qing Wang mansion regarded her with trepidation, as though she were a wolf or tiger, avoiding her at all costs. Qing Feng raised her gaze, appraising Su Ming from head to toe, and coldly declared, "Su Ming, the Qing Wang's consort commands you. You are to report immediately to the North Zhengfu Division of the Genie Wei." Upon receiving this unexpected directive, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback and did not respond. Seeing his silence, Qing Feng's brow furrowed, and she admonished sharply, "The consort's order for you to serve in the North Zhengfu Division is a privilege. This matter leaves no room for discussion. You would do well to go at once. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." With that, Qing Feng turned to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the duty room, she paused, glancing back with a frown. "Make sure to tidy yourself before you go. Do not disgrace the Qing Wang mansion." With that, she departed without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Su Ming slowly shook his head. He held no aversion to the idea of serving in the North Zhengfu Division. He simply could not comprehend why he was chosen for this task. Moreover, it was the consort herself who had ordered it. Could it be related to the conflict with the guard captain a few days ago? After pondering for a while, Su Ming found no answers and decided to let it go. He would first head to the North Zhengfu Division and see what awaited him. However, just as he stepped out of the duty room, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated. "Ding! The reward and punishment system has been successfully activated, and I am pleased to serve you. The beginner's gift package is being distributed. Please wait a moment." Congratulations to the host for obtaining the max-level Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Chapter 2. Entering the Genie Wei, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. In the Qing Wang mansion, at the entrance of the duty room, the system's prompt did not cease. "Ding! The beginner task has been issued. The host is requested to promptly report to the North Zhengfu Division and serve in the Genie Wei. Upon successful appointment, you will receive a task reward. Max-level Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. And I can receive a task reward just by serving in the Genie Wei?" Su Ming gazed at the system that was non-existent in reality, his thoughts swirling, ultimately coalescing into a surge of ambition. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is a secret technique passed down through generations by the Grand Master of the Mongol Empire, King Jinluan. It is said that this technique is divided into 13 layers, with each layer being exponentially more powerful than the last, exhibiting immense strength. Yet the only drawback is that the higher the level of cultivation, the more time it requires, with full mastery potentially taking hundreds of years. But now he only needed to confirm once, and he would be able to obtain the max-level Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, transforming from a feeble 9th-tier martial artist into one imbued with the strength of the Dragon Elephant. "I accept." Su Ming did not hesitate for a moment. In the next moment, a magnificent and boundless power surged forth from within him, accompanied by a plethora of intricate martial arts knowledge that manifested in his mind. As the energy pulsated, his body began to undergo a transformation at a visibly rapid pace. The scars and bruises left from the brutal, beating days prior faded swiftly. As the scars fell away and the bruises lightened, Su Ming's skin became as pure and smooth as that of a newborn. At this moment, Su Ming resembled a colossal python shedding its skin, ascending to the status of a true dragon, casting off all remnants of his old, worn exterior. Not only on the surface, but as he closed his eyes to probe within, the changes deep inside filled him with satisfaction. The once frail foundation within him had transformed as if it had been tempered, becoming robust and resilient. Meanwhile, his previously weak vitality surged with fervor, akin to a mighty dragon soaring aloft, shaking the very heavens. In the front courtyard, just as Qing Feng turned to depart, the jade-like figure suddenly halted, glancing back with a subtle flicker of her brows and eyes. The crowd, swept up in her gaze, though confused, lowered their heads in unison, too intimidated to meet the eyes of such a precious being. Qing Feng, unperturbed by their reaction, focused instead on the sensations surrounding her. After a few moments of contemplation, she ceased her probing. With a furrowed brow, she murmured to herself, "How peculiar. What was that fleeting surge of energy just now? Surely, there should be no one in the estate possessing such formidable vitality. Could it be merely an illusion?" After a brief survey, with no discernible source found, Qing Feng reluctantly set it aside and resumed her journey to the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, the ever-evolving Su Ming felt his entire being progressing toward an ideal state of perfection. With each successive surge of energy within him, his realm ascended with unstoppable momentum. Peak of the 9th grade, peak of the 8th grade, peak of the 7th grade, peak of the 2nd grade. His internal energy surged triumphantly, breaking through the barriers of the 2nd grade and stepping into the 1st grade realm. However, despite the terrifying vitality still coursing through him, he found himself unable to breach the final barrier between the acquired and innate realms. Like waves crashing against the shore, Su Ming's advancement ultimately halted at the 1st grade level. He found this outcome to be satisfactory. Above the 1st grade lies the innate realm. The chasm between innate and acquired martial artists is vast and formidable. The barriers separating the two are notoriously difficult to surpass. The full capabilities of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique had elevated his cultivation from the 9th grade to the 1st grade, which was more than sufficient. After all, to transition from the 1st grade to the innate realm, one must refine their entire vitality into true essence, harmonizing the internal and external worlds. To accomplish this, one must possess an internal cultivation method capable of transporting vitality and transforming it into true essence. Without such a method, no matter how substantial one's vitality, it would all be in vain. Originally, the Su family had a similar legacy of cultivation techniques, but alas, with the decline of the family over the years, these techniques had long been lost. Previously, Su Ming had only practiced the ordinary external techniques issued by the royal residents. None of these methods provided a pathway to transform vitality into true essence. In this world, internal cultivation methods are exceedingly rare. For an ordinary person to obtain such techniques without relying on power is nearly impossible. This is the reason countless acquired martial artists fail to ascend to the innate realm throughout their lifetimes. Su Ming's only avenue to acquire an internal cultivation method now lies with the system. Thus, time was of the essence. Completing the first task assigned by the system took precedence. However, after his recent breakthrough, Su Ming found his body exuding a considerable amount of impurities, resulting in a sticky and foul odor. After freshening up, he set off. In the North City, Su Ming's footsteps paused before a grand architectural complex. Here lies the renowned North Town Pacification Office of the Jinyui. As the most enigmatic organization in the capital, the name of the Jinyui is known far and wide. Situated in the southwestern corner of North City, the Jinyui occupies a vast expanse, dominantly claiming the southwest region. Typically, the gates of the Jinyui remain tightly shut, rarely allowing anyone to enter or exit. Nonetheless, despite this, the common folk and officials still avoid it at all costs. Even if it means taking a detour, they will steer clear of the Jinyui's location, fearing an encounter with those serving within. As a massive organization, the Jinyui is divided into multiple departments, with the Northtown Pacification Office being its core. The Northtown Pacification Office oversees the imperial prisons. They possess the authority to arrest, interrogate, and even execute without needing to report to the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court. It operates on a principle of decapitate first, report later, sanctioned by imperial power. One person beneath them, with no restrictions. However, such a fearsome and dominant organization is equally fraught with peril. The place is teeming with experts, and the vast powers at play render the personnel within often eccentric and unpredictable. A single misstep could lead to violence. Logically, the Northtown Pacification Office should not be a place where a ninth-grade martial artist like Su Ming could tread. Even having attained the first grade through the baptism of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he would still be nothing more than an inconsequential presence within such a formidable institution. Gazing at the open gates of the Northtown Pacification Office, Su Ming strode boldly inside. In a world that reveres martial prowess, how could one hope to carve out a name for themselves without facing danger? Surveying his surroundings, he found a layout reminiscent of a typical residence, filled with numerous buildings, yet imbued with an air of solemnity. According to the information provided by Qing Feng, Su Ming was to serve in the Kyoto Guard. Within the vast confines of the Northtown Pacification Office, 5 distinct orientations each housed clusters of buildings corresponding to the 5 guards. Each guard is overseen by a leader known as a Qianhu. However, upon arriving at the Kyoto Guard, Su Ming did not encounter the Qianhu in charge. Instead, a Baihu of the Jinyui awaited him. Dressed in a white flying fish uniform, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, he exuded an air of elegance. Upon Su Ming's arrival, he casually surveyed him and remarked, "You must be Su Ming. From now on, you will follow my lead as a Tihui." Before Su Ming could respond, the Baihu beckoned for his Zonchi. Turning to Su Ming, he instructed, "Just follow him." Su Ming nodded silently, trailing behind the Zonchi. The two walked in silence until they arrived at a room in a secluded corner of the Northtown Pacification Office. After instructing Su Ming to remain there, the Baihu called for a young flag bearer. This young flag bearer had long limbs and a sharp face. The Zonchi instructed him, "This lad is now under your supervision." With that, he cast a glance at Su Ming and departed. Once the Zonchi left, the young flag bearer's expression shifted dramatically. Tilting his head, he addressed Su Ming with a voice that could easily accommodate a large onion-sized nose. "Kid, my name is Qian Hao, and I shall be your superior from now on. From this point forward, if I tell you to go east, you must not venture west. Do you understand?" Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at Qian Hao. That mere glance sent a chill through Qian Hao, who had intended to speak further, causing him to involuntarily seal his lips. In the Beijing Fuzi, the Qianhu serves as the head of each guard station, while the Bahu leads 100 men. The next rank, the Zongqi, commands 50, and the Xiaoqi oversees 10, creating a hierarchy of command. As for Su Ming's position as a T, it merely denotes the rank of an ordinary Jinyui. After a moment of hesitation, Qian Hao inquired, "How did you come to be in this position?" Su Ming replied softly, "The Qingwang Mansion." Upon hearing this, Qian Hao immediately recoiled slightly and proceeded to inquire, "What is your current cultivation level?" Su Ming gazed at him and remarked, "The day after tomorrow, I shall attain the first rank." Upon hearing this, Qian Hao's eyes instantly brightened, and with a benevolent expression, he placed a reassuring hand on Su Ming's shoulder, saying, "Excellent, excellent. If you diligently follow my lead, a future of riches and high status will undoubtedly be within your grasp." Su Ming felt no surprise at the sudden shift in Qian Hao's demeanor. Such is the nature of this world. Strength commands respect and admiration. Following Qian Hao's guidance, Su Ming acquired 2 sets of cotton garments, a Yinling knife, and a black iron command token of the Jinyui. As this token was placed in Su Ming's hand, a cold electronic voice echoed in his ears once more. "Congratulations, host, on successfully joining the Jinyui. The novice task has been completed, and rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the combat skill, Magic Blade. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the technique, Golden Bell Shield. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100 points of merit and demerit. Please complete 1 merit and demerit event to receive your reward." Chapter 3, Golden Bell and Magic Blade, an air of mystery. The royal palace of the Blue King. After successfully assuming his position in the Jinyui, Su Ming returned to this place once more. There was no choice. His late father, a gambling addict, had squandered everything, including the family estate of the Su clan. Now, Su Ming found himself utterly alone, devoid of any possessions. Fortunately, as long as the princess consort of the Qing dynasty remained silent, no one would force him to leave. Upon returning to his residence, Su Ming immediately activated the system. A blue light screen materialized before him, the Demon Blade and the Golden Bell Shield. He was already familiar with these 2 techniques bestowed by the system. The Demon Blade, created by the notorious evil emperor of the world, is renowned for its unparalleled ferocity, often described as a lethal weapon capable of extinguishing all forms of life. As the saying goes, once the Demon Blade is unleashed, none survive. The training requirements for mastering the Demon Blade are exceedingly stringent. one must first enter the demon pool and endure the baptism of myriad toxins to truly harness the technique's formidable power. However, the system has ameliorated this flaw by transforming the mind-altering technique into a martial arts combat skill Su Ming was able to cultivate without any reservations. The technique, known as the Golden Bell Shield, was particularly remarkable. Unlike the ordinary Golden Bell Shield, this one, bestowed by the system, originated from the world of Longhu Mountain and represented a pinnacle of external martial arts, possessing the unique ability to refine vital energy into true essence. In comparison to the standard Golden Bell Shield, its power was exponentially greater. The cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield was akin to the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique that Su Ming had previously acquired, consisting of 12 stages. Each breakthrough was more challenging than the last, yet the rewards were equally formidable. Upon mastering all 12 stages, one would achieve formidable recoil damage, rendering them unbreakable. Not only would their internal strength be immense, but their body could easily shatter blades, and even a mere spit could act like a dart, inflicting terrifying lethality. It could be described as an unparalleled martial art that harmoniously combined both offense and defense. In addition to these two techniques, the system's reward of good and evil points also captured Su Ming's attention. These points could be utilized to enhance martial arts proficiency or to deduce and even merge with other techniques at maximum level. This special function would allow Su Ming to maximize the value of martial arts upon acquiring stronger techniques in the future. With the information of the two techniques ingrained in his mind, Su Ming sat cross-legged. He decided to first cultivate the Golden Bell Shield, the technique capable of transforming vital energy into true essence. As his internal force flowed through his meridians, after completing several circulations following the principles of the Golden Bell Shield, Su Ming opened his eyes. As he had anticipated, even after practicing this extraordinary technique, his innate talent remained unchanged. It seemed that enhancing his innate qualities could only be hoped for through future acquisition of techniques like the Yi Jin Jing, which could improve one's aptitude. Once again, he closed his eyes to practice the Golden Bell Shield. This time, Su Ming employed his good and evil points. He aimed for a breakthrough to the innate realm. The immense vitality bestowed by the fully mastered Dragon Elephant Prajna technique was perfectly suited for this endeavor. On the blue screen, the good and evil points, originally at 100, began to gradually diminish, while Su Ming's aura slowly transformed. The once vast and boundless vital energy began to constrict and condense. Su Ming's internal energy, belonging to the Shield of Gold, is gradually maturing. In the first realm, his meridians are unimpeded, and true essence is born. In the second realm, his inner strength and protective aura surge fiercely, spreading true chi throughout his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, forming a safeguard. The third and fourth realms follow, leading to the fifth realm. The initial 5 realms are traversed with ease, and even the points for rewards and penalties have not diminished by 10. However, as he approaches the 6th realm, a slight furrow appears on Su Ming's brow. The advancement in the 6th realm proves to be several times more challenging than the previous 5. Meanwhile, the points on the blue screen swiftly diminish. After half a cup of tea's time, beads of sweat emerge densely on Su Ming's forehead. He exhales a breath of turbid air, retracting the true chi within, and opens his eyes. Looking at the system, it is as he expected. The points for rewards and penalties have fallen to a mere 30. Nonetheless, correspondingly, his Shield of Gold has ascended to the 8th realm. Without relying on luck, Su Ming's physique has become as solid as stone. His fingertips gently touch the bluestone slab, effortlessly piercing a small hole through it. At this moment, unless Su Ming is attacked at a vulnerable point or struck at certain delicate acupoints, it is nearly impossible for him to sustain injuries. While the Shield of Gold is indeed formidable, Su Ming decides to halt his progress. He senses that the points required to break through the 9th realm are exceedingly substantial, and with only 30 points remaining, exhausting them may not guarantee a breakthrough. Given this, he concludes that it would be wiser to utilize the remaining points to cultivate the Demon Blade, thereby enhancing his protective capabilities. Picking up the long blade from the bed, he strides to the deserted courtyard, where Su Ming meticulously contemplates the intricacies of the Demon Blade. On the screen, the points for rewards and penalties gradually decline. Unbeknownst to him, a chilling and sharp aura envelopes Su Ming's entire being. In the next moment, Su Ming suddenly raised his blade. In an instant, a sharp, radiant aura surged forth, cleaving towards the massive boulder before him, which, astonishingly, shattered into pieces the very next moment. Su Ming was quite satisfied as he sheathed his longsword. Unlike the cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield, he discovered during his recent practice with the demonic blade that his comprehension of martial arts techniques was commendably proficient. Thus, with merely the expenditure of 30 points, he successfully entered the initial stage of mastery with the demonic blade, achieving a minor accomplishment. However, despite the fact that this peculiar technique had undergone systematic optimization, Su Ming could still sense a lingering aura of demonic influence within his heart upon reaching this stage. This subtle demonic energy sparked within him an impulsive desire for wanton destruction. Fortunately, whenever this impulse arose, the true energy of the Golden Bell Shield surged within him, extinguishing the demonic essence. With the protection of this Buddhist technique, the peril posed by such demonic energy was negligible. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Ming activated the system. Before him appeared his personal panel. Host, Su Ming age, 18 cultivation level, innate triple layer technique, golden bell shield, 8th level, dragon elephant prajna technique, perfected. Green lotus sword technique, major accomplished, martial skill, demonic blade, minor accomplished. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as it fell upon the line indicating his cultivation level. During the recent practice of the golden bell shield, he had transcended the innate realm, even advancing to the 3rd level of the innate stage in a single breath. The innate realm, akin to the acquired realm, is similarly divided into 9 tiers. However, unlike the acquired realm, the 9 tiers of the innate realm are termed the 9 heavy towers, with each tier separated by a far more significant chasm. Now that he had broken through to the 3rd level of the innate stage, he possessed a certain degree of self-protection. Meanwhile, a striking figure paused in her tracks. Qing Feng furrowed her brow as she surveyed her surroundings. That astonishing aura had flickered and vanished in an instant. No matter how she probed, she found it challenging to trace its origin. Who could possibly inhabit this residence, capable of achieving such a feat? Lost in thought, Qing Feng unwittingly arrived at Su Ming's abode. Observing the ajar wooden door, she stepped inside without hesitation. At that moment, Su Ming had just finished his cleansing routine and was donning his attire when he beheld Qing Feng before him. After sizing him up, Qing Feng suddenly sensed that the man before her had, in some way, grown taller compared to yesterday. She fixed her gaze upon Su Ming's eyes and inquired, "How have you fared with the matter I entrusted to you yesterday?" Su Ming, absorbed in dressing, paid her no heed. Qing Feng furrowed her brow, but upon seeing the splendid brocade robe adorning Su Ming, her eyes sparkled with interest. She stepped closer, picked up the golden token of the Imperial Guards from the table, and toyed with it, remarking, "Very well. The princess has granted you this opportunity. You must strive diligently. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Qing Wang Fu." After a brief pause, she glanced at the garments strewn across Su Ming's bed and continued, "Although you have become one of the Imperial Guards, you may continue to reside here until you find suitable accommodation." With that, she turned and departed the front courtyard. As she passed through the back courtyard, Qing Feng's brows knitted tightly. The transformation of Su Ming has indeed captured her attention. For reasons unknown, she suddenly recalled the mysterious aura that had manifested within the residence over the past few days. Could it be that the overwhelming energy, reminiscent of celestial vigor, emanated from Su Ming? Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, she gently shook her head, dismissing such a preposterous notion. That formidable presence, exuding an imposing and earth-shattering force, could hardly belong to someone deemed a worthless individual. Chapter 4. A sudden strange case. Pressing forward the following day, the Northern Town Pacification Office. Su Ming entered a room beside the Kyoto garrison. Before he could take a seat, Qian Dinghao rushed in anxiously. Upon seeing Su Ming seated quietly, a hint of displeasure creased his brow. "Why have you only just arrived?" Su Ming gazed at him in silence. It was indeed the appointed hour, and he was not tardy. Qian Dinghao, having a certain understanding of Su Ming's temperament, merely sighed and said, "A calamity has befallen us. The entire Qian family in Beijing, comprising over 30 members, has been exterminated in a single night. Only a lone illegitimate son remains alive. The authorities have instructed us to apprehend the perpetrator without delay." Su Ming's face was marked by a look of bewilderment. Isn't the Northern Pacification Office solely responsible for cases involving officials and the royal family? Why would they investigate a gruesome massacre of a common family? The other person gazed at Su Ming, remaining silent for a moment before slowly responding. The Qi family of Beijing is unlike other civilian families. Although they appear to be merely merchants on the surface, their business connections involve numerous significant figures. Their dealings even include participation from princes, which naturally implicates us. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. That murderer. Upon hearing this, Qian Dinghao shook his head and sighed. Let us first proceed to the Jingzhou prefecture. Half an hour later, a group of individuals clad in fine fish attire arrived before a residence. In front of the estate stood a large drum, guarded by 2 men dressed in blue official attire. An imposing plaque hung above the entrance, boldly inscribed with the powerful characters, Jingzhou Prefecture. As Su Ming and his companions approached, the 2 officials lowered their heads respectfully to greet them. Once one of the officials entered, Su Ming beheld an individual kneeling on the ground in the courtroom, covered in wounds and appearing utterly miserable, while another stood nearby nonchalantly playing with a fan. The Jingzhou Yin, adorned with a black gauze cap, slammed his palm upon the desk. His voice as fierce as a wolf or tiger, and reproached, "Bold and audacious villain Qi Qingyin, I have ascertained that you, as the illegitimate child of the Qi family, were subjected to the humiliation of your kin. In a moment of rage, you annihilated the entire Qi household. The evidence stands before us. Confess your crimes." Weakened, Qi Qingyin trembled at these words, his pale face pleading for mercy. "I am wronged, my lord. The true murderer is not I, but Shou Tianqing." In his agitation, he raised his shackled hands and pointed at the man beside him. That man gazed at him with an amused expression. The Jingzhouyin, spitting with rage, rebuked, "How dare you, Qi Qingyin? Even now, You dare to quibble? Seize him, for this villain's hands are untrustworthy. Bind him for confession. As several officials closed in, Xiuchun, in a state of despair, shouted vehemently, You corrupt officials, you cling to the powerful and tarnish my innocence. May you meet a wretched end. Yet, regardless of Xiuchun's pleas or curses, the grim reality of his forced confession could not be averted. Just as they were about to compel him to sign, a voice rang out, Hold on. Everyone was astounded and turned to see Su Ming and several others approaching the courtroom. Xian Dinghao, accompanied by 10 members of the T, entered, and the atmosphere within the courtroom grew tense. The officials paused, bewildered. The Jing Zhaoyin regarded them coldly. Ah, it is the Jinyui from the Bizenfu. What brings you to intrude upon my Jingzhou prefecture? Upon seeing the document on the ground and the bloodied Xian Dinghao, as an experienced Jinyui, discerned the situation. He furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Esteemed Jing Zhaoyin, we have been dispatched to investigate this case. The Jing Zhaoyin's rotund face flickered with discomfort as he scoffed. This matter is under my jurisdiction. There is no need for your concern, Jinyui. When we arrived, the Qi residence was a scene of carnage. With only this man and the witness, young Master Zhou, present. Young Master Zhou Tianqing is the son of the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. How could he dare to break the law? Hearing this, Xian Dinghao's gaze fell upon the nonchalant Zhou Tianqing, who sported a smug expression, waving his fan with a flourish. He remarked, Do you, esteemed Jinyui, suspect me of being the murderer? Should you have any inquiries, feel free to visit my residence. I believe my father would be more than willing to engage in a discussion. Suddenly recalling something, Zhou Tianqing chuckled lightly. Ah, it seems you are not qualified to meet my father. In that case, please convey your concerns to your superiors and see if they dare to visit my Zhou residence. His casual words left Xian Dinghao momentarily speechless, his body stiffening. Eventually, he lowered his head and replied, Young Master Zhou, you overstate matters. We are merely executing our duties. Since you are a witness, there is indeed no need to pursue this case further. The Jing Zhaoyin, with a wave of his sleeve, coldly interjected. It is good that you understand, Qian Darren. Now, what are you waiting for? Continue compelling this obstinate villain to confess. Chapter 5. Unfettered by Imperial Authority. In the Jingyao Prefecture, the courtroom was shrouded in a somber atmosphere as several Ts stood with grim expressions, observing Qi Qingyan's resistance to confess. The Jing Zhaoyin struck the desk once more, commanding, Bring forth the finger clamps and assist him in loosening his grip. 2 officials advanced, bypassing the Jinyui, and restrained Qi Qingyan, affixing the clamps to his fingers. As they applied force, Qi Qingyan, caught in their grip, writhed in agony, howling as he fell to the ground. Seeing his plight and glancing at the silent Xian Dinghao, the Jing Zhaoyin smirked, his jowls quivering in satisfaction. Zhou Tianqing, standing beside Xian Dinghao, wore a mocking smile. Observing the officials, they promptly approached Qi Qingyan, ready to assist him in signing. Zhou Tianqing then rose, seemingly addressing Qi Qingyan but directing his gaze toward Xian Dinghao and the others, sneering, What do you esteemed Jinyui think of this? Xian Dinghao's face darkened, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed from the crowd. All eyes turned to the source, revealing none other than Su Ming, also clad in fine fish attire. The previously silent Xian Dinghao turned pale with alarm, whispering, Su Ming, do you realize what you are doing? Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at Xian Dinghao before redirecting his attention to the Jing Zhaoyin. The Jing Zhaoyin, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, paused for a moment before inquiring, And who might you be? Xian Dinghao hastily interjected, My lord, he is but a newly arrived tiki from yesterday. He is unfamiliar with the customs. I ask for your understanding. With that, he shot a fierce glare at Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianqing scoffed. So he is merely a lowly tiki. I had thought a captain from the Jinyui graced us with his presence. The Jing Zhaoyin's expression darkened, and with evident impatience, he retorted, This is sheer nonsense. The Jingzhou Prefecture is not a place for your Jinyui to act recklessly. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and sign the documents to conclude this matter. Hearing this, the Yamen runners ceased to regard Su Ming with any respect. With ferocious expressions, they approached, intent on forcefully compelling Qi Qingyan to sign. Clang! In an instant, the sound of a blade echoed, and a glimmer of cold steel flashed. Simultaneously, a severed head soared into the air, its bewildered eyes locking on a Su Ming below, seemingly unable to comprehend that he had dared to slay him so brazenly. In disbelief, the eyes dimmed completely, blood splattered across the ground, and the head rolled to Zhou Tianqing's feet. This sudden spectacle rendered the entire Jingzhou Prefecture momentarily frozen. In the next moment, several Yamen runners collapsed in terror, trembling involuntarily as they recoiled. The fellow tiki standing behind Su Ming gasped in shock. A calamity had befallen them. Zhou Tianqing was also stunned by the unexpected flying head. After a brief silence, the Jingzhou erupted with thunderous rage, slamming his hand upon the table and bellowing, You have audacity. You dare to kill my subordinate while under my command. Guards, seize him. The echo of the Jingzhou Yin's roar lingered in the air as Qian Dinghao's vision darkened. He weakly retreated a step, clutching his head and muttering to himself. It's over. It's all over. The trouble caused by those he brought was far too great. Now, It would be difficult to explain either to the Jingzhou prefecture or the northern judiciary. After a moment of hesitation, several Yamen runners drew their swords, nervously eyeing Su Ming. Under the scrutiny of all present, Su Ming raised his Jinyui badge and surveyed the crowd with an expressionless face, declaring, "The Jinyui executes justice without restraint. Do not claim you were not forewarned." At this proclamation, the Yamen runners stood frozen, each hesitant to make a move, for it had now entangled them with imperial authority. The Jingzhou Yin, with furrowed brows, fixed his piercing gaze upon Su Ming. Su Ming gazed intently at him. "Since you assert he is the murderer, then present the material evidence and witness." This seemingly casual remark caused Jing Zhaoyin to take a deep breath, his expression darkening as he sank into silence. Fixated on Su Ming, he had not anticipated that this fledgling youth would possess such tenacity, boldly invoking imperial authority at the slightest disagreement. Within the vast Jingzhou prefecture, not a single soul dared to utter a word amidst the tension. As the stalemate persisted, the Jingzhou Xiaoyin, an elderly man with a stooped back and long beard, stepped forward nervously. "My lord, the witness is none other than young Master Zhou. He was present at the scene and witnessed the tragic slaughter of the entire Qi family. 30 souls, at the hands of Qi Chang'an. Had we not arrived in time, young Master Zhou might have fallen victim to this villain's treachery as well. As for the material evidence, it has long been obliterated by the killer, Qi Chang'an, leaving us with no means to recover it." Su Ming turned his head to look at him, letting out a cold laugh. "Since that is the case, Zhou Tianqing and Qi Chang'an, you two will accompany me back to the Northern Town Protectorate. This case will now be interrogated by the Northern Town Protectorate." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianqing, who had maintained a composed demeanor, suddenly displayed a look of panic. He widened his eyes and argued urgently, "I have already stated that I am merely a witness. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice." At this moment, the Jingzhaoyin also snorted coldly, saying, "This is a matter for our Jingzhou prefecture. It should not be for your Jinyui to meddle. Engaging in discourse with you was merely to give you face. And it seems that too much face has been given, as you have overstepped your bounds. Qiandinghao, what are you trying to achieve by causing trouble in our Jingzhou prefecture? Do you truly believe that this official is easy to bully?" Under the scrutiny of the Jingzhou Yin and others, Qiandinghao felt like an ant on a hot pan, helplessly looking towards Su Ming. Before he could speak, Su Ming declared, "First strike, then report. Imperial power is authorized." With these words, the previously furious Jingzhou Yin was rendered speechless. This statement was too severe for him to respond to, and he could only cast a shadowy glance at Qiandinghao. "Lord Qian, you have indeed done a splendid job." Qiandinghao stood rooted to the spot, silent. Seeing that both the Jingzhou Yin and Qiandinghao were now mute, Zhou Tianqing, who had been watching from the sidelines, sensed trouble. He flicked his fan and shouted, "Eliminate this troublesome fellow. We can conclude the case directly. What are we hesitating for?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tianqing suddenly launched an attack. His fierce right hand struck out like thunder, and a violent wind howled around, as if countless vengeful spirits were coming for him. The chilling true essence transformed into a bony claw, reaching towards Su Ming. At this moment, Zhou Tianqing finally ceased to conceal his true strength. An alarming aura emanated from him, causing everyone present to widen their eyes in terror. This person was actually a practitioner at the 4th level of the innate realm. In the Jingyao prefecture, Zhou Tianqing revealed a sinister smile. He glanced sideways at Su Ming and lunged forward, saying, "I shall see if your strength matches your bravado." Qiandinghao and the others watched this scene, their expressions grave. A practitioner at the 4th level of the innate realm, one could scarcely imagine the disparity between levels. It was likely that all present would not be able to contend with Zhou Tianqing combined. This reckless individual was bound to meet his demise here. Qiandinghao's face darkened to an extreme. Not only would Su Ming perish today, but they would likely face dire consequences as well. As a veteran officer in the Jinyui, he could discern that Zhou Tianqing was employing the infamous Huang-grade martial art, Incan Lai Gu Zhua. This notorious technique, while powerful, had harsh training requirements, necessitating the taking of lives to refine one's skills. The deeper one progressed, the more lives were required, and its power grew at a terrifying rate. After all, this was a Huang-grade martial art capable of surpassing even Xian-grade techniques. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. All previous thoughts were cast aside as he witnessed the unfolding scene. In the face of Zhou Tianqing's surprise attack, Su Ming did not advance, but instead retreated. With a hum, a long knife sang as it was drawn. Observing Su Ming's movement, Zhou Tianqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Seeking death, the bone-white wind swept through Su Ming's body, and the true essence claw lunged towards his chest, accompanied by the wails of vengeful spirits that echoed throughout the Jingzhou prefecture, piercing the eardrums of all present. Yet, when the bone-white claw made contact with Su Ming, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. The anticipated scene of Su Ming being torn apart or pierced through by vengeful spirits did not materialize. In that critical moment, a golden light erupted from the slender figure, and it appeared as if a phantom of a Buddha stood behind Su Ming. A golden true essence formed a protective barrier, halting the bone-white claw before Su Ming. The two contrasting forms of true essence did not engage in an equal contest. Instead, The fierce bone claw shattered against the golden shield as easily as an egg striking a stone, feeling the solid, overwhelming aura. The crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A practitioner at the third level of the innate realm. Furthermore, a martial artist of the body. Zhou Tianqing's shock mirrored that of those around him. The pride he felt moments ago was replaced by sheer panic. How could this inconspicuous officer be an innate practitioner? This was impossible. Zhou Tianqing's heart roared in alarm, though the opponent's realm was lower by one level. The advantages of a body practitioner were sufficient to compensate for this flaw. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Su Ming seemed even more robust than his own, and it appeared that the opponent's technique effectively countered his. In an instant, Zhou Tianqing made a judgment. He was certainly no match for this officer. He hurriedly retreated, seeking to escape. Yet, Su Ming did not grant him that opportunity. As the golden true essence dissipated, a cold, malevolent true essence began to gather around the blade. The seemingly contradictory true essences alternated in use, creating a bizarre scene that left the crowd speechless. Even more astonishing was that everyone could perceive that the malevolent energy coalescing around Su Ming's long knife was several times denser than Zhou Tianqing's Inqin Lai Guzhua. What manner of prodigy was this? Like a tempestuous hurricane, the long blade ruthlessly devoured the surrounding malevolent energy, casting a shadow over the entire Jingzhou prefecture. With a twist of the blade, a fierce aura rippled outward, unsettling the hearts of those nearby. Zhou Tianqing's figure darted towards the outskirts of the manor, his expression brightening as he soared into the air. Yet, a smirk curled upon Su Ming's lips as he swung his blade, ensnaring the figure in midair with sinister energy. In that fleeting moment, darkness enveloped Jingzhou prefecture. The howling winds erupted violently, and crimson mist filled the air as a severed head tumbled to the ground. Terror flickered in Zhou Tianqing's eyes, his vengeful emotions straining against his eyelids, as if he wished to engrave Su Ming's visage in his memory. Unable to close his eyes in eternal sleep, the gaze of everyone in the manor converged upon Su Ming. A chilling silence blanketed the entire Jingzhou prefecture. It was not until someone inhaled sharply that the crowd broke free from their stunned stupor. This seemingly unremarkable youth had effortlessly slain a master of the fourth level of innate strength with a single stroke. Moreover, it appeared that Zhou Tianqing was utterly incapable of withstanding the force of that blow. The onlookers' attention shifted to the deep gouge at the manor's entrance. A sharp scar left by the blade, still exuding a frigid, malevolent aura. This sinister energy sent shivers down their spines. Just how formidable was this fellow's swordsmanship? It was even more diabolical and brutal than the infamous Yin Song's bone-shattering claws. Could such a malevolent aura truly be cultivated by a mere human? The multitude of gazes directed at Su Ming grew increasingly tumultuous. Yet, Su Ming remained oblivious, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. With a resounding clang, he sheathed his long blade, and a fraction of the crowd's unease and trepidation began to dissipate. Su Ming's gaze fell upon the severed head on the ground, as a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of Chapter 7. Ding. The host has successfully fulfilled the task of rewarding the good and punishing the wicked. You have earned a task reward. Please collect it in a timely manner. A blue holographic screen materialized before Su Ming's eyes. It appeared that the system's criteria for rewarding virtue and punishing vice were even more lenient than he had anticipated. As long as he punished the true culprit according to the task, it could be deemed complete, regardless of the method employed. This realization alleviated many of Su Ming's concerns. In the future, he would no longer need to overthink the means of punishing the true offenders while executing tasks, thereby significantly reducing the difficulty of task completion. Closing the system interface, Su Ming's gaze returned to the Jingzhou prefecture. In the hall, dozens of individuals, from the Jingzhou into the lowly servants, dared not utter a word. Su Ming cast a sweeping glance around, taking in the countenances of those present. As far as I know, the martial prowess responsible for the massacre of the 30 members of the Qi family was none other than the sinister bone-crushing claw. Now that the true culprit has been apprehended, we shall take the remains of the scoundrel back with us. Having said this, he turned his gaze towards Qi Qingyan, who lay prostrate on the ground, and added, You, too, shall accompany us. As his words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The crowd appeared still entranced by the shock of the revelation, unable to regain their composure. Su Ming furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at the members of the Jinyui. The several Jinyui appeared to be reactivated, hurriedly tidying up the aftermath. They first collected the remains of Zhou Tianqing, and then assisted the feeble Qi Qingyan, who could barely stand. Su Ming did not cast a single glance at the Jingzhuoyan, turning instead to depart. The remaining Ti swiftly followed Su Ming, bearing the lifeless body of Zhou Tianqing, as well as Qi Qingyan. Among the 10 Ti, not a soul paid any heed to Qiandinghao, the minor flag bearer. It was only when his subordinates hastily left that Qiandinghao, as if awakening from a dream, observed the retreating figures with a complex expression before hastening to catch up. After Su Ming and the others had departed for some time, Jing Xiaoying, who had been silently seated at the desk, could no longer contain his frustration. He rose, seized the desk board, and hurled the paper and pen aside, exclaiming, This is utterly intolerable. The Northtown Pacification Office. Su Ming, I shall certainly report your actions to His Majesty. You shall await the consequences. Meanwhile, Within a chamber of the North Town Pacification Office, Su Ming casually discarded the bloodstained confession to the side. He glanced at the kneeling Qi Qingyin and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, you may leave." The once apprehensive Qi Qingyin, who had been bowing his head in trepidation, looked up at Su Ming in disbelief. Beside him, a mounted officer furrowed his brow and scolded, "Did you not hear what the Lord said? Depart at once, or shall we escort you out?" Upon hearing such a fierce tone, Qi Qingyin, instead, bowed repeatedly in gratitude towards Su Ming, saying, "Thank you, my lord. This kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. I shall repay you handsomely in the future." After uttering these words, Qi Qingyin stumbled to his feet and exited the North Town Pacification Office. As they watched Qi Qingyin's figure disappear, the smiles on the faces of several mounted officers could no longer be restrained. One officer, possessing an upright demeanor and handsome features, poured a cup of tea for Su Ming and remarked, "My lord, you are truly wise and decisive, possessing a heart of compassion." The other officers echoed their flattery in unison. However, Su Ming merely rose to glance at them, responding indifferently, "You shall handle the aftermath." The officers quickly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the pressing matter had been resolved by him, and the remaining trivialities could be managed by them. Su Ming nodded slightly, about to turn and leave, when a voice echoed from outside the door. "Wait." The crowd turned to see a dashing young gentleman hastily approaching. This man was none other than Zhang Baihu, the superior of Su Ming and his companions, Zhang Tinhao. With a serious expression, Zhang Baihu approached them. The other guards quickly stepped back, creating distance from Su Ming. Their gazes cast upon him with a hint of sympathy. Given the magnitude of Su Ming's recent actions, particularly in killing the son of the left Vice Minister of Justice, it was likely that the higher-ups were quite irate in their attempts to cover for him. With Zhang Baihu's arrival, it was certain that accountability was at hand. Su Ming was in for a rough time. Standing before Zhang Baihu, Su Ming's demeanor remained unperturbed as he quietly regarded the man. The two exchanged glances for a brief moment. Suddenly, Zhang Baihu's stern visage softened, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you are a promising talent. You handled the tragic incident with the Qi family admirably. Even our esteemed commander, Yan, has praised your efforts." As he spoke, Zhang Baihu gently patted Su Ming on the shoulder, his tone approving. "Well done. You have upheld the honor of the Northern Town Pacification Office. From today onward, you shall serve as a small flag bearer. Do your best." Su Ming nodded slightly, responding with an air of calmness. "Thank you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he did not linger and departed leisurely. Zhang Tinhao turned back, casting a glance at the group of cavalrymen and snorted coldly, "I have heard about this incident." Without Su Ming, the reputation of our Northern Supervisory Office would be utterly tarnished by your cowardice. I expect you all to reflect on your actions. The cavalrymen could only bow their heads in silence, too intimidated to retort. After delivering his reprimand, Zhang Tianhao finally turned away, watching Su Ming's retreating figure. A shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes before he waved his sleeve and departed. Chapter 8. The Three Blades of Yubu, a Surgeon Realm. At the Qingwang residence, on an old wooden bed, a young man sat cross-legged. Before his eyes appeared a blue light screen. Ding. Does the host accept the reward? Su Ming consented, and a prompt resonated in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 150 points of merit and demerit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Earth-level martial art, Yubu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the profound-level martial art, Abadu Sanda. The ethereal images of these two martial arts manuals floated before him. Su Ming was somewhat familiar with both. The Earth-level martial art, Yubu, originated from the ancient shamanic dances of the Qi deity and was later assimilated and passed down by Taoist masters, transforming into a technique that allowed one to change their form within a mere inch, akin to teleportation. The other martial art, Abadu Sanda, represented the final move from the infamous Dominion technique. This swordsmanship was exceedingly malevolent, forged from the collective hatred of humanity. When executed, it seemed to harness the boundless evil forces of the world, and the blade's radiance was as formidable as a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. Impossible to withstand. Su Ming extended his hand, transforming into two streaks of azure light that penetrated his brow. The caliber of these two martial arts techniques was relatively acceptable for Su Ming, considering he already possessed skills such as the Golden Bell Shield and the Demon Blade. However, in the outside world, even the less esteemed Abysmal Blade of Three Cuts, which Su Ming currently practiced, would incite a storm of bloodshed. In this realm, martial arts are generally categorized into four grand ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Heaven is the highest, while Yellow is the lowest, and above the Heaven rank, there exist sacred and even divine-level martial arts. Advanced martial arts are exceedingly rare treasures in this world. Even Zhou Tianxing, the son of the left Deputy Minister of Justice, has only mastered a high-tier Yellow-level technique, the Bone-Crushing Claw, which left Qianding Hao and others in awe. If they were to learn that Su Ming was currently cultivating the Golden Bell Shield and the Demon Blade, both classified as Earth-level techniques, it would likely cause a significant stir among the Jinyui. After all, martial arts are inherently precious, and thus seldom disseminated. High-level techniques that traverse the martial world are even scarcer. Su Ming sat cross-legged, circulating his true essence. This task had rewarded him with a substantial 150 merit points, sufficient to elevate the golden bell shield to another level. The golden true essence flowed around his body, as if a true Buddha had possessed him, gradually exuding an aura of serene purity akin to an unyielding rock. As the points on the blue light screen rapidly diminished, his cultivation advanced swiftly, and the aura surrounding Su Ming grew increasingly intense. When this aura reached a critical threshold, it erupted once more. With the expulsion of dark impurities from his body, Su Ming opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The impurities expelled this time were considerably fewer than before, as he had already undergone a physical refinement, rendering his body progressively cleaner with each session. However, Su Ming's gains were remarkable, for the Golden Bell Shield had impressively ascended to the 11th level. Utilizing the 11th level of the Golden Bell Shield not only rendered him indestructible, but also bolstered his physical strength to that of a weapon, allowing him to withstand considerable damage with ease. Moreover, he could unleash formidable techniques such as the Golden Bell Shield's Golden Bell Chi Slash, which were unbreakable. Although its power may not exceed that of the Demon Blade, it was undeniably an unstoppable and unresolvable technique, often yielding extraordinary results against opponents wielding unique martial arts. Glancing at the remaining merit points on the screen, Su Ming decided to invest the remainder without hesitation, channeling them all into enhancing other martial arts. 3 hours later, under the moonlight, Su Ming poured a bucket of well water over himself, washing away the sweat from his body. Sheathing his blade, the restless aura surrounding him gradually calmed. The blue light screen hovered before him, but his merit points had reached 0. With a thought, he switched the interface to his personal panel. Name: Su Ming. Age: 18. Cultivation: 7th level of Innate Realm Martial Arts. Golden Bell Shield: 11th level. Abyssal 3 Blades: Major Completion. Demon Blade: Perfection. U-Step: Entry level. His cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of the Innate Realm, an impressive gain of 4 levels. It is essential to note that the disparity between each level of the Innate Realm is significantly greater than that between each tier of the Acquired Realm. Although he had merely elevated his cultivation by 4 levels, Su Ming's strength had increased several-fold compared to his state prior to this training session. Should he encounter Zhou Tianxing now, he would not even need to employ the Demon Blade or any martial techniques. He could effortlessly dominate using his inherent cultivation alone. Not only had his cultivation improved, but Su Ming had also made astonishing advancements in various martial arts. The Golden Bell Shield had reached the 11th level, and the Demon Blade had attained perfection, even allowing him to master a special state, entering madness. As the saying goes, purity weakens 1 by 3 parts, while darkness strengthens by 7. Under the influence of the mad state, Su Ming's combat prowess had doubled. Unlike the practitioners of the Demon Blade from his previous life, Su Ming was safeguarded by the Golden Bell Shield, enabling him to wield the power of the Demon Blade without restraint, free from the interference of demonic energy. Furthermore, the Abyssal 3 Blades had been perfected into 3 forms. Unlike the Demon Blade, which tapped into Su Ming's own demonic energy, the Abyssal 3 Blades harnessed the wickedness of the world, forming an irresistible mountain of hatred. Not only was its power formidable, but it could also ensnare opponents in a vortex of animosity. It could be said that the Abyssal 3 Blades were undoubtedly comparable to Earth-level martial arts in their mystique. Aside from these 3, Su Ming's soul movement technique, the U-Step, had not progressed as significantly. It had only reached the entry-level stage. As a rare movement-based martial art of Earth level, the U-Step was rarer than Su Ming's other martial skills, with a higher training difficulty. Nevertheless, even at the entry level, the U-Step granted Su Ming a remarkable swiftness, enabling him to strike down opponents with overwhelming force. Even when facing adversaries of the same realm, he could leverage the U-Step to gain a considerable advantage. Having concluded his training, Su Ming glanced at the thin layer of impurities on his body, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He retrieved a wooden basin and a few changes of clothes from his room, intending to step outside for a thorough cleansing. As he exited, he encountered a woman approaching him. Under the moonlight, her fair skin glowed with a celestial radiance, and her purple gauze fluttered in the evening breeze, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens. Upon noticing Su Ming's bare torso, her gaze lingered on his well-defined muscles, accentuated by the moonlight, creating a striking interplay of light and shadow. The flawless contours of his physique caused her cheeks to flush, and she chided him. "What kind of decorum is this? Walking about with your upper body exposed? If someone were to see, they might think our Qingwang mansion fails to maintain discipline." Su Ming lowered his gaze to his upper body, then glanced at the other party's face, crimson as if stained with blood, and suddenly understood. After a moment, Qing Feng seized her inner turmoil and stated solemnly, "We are all aware of your actions in Jingzhou Prefecture today. The princess has expressed her profound admiration for what you have done. The left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice has always been at odds with our Qingwang Fu, and over the years, he has frequently sought to undermine us in the court. Your actions have provided a measure of satisfaction to the princess." With that, Qing Feng produced a food box from her sleeve and handed it to Su Ming, saying, "This is a reward personally ordered by the princess for you." Following this, she exchanged a few more words with Su Ming before hastily departing, as if anxious that he might discern something amiss. Once Qing Feng had distanced herself, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the food box in his hands. The moment he took hold of it, he sensed a faint, restless energy emanating from within. As that energy spread, his muscles resonated in response, giving rise to an overwhelming hunger that compelled him to devour the contents of the box. Su Ming's heart stirred. Could it be that what is contained within this box is the legendary blood and flesh of a ferocious beast? Chapter 9. The Blood of the Ferocious Beast. Underlying currents flowing. The royal palace of the Azure King. Beneath the moonlight, Su Ming gazed at the box in his hand, his mind swirling with thoughts. In this realm, ferocious beasts and demons indeed exist. However, for Su Ming, these entities had previously only been figments of legend. The habitats of these beasts and demons are primarily found in primitive forests, largely inaccessible to humans, or in places where demons congregate. Such regions are deemed absolute forbidden zones for most of humanity. Yet, beyond these remote areas, some demons and ferocious beasts occasionally venture into the borders of human habitation. Perhaps it is a divine blessing. From the moment they are born, ferocious beasts possess an unparalleled physical prowess unmatched by humans. Even the weakest among them far surpasses the capabilities of any postnatal warrior. Similar to human warriors, there exists a hierarchy among ferocious beasts. However, unlike humans, they do not have a concept of postnatal realms. Their starting point is the innate realm, followed by the master realm, the law manifestation realm, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle known as the beast god realm. Moreover, due to their exceptional physical strength and innate extraordinary abilities, human warriors stand little chance against ferocious beasts of the same realm. Even the most formidable of ferocious beasts and demons might find themselves evenly matched against a top-tier human warrior in the human deity realm. For instance, in the vast southern frontier, there is a demon that proclaims itself as the Goo God. Despite being a creature that feasts on humans, it reigns over millions in the southern region as a deity, commanding storms and dominating for a millennium, with none able to subdue it. Beyond the southern frontier, the more civilized eastern sea, as well as the northern plains and the western regions, are also home to numerous formidable demons and beasts. These creatures either rule over human-populated cities as deities or have gathered in great numbers, establishing renowned demonic factions across the land. Such circumstances illustrate that in this world, humanity, in the face of demons, is undeniably at a disadvantage. Consequently, the blood of demons and ferocious beasts is exceedingly precious among humans. As a head maid of the Qing Wang residence, the ease with which she handled a portion of ferocious beast blood is indicative of the grandeur of the Qing Wang residence, or perhaps the Qianwu Empire itself. Far beyond what one might imagine. Upon opening the food box, a potent aura of vitality surged forth, no longer concealed. Within the box lay the vividly colored blood of a ferocious beast. The rich essence contained within it could evoke a sense of trepidation, even when merely held in hand. The strength of the owner of this essence could match Su Ming's current prowess in terms of realm. With this blood, he could advance even further. Without hesitation, Su Ming consumed the essence. At the moment the blood entered his body, an overwhelming sensation of expansion coursed through him, threatening to burst forth. Clutching his chest, Su Ming felt as though every drop of blood within him was igniting. Meanwhile, the true energy within him surged along with the blood, becoming increasingly potent. This was the terrifying power bestowed by the blood of the ferocious beast. After a brief moment of adjustment, Su Ming drew his long knife and commenced his training. Seizing this opportunity, he hoped to refine his skills in the U-step and the Abai Dao, potentially achieving further mastery. Under the moonlight, his tall and robust figure moved swiftly, accompanied by the sinister glint of his long knife, shimmering coldly in the luminous night. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as the fluctuations of true essence within his body grew increasingly erratic and swift. Indeed, after consuming the essence of the ferocious beast, not only did his cultivation and physical prowess experience significant enhancement, but even the process of honing his martial skills became far more intuitive and fluid. It is no wonder that the saying scholars are impoverished while warriors prosper exists in the world. The essence of such a beast would likely be worth a fortune in the martial realm, a resource that most would be unable to access. As the true essence within him surged and his martial arts skills progressed, Su Ming gradually immersed himself in his training. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the renowned Baiwa Tower, a hub of exquisite entertainment, countless scholars, chivalrous heroes, and dignitaries frequented its lavish halls each night, surrounded by laughter and revelry. On the second floor of Baiwa Tower, in the most conspicuous room, Room Tian number 3, sat a strikingly handsome young gentleman. Unlike the raucous debauchery of the other chambers, this room was devoid of singing courtesans, with only the solitary man quietly seated, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Had Su Ming been present, he would have recognized this man as his superior, Zhang Baihu, Zhang Tianhao. Moments later, the tightly shut door was flung open. Zhang Tianhao, upon seeing the visitor, quickly rose to greet him. Lord Zhou, you have arrived. The newcomer was an elderly gentleman clad in an opulent beige robe, exuding a composed air characteristic of someone in a position of power. Unmoved by Zhang Tianhao's warm welcome, the man merely scoffed and brushed past him, taking a seat with a look of derision. Zhang Darren, such arrogance. You summoned me here for what purpose? Is it not enough that you have killed my son? Do you intend to bring me to the Northern Pacification Office as well? Chapter 10. The Surge of Vitality. Danger approaches inside room Tian number 3 at Baiwa Tower. The man sat at the table, his murky eyes filled with a hint of anger as he fixed his gaze on the individual before him. Sensing the ire in the man's words, Zhang Tianhao quickly donned a conciliatory smile and offered apologies. Lord Zhou, I meant no disrespect. I was unaware of your son's incident until it was too late. It was all the doing of that scoundrel Su Ming. By the time I learned of it, the matter had already reached the ears of the commanding officer. My lowly position rendered me unable to punish that villain, resulting in this unfortunate situation. I implore you, please temper your rage. Zhou Gongli let out a cold chuckle. As you say, the matter has reached this point. What then? Does Zhang Darren wish to convey to me today? Noticing Zhou Gongli's tone had softened somewhat, Zhang Tianhao stepped closer and leaned in. Lord Zhou, you may not be aware that the scoundrel who murdered your son, Su Ming, was placed in the Northern Pacification Office by the Blue Princess Consort. Moreover, the case your son was involved in has royal merchants entangled, and there are those above us demanding a thorough investigation. Ultimately, we could only take action against that scoundrel when it was too late. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gongli straightened, narrowing his eyes, and retorted coldly, if that is the case, then I have nothing more to say. I take my leave. As he spoke, he attempted to push past Zhang Tianhao to exit. The latter hastily blocked his path. Grasping his robes, Lord Zhou, please do not be angry. I have devised a plan regarding your son's matter that could assist you in seeking vengeance. I implore you to hear me out. Zhou Gongli finally settled back into his seat, his anger still simmering as he spoke darkly. Though Tianxing was my least capable son, he is still my child. He should not have been so brutally slain. He then turned to Zhang Tianhao and continued. Since you claim that the villain is connected to the Blue Prince's consort, you must realize that the Blue Prince's residence has long been at odds with me. And that consort is no ordinary woman. It will not be easy to take action against her. Pray tell, what method do you propose to avenge my son? Seeing Zhou Gongli's interest piqued, Zhang Tianhao straightened his posture, squinting slightly, and then smiled. Rest assured, Lord Zhou, Su Ming remains under my command. Coincidentally, there is a recent case that could lead to his demise. If I arrange for him to be involved, he will have no escape. There will be no chance for survival. Hearing this, Zhou Gongli's wrinkled face finally relaxed, revealing a smile. If Zhang Darren possesses such confidence, then I shall await the outcome. Zhang Tianhao nodded, then sported a lecherous grin. I am aware that these days, you have been tormented by your son's incident, unable to find peace. I invited you here not only to discuss eliminating the villain, but also to take this opportunity for you to unwind and restore your health. I have arranged for the courtesan of Baiwa Tower to come and entertain you. A glimmer of interest flickered in Zhou Gongli's murky eyes as he smiled. Zhang Darren is thoughtful. I have heard of a courtesan at Baiwa Tower who has captivated many talented scholars with her beauty. Today, I shall seize the chance to see if she lives up to the rumors. Meanwhile, the inky night gradually brightened. After a long evening, the crescent moon was nearly hidden in the horizon, and Su Ming's body was drenched in sweat, as though he had endured a torrential downpour. Despite this, he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was brimming with vitality. However, as dawn approached, he sheathed his long blade, concluding his training. Though he had not received any rewards or punishments during his night of cultivation, the effects of the ferocious beast's essence had significantly bolstered his true essence and vitality, bringing him closer to the threshold between the 7th and 8th levels of innate mastery. Regrettably, aside from his enhanced cultivation and physical form, the martial arts he practiced showed no remarkable advancement that night. The Golden Bell Shield remained stagnated at the 11th level, progressing painfully slow even with the essence's influence. It appeared that without the benefit of rewards or penalties, reaching the 12th level of the Golden Bell Shield would not be an easy feat. Likewise, the other skills, Yubu, Abai Dao's 3 strikes, and the Demon Blade, had also failed to break through. Nevertheless, in comparison, these martial arts had become more refined, allowing for a more seamless execution. Su Ming was well aware that the effects of the ferocious beast's essence would not manifest immediately. Rather, it would enhance his constitution, leading to long-term nourishment. After calming the tumult within him, Su Ming picked up the wooden basin he had set aside the previous night and made his way to the washroom. Following a thorough cleansing, the numerous impurities that had accumulated on his body were washed away. Su Ming felt an invigorating lightness in his body. As he opened the door, the morning sun had already ascended into the sky, casting a warm golden glow that illuminated the entire capital, refreshing the spirit. Grasping his long blade, Su Ming rose and made his way to the northern town protectorate. The streets remained bustling with activity, with merchants and customers thronging the shops on either side. The events that transpired yesterday at the Ministry of Justice had stirred no ripples in the city. However, unlike the unaffected gaiety within the capital. A palpable change could be felt upon Su Ming's entrance into the capital guards. The passing imperial guards fixated their gazes upon him, their expressions a tapestry of uncertainty, disdain, and even a hint of reverence. Despite the varied looks, each countenance bore the same complexity of emotion. Upon entering the duty station of his squad, the shift became even more pronounced. As he crossed the threshold, the eyes of 9 individuals converged on him. The other 8, upon Su Ming's arrival, hastily approached to exchange greetings, their demeanor markedly more respectful than usual. Meanwhile, the squad leader, Qian Dinghao, deliberately averted his gaze, exhibiting a certain wariness. Nevertheless, Su Ming remained indifferent to the attitudes of others. He settled into his usual calmness, taking a seat and perusing the various texts on the imperial guards laid out on the table. Unlike the other guards, who indulged in playful banter during their leisure, Su Ming devoted his idle hours to reading within the duty room, diligently studying the diverse materials provided by the Northern Town Protectorate, continuously expanding his knowledge. Observing this, the other guards refrained from disturbing him further, and an eerie silence enveloped the duty room. Before long, Zhang Tianhao entered, hands clasped behind his back. As he stepped inside, the remaining guards, including Qian Dinghao, promptly greeted him, exclaiming, "Lord Zhang." At this moment, Su Ming set aside his books. Zhang Tianhao nodded, then directed his gaze towards Su Ming, stating, "I have come with a case that requires your expertise. Are you all aware of the murder incident involving the eunuch Chai Jinzong, who was slain in the eastern outskirts of the imperial city?" Chapter 11, A Death-Seeking Case? Farewell, Li Pingshan. Inside the duty room, several city guards exchanged puzzled glances, nodding in affirmation. However, Qian Dinghao's expression darkened upon hearing this news. Zhang Tianhao continued, "This case has been assigned to your team for resolution. Given its connection to the palace's internal officials, it is imperative that we resolve it swiftly." He turned to Qian Dinghao, commanding, "Qian Dinghao, gather your subordinates and commence the investigation immediately. We must ascertain the origins of this case without any errors." After hearing this, Qian Dinghao could no longer contain his reluctance and was about to voice his refusal, but Zhang Tianhao, seemingly aware of his thoughts, interrupted him brusquely. "Su Ming, here are the specifics of the case. You are to conduct a thorough investigation. I expect results within half a month." With that, he handed the case document to Su Ming and turned to leave. Once Zhang Tianhao exited the duty room, Qian Dinghao, feeling utterly defeated, slumped into a chair, pale and clutching his head, lamenting, "This is a disaster." The others, witnessing their usually composed leader in such disarray, also showed signs of unease. Yet, Su Ming remained unfazed, quietly examining the case document from his seat. Unable to contain his simmering anger any longer, Qian Dinghao abruptly stood up and accused Su Ming. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on showing off and causing trouble, we wouldn't be stuck with this perilous case." Su Ming raised an eyebrow and, without a hint of emotion, replied. Silence. Feeling a chill enveloping the atmosphere, Qian Dinghao, realizing the futility of further argument, snorted disdainfully and stormed out in a huff. Su Ming did not lift his head, his gaze fixed on the documents before him. Within the imperial palace, the administration was divided into 11 supervisory offices for ministries and 8 bureaus. Among these, the Ministry of Fuel Conservation was one of the 4 ministries responsible for managing the firewood used in the palace, as well as the coal and charcoal from the 24 gates and various mountain ranges. In other words, the winter heating for the emperor, the consorts in the inner palace. And all the offices within the palace fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Fuel Conservation. Consequently, the chief eunuch of this ministry held a rank equivalent to the 8th grade among the inner court eunuchs. Within the Ministry of Fuel Conservation, only 5 chief eunuchs wielded actual power. Yet, just a few nights prior, one of these powerful figures had inexplicably perished in a coal yard in the eastern outskirts. Following this incident, the emperor dispatched officials to investigate, but to date, no culprit had been discovered, and the body remained in the coal yard. Setting aside the documents, Su Ming understood why Qian Dinghao had reacted so earlier. A high-ranking eunuch had been murdered for several days, and the investigation yielded no results. In such an absurd situation, the matters involved were undoubtedly significant. Logically, cases of this caliber should not fall under the purview of individuals at their level. Yet, inexplicably, Zhang Baihu had sought their involvement. After much contemplation, Su Ming concluded that there could only be one explanation. Zhang Baihu harbored ulterior motives. But why? At that moment, a familiar electronic notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. Investigate the truth behind the chief eunuch's death. The higher the progress, the more substantial the rewards. Current progress, 0. As Su Ming's gaze fell upon the suddenly appearing blue screen, his eyes lit up. There were rewards. He had been troubled by the depletion of his merit points. Regardless of Zhang Baihu's intentions, the activation of this task was fortuitous for Su Ming. As for the dangers that lay ahead, they were no longer a concern. He understood well that the path of martial arts was one of risk and reward. Only in perilous circumstances could one reap substantial rewards and become a true powerhouse. With his thoughts clarified, Su Ming resolved to act immediately. Rising abruptly, the remaining 8 riders turned their eyes toward him. Su Ming calmly declared, "I am going to the crime scene to examine the body. Anyone who wishes to accompany me may do so." Perhaps intimidated by Qian Dinghao's odd demeanor, the riders exchanged glances, hesitating. When Su Ming departed, no one followed. After leaving for some time without any companions, Su Ming paid no mind. In this world, a realm where immense power converged in martial arts, all that mattered was his own strength. What significance did a few insignificant insects hold? How could they hinder his progress? Su Ming stepped out of the Kyoto guardhouse, oblivious to the malevolent gaze fixated upon him from a high tower behind. In the loft, Zhang Tianhao revealed a chilling smile. "Go ahead and investigate. The more you delve, the swifter your demise will be." In the eastern outskirts of the capital, the coal yard stretched before a vast mountainous expanse, devoid of any trees, a desolate sight. From a distance, numerous deep pits could be seen scattered across the terrain. Guarding this desolate area were a group of armored guards, patrolling diligently. As Su Ming approached, the guards barked sternly, "This is the coal yard of the Prince Qing's estate. No idle persons are permitted to come near." Yet, Su Ming appeared impervious to their warnings. Pressing onward, observing his indifference, the guards quickly surrounded him. Upon recognizing Su Ming's visage, the leader of the guards, clad in red iron armor, suddenly erupted into laughter, his excitement morphing into a grotesque expression. After several days of absence, who would have thought this good-for-nothing would leave Prince Qing's estate to become a lapdog? Were it not for your incompetence, I would not have been relegated to this coal yard, enduring daily torment in this forsaken place. Su Mingding gazed upon the contorted visage before him, a face he knew all too well. This individual was none other than Li Pingshan, the captain of the guards who had clashed with him mere days ago, inflicting near-fatal injuries. It was precisely because of this encounter that Su Mingding subsequently awakened the memories of his past life and the system within him. Yet, the present circumstances were far from those of yesteryear. Su Ming's expression was one of indifference, entirely dismissing the man before him as he commanded, "Step aside." Li Pingshan's face twisted into a sneer. "I never imagined that after leaving the Qingwang mansion, you would dare to speak to me in such a manner. It seems you have grown quite defiant after too long without receiving a beating. How fortuitous that you have presented yourself to me today. Do not blame me for being impolite." The surrounding guards gathered like spectators at a performance, whispering among themselves, "Captain Li is a consummate expert, having reached the pinnacle of innate strength. If not for the limitations of his martial arts, he would have already ascended to the realm of the masters. This young man, reckless as he is, dared to retort against Captain Li not long ago and was left battered and bedridden. It appears he has learned nothing from his previous encounter and has foolishly come back for more. It seems today will be his last." Chapter 12. The Unyielding Golden Body. A ruckus at the coal yard. The coal yard. Su Ming had no desire to engage in lengthy discourse with these individuals and unsheathed his long knife with determination. This was not merely an act of vengeance. It was a matter of life and death. The golden true essence flowed across his body, emanating an aura as unyielding as granite, which pervaded the air around him. The guards stood in disbelief. Just a few days prior, they had nearly beaten him to a pulp. In such a brief span of time, he had ascended to the realm of innate martial artists. It was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Yet, the palpable energy radiating from the young man compelled them to confront this startling reality. Li Pingshan gritted his teeth, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he squinted at Su Ming, exclaiming, "7th level of innate mastery. Who would have thought you'd stumble upon such fortune to break through to this level? But that is all there is to it." Li Pingshan's feet dug into the ground, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, tearing through the red chain armor he wore, revealing his robust physique. He resembled an awakened beast, shedding all pretense and unleashing the formidable strength within him. The guards retreated in unison, their faces betraying mockery. Today marked the end for this young man. Although they were oblivious to the dark arts he had employed to attain the 7th level, they knew it paled in comparison to the prowess of their commander, who had reached the pinnacle of innate mastery. For the commander, extinguishing his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. A tempest of energy surged forth, and Li Pingshan's maniacal laughter echoed across the wilderness, engulfing the very fabric of this realm. "Prepare to meet your demise." He brandished his spear, the air crackling with explosive energy. His azure true essence surged wildly, his figure erupting with power. With a force akin to 1,000 pounds, the azure gleam shot forward, and the spear, like a dragon, lunged towards Su Ming's chest. The golden true essence swirled rapidly around him, enveloping him in a golden aura. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "Golden Bell Shield, immovable golden body." Golden radiance shimmered as the spear pierced toward him, embedding itself against his chest. It was as if a monk had struck a bell. The spear, fierce as a dragon, halted abruptly against his body. The tip of the mystic iron spear collided with an impenetrable barrier, unable to breach it, while Li Pingshan's hands trembled from the backlash. How could this be? His spear, which could effortlessly pierce through mystic iron armor, was now thwarted by Su Ming's physical form, unable to advance even a fraction. Was this still a human? He resembled a ferocious beast. Before Li Pingshan could fully process the shock, an astonishing glimmer of cold light flickered across the battlefield. A gale swept through, raising clouds of dust. The overwhelming malice in the air was drawn towards Su Ming's blade. Su Ming forcefully thrust the spear away from his chest, a deep-seated hatred reverberating through the atmosphere. Abyssal blade of 3 cuts. Even Li Pingshan, a master of innate perfection, found himself ensnared within this tempest of wrath. In a flash, Su Ming's form shifted, his blade moving with the ferocity of a roaring beast, its edge gleaming ominously. Li Pingshan gritted his teeth and retreated, raising his spear in defense. A flurry of blinding blade light surrounded him, as though he were ensnared in a mountain of knives, with no escape in sight. The relentless onslaught of blade light surged toward him, accompanied by howling winds. Li Pingshan's azure aura flickered as he strained to fend off the lethal strikes with his spear. Each incoming blade attack sent shockwaves through his body, causing his complexion to flush a deep red. The surrounding guards were left dumbfounded. What was happening? The confrontation between the two did not unfold as they had anticipated. Instead of the innate master Li Pingshan effortlessly overpowering Su Ming, it was Su Ming, at the 7th level of innate mastery, who relentlessly pressed the attack. Each strike aimed at his opponent's life, and Li Pingshan seemed to be faltering under the pressure. Witnessing this scene, the guards were paralyzed with astonishment, yet they understood they could no longer remain passive. Steeling themselves, they drew their weapons against Su Ming. "Commander, we come to lend you our strength." The combined might of 8 innate warriors erupted suddenly. Swords, knives, and spears converged upon Su Ming. A blade struck his shoulder, producing a crisp sound. Yet, even as 7 or 8 weapons pierced him, he felt no pain whatsoever. In fact, none of their blades left even the faintest mark upon his skin. Su Mingshun inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of golden true essence that violently propelled several innate warriors away. With a deft push of his toes, he activated the Yubu heart method, and his figure appeared instantaneously within their line of sight. The 8 innate warriors, suspended in midair, were swiftly sent crashing to the ground like cannonballs, creating numerous colossal craters in the desolate mountainside. Yet, Su Mingshun's momentum did not falter. His slender form flickered once more, reappearing before Li Pingshan, who had just shattered the illusion of the knife mountain. Another deadly strike, imbued with sinister power, was unleashed. Alarmed, Li Pingshan hastily raised his spear in defense. Seizing the opportunity midair, Su Mingshun executed a swift turn and delivered a powerful kick. A crimson figure swiftly swept across the ground, crashing thunderously against the rocky facade of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the 9 guards stationed there lay defeated, none left standing. With a firm grip on his longsword, Su Mingshun approached the stone wall at a measured pace. At this moment, Li Pingshan was drenched in blood. Appearing utterly wretched, he was embedded within the stone wall, devoid of the strength to extricate himself from his predicament. Su Ming raised his brow, casting a nonchalant glance in his direction. Li Pingshan, his complexion ashen, let out a derisive laugh, forcing himself to shout, "You cannot kill me. I, Li Pingshan, am the esteemed captain of the Qing Wang Mansion's guards. To slay me would be to declare enmity with the Qing Wang Mansion." Yet Su Ming did not spare him a single glance, lifting the long blade in his hand, noisy. In the instant that Li Pingshan's pupils constricted, the blade appeared to magnify dramatically. Just as the edge was about to descend, a furious voice rang out from afar. "Spare him." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Pingshan's eyes. But the next moment, a cold light flashed, unimpeded. A head was severed, splattering forth, and in the air, Li Pingshan's once bright eyes gradually dimmed, rolling onto the ground devoid of life. With the blade sheathed, Su Ming turned to observe. The several guards he had previously incapacitated were now rising, their gazes vacantly fixed upon him. As they beheld the bloodied head upon the ground, reality struck them, and they looked at Su Ming, their scalps tingling, rendered speechless. Their leader had indeed been slain, and on his own territory, no less. Killed within the illustrious confines of the Qing Wang Mansion's coal yard. Frightened, they instinctively recoiled, fearful that Su Ming might claim their lives as well. At that moment, a voice, brimming with rage, echoed in their ears. "You possess audacity. How dare you kill a member of the Qing Wang Mansion on its own soil?" The group turned to see an elderly man, his hair gray and back hunched, emerging from the coal yard, looking at Su Ming with an unsettling calmness, as if he had not just issued the furious reprimand. The other guards, upon recognizing him, bowed their heads respectfully. Manager Yang. Hearing this, Su Ming, still gripping the hilt of his blade, coldly inquired, "Are you the person in charge of this coal yard?" The old man, undeterred, approached Su Ming and halted before him, his gaze sharpening. "I am Yang Tianming, a first-rank general of the Qing Wang Mansion." At these words, memories began to resurface in Su Ming's mind. In the days when the Qing Wang Mansion was conquering lands and establishing its reputation under the Qianwu dynasty, It had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess recognized by the world. Under the command of the Qin Wang, there were 8 generals accompanying him in battle, each a formidable master of exceptional strength. Among them, Su Ming's ancestor was one of those 8 generals. Moreover, he knew that the leader of these 8 generals bore the surname Yang. At this juncture, Yang Tianming scrutinized Su Ming for a prolonged moment, seemingly discerning something, and inquired with intrigue, "Are you a descendant of Su Fan, the one recently dispatched to the Jinyue?" Su Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging the matter at hand. Yang Tianming, with his hands clasped behind his back, let out a soft snort and remarked, "Since you have already severed ties with the Qin Wang mansion, why have you come here? And why resort to murder in the case of Cai Jinzhong?" A knowing expression crossed Yang Tianming's aged face as he scoffed lightly, "Follow me." With that, he turned and strode deeper into the coal yard. Su Ming gradually fell into step, leaving behind a group of guards with somber expressions. They gazed at Su Ming's retreating figure and the severed head upon the ground. Though filled with anger, they could not help but feel a profound sense of trepidation. A martial artist at the 7th level of innate mastery could effortlessly crush those at the pinnacle of innate perfection, all while easily dispatching several innate warriors in the process. Who exactly is this young man, whose formidable and enigmatic presence sends shivers down their spines? Deep within the coal yard, a once intact mountainside had been excavated into a vast cavern, its walls riddled with uneven surfaces and scars of mining activity. As the sound of metal clashing with metal echoed, large chunks of coal, resembling black stones, were unearthed. Dozens of laborers clad in coarse garments were diligently engaged in mining on wooden platforms they had constructed, each performing their designated tasks with precision. Surveying the surroundings, Su Ming recognized that this level of mining operation was already quite advanced in this world. However, to him, it still appeared rather primitive. Moreover, the crude manner in which these sizable coal blocks were sold was rather unsophisticated. Noticing the expression in Su Ming's eyes, Yang Tianming raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Su, what are your thoughts on this coal yard? Do share your insights." At that moment, a strong metallic scent of blood wafted towards them, prompting the two to halt for a moment and direct their gaze towards a rudimentary wooden cabin that had been hastily erected. "The efficiency of coal utilization is exceedingly low," Su Ming murmured almost instinctively. Yang Tianming, evidently having caught this muttering, turned to Su Ming and inquired, "Low efficiency? What do you mean by that?" Su Ming slowly shook his head, choosing to sidestep the topic and instead inquired, "Is Cai Jinzhong's body inside?" Noticing Su Ming's deliberate evasion of his question, Yang Tianming's displeasure grew, crinkling his nose as he huffed. "Yes, Cai Jinzhong's body is indeed within. It has been here for quite some time. The Jinyue have only sent you alone until today. Not a single person from the palace has arrived. Instead, it falls upon us at the Qin Wang Fu to handle the arrangements." Without awaiting further probing from Su Ming, he began to elaborate on the particulars. Cai Jinzhong was the one who provided procurement plans for our coal yard, while also discreetly pocketing a bit of kickback. You are aware of how these eunuchs relish their corruption. On that day, as usual, after confirming the purchase quantities and securing his bribes, he entered this wooden house, perhaps to count his ill-gotten gains. Yet, he never emerged again. When the servants of the coal yard ventured inside to investigate, they discovered him lifeless within. Casting a penetrating glance at Su Ming, Yang Tianming continued, "Kid, this matter is unlike anything you inexperienced novices have encountered. When Cai Jinzhong perished, no one approached this wooden shack. At least, from the perspective of our coal yard servants, no one drew near this place." Su Ming furrowed her brow slightly. "In Lord Yang's opinion, is there truly no one entering or exiting?" Yang Tianming slowly shook his head and murmured, "I too find it hard to believe that no one has ventured in or out of this place." As he spoke, he retrieved a token from his bosom and handed it to Su Ming. "This is an item we discovered in the wooden cabin." Su Ming's gaze sharpened. This was a diamond-shaped token crafted from red wood, roughly the size of a palm, with an overall dark red hue. The edges of the token were adorned with intricate patterns, and at its center was inscribed an ancient character. Su Ming recognized this character. It represented the color of blood, crimson. Beside him, Yang Tianming remarked, "It is the token of the Crimson King's manor." Su Ming felt a sense of perplexity. The Red Prince? It is well known that within the Qianwu dynasty, there exist 2 most powerful princely houses. One is the Qing Prince's residence, where Su Ming once resided, and the other is the Red Prince's residence. Almost everyone in the capital is aware that the Red Prince and the Qing Prince have always been at odds. This discord arises not only from their equal power, which keeps the other in check, but also because during the era of the Qianwu dynasty's establishment, both the Red and Qing princes were formidable contenders for the position of crown prince, with the next emperor likely to emerge from one of them. However, due to the fierce rivalry between the two, the court was thrown into chaos, with officials taking sides and leading to an internal strife within the Qianwu dynasty. Enraged, the first emperor of Qianwu, in order to maintain stability, abolished their claims to the crown prince title. Consequently, the position fell to another, leaving both the Qing and Red princes with no hope of ascending to the throne, relegating them to mere princely status. Yet, the animosity between them did not dissipate. Rather, their conflicts intensified. Although the initial generation of these princes has long since passed, the enmity between their houses has endured. The two powerful princely houses remain locked in perpetual strife, much to the delight of the reigning emperor. Furthermore, with the untimely demise of the current Qing prince, the Red Prince has been eyeing the vast resources of the Qing prince's residence, yearning to claim them for himself. Even before Su Ming's awakening and restoration of memories, he had heard whispers of these matters. Thus, in the coal mine controlled by the Qing prince's residence, the lifeless body of an 8th-rank official from the palace was discovered, accompanied by a token from the Red Prince's residence. Is this a diversion of calamity, or? Su Ming gazed at Yang Tianming, a hint of gravity illuminating his eyes. The latter sighed slowly and remarked, "It seems you are not as foolish as you appear." Although Cai Jinsheng was merely an 8th-rank inner attendant, his demise here, coupled with the presence of a token from the Red King's residence, intertwines the interests of the Imperial Palace, the Qing King's residence, and the Red King's residence. As a mere Jin Iwei, should you become embroiled in this matter and draw the attention of certain individuals, a slight disturbance could lead to your utter obliteration, leaving you without a grave. Chapter 14. Clear Clues. The calm before the storm in front of the wooden cabin at the coal yard. Su Ming remained indifferent to Yang Tianming's admonition. Having come here, he was already prepared to confront any trouble that might arise. With the command token tucked away in his bosom, Su Ming strode purposefully towards the wooden cabin. At this point, it was prudent to commence the autopsy and ascertain the facts. Yang Tianming, observing Su Ming's retreating figure, shook his head. This temperament is strikingly reminiscent of the old man Su. Inside the wooden cabin, Su Ming crouched on the ground, reaching out to examine the corpse of the eunuch before him. The body lay there, that of a short, stout middle-aged eunuch. Days had passed, and the corpse had turned black, swollen, and decayed. As he probed the lifeless flesh, Su Ming thoroughly inspected the eunuch's body inside and out. He discovered no apparent external injuries, save for 6 dark spots upon the chest. These 6 spots were arranged in a remarkably regular pattern, resembling the shape of plum blossoms. Yang Tianming, observing from the side, spoke up. The plum blossom heart-crushing palm. In days of yore, the notorious plum blossom bandit wielded this martial arts secret with impunity across the Two Rivers region. Once the energy enters the body, it will obliterate the heart. Even the great Luo Golden Immortal would find it challenging to preserve their life. Su Ming turned to the old man and inquired, "Are you aware, Chief Yang, of how many individuals in the capital currently possess mastery of this martial art?" Yang Tianming lowered his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "As far as I know, there are only 3. The first is Chen Qingyun, a guest of the Red King's manor, who is a newly initiated master, particularly skilled in palm techniques. The second is Wang Jian, an official from the Ministry of Justice, whose cultivation hovers around the 9th level of the innate realm. His palm techniques should not be underestimated. The final individual is Wang Fan, a 7th-grade chief eunuch of the Salary Management Department. He is a peak innate warrior, just a step away from entering the realm of mastery, and is also exceedingly proficient in the plum blossom heart-piercing palm." Upon hearing these names, Su Ming nodded slightly. "It seems I must pay a visit to the Red King's manor." Yang Tianming, gazing at Su Ming, seemed hesitant to speak. Su Ming meticulously examined the scene several times, yet no clues emerged. He then rose and declared, "The body shall remain here for now." Having said that, he took his leave and departed without hesitation. Observing the young man's retreating figure, Yang Tianming let out a weary sigh, realizing that this matter must be reported to the princess. In the back garden of the Qing Wangfu, Qing Feng bowed her head. Her steps hurried and her demeanor respectful as she approached a door. Taking a deep breath, she spoke softly. "I report to the princess that Su Ming has taken on the case of Cai Jinsheng. According to Deputy General Yang, he is likely heading to the Red Wangfu now." After a brief pause, a gentle voice, reminiscent of a spring breeze, drifted from within the room, soothing and refreshing. "Let him go." Qing Feng nodded carefully, maintaining her gaze lowered, and waited for a considerable time at the door. When no further instructions were given, she silently departed. It was not until she reached the front of the back courtyard that she gradually halted, ignoring the ominous presence before her. She took a deep breath to steady herself and murmured to her chest, "The princess's cultivation has indeed grown increasingly profound. Given the current circumstances, even the legendary half-divine realm is not far off." Her gaze turned distant, fixated on the horizon where the Red Wangfu lay beyond her sight. She whispered softly, "Su Ming, you had best not disappoint the princess. Otherwise." Meanwhile, at the Beijing Fusey, Su Mingji returned to the duty room of the Kyoto garrison. Ignoring the peculiar gazes surrounding him, he proceeded to brew himself a pot of tea as usual. As was his custom, he perused the books within the Kyoto garrison without any sign of disturbance. A few of the mounted police merely observed from the sidelines, hesitant to speak, fearing that Su Mingji might involve them in the perilous investigation at hand. In this room, Su Ming's presence rendered Qian Dinghao as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unable to sit or stand comfortably. Having witnessed Su Ming's formidable prowess, he was acutely aware that the latter preferred action over idle chatter. Consequently, the entire duty room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The 9 individuals, including Qian Dinghao, had never before experienced such an unbearable passage of time. As night deepened, unlike other places, the Baiwa building buzzed with an unusual liveliness. In room number 3 of the Tianzi section, an elderly gentleman sat in a chair, savoring a sip of hot tea. Beside him stood a dapper young man, exuding an air of refinement, while no songstress graced the space. The young man leaned in and spoke respectfully. "Lord Zhou, that fellow visited the coal yard for an investigation today, then returned to the Bizenfew, taking no further action. Clearly, having grasped the gravity of the situation, he has grown fearful and dares not pursue it further." Zhou Gongli set down his teacup with a cold huff, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Tianhao. "You were the one who assured me that this matter would be resolved without fail. And now, look how things have unfolded. What do you propose we do?" Under Zhou Gongli's intense scrutiny, Zhang Tianhao felt his body stiffen involuntarily, his heart racing as he stammered, "Please rest assured, Lord Zhou. Once one is embroiled in this affair, Su Ming cannot simply withdraw at will. Even if he refrains from investigating, he will inevitably be compelled to continue, and the deeper he delves, the closer he will come to his own demise." Chapter 15. Teasing Qing Feng, Mastering the Golden Bell. The front courtyard of the Qing Wangfu. As Su Mingfang entered the residence and settled into his room, he engaged in a bout of martial practice before taking up a wooden basin, intending to wash up. Upon pushing open the aged wooden door, he suddenly halted his steps. Standing before him was an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in a flowing white gown. As the door swung open, her gaze fell upon the young man, who stood bare-chested, his physique strikingly sculpted and muscular. Each contour of his body was defined to perfection, presenting an almost triangular silhouette. Remarkably, there was not an ounce of superfluous flesh on him. As her eyes lingered on his chest, Qing Feng noted that Su Ming seemed to have gained even more strength. In contrast to his former frail appearance, the present Su Ming was not only significantly taller, but also exuded a refreshing aura of steadiness and robustness. His once gaunt face now bore sharper features, and he emanated an undeniable sense of power from head to toe, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. This formidable presence overwhelmed Qing Feng, who, having spent much time within the confines of a grand estate, had never encountered such an imposing sight. Her heart raced uncontrollably, yet she managed to conceal her feelings, adopting a stern demeanor as she furrowed her brow and reprimanded him. "Am I to be disregarded within this Qing Wang mansion? I previously admonished you against wandering about half-naked in such an uncouth manner." In response to her admonition, Su Ming merely shrugged and replied, "I have always been this way. Perhaps it is you, Qing's supervisor, who intentionally chose this moment to seek me out, hoping to catch me in such a state?" A flicker of anxiety crossed Qing Feng's eyes as she spat dismissively. "Who wishes to gaze upon your physique?" She swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "I have heard that you have taken over the case of the 8th-rank internal supervisor of the Xiqin Bureau, Chai Jinzong, who died in service. Not only did you cause a disturbance at our royal coal yard, but after uncovering leads, you failed to proceed to the Qi Wang mansion. Are you not afraid?" Su Ming's lips curled into a slight arc. "Do you wish to know? If you possess the blood of a fierce beast, or perhaps some elixirs, I might be inclined to share." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "Do you think this is as simple as picking cabbage from the street? One cannot simply take what they desire." Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback, her gaze fixated on Su Ming's physique, exclaiming, "Are you practicing your body?" Su Ming did not conceal the truth and nodded slightly. Subsequently, his aura surged forth without restraint, soaring into the heavens. Qing Feng's eyelashes fluttered, and she involuntarily gasped, "So it is you. The powerful presence that appeared within the manor a few days ago was indeed yours." She then pondered, almost instinctively. In her view, Su Ming had been deliberately masquerading as weak. Had it not been for this unexpected arrangement with the Jinyui, his true prowess may have remained concealed. Why else would he have hidden his talents? She could hardly believe that Su Ming could ascend to such heights in such a brief period. Only one explanation could account for this. Her thoughts crystallized, and a mocking smile graced Qing Feng's face. "Su Ming, what can I say? You truly are a frog at the bottom of a well. As one of the most powerful factions in the capital, we could accommodate you, even if you were a master practitioner." Clearly, Qing Feng had misunderstood him, yet Su Ming was unfazed, dismissing the need for clarification. "Think as you will. Just ensure that resources are provided. As long as the resources are sufficient, this case will surely be resolved." Observing Su Ming's unwavering confidence, Qing Feng chose not to argue further and simply replied, "Just wait." With that, she turned and left. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Before long, under the silvery moonlight, four servants approached, carrying a large wooden tub that could be embraced by 2 individuals, delivering it to Su Ming's doorstep. Approached and discovered that the container held a deep red liquid, reminiscent of blood. As he drew nearer, a pungent and overwhelming odor assaulted his senses. This scent was distinct from that of human or animal blood. It bore a weighty essence intertwined with the earthy and briny notes of ancient times, evoking an aura from a bygone era. Once the servants departed, Su Ming could no longer suppress the insatiable hunger within him. He shed his garments and leaped into the crimson depths. The icy liquid invigorated him, igniting an intense fervor within his veins. As he meditated, the golden bell shield commenced its fervent rotation. Although he remained unaware of the source of the beast's blood, Su Ming distinctly sensed the unimpeded flow of his true essence at that moment. A warmth enveloped his mind, accompanied by a soothing sensation coursing through his meridians. Alongside this, the invigorating vitality from the beast's blood surged, cleansing his muscles and bones. As the energy within him accumulated, Su Ming could no longer contain it, allowing the true essence to erupt forth. A radiant golden light illuminated the night sky over the Qingwang mansion. The resounding presence startled everyone within the mansion and even those outside, drawing their gaze toward the source. Instead of dissipating as anticipated, this energy coalesced, growing ever more brilliant and substantial. In a moment of reverie, onlookers seemed to witness a grand Buddha seated atop the Qingwang mansion, its luminous aura resonating deeply within their hearts. Even after the vision faded, their eyes remained fixated on the void, unable to shake the memory. Beneath the celestial figure, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. A beam of golden light shot forth from his gaze, shimmering and ceaseless. A blue luminescence floated before him, revealing, name, Su Ming. Martial arts, golden bell shield, perfection, step, entry, Abhidharmakaya 3 blades, great accomplishment. Cultivation, innate 9th layer. Gazing at the panel before him, Su Ming smiled faintly. The golden bell shield has finally transcended its final barrier. It has achieved perfection. Chapter 16, the body refinement begins. Let the bullet fly a while longer. Qingwang mansion. In the air, golden light erupted. A phantasmal Buddha figure sat aloft. Qing Feng looked up at the golden Buddha, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. This aura, she had just sensed moments ago, yet now it had grown significantly stronger. Rising, she hastened toward the front courtyard. Su Ming gazed at the luminous screen before him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The results of his recent training, achieved through the essence of fierce beasts, were indeed remarkable. Not only had his realm ascended from the 7th to the 9th layer of innate, but the aura of true energy enveloping him had also solidified significantly. There was no trace of the ephemeral nature typically associated with a recent breakthrough. On the contrary, Su Ming sensed that he was tantalizingly close to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. The most significant gain, however, stemmed from his advancement in the golden bell shield technique. With the technique now at its zenith, he could summon the heart method at will, instantly entering a state of defense. Furthermore, even in a state devoid of any energy manipulation, the strength of his bones and muscles had reached a formidable level, rivaling the condition of his body during the execution of the golden bell shield's 10 stages. In this state, he harbored no fear of sudden ambushes from behind. Upon invoking the perfected golden bell shield, a golden aura of true energy would envelop his entire form, leaving no vulnerabilities exposed. Even the most fragile areas, his eyes, mouth, and nose, would attain the same resilience as the rest of his body. Thus, during combat, even if a cunning adversary attempted to strike at his more delicate points, he would remain unfazed, maximizing his combat prowess. Now, with the golden bell shield at its peak, should he encounter another peak innate warrior like Li Pingshan, he would undoubtedly fare even more effortlessly. The spear he wielded could no longer inflict any harm upon him. It would struggle to even leave a mark. One could scarcely imagine that even the legendary beasts, renowned for their physical superiority, could attain such a level of might. Although Su Ming had yet to confront a master-level opponent, he harbored a subtle conviction that the golden bell shield would prove beneficial even against such formidable foes. Alas, he lamented the absence of the indestructible Vajra technique. Had he obtained it, he could have seamlessly transitioned to the master realm, leveraging the full potential of the golden bell shield. Despite this regret, Su Ming remained undeterred. He knew that once he resolved the matter concerning Cai Jinchong, he would amass a substantial amount of merit points, which could be utilized for the study of similar martial arts, including the indestructible Vajra technique. Having clarified his current state, Su Ming rose from the large wooden tub, which was now devoid of the fierce beast's essence he had thoroughly absorbed. The once vibrant crimson blood had faded into a dark red residue, and there was not a drop of liquid left. As he stood, he noticed a woman approaching him briskly from afar. Her ample bosom swayed animatedly with her hurried steps, reminiscent of lively rabbits, as though they were eager to leap forth. Upon reaching Su Ming, Qing Feng had long abandoned her previous teasing remarks about his lack of clothing. Instead, her beautiful eyes widened as she scanned Su Ming from head to toe, astonished, as she inquired, "Have you broken through to the 9th layer of innate?" Su Ming nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging her words. The astonishment in Qing Feng's eyes, however, did not diminish in the slightest. Just moments ago, The golden Buddha in the sky revealed that the body refinement technique he practiced was indeed profoundly advanced. At this juncture, Qing Feng's expression became intricate. It is important to understand that body refinement warriors are categorized separately due to the formidable challenges inherent in this cultivation method. Compared to ordinary warriors, body refinement practitioners exhibit a significant deficiency in their mid to long-range offensive capabilities. In a confrontation between warriors of the same level, body refinement cultivators are often led by the nose, easily succumbing to the relentless assault of ranged attacks. However, once a body refinement warrior closes the distance, the dynamics of the battle shift dramatically. Their close combat prowess far surpasses that of regular warriors. With their physical fortitude, they can achieve the terrifying ability to slay foes of higher ranks upon engagement. Therefore, body refinement warriors are often whimsically referred to as humanoid ferocious beasts. This title is not without merit. The path of body refinement was initially inspired by the invincible training methods of formidable beasts. Through a myriad of exceedingly rigorous and bizarre conditions, they honed their physiques to achieve a state of unparalleled resilience. Yet, even those who have mastered body refinement fall short in terms of physical strength when compared to true ferocious beasts. Moreover, the process of transforming the warrior's entire bodily structure from within to achieve refinement demands resources that far exceed those required by ordinary warriors. Progress is also notably sluggish. Consequently, while 5 ordinary warriors can be cultivated with the same resources, only one body refinement warrior of equivalent standing can be developed. Hence, it is rare for individuals to choose this arduous and thankless path of cultivation. Qing Feng's beautiful eyes swept back and forth over Su Ming, her brow furrowed. In her view, Su Ming's rapid ascension through 2 realms in a single night was far from a wise decision. Such a hasty pursuit of advancement would only lead to instability in his cultivation, leaving potential pitfalls for future breakthroughs. Her astonishment stemmed from Su Ming's choice to embark on the path of body refinement. Shaking her head in regret, she remarked, "Truly a foolish and irredeemable choice." Previously, she had assumed that Su Ming was merely engaging in simple physical conditioning, never imagining he would genuinely opt for the rigorous path of body refinement. The challenges he would face in seeking further advancement would be exponentially greater than those encountered by other warriors. Yet, now that he had chosen this path, any further admonitions were futile. She merely instructed him, "Remember, do not bring disgrace to the royal residence. Focus on your tasks." With that, she turned and departed. As Su Ming watched her graceful silhouette gradually fade into the night, he tidied himself before heading to freshen up. He understood all too well that Qing Feng's notion of focusing on his tasks pertained to the case involving Chai Jinqiang. The royal residence's provision of such an abundance of ferocious beast blood for his cultivation was indeed linked to this matter. However, a faint smile curled at the corners of Su Ming's lips. Now is not the time. Let the bullets fly a little longer. It is only when the most lethal shot strikes the bullseye that the most captivating segment of this case will unfold. Chapter 17. The dark line emerges. All is prepared. Kyoto Garrison. In the duty room, Su Ming continued his daily ritual of sipping tea and reading. Ever since his breakthrough to the 9th level of the innate realm, his actions had become increasingly disciplined. He no longer ventured to any superfluous places. Each day followed a precise routine, diligently arriving at work to indulge in tea and literature. As the appointed time approached, he would promptly conclude his duties and return to the Qingwang mansion to cultivate and rest. This sudden transformation left the members of the capital's garrison somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Su Ming had chosen to concede and abandon all ambition? He set down his teacup and gazed toward the horizon. A blush of crimson tinged the pristine clouds, resembling delicate pink cotton candy. The sun hovered at the edge of the sky, poised to descend into the valley. Su Ming rose, for the hour had come to conclude his workday. As he stepped outside, he encountered a man obstructing his path. The man's countenance, as smooth as jade, bore a hint of anger. Casting a stern glance at Su Ming, Zhang Tianhao coldly remarked, "Su Ming, when you accepted this case, you did so with great enthusiasm. Now, with less than 3 days remaining until the deadline I set, you must resolve this case within that time frame. Otherwise, do not blame me for enforcing the rules." Su Ming gazed at the barely contained fury of Zhang Tianhao and couldn't help but chuckle. "Captain, you seem a tad hasty. If you wish to accuse me, perhaps it would be prudent to wait until 3 days hence." With that remark, Su Ming brushed past Zhang Tianhao and made his way towards the Kyoto garrison. As Zhang Tianhao turned to look at Su Ming's retreating figure, his countenance darkened to the point of resembling a storm cloud, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Su Ming, when the time comes, even the Prince Qing's residence will be powerless to shield you." At that moment, seated upon the torture instruments of the Kyoto garrison, "I shall relish your arrogance," turned to despair. The sun swiftly dipped below the valley, its final blush consumed by the encroaching darkness. The bright moon hung high, casting an eerie silence over the Prince Qing's residence. Pushing open the aged wooden door, Su Ming lifted his gaze towards the heavens. It was now 1/4 past midnight. With a nimble push from his toes, his figure vanished without a trace. A shadow darted forth from the Prince Qing's residence, moving swiftly along the chilly streets. After weaving through several alleyways, by the riverbank beneath the willow trees, Su Ming spotted a slight figure lurking in the shadows. The moment the person noticed Su Ming's arrival, they hurriedly rose to greet him. Bathed in the moonlight, a somewhat gaunt face emerged. It was none other than Qi Qingyin, the last scion of the Qi family, whom Su Ming had rescued not long ago. He bowed respectfully, clasping his fists, and said, "My lord, you have arrived." Su Ming approached him and nodded slightly. "What have you discovered?" Qi Qingyin replied, "My lord, although the Qi family now consists of only myself, our connections remain intact. Through diligent inquiry over this period, I have gathered substantial information regarding the coal procurement matters of the Xixing Bureau. Firstly, it is evident that Cai Jinzong himself is not above reproach. For him, embezzling funds is merely a triviality. Over the years, through his machinations, the Xixing Bureau has effectively monopolized the coal supply not only in the capital, but also in the surrounding 3 provinces. He has entangled numerous powerful entities in this scheme, and has even subtly infiltrated the Craft Supervision Office. Upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Is the Qing Wangfu involved as well?" Qi Qingyin shook his head. "No. To my knowledge, the Qing Wangfu has always engaged only in legitimate business. Among the many merchants, their reputation is quite commendable. However, the situation with the CH Wangfu is rather different. Their involvement in this matter is not insignificant." Su Ming gently exhaled, realizing that the matter at hand deviated somewhat from his initial expectations. To his knowledge, the forces intertwined with the Red King's residence were primarily concentrated within the realms of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, and did not extend to industries such as salt, iron, or coal. He then gestured for Qi Qingyin to continue. The latter, perceiving Su Ming's confusion, offered an explanation. The current heir of the Red King shares an ambiguous relationship with the master craftsman of the Artisan Bureau. They could indeed be regarded as bosom friends. Su Ming remained non-committal and continued to inquire, "Have you tracked the whereabouts of the 3 individuals?" Qi Qingyin nodded in affirmation. The guest officials in the Red King's residence, as well as the supervising eunuch, were each present at the royal manor and the palace that day. This can be substantiated with eyewitness accounts. However, regarding the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice that you mentioned, he was absent that day and did not attend the Ministry of Justice. After speaking, Qi Qingyin produced a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming lowered his head and glanced briefly at the document, which contained details regarding the itinerary of the official for that day, along with some pertinent information. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the commendable work. However, Qi Qingyin did not share in the joy brought by Su Ming's praise. Observing the latter, he hesitated, grappling with his words. Ultimately, he resolved to voice his concerns. "My lord, the Ministry of Justice is distinct from the Jingzhaoyin. The Ministry of Justice is one of the 6 ministries of the court, and Wang Jian, as the deputy minister, holds significant power and influence. His words carry considerable weight throughout the dynasty, and he may prove to be a formidable adversary." Su Ming chuckled lightly, assuring that there was no harm done. He then instructed Qi Qingyin with a few words, urging him to continue his thorough investigation before vanishing into the shadows. Observing the retreating figure for a considerable time, Qi Qingyin bowed deeply in respect before cautiously departing. The following morning dawned. Su Ming arrived at the Kyoto garrison. A few mounted officers, upon his arrival, presumed that he would engage in his usual pastime of sipping tea and perusing books. They thus vacated their seats, attempting to maintain a respectful distance to avoid interruption. However, Su Ming, contrary to his habitual demeanor, did not brew tea. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon them and commanded, "You few, accompany me at once." The officers exchanged glances, and one among them opened his mouth to inquire, but a mere glance from Su Ming silenced him, compelling him to comply without further protest. Chapter 18. A disturbance at the Ministry of Justice, royal authority granted. The Ministry of Justice, one of the 6 ministries responsible for overseeing the imperial penal policies and adjudicating criminal cases during the Qianwu dynasty, held significant power and prestige. Officials throughout the dynasty regarded it with trepidation, and the common folk lived in fear of its authority. The residence of the ministry was imposing, with a complex structure seldom visited by outsiders. Yet, despite its formidable reputation, a cacophony of noise erupted within its walls. Inside, an elderly official, absorbed in his tea and documents, displayed a flicker of ire. Rising to investigate, he encountered a throng of officials engaged in raucous chatter. Among them, Zhou Gongli, the deputy minister second only to the minister himself, bellowed, "How dare you neglect your duties and create such a ruckus here?" If one were unaware, they might mistake this place for a rural marketplace, filled only with noise and clamor. His admonition instilled fear among the officials, who trembled, wary of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. The bravest among them stepped forward to report, "My lord, it is not us who are causing the uproar. There are individuals here stirring trouble." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhou Gongli's eyes. "Who possesses the audacity to disrupt my ministry?" No sooner had he spoken than several guards were seen tumbling to the ground, prompting the crowd to recoil in terror and clear a path. From the throng emerged a slightly gaunt young man, stepping forward with a blade in hand, exuding an imposing presence. Dressed in a fitted black outfit, he bore a long knife at his waist, his gaze icy as it settled upon Zhou Gongli on the steps. Recognizing the intruder, Zhou Gongli's eyes betrayed a flicker of rage, and he scoffed. I wondered who it was. Is the position of Jingzhao insufficient for your antics? Now you come to my ministry to flaunt your authority? Zhou Gongli's rebuke rendered the surrounding officials motionless, yet Su Ming remained undeterred. He turned his attention to the main hall of the ministry, his voice cold as he proclaimed, I, Su, have come to retrieve Wang Jian, the ministry's deputy officer, regarding the case of the Xiuchun misappropriation of resources. If he does not comply, it will be deemed an act of cowardice and flight from justice. Death without mercy awaits. Seeing Su Ming's audacity and his blatant disregard for authority, Zhou Gongli's fury escalated, and he thundered, Su Ming, just how many lives do you possess? How dare you be so brazen in my ministry? Su Ming cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, producing the emblem from his waist, and with an expression devoid of emotion, proclaimed, the Jinui is conducting an investigation. The sight of the emblem struck Zhou Gongli as particularly jarring. He squinted and sneered, retorting, His Majesty did not authorize you to wield that emblem and act with impunity in my criminal department's hall. Subsequently, he called out into the distance, demanding, Where are the executioners? Hurry and apprehend this madman. As his words echoed, 2 squads surged forth from the gates on either side, encircling Su Ming. A palpable aura of grim intensity enveloped the scene. Clad in black iron armor and wielding dark steel sabers, these individuals emanated an overwhelming aura of menace. Su Ming surveyed the surroundings, taking in the sight of the guards. Among the 6 ministries, each department had its own distinctive soldiers. The guards of the Ministry of Justice were known as the executioners, trained from death row inmates. From 100, 50 were chosen, from 50, 10, and from 10, 5, ultimately selecting the most formidable warriors to serve as executioners. Those who became executioners were survivors of brutal confrontations among countless condemned prisoners. Their prowess, combat awareness, and killing techniques were nothing short of remarkable. However, in Su Ming's eyes, they were merely a group of martial artists beneath the 7th level of innate mastery. The only one worthy of note stood at the forefront of the assembly. The aura he exuded, unrestrained, suggested he had reached the pinnacle of innate perfection. The presence of these executioners instilled a palpable dread among the civil officials of the Ministry of Justice, rendering them quite uneasy. At that moment, the individual Su Ming had been seeking, the Assistant Minister Wang Jian, made his appearance. Clad in the black official attire of the ministry, his facial features were well defined. Yet he stood beside Zhou Gongli with a sinister smile, remarking, My lord, this Su Ming is exceedingly arrogant. A mere constable dares to ride roughshod over our ministry. He clearly holds us officials in contempt. Zhou Gongli snorted disdainfully. Today, he shall not leave the ministry. Wang Jian, with a sycophantic grin, replied, Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. The arrogant must be dealt with by those even more arrogant. These executioners are the cream of the crop selected from death row, among whom are notorious killers. This young man has come here today, undoubtedly seeking his own demise. Chapter 19, Slaughtering all in his path, dragged away on the spot. Before the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Justice, Su Ming faced the group of fierce executioners before him with an expression of tranquility. Silently, he unsheathed the embroidered spring knife from his waist, directing it at Zhou Gongli. Upon witnessing this, the captain of the executioners, a robust man of imposing stature, could not help but reveal a sinister smile, declaring, Facing death, you still dare to be so brazen. The terrifying power emanating from him, a consummate innate warrior, shook the very ground. Several executioners surged forward, attacking Su Ming, their blades slicing through the air with a chilling aura. The modest hall of the Ministry of Justice was now suffused with a hellish crimson hue, as if it had transformed from a grand court of imperial punishment into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The sound of blades echoed ominously as they descended upon Su Ming. Amidst the chaotic flashes of steel, the figure at the center remained unyielding. As the cold light approached, a hint of a cold smile graced Su Ming's lips. Enveloped in a tempest of bloodthirst, the resounding clang of metal reverberated through the hall. The executioners suddenly sensed an unsettling illusion, as if their blades struck solid iron. They gazed at him in astonishment. What manner of creature is this? To withstand our assault without a scratch. Even legendary beasts could not achieve such a feat. At this juncture, they recognized Su Ming as a formidable body cultivator, a challenging adversary. Yet, Su Ming offered them no chance to react. With peculiar footwork, he moved like lightning within their ranks. Golden light danced in his eyes, and his long knife sang through the air, gathering sinister and demonic energies. With a howl like a tempest, he transformed into a colossal blade, cleaving down from above. The entrance to the hall shattered in a series of explosive bursts. sending the executioners tumbling aside, unable to withstand the onslaught. The captain, however, stood his ground, blood streaming from his head, his armor shattered and scattered, revealing his muscular physique. Only he remained standing amidst the chaos. Wiping the blood from his head, the captain descended into a frenzied state. His muscles swelled, his body expanding until he towered a foot taller. From his elevated position, Wang Jian observed with a surprised smile, recognizing the long-lost blood demon technique. Legend spoke of this art as one that exacted a heavy toll, burning the user's essence, potentially leading to their demise, yet granting an explosive power for a brief time. With his already formidable innate prowess, he was now on the brink of master-level strength. Su Ming was surely doomed. The captain's facial muscles contorted, his hair billowing wildly as he transformed into a primal beast, roaring at Su Ming, blood demon possessed, blood demon slash. The crimson glow enveloped his blade as he swung down with ferocious intent. Throughout it all, Su Ming observed impassively, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Raising his long knife, he met the attack with a simple, unadorned cut at waist height. The overwhelming crimson energy shattered instantly, and as the captain turned to glance at Su Ming, disbelief flickered in his eyes. In an instant, his form was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Blood sprayed across the floor, staining the hall in a vivid, eerie hue. For Su Ming, being on the verge of master-level strength meant he was not yet a master himself. As long as a true master was absent, slaughtering anyone was as effortless as butchering a dog. The remaining executioners, witnessing the fate of their once mighty leader, fled in a panic, unwilling to remain. Zhou Gongli and his companion on the steps finally displayed astonishment, unable to fathom Su Ming's prowess. His face darkened to an extreme, resembling coal. Zhou Gongli shouted at the fleeing executioners, "Why are you running? Get back here. Anyone who surrenders without a fight will pay with their head." Yet, his shouts fell on deaf ears. For these executioners, born of death row, serving the Ministry of Justice was merely a means of survival. Wealth and high office were secondary. Even facing the prospect of being hunted down by the authorities later, it was far better than perishing in this place. Now, no one could stand in Su Ming's way. Furiously, Zhou Gongli turned his gaze to Su Ming, his eyes clouded with rage, his gnarled finger trembling as he pointed accusingly. "Su Ming, how dare you? Not only do you cause a ruckus in my Ministry of Justice, but you also dare to kill here. I shall report this to His Majesty." Su Ming glanced at him, utterly unresponsive, and coldly inquired, "Where's Wang Jian?" Moments earlier, during the chaotic skirmish with the constables, Wang Jian, who had been spectating from the high platform, had now inexplicably vanished. Clearly, he had perceived that the officers could not impede him and had seized the opportunity to flee. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed from above. "Little thief, meet your demise." Wang Jian's silhouette emerged atop the grand hall, empowered by his frigid true essence. As he hurled forth a formidable surge of energy, two glimmers of cold light zipped through the air, aimed directly at Su Ming's eyes. Evidently, Wang Jian had long been prepared. The moment Su Ming let his guard down, he launched a stealthy assault on Su Ming's vision with concealed weapons. The projectiles, infused with his icy true qi, had previously felled several peak innate masters. Su Ming, too, was not expected to escape unscathed. However, contrary to Wang Jian's anticipations, the scene of Su Ming being blinded did not unfold. The two silver needles abruptly halted mere inches from Su Ming's eyes, ensnared by a golden luminescence. Unable to advance any further, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly, and the two silver needles disintegrated into powder. Wang Jian, who was crouched on the eaves, sensed the imminent danger and attempted to flee, unaware that it was already too late. With a swift motion, Su Ming deftly flicked his toes, appearing before Wang Jian like a specter. Realizing escape was futile, Wang Jian's expression hardened as he drew a poisoned crescent-shaped dagger from his waist, aiming it at Su Ming's face. Yet, in Su Ming's eyes, such repeated attempts at ambush were almost laughable. Channeling energy into his broadsword, he struck down toward Wang Jian. A tall, slender figure crashed to the ground, a gruesome knife wound marring his chest. Arriving before Wang Jian, Su Ming, with his back turned to Zhou Gongli, nonchalantly declared, "I shall take him." With that, he dragged the barely conscious Wang Jian, leaving a trail of blood on the ground as he departed. Chapter 20. Are there still hidden hands? A clash of titans. The capital's garrison. Duty room. Su Ming sat serenely in his chair, holding a document in his hands. Sipping his hot tea, he leisurely perused the pages, entirely oblivious to the ominous atmosphere before the Ministry of Justice, resembling a methodical bureaucrat. The document detailed the interrogation records of the Assistant Minister of Justice. In the preceding confrontation within the ministry, Su Ming had thoroughly shattered Wang Jian's composure. Upon seeing Su Ming in the interrogation room, Wang Jian appeared as if he had encountered a ghost, responding to questions with alarming candor. In no time, he confessed to the murder of Cai Jinzhou. However, when Su Ming pressed further, seeking to uncover Wang Jian's motives for the crime, the latter clammed up. Adopting an air of stubbornness, unwilling to reveal the truth even at the cost of his life. Yet, this posed no challenge for Su Ming. With ample time, he was confident he could pry open Wang Jian's lips, compelling him to divulge everything. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, tinged with a hint of gravity. Of course, all of this hinged on the existence of time. At that moment, a tall, dark figure materialized at the doorway of the duty room. Su Ming raised his gaze and beheld a figure standing with arms crossed, his countenance dark and foreboding, reminiscent of an impending tempest ready to unleash its fury. The several guards within the room, upon the arrival of this individual, rose respectfully and greeted him. "Captain, you have arrived." Zhang Tianhao waved his hand dismissively, then turned his cold, indifferent gaze towards Su Ming. The guards sensed the palpable tension in the air, akin to the scent of gunpowder, and dared not utter another word. Trembling as they sat quietly in their seats, Zhang Tianhao, suppressing his simmering anger, inhaled deeply before stating with gravity, "Su Ming, you have performed admirably. The case of Chai Jinzong has now revealed its perpetrator. The subsequent matters are not for you to concern yourself with. As for the reward your department will grant you, the Lord Qianhu will personally meet with you at the appropriate time." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving without the slightest hint of hesitation. From the moment Zhang Tianhao entered the duty room until his exit, the atmosphere remained tense. Su Ming quietly sat in his chair, silently observing him without uttering a single word. As he resumed his reading, Su Ming had long anticipated Zhang Tianhao's demeanor. He had surmised that once the clerk admitted to being the murderer, yet stubbornly refused to divulge the underlying reasons, this case would not be pursued further. Thus, it was fortuitous to use the clerk as bait to see what nefarious entities might be revealed. Indeed, Zhang Tianhao was the first to step forward. Although he said nothing, his attitude unmistakably conveyed a message to Su Ming. The unseen hand behind them possessed a formidable influence that could extend even into the ranks of the Jinyue. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zhou Gongli, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, was likely involved as well. It remained uncertain, however, whether there were others lurking in the shadows. Among Zhang Tianhao's recent remarks, what piqued Su Ming's interest the most was the mention of the Qianhu personally receiving him. When Su Ming had first entered the Bizenfu office, he had learned that a Qianhu was one of the highest leaders among the 5 major garrison stations. The Qianhu whom Zhang Tianhao referred to was presumably the supreme leader of the Kyoto garrison. This so-called supreme leader of the Kyoto garrison was a figure that not only Su Ming, a mere Tiji, or Qian Dinghao, a minor flag officer, had never encountered, but even their direct superior, the chief flag officer, had not laid eyes upon. Only individuals like Zhang Tianhao, a 100 officer, held the privilege to meet directly with the Qianhu. In this rigid hierarchy, the lower one's status, the less information one could access, and the less one would know. Only those occupying higher positions could uncover more truths, and consequently, those who could obstruct one's endeavors would be fewer. To ascend to a higher rank in this world, there exists but one swift, stable, and unyielding path, that is to grow stronger. For Su Ming, the journey toward empowerment necessitated a certain status to ensure the provision of resources. Thus, the first step in elevating his position was to ascend to the rank of a 100 officer. A mere Zhang Baihu could wield his authority to assign subordinates to face perilous cases. The lives of many TG, minor flag officers, and chief flag officers, including Su Ming, were effectively held in the hands of Zhang Baihu. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day drew to a close. Su Ming closed the book in hand, signaling the end of the workday. The numerous officials in the room looked at Su Ming, refraining from any further interaction. After all, they had all witnessed Su Ming's formidable presence at the Ministry of Justice today. With sheer strength, he had cut through the ranks of the ministry's enforcers, reducing Wang Jian, the esteemed Deputy Minister of Justice and a master at the 9th level of innate power, to a pitiful state, dragging him away before the eyes of the left Deputy Minister. Had it been in the past, they would have sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Su Ming. However, they were all acutely aware of Zhang Baihu's attitude. Both figures were colossal forces they could not afford to provoke. Thus, having no means to confront them, they could only choose to keep their distance. Su Ming was indifferent to the opinions of those around him as he gracefully departed. Exiting the Northern Town Protectorate, he passed by the Imperial Guards, who regarded him with peculiar expressions, some filled with trepidation. Within a single day, Su Ming had become a figure of notoriety throughout the Northern Town Protectorate. The locals had all heard tales of a formidable individual at the Kyoto Guard who boldly wielded the Imperial Guard's insignia and audaciously proclaimed the Emperor's privilege in the presence of the Deputy Minister of Justice. He had dared to storm the Ministry of Justice alone. Following the dissemination of this news, the attitude of the Imperial Guards towards Su Ming shifted to one of profound apprehension. He was deemed a madman. Anticipating these unfamiliar gazes, Su Ming remained unfazed. Upon leaving the Northern Town Protectorate, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Current progress, 61. Rewards, Chapter 21, Head Made. Demon Blade granted to the brave. Qing Wangfu. Su Ming pushed open the door and stepped inside. Just as he was about to make his way towards his residence in the royal palace, he encountered a beautifully adorned maid approaching him. She halted before Su Ming and, with a slight bow, said, "Lord Su, Miss Ping wishes to see you." Su Ming furrowed his thick, sword-like brows slightly. He had indeed heard of this young lady, Pinger. Within the Qing Wang Fu, she was regarded as the foremost among the maidservants. She served as the personal attendant to the Qing Wang Fei and was also a relative of hers, having accompanied the Qing Wang Fei as a dowry maid when she entered the palace. Pinger enjoyed the deepest trust of the Qing Wang Fei. After the demise of the Qing Wang, Pinger's status within the palace rose in tandem with that of the Qing Wang Fei. Although this Pinger was not one to concern herself with affairs of state, everyone in the Qing Wang Fu knew that she could represent the Qing Wang Fei. The Qing Wang Fu was quite expansive, with winding paths connecting the front, middle, and back courtyards. Following the footsteps of the maidservant, Su Ming navigated through several intersections until he arrived at a garden. In the midst of the garden stood a woman with a rather square face and an imposing presence. Adorned in luxurious silks, her hair was elegantly styled and embellished with gold and silver ornaments, giving her an appearance befitting a noble lady. From a distance, the leading maidservant gestured towards the woman, saying, "This is the Pinger you are looking for." Upon seeing Su Ming's arrival, Pinger gracefully approached him, surveying him from head to toe. She then turned to the leading maidservant and instructed, "You may leave." The maidservant bowed and departed. Turning her gaze back to Su Ming, Pinger's pristine face revealed no discernible emotion as she remarked, "Do you know? Had you not still been residing in the Qing Wang Fu, you would not survive this evening." Su Ming gazed at the bottle, his expression softening as he inquired, "Did you know all along?" In response to this question, the bottle furrowed its delicate, willow-like brows and gently shook its head, saying, "This is not a matter you should involve yourself with. All you need to understand is that the Qing Wang mansion is currently safeguarding you. That is sufficient. Focus on your duties as a Jinyue. The Qing Wang Fei will not treat you unjustly." Su Ming remained noncommittal. Glancing at him, Pinger smiled gently and said, "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Su Ming understood that the other party was eager to dismiss him. Thus, he had no intention of lingering. He cast a deep glance at the maid before turning to leave. Although she appeared to be merely an elegant servant, Su Ming sensed that this seemingly gentle head maid of the royal mansion was indeed shrouded in mystery. She possessed at least the cultivation of the innate realm. The fact that such strength resided in the foremost maid of the Qing royal house suggested that the depths of the capital's intrigues were far from ordinary. Not long after Su Ming departed, Pinger quietly made her way to the depths of the garden. There, a woman was already admiring the flowers, tall and graceful. The woman's attire was simple, consisting solely of a white dress, yet her elegant and gentle demeanor could not be concealed. A subtle air of authority emanated from her. Observing the woman's silhouette, Pinger bowed respectfully and spoke, "Miss, I have conveyed all that needed to be said to him." The woman, however, did not turn, her soft voice flowing like water. "Pinger, you have seen him with your own eyes. What do you think of him?" Pinger lowered her head, contemplating for a moment before responding. "In my view, this Su Ming has remained inconspicuous in the Wang residence for many years. Only after joining the Jinyue did he choose to make a remarkable entrance. His current conduct is markedly different from his previous reticence. He is now bold and unrestrained. His demeanor suggests a forceful emergence after a long silence." The woman's voice remained calm, yet a hint of curiosity lingered. But, as if having made a resolution, Pinger boldly articulated, "However, in my opinion, this individual harbors a profound cunning. Though his actions appear unrestrained, he invariably treads the line with precision. Such a character and manner of conduct, should your majesty be aware, would likely earn great admiration. Yet, I cannot help but perceive him as a wolf in human form. After spending so many years in the Qing Wang residence, he has never contemplated how to reciprocate. Perhaps he is akin to a wolf that cannot be tamed." Upon hearing this, the woman before her finally let out a light laugh. In the vast Qing Wang residence, there is certainly enough space to accommodate a hungry wolf. She then casually remarked, "Has the enchanted blade yet to find its master?" The usually composed Pinger was taken aback. "Miss, are you referring to that fabled Xiaoming? It is a legendary Xian-grade divine weapon." The woman seemed unfazed. No matter how exquisite the weapon, it requires a suitable master to uphold its reputation. An Xian-grade weapon is inconsequential. Let it be bestowed upon him. Though Pinger wished to offer further counsel, the woman's resolute demeanor discouraged her from speaking more. Resigned, she bowed and replied, "As you command." Chapter 22. Mastery reacquired. The essence of the law begins to form. Returning from the garden to her quarters, Su Ming closed the door and immediately activated the system. The interface revealing task rewards materialized before his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heavenly level body cultivation technique. Great Vajra divine strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the heavenly transformation ground shattering mental method. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 350 points of virtue and vice reward. Although he had anticipated that this reward would be extraordinary, A glimmer of joy sparkled in Su Ming's eyes upon witnessing the appearance of these two techniques. The heavenly level body cultivation technique, Great Vajra Divine Strength, was renowned in the original text as a supreme skill created by the monk Jiu. It is based on the 32 physical manifestations and possesses an indomitable, fearless power akin to that of the Vajra. Those who master it can wield immense demonic force, achieving a state where their intent moves and their strength manifests, even reaching a level where they can injure others effortlessly. This technique's potential is boundless, capable of striking down across the 10 directions of the world in the original narrative. The Great Vajra Divine Strength is a top-tier defensive technique, while the Heavenly Transformation Ground-shattering mental method belongs to the pinnacle of mental attack techniques. This method, rooted in Buddhism, embodies a mysterious fusion of Zen principles and esoteric teachings. The Heavenly Transformation Ground-shattering mental method is divided into 3 major stages: abundant spirit, subtle spirit, and return to simplicity. Each stage significantly enhances the practitioner's mental power. Upon successful cultivation, the practitioner can discern the thoughts of their bewildered opponents, plunging them into chaos and confusion. Beyond mental assault, this technique can also evoke memories from past lives, allowing one to delve into their own past and future. The emergence of this technique perfectly compensates for Su Ming's deficiencies in mental offensive capabilities. Although the 3 blades of Avicii can, to some extent, ensnare opponents in a vortex of hatred, truly adept opponents familiar with mental attack methodologies can easily counter this move. The arrival of the Heavenly Transformation Ground-shattering mental method largely mitigates this vulnerability. Having acquired the techniques, Su Ming wasted no time, seated himself, and commenced his cultivation. On the blue screen, the points of virtue and vice began to gradually diminish, as his inner true essence circulated and refined throughout his body. Beads of sweat began to form on Su Ming's forehead. Simultaneously, golden true essence, suffused with Buddhist energy, radiated from his body. With the steady decline of the points, this golden true essence began to condense, its rock-solid essence subtly transforming. From within to without, the essence was meticulously refined. The golden true essence finally metamorphosed into a more substantial golden light, representing the cultivation of the Great Vajra Divine Strength through the perfected Golden Bell Shield technique. Once this transformation reached a certain threshold, the ethereal Buddha figure that had been seated behind Su Ming began to fade. In its place, a phantom Dharma aspect emerged beside him. This was the initial manifestation of the Supreme Self from the 5 manifestations within the Great Vajra Divine Strength. However, this Supreme Self, though possessing a Dharma aspect, had yet to embody its essence. It remained relatively immature compared to true martial Dharma aspects, signifying that it was still in a nascent state. Were this seen to unfold before outsiders, it would surely send tremors throughout the entire capital. Although this phantom Dharma aspect fell short of a genuine martial Dharma aspect, it already bore the foundational spiritual essence of one. For ordinary martial artists, this is an unfathomable achievement. It is worth noting that other martial artists in the world must break through to the Dharma aspect realm to earn the qualification to condense their martial Dharma aspect. Yet, Su Ming, at the pinnacle of the innate realm, had managed to coalesce a semblance of one. This represented an unprecedented accomplishment. The ability of an innate martial artist to wield aspects of a Dharma aspect martial artist's capabilities offers immeasurable advantages in combat. Time passed, and when Su Ming finally opened his eyes, the points of virtue and vice had significantly dwindled, leaving him with a mere 30 or so points remaining. The consumption of these points was substantial, yet the benefits Su Ming had garnered were more than sufficient to offset this loss. The over 300 points allowed him to cultivate the Great Vajra Divine Strength to a minor success stage, successfully forming the Supreme Self, while also advancing the Heavenly Transformation Ground-shattering mental method to an introductory level. Reaching the introductory level in the Heavenly Transformation Ground-shattering mental method placed him on the path toward the abundant spirit realm. Even without fully attaining this level, Su Ming could utilize his mental power to reach a state of fullness, effortlessly controlling the fluctuations of his thoughts. At this stage, his abilities were already remarkably exaggerated. From this point forward, the threat posed by opponents wielding mental attack techniques diminished significantly, even becoming negligible. Throughout the breakthroughs of these 2 top-tier techniques, Su Ming's cultivation also experienced a substantial leap, culminating in the great perfection of the innate realm. With a gentle closing of his eyes, Su Ming sensed that his true essence had surpassed the qualitative transformation stage, and he was but a step away from breaching the final barrier and entering the realm of the Grandmaster. Su Ming was acutely aware that the final step he lacked was the spirit within his essence, energy, and spirit, to ascend to the realm of a master. A harmonious fusion of these 3 elements was imperative, none could be absent. As a martial artist focused on physical cultivation, Su Ming possessed formidable strength in both essence and energy. However, in comparison, his spirit was considerably weaker. Yet, he remained undeterred, for he currently wielded the formidable Golden Vajra Divine Power and the Celestial Earth Spirit technique, two supreme methods that could aid him in elevating his spiritual prowess. The moment Su Ming truly consolidated his unique essence of supremacy would signify that he possessed all the prerequisites to break through to the master realm. After assessing his condition, Su Ming decisively exited his meditative state. He had been so engrossed in his practice that he had lost track of time. It was likely that an extensive period had elapsed outside. Once he had tidied his attire and opened the wooden door, a warm ray of sunlight streamed in, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Glancing up at the sun's position in the sky, Su Ming stretched his arms, realizing he could afford to linger a while longer before reporting to the northern town governor's office. Just as he prepared to close the door, he caught sight of a richly attired maid approaching him slowly. This maid was none other than the grand maid he had encountered the previous day, Ping Er. He wondered what her purpose was in seeking him out. As she traversed a narrow path, Ping Er arrived before Su Ming, her steps halting as astonishment radiated from her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered rapidly as she incredulously surveyed the man before her. Merely a single night had passed, yet this man had evidently made significant strides in his cultivation. The mysterious aura emanating from him even instilled a slight sense of pressure within her. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ping Er fixed her gaze upon Su Ming and inquired, "What did you do last night? How could your cultivation have transformed so dramatically?" In the span of a single night, this man had undergone such a remarkable metamorphosis. However, Su Ming had no intention of providing an explanation. His attention was captivated by the mysterious long blade that Ping Er held in her delicate hands. This blade was encased in a glossy black sheath, from which a restless, sharp aura seemed to emanate, as if yearning to be unleashed and wreak havoc upon the world. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Ping Er lifted the long blade, explaining, "This blade is named Xiuchun. It is an enchanted sword, imbued with a malevolent energy from the moment it came into existence. The Xiuchun blade is exceedingly sinister, its aura capable of rebounding upon its wielder. Legend has it that this blade has had 4 previous masters, each meeting an untimely end." Extending the cursed blade towards Su Ming, Ping Er smiled gently, saying, "This demonic sword is a reward bestowed upon you by the princess. Do ensure you fulfill your duties well, and do not tarnish the reputation of this enchanted blade, lest you squander the princess's generosity." As Su Ming accepted the blade from Ping Er, a chilling, penetrating cold surged from the weapon, coursing up his arm and threatening to infiltrate his very being. This intense, sinister energy seemed poised to overpower him, as if it aimed to consume Su Ming, a mere perfected innate martial artist. However, Su Ming was not one to submit to the whims of such a rebellious weapon. The aura of the golden Vajra divine power surged forth, and the golden essence within him coalesced, gradually transforming into an overwhelming force. The once trembling Xiuchun blade immediately fell into submission, tranquil and obedient under the influence of Su Ming's pure and unadulterated divine power. Grasping the hilt, Su Ming reveled in the potent energy contained within. Infusing his essence into the blade, he felt it amplify his strength significantly. In future combat, wielding this enchanted sword would undoubtedly enhance his prowess by at least 3-fold. A blue interface materialized before him as Su Ming examined his personal panel. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, cultivation, perfected innate realm martial arts. Abhidharma 3 blades, perfected. Demon blade, perfected. Golden bell shield, perfected. You step, minor achievement. Golden Vajra divine power, entry. Celestial earth spirit technique, entry. Weapon, demon blade, Xiuchun merit and demerit points. 38, chapter 23. Reception of the 1,000 households. Is this the general flag? Morning. Su Ming entered the northern town patrol office. Before he could reach the capital's garrison, a middle-aged man intercepted him at the entrance, stating, "Su Ming, the 1,000 households request your presence." After a brief moment of surprise, Su Ming followed the man as they navigated around the cluster of buildings, ultimately arriving at a pavilion. In the center of the pavilion stood a man, already immersed in the beauty of the flowers and mountains. He possessed a square, dignified face and a robust physique. Unlike the other imperial guards clad in their flying fish attire, he wore the magnificent and elegant Xiuchun robe, a garment reserved for those honored by the emperor. Upon observing the man's attire, Su Ming deduced the identity of the individual before him. This was undoubtedly the 1,000 households, Zhang Tianhao, who had been mentioned to him the day prior, and who had summoned him personally. It was said that this 1,000 households from the capital's garrison had emerged from the tiger and leopard camp of the imperial palace, a legendary unit of the emperor's personal guards, though this claim remained unverified. As Su Ming arrived, the 1,000 households, by Zhonggong, rose to greet him. Approaching Su Ming, his face lit up with admiration as he remarked, "Indeed, you are a person of remarkable talent. Su Ming, you have performed exceptionally well in this case. In light of your outstanding performance, I have decided to promote you to the position of Chief Standard Bearer. Do you have any objections?" Su Ming shook his head, unfazed by honor or disgrace, and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Lord Xia. The Chief Flag Bearer holds a position subordinate to the 100 households, yet superior to the junior flag bearers, commanding a total of 50 men. Bai Zhonggong remarked approvingly and waved his hand. Shortly thereafter, a servant approached bearing a wooden table. He continued, "Bestow upon Su Ming 500 taels of gold and silver each, along with 6 beast blood pills." Su Ming took the wooden table. A sinister aura of blood emanated from the jade bottle on the table, presumably the beast blood pill mentioned by the Qianhu. After discussing the rewards and merits, Bai Zhonggong adjusted Su Ming's collar and, with a meaningful gaze, remarked, "Su Ming, now that you have been appointed as the chief flag bearer, put forth your utmost effort. We, the Jinyui, are the emperor's chosen. As long as you perform well, your future will be boundless." Su Ming complied, expressing his gratitude with a few polite words, and then rose to take his leave. Upon returning to the familiar duty room, the gazes of his fellow members of the Jinyui shifted with a newfound significance. Even before Su Ming's arrival, they had heard whispers of his impending appointment as the chief banner bearer. This position was the ostensible leader of their cohort. Although they had anticipated his promotion following this mission, witnessing someone who had recently shared their rank ascend to become their superior was a disconcerting adjustment for several of them. Notably, Qian Dinghao displayed a complex expression, fluctuating between various emotions. After all, Su Ming had once been under his command. It was only a short time ago that Su Ming had been his subordinate, and now he had risen above him, which left Qian feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Su Ming remained unfazed by the change in their attitudes, proceeding with his usual routine of reading and sipping tea until the end of his shift. Following the resolution of the Chai Jinzong case, the higher-ups in the Jinyui seemed to have recognized that Su Ming's methods were rather aggressive and could potentially lead to complications. Thus, they refrained from assigning him further tasks for the time being. During his leisure, Su Ming did not allow himself to become complacent. Day after day, he diligently practiced the recently mastered Golden Buddha Divine Power and the earth-shattering spiritual technique, both of which were supreme martial arts. Regrettably, the innate qualities of his current physique were still inadequate. Even after the infusion of beastly blood, his progress in cultivating these top-tier techniques remained painfully slow. To achieve a rapid enhancement, he would need to rely on the points earned through virtuous deeds and punishments. However, the point consumption required for these elite techniques amounted to a staggering figure. At present, his points were woefully insufficient. To elevate his spiritual prowess to match his physical and energetic development and break through to the Grandmaster level, he still had a considerable distance to traverse. Aside from these supreme techniques, Su Ming had made significant advancements in the 3 perfected disciplines, the Abyssal 3 Blades, the Demon Blade, and the U-Step. Through his relentless training over the past days, these 3 combat techniques had begun to intertwine and merge. When executed simultaneously, they hinted at the potential to coalesce into a singular technique. Should he succeed in synthesizing these 3 martial arts into one, the resultant enhancement would not merely be additive but rather exponential. At that moment, the offensive capabilities at his command would become extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, within the Baohua Tower, the old man's fury was palpable, echoing as it had during previous encounters. Zhang Tianhao stood uneasily beside him, fearful of provoking further ire. After a brief silence, the tension erupted as Zhou Gongli overturned the table, scattering tea and utensils across the floor. If it weren't for the Qing royal residents intervening, I would have long since eliminated that wretched creature. How dare he injure an official in my presence and drag him away like a dog? This is an affront to my position as the Deputy Minister of Justice. He then turned his sharp gaze on Zhang Tianhao, his voice a tempest of rage. Did you not promise me that you would take Su Ming's life this time? Yet what is the outcome? Zhang Tianhao, startled by Zhou Gongli's fury, quickly bowed in apology. Please forgive me, my lord. The last encounter caught me completely off guard regarding Su Ming's strength and the Qing royal residents' determination to protect him. However, I have set a trap for him in these recent days. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. He shall have no chance of survival. Seeing Zhang Tianhao prepare to act himself, Zhou Gongli's anger began to subside. Although the previous debacle had led him to question Zhang Tianhao's capabilities, he had never doubted the prowess of the Jinyui's 100 households. Now that Zhang Tianhao was ready to take direct action, the outcome seemed more promising. With a somewhat satisfied gaze fixed on Zhang Tianhao, Zhou Gongli maintained a stern tone. If you succeed this time, I shall introduce you to that esteemed gentleman. Upon hearing Zhou Gongli's promise, Zhang Tianhao's eyes lit up with elation. Thank you, my lord. The weight of earlier tension seemed to evaporate as he continued with a mischievous grin. Might I inquire if you were pleased with the last courtesan? Today, I have arranged for other renowned courtesans, each a celebrated headliner. Please, indulge yourself. With this, a glimmer of interest flickered across Zhou Gongli's aged visage. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of song and laughter, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Time passed, and the scene unfolded further. As usual, Su Ming arrived at the Kyoto garrison, settled down with a cup of tea, and immersed himself in his reading. The other officers in the room busily attended to various official duties. Just as he turned the page of a time-worn book, a sound echoed from the entrance. Su Ming looked up and saw Zhang Tianhao appearing at the door of the room. After all this time, Zhang Tianhao had finally returned. As soon as he stepped inside, he ordered the other guards, who were busy with their tasks, to halt. He then approached Su Ming with an air of composure, stating, "There is a new case. Su Ming, you and your team will come with me." Noticing the coldness in Zhang Tianhao's gaze, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Has it finally arrived? Chapter 24. The arrival of a serious case amidst heavy rain. In the capital's garrison, under the blazing sun, the duty room felt dim and oppressive, stirring unrest in the heart. Zhang Tianhao tossed a document onto the table. Looking at the slender young man before him, he offered no kindness, indifferently instructing, "Review the case thoroughly. We depart in the afternoon. This matter cannot be delayed." With a cold snort, Zhang Tianhao strode away. After Zhang Tianhao left, Lu Ming, the tall and slender guard who had been standing silently beside them, hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to approach Su Ming and inquire, "Commander, did you offend him in some way?" Su Ming cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "It's nothing." With that, he picked up the case papers from the table and began to examine them closely. At the same moment, the cold, electronic voice of the system echoed in his ears. A blue holographic screen materialized before him. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission, Journey to Sangyang City." As anticipated, the system's task had arrived. Su Ming's gaze returned to the paper before him. The content inscribed was remarkably straightforward, and the task appeared deceptively simple, merely to travel 3,000 miles southeast to Sangyang City and escort an individual from a small county beneath it back to the capital. Yet, due to the brevity of the information provided, this case was, in fact, exceedingly intricate. The document specified that the person they were to retrieve was none other than the county magistrate, Li Langming. The necessity of deploying such a substantial force of the Jinyui for the mere retrieval of a county magistrate hinted at the potential significance of this individual's possession of certain vital information. The inherent dangers of this undertaking were immeasurable. After a brief contemplation, Su Ming instructed the attendant before him, "Lu Ming, please procure the information regarding Li Langming, the magistrate of Tongming County in Sangyang City." Lu Ming responded affirmatively and proceeded to the loft where the Jinyui maintained records of officials. Within the Jinyui, there existed a comprehensive archive of all officials within the Xiuchun dynasty, with no individual omitted. The variances in these records lay solely in their levels of detail. Officials situated closer to the capital, holding higher ranks and wielding greater authority, had their information meticulously documented. Conversely, for an official like Li Langming, a magistrate from a distant county over 3,000 miles from the capital, the records were not particularly extensive. Nevertheless, having some information was certainly better than having none. Before long, Lu Ming returned, cradling a stack of volumes, and presented a book titled Official Records of Tongming County to Su Ming. He received the slender, blue-covered volume. Su Ming opened the document and began to read it attentively. It contained a wealth of detailed information regarding the officials of Tongming County. The initial section focused on the county magistrate, Li Langming. After perusing 2 pages, he raised his brow slightly upon reaching the end of 1 page and paused. This county magistrate Li was far from the simple figure he had imagined. Just as he was about to turn to the next page, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the room. Su Ming commanded the crowd to lift their heads. Zhang Tianhao approached the entrance, surveying the surroundings before urging Su Ming, "The task is urgent. We must depart at once." Outside the Jinyui manor, Su Ming and others sat atop the backs of formidable beasts, their massive bodies and robust limbs exuding power. These beasts, known as Chima, served as the exclusive mounts for the Jinyui's journeys. Gleaming in a deep black hue, the Chima boasted a pair of straight horns. Resembling both the formidable bulk of cattle and the graceful athleticism of horses, they emitted sharp whinnies, restlessly pawing the ground with their ebony hooves, causing the Jinyui riders to sway uneasily atop their backs. Su Ming was already aware that the Jinyui possessed unique modes of transportation. However, it was only today that he first mounted such a formidable beast. Familiar yet exhilarating, he sensed a stirring of ferocity beneath him. This restless aura of menace was something Su Ming had only previously encountered in the blood of ferocious beasts. Yet, compared to the potent essence of those creatures, this energy felt rather feeble, almost ethereal. It seemed likely that these majestic beasts bore a trace of the bloodline of their more savage counterparts. As he surveyed his surroundings, Su Ming noted that Zhang Tianhao had not permitted the few riders under his command to accompany him. Instead, he had brought along a select few individuals. Su Ming recognized most of them from his time in the Jinyui, primarily lower-ranked officers and standard-bearers. Their prowess was certainly above that of Su Ming's own subordinates, residing firmly within the realm of the innate. Zhang Tianhao provided an explanation for this. Given the perilous nature of their mission, it was prudent to assemble a more formidable team to ensure the success of their undertaking. Su Ming, however, chose to remain indifferent. To him, it mattered not who accompanied him. The cacophony of cries rose, and the magnificent steeds lifted their front limbs high, galloping forth amidst the sound of cracking whips. Along the way, their powerful hooves pounded the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Wherever they passed, the surrounding fowl and dogs cowered in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. The exceptional steeds were indeed rare treasures of the empire. From the zenith of the sun to the descent of twilight, this formidable pack felt no fatigue, continuing to sprint with unyielding vigor. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his companions, mounted on these beasts, traversed the distance with astonishing speed, reaching Cangyang City, 3,000 miles away, in the brief span of half a day. As they reined in their horses, the steeds gradually came to a halt before the city gates of Cangyang. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night had deepened considerably. The heavy city gates stood firmly shut. Zhang Tianhao, steering the horse to turn back, furrowed his brow slightly and addressed the Jin Yiwei behind him. We have arrived too late. At this point, Cangyang City had already enforced its curfew. There was no way to enter the city today. They could only spend the night outside its walls. The Jin Yiwei voiced no objections. They had often encountered such situations during their missions. If they could not enter the city in time, they would simply rest in the woods and proceed the following day. Though such occurrences were common, Su Ming noticed an unusual glint in the distant gaze of the man on horseback, and he sensed a hint of foreboding. Dismounting, Su Ming and his companions led their horses into the nearby thicket. That night, by the fire, a group of Jin Yiwei clad in flying fish robes leaned against the rough bark of the trees, closing their eyes to rest. Su Ming sat cross-legged at the edge, taking a brief respite. The hour had grown late, and the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the gentle whisper of the breeze could be heard. In such tranquility, one's sensitivity to sound heightened significantly. Just as Su Ming was in the midst of meditation, his eyes suddenly snapped open, his dark gaze fixed ahead. In his perception, a group of individuals seemed to be approaching from beyond the woods, and they did not appear to harbor benevolent intentions. Chapter 25. The appearance of the Crimson Feather Guard and the unraveling of a conspiracy. Outside the forest, a small squad of approximately 10 individuals stood still. Their gaze was directed forward, towards the resting place of Su Ming and his companions. Clad in crimson armor adorned with intricate Kirin engravings, the armor gleamed with an ominous brilliance. Beneath the intricate patterns, a faint aura of true essence radiated from some of the warriors, causing their armor to appear even more vividly red, as if imbued with life itself. They wielded crimson longswords, the mere sight of which evoked a visceral sense of dread. These well-equipped, robust soldiers stood rigidly, their expressions as stiff as machines, poised and waiting. Even though they had concealed their auras, an unspoken, oppressive presence lingered in the air. At the forefront of the 10 stood a man also clad in red armor. His gaunt face, with hollow eyes and a few strands of disheveled hair, exuded an air of frailty. His aura, in contrast to the surrounding armored soldiers, was more restrained. To the ordinary warrior, he would appear to be nothing more than an inconspicuous individual. Yet, the 10 soldiers, resembling automatons, regarded him with a palpable wariness. The bald man turned his head, his voice hoarse yet sharp. Is that brat within this forest? One of the crimson-armored soldiers stepped forward respectfully and reported, My lord, I have confirmed that the target is indeed within this grove. A glint of coldness flashed in the bald man's eyes. Flush them out. Upon receiving the order, several crimson soldiers skillfully prepared to ignite the branches they had brought along. As thick smoke began to billow, a roaring fire danced before them. One of the armored warriors tossed a pouch of powder into the flames. In no time, the initially gray smoke transformed into a noxious green haze that wafted into the night sky. The green smoke, propelled by the armored man's commanding gestures, surged into the forest like a ravenous beast, enveloping the area in a toxic shroud. Meanwhile, Su Ming, resting at the time, caught a whiff of the pungent odor permeating the air and frowned, casting his gaze into the distance. The acrid scent, once inhaled, seemed to possess a numbing effect. Should an ordinary warrior breathe in such fumes, they would likely find their strength dissipating within moments. Zhang Tianhao and the others beside Su Ming also sensed something amiss. Zhang Tianhao sprang to his feet, surveying the surroundings, and inhaled the tainted air, his face betraying concern. Everyone, be cautious. Someone has released poison. Outside, an assailant was attacking us with toxic smoke. We must devise a plan to break free. At Zhang Tianhao's warning, the group of Jinyui awakened from their slumber, hastily rising to their feet. The fact that even these formidable warriors were alarmed spoke volumes about the potency of the poison. In contrast to the frantic chaos, Su Ming remained composed. Empowered by the formidable golden Vajra divine power, he was untroubled by such trivial toxins. Upon inhalation, the poison was instantly dispelled by the purifying force of his inner essence, leaving no trace behind. In a sense, with the golden Vajra divine power shielding him, he was indeed impervious to poisons. Observing Zhang Tianhao's vigilant demeanor, Su Ming inquired, Who is surrounding us outside? Despite his personal disdain for Su Ming, Zhang Tianhao sighed and replied, These individuals likely belong to the faction that seeks to prevent Li Langming from returning to the capital. Aware of our mission to escort County Magistrate Li, they intend to ambush us here. However, The full extent of this situation will only become clear once we locate Li Langming. Contemplating this revelation, Su Ming fell into deep thought. In the Qianwu dynasty, the act of killing a Jinyue was no trivial matter. Anyone daring to harm a Jinyue would surely not escape the emperor's wrath. It was precisely due to the emperor's backing that even when the Jinyue employed stern measures against officials, reports of assassination attempts were seldom heard. Officials wishing to retaliate against the Jinyue could only find excuses or resort to schemes. Rarely did one hear of anyone daring to openly assassinate a Jinyue. Even Zhou Gongli, the vice minister of justice, refrained from seeking vengeance against Su Ming after the death of his son. What instilled such fear was the Jinyue's authority sanctioned by the emperor. Without even mentioning the Jinyue's esteemed status, the prowess of this group was not to be underestimated, with most being above the innate realm. What could possibly compel these individuals to undertake such a perilous endeavor to eliminate them? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Tianhao's dark eyes. Yet he shook his head. I am unaware of the underlying reasons. However, it is undeniably a matter of great significance. Our immediate priority is to find a way to break free. Su Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. After a brief adjustment, the group of Jinyue proceeded to awaken the peculiar steeds resting on the ground. Once roused, the creatures shook their heads vigorously, regaining their spirit. Mounted upon their steeds, they brandished their whips and galloped forth into the verdant expanse. As they traversed the dense green mist that obscured their vision, they burst through the underbrush and emerged into the open. However, at that moment, the peculiar steeds came to a gradual halt, seemingly sensing an overwhelming terror that prompted them to instinctively retreat. Upon opening their eyes, the group beheld a formidable sight before them, a cadre of men clad in crimson armor encircling their path. To their astonishment, their escape route had been perfectly blocked by the adversaries. They had unwittingly collided head-on with the sharp end of the enemy's blade. Recognizing the attire of those surrounding them, Zhang Tianhao's face paled in shock as he hastily stepped back, exclaiming, "This is not good. It is the Qiyu Guard." Chapter 26. Facing multitudes, the slaughter of Zhang Tianhao. Outside the forest, the contingent of Jinyue dressed in sleek black flying fish attire came to an abrupt halt. Standing before them was a battalion of warriors adorned in striking crimson armor, an assembly of guards hailing from the Red King's estate. The Qiyu Guard. Upon hearing this name, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The Qiyu Guard is renowned as the most elite force under the command of the Crimson King. Each member selected for the Qiyu Guard has undergone numerous brutal battles and is required to be a practitioner of innate martial arts. Not only do they possess formidable strength, but they also boast extensive combat experience acquired through countless encounters. They are significantly more challenging to contend with than warriors of the same realm. As the leader of such a fierce and formidable army, every captain of the Qiyu Guard stands at the pinnacle of mastery, their prowess unparalleled. Su Ming gazed at the leader, sensing an aura of tranquility that seemed utterly ordinary. Yet, his instincts warned him of the profound danger that lurked beneath the surface. The threat was unfathomable. Upon the arrival of Su Ming and his companions, the members of the Qiyu Guard exhibited no change in expression. As if everything unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. They moved with the precision of cold machinery, 10 Qiyu Guards shifting their forms, leaving behind multiple afterimages in the air, surrounding the Imperial Guards from every conceivable angle, leaving no escape. A formidable force of true essence surged forth, creating an impenetrable barrier akin to towering city walls. The sound of swords being unsheathed resonated sharply, exuding a chilling aura of impending death. Startled birds took flight, and wild horses galloped in disarray. Su Ming was encountering such a grand spectacle for the first time. His gaze fell upon the bald man outside the encirclement. Unlike the innate martial artists surrounding him, this man's aura exuded a palpable pressure that unsettled him. Given the current circumstances, apart from Zhang Tianhao and Su Ming, the remaining members of the Jinyue stood little chance against the Qiyu Guard. Moreover, they were faced with an enigmatic captain whose true strength remained unknown. The hearts of the crowd plummeted into despair. The members of the Jinyue huddled within the protective circle, gradually drawing closer together. Suddenly, the sound of a long sword being unsheathed echoed from behind, a glimmer of cold light flashing through the air. Su Ming stepped forward with an extraordinary gait, his figure flickering as he deftly evaded a fierce sword strike from an unusual angle. In the face of this sudden development, not a single person exhibited a hint of surprise. Clearly, all present, apart from Su Ming, were already aware of what was to unfold. Turning to observe, one could see the expression of disbelief on Zhang Tianhao's face, as if he could not fathom that the powerful strike he had prepared for so long had been effortlessly dodged. Su Ming, meeting Zhang Tianhao's gaze, felt no astonishment. He merely let out a cold laugh, inquiring, "What? Can't you contain yourself any longer?" Since Zhang Tianhao's arrival that midday, Su Ming had realized that this so-called mission was likely aimed directly at him. With his facade completely shattered, Zhang Tianhao ceased all pretense, his eyes darkening as he glared at the young man before him, bellowing, "Kill him." With this command, the Imperial Guards, who had been standing by Su Ming's side, drew their swords in unison. Each skilled warrior unleashed their prowess, charging towards him with lethal intent. In the distance, the Qiyu guards encircled them, while nearby, Zhang Tianhao and the Imperial guards brandished their weapons menacingly. At this moment, Su Ming found himself surrounded by enemies from all directions, the situation becoming exceedingly dire. Blades rained down upon him with relentless ferocity. Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed with a frenzied delight, convinced that with so many attacking him, Su Ming could not possibly escape unscathed. To everyone's astonishment, however, the long swords wielded by these innate realm warriors failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Su Ming. In fact, after a brilliant flash of golden light, several members of the Genie Wei were sent reeling backwards, their faces flushed and blood spilling from their lips. Zhang Tianhao had previously heard whispers of Su Ming's extraordinarily formidable defensive martial arts. Yet, he had dismissed them as effective only against lesser foes. He never anticipated that even advanced innate realm fighters would be unable to budge him in the slightest. What manner of monstrous being is this? The encircling members of the Qiyu Wei also displayed expressions of shock. Even those few who appeared machine-like, devoid of any emotion, were left astounded. Despite their years of military service, they had never witnessed such an unparalleled display of prowess. The aura emanating from Su Ming merely revealed a pinnacle of innate mastery. Although this stage is often referred to as a half-step to becoming a master, everyone is acutely aware that without breaking through to the master realm, one can never truly be considered a master, forever ensnared in a daunting chasm that separates them from true mastery. The master realm represents an entirely different echelon of existence, where the harmonious fusion of essence, energy, and spirit generates a formidable power that far surpasses what mere true essence can achieve. In the realm of innate mastery, any ordinary warrior would have been reduced to a mere porcupine, riddled with wounds, had they been ambushed by so many peers of the same caliber. What manner of creature is this? Nevertheless, as seasoned warriors, the Crimson Feather Guards, though astonished, swiftly launched another offensive in that fleeting moment. Concurrently, Zhang Tianhao unsheathed his long blade, launching a fierce assault. As a captain of the Imperial Guards, he too had treaded the path of innate mastery for many years, finding few adversaries within this realm. However, while they could react, Su Ming was a step ahead. With the long blade unsheathed, a fierce wind swept forth. In the blink of an eye, a dense aura of malevolence coalesced upon the blade. A terrifying shadow of evil took form, a massive blade suspended in the air. As Su Ming struck down with his knife, the spectral blade in the sky descended simultaneously. The entire forest was engulfed in a series of thunderous explosions. Under the shadow of this blade, the Imperial Guards who attempted to ambush Su Ming hastily raised their weapons in defense. Yet, the piercing intent of the blade sliced through their sturdy weapons as if they were mere clay, shattering them with a resounding explosion. Even the protective true essence surrounding their bodies proved futile, easily obliterated. A cloud of dust erupted. Clad in their flying fish attire, the Imperial Guards were hurled against the trees. When they fell to the ground, their once pristine and tight-fitting garments lay in tatters. Their exposed bodies were riddled with a myriad of knife wounds, resembling a network of injuries, as they collapsed to the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit. Having dispatched the Imperial Guards with a single stroke, Su Ming did not relent. The malevolent energy of the demonic blade remained unspent. As the blade's light flickered, Zhang Tianhao, who was charging towards Su Ming, sensed an overwhelming danger. His body involuntarily halted, and he transformed his true essence into a defensive barrier. With a swift, chilling strike, Su Ming shattered his protective barrier with ease. Zhang Tianhao's figure was sent flying. Yet, as a captain of the Imperial Guards, his combat experience was profoundly rich. In midair, he instinctively leveraged his momentum to pivot, pushing off a nearby tree, seeking to escape. At this juncture, how could he possibly remain oblivious to the gravity of his situation? Su Ming's formidable strength has transcended the mere notion of quantity. No mere numbers can bridge the chasm of disparity. To vanquish this terrifying behemoth, only a true Master's intervention bears any significance. The numerous innate experts surrounding him are, in Su Ming's eyes, nothing more than harbingers of their own demise. Zhang Tianhao's figure erupted from the thicket, his voice a frantic cry. "Help me! Please, come to my aid!" In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the suave gentleman he typically portrayed, nor did he exude the commanding presence of a leader among the Genie Wei. Driven by sheer terror, he was reduced to a pitiful plea for assistance. The approaching Qiyu guards were utterly unprepared for the unexpected challenge posed by this seemingly insignificant task. They hastened their steps, soaring through the air in a desperate bid to provide rescue. In the distance, Su Ming observed this scene with his dark, inscrutable eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from him once more. The terrifying essence of true energy converged, obliterating the surrounding trees into splinters. With a deft movement, he propelled himself forward. To the myriad Qiyu guards, Su Ming's figure appeared as a specter, vanishing into thin air without leaving a trace. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the fleeing Zhang Baihu. Brandishing a glimmering blade, he caught the attention of the distant Qiyu guard captain, who gaped in shock, bellowing, "You dare, wretch!" Zhang Tianhao, his face twisted in horror, turned to look back, only to see the cold gleam of steel dancing in his vision as the icy blade sliced across his throat. Warm blood erupted, staining the ground crimson. The severed head soared into the air, bearing an expression of disbelief. In its dimming gaze, there lingered an ineffable incredulity. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere subordinate he had once taken in. Had he foreseen this, he would have never allowed Su Ming into the ranks of the Jin Wei. But now, with his head severed, his final thoughts dissipated along with his lifeless form. The profound essence of true energy that had once animated his body gradually faded away, crashing to the ground. The Jin Wei, now heavily wounded, bore witness to Zhang Tianhao's demise. Su Ming's gaze fell upon the encroaching crimson figure before him. The malevolent energy emanating from his form surged once more, enveloping the surrounding grove in a shroud of darkness. Now it was their turn. Chapter 27, Annihilation. What of the masters? Outside the forest, a headless corpse lay amidst a pool of blood. 10 robust men clad in scarlet armor gripped their long swords tightly, warily observing the lean youth ensnared within their circle. The slender figure exuded an audacious wave of sinister energy, as if a demonic entity had manifested. Standing outside the encirclement, the leader of the Crimson Feather Guard, a bald man, tightened his already gaunt visage, rage seemingly threatening to burst forth from his hollowed eye sockets. Well, such audacity. To dare kill before my very eyes. If I cannot flay you alive today, how can the Crimson Feather Guard maintain any semblance of dignity in the capital? The overwhelming malevolence cloaked the entire forest. The members of the Imperial Guard, momentarily entranced, seemed to glimpse the phantoms of 1,000 armies. The bald man, towering outside the circle, appeared as a colossus, as if accompanied by legions, with himself as their commanding general. One man stood as 1,000. Even Su Ming, enveloped by this oppressive aura, felt its influence. Golden light surged forth from his being, as the true essence of the great diamond god flowed, dispelling the sinister energy that entwined with his spirit. His eyes fixed on the distant figure, Su Ming's aura intensified further. Was this the legendary Master Realm? The martial spirit of combat? For an innate martial artist to transcend to the Master Realm, the paramount condition was to unify the 3 energies of essence, Qi, and spirit at the apex of one's being. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed these 3 energies resonating simultaneously within that formidable oppressive aura. As he had surmised, the seemingly ordinary bald man, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, was indeed the true leader of the Crimson Feather Guard. Each generation bore a captain with Master Realm prowess. Yet, what of the Master Realm? The formidable divine power of Su Ming surged forth once more, a dazzling golden light enveloped in a sacred aura, piercing through the nocturnal veil and shimmering brilliantly before the onlookers. Even the commanding martial spirit was momentarily breached by this terrifyingly pure essence. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the bald man's eyes. To achieve such prowess at the innate level was astonishing. The extraordinary nature of this young man transcended the mere explanations of a physical cultivator. However, it mattered little to him. Soon enough, he would capture the opponent and employ a myriad of methods to extract the truth. At this moment, the crimson-armored Qiyu guards, under the cover of darkness, resembled 10 blazing flames, darting fervently towards the center of that golden light. The golden essence radiated from Su Ming's body, while the long blade in his hand relentlessly swept away the malevolence and hatred that pervaded the air. The juxtaposition of light and dark was starkly evident. No longer passive, Su Ming lunged towards the 10 crimson flames. The 10 Qiyu guards, well trained, formed a formation as Su Ming charged forward. The crimson glow surged from their chest armor, and their long swords brimmed with lethal intent. They advanced from 10 different angles, employing various sword techniques, thrusts, slices, cleaves, and hacks, against Su Ming. It must be noted that, in terms of realms, the Qiyu guards were not significantly superior to the executioners of the Ministry of Justice. Yet, the combined might they unleashed far surpassed that of those few executioners. Even so, this assault was utterly insufficient for Su Ming at that moment. With a sweep of his long blade, he effortlessly shattered their sword formation. Su Ming's figure flickered, first hovering in midair, a cold glimmer flashing as he cleaved through the crimson armor of the Qiyu guard before him, rendering him incapacitated with a single stroke. Subsequently, the violent malevolence surged from his palm, seizing the bloodied Qiyu guard by the throat, forcefully infusing him with the fierce essence. With a swift motion, he hurled the guard, crashing into 3 others who were poised to strike. Yet, his momentum did not wane. With a horizontal slash, he swiftly passed through 2 figures. The 2 Qiyu guards let out agonizing cries as they were cleaved in half, their bodies collapsing to the ground in 4 parts. The remaining 4 Qiyu guards, witnessing their comrades fall one after another, could no longer contain their fury. From a distance, the leader of the Qiyu guards bellowed, "Stop!" simultaneously rushing towards the fray. However, Su Ming was already a step ahead. In the night, a golden flame shot through the four red figures. With the sound of armor shattering, a rain of blood began to fall, drenching the surrounding trees and transforming the once verdant landscape into a macabre spectacle of crimson foliage. Thus, none of the Qiyu guard survived. The grotesque violence of the scene was indelibly etched into the minds of every surviving Jin Wei, an image they would never forget. They could scarcely fathom how a single youth could accomplish such a feat, annihilating 10 battle-hardened warriors of the same realm with his solitary strength. Chapter 28. The Manifestation of the Law, the Fall of the Master Beneath the Bright Moon. An eerie red hue cast a shadow over the night. The ominous and strange scent of blood lingered in the air. In the expansive grove, there had once been over 20 individuals locked in confrontation. Yet now only 2 remained standing. One was the terrifying harbinger of death in the eyes of the Jin Wei, having single-handedly eradicated 10 seasoned Qiyu guards. The other was Sun Yinxiu, the leader of the Qiyu guards, a formidable master whose name resonated throughout the capital. Unlike innate realm warriors, masters were figures of considerable significance in the capital, irrefutably acknowledged by every faction. Even the rulers of the Qianwu Empire, including the imperial family, possessed only a limited number of such masters. As the chief guard of the towering Red King's residence, Sun Yinxiu's reputation was thunderous in the capital. He had broken through to the master realm many years prior, with countless superpowers vying to recruit him. After aligning with the Red King's residence and receiving generous resources, his prowess had undoubtedly advanced. However, it was his martial arts that truly cemented his fame. The Xiuchun Dao, a legendary earth-grade martial technique, was said to be capable of permeating the opponent's body with an unending blade aura during combat, silently dismantling their physical meridians. This technique was notoriously difficult to defend against. Any engagement would inevitably result in injury, and once afflicted, even the most divine of healers could not remedy the damage. Countless warriors in the capital dreamed of acquiring this martial art. Its formidable reputation rendered Sun Yinxiu a coveted figure in the entirety of the capital. Observing the standoff between the two, the young Jin Wei chuckled softly. Today, Su Ming is surely doomed. In the capital, few warriors could survive Sun Yinxiu's Xiuchun Dao. Those who did were invariably top-tier masters. Su Ming, as a mere innate realm practitioner, would likely be incapacitated after merely enduring a single strike, resulting in shattered meridians. Nearby, several Jin Wei struggled to rise, echoing the youth's sentiments. The chasm between the innate realm and the master realm was insurmountable, especially with Sun Yinxiu wielding such an extraordinary earth-grade martial art. Regardless of Su Ming's prior miraculous feats, they would be rendered inconsequential in the face of absolute power. Sun Yinxiu's sunken eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He had underestimated this young man, delaying his attack, only to find that in the blink of an eye, the youth had annihilated 10 subordinates he had painstakingly trained over the years. Today, if he failed to flay this arrogant boy, it would shatter his martial spirit. With a darkened gaze, Sun Yinxiu coldly declared, "Boy, today you shall leave your life here." With that, an overwhelming martial spirit surged forth, akin to a tempest of countless warriors, rushing towards Su Ming. The crimson armor on Sun Yinxiu's chest flickered with embers. The immense battle intent swelling. His blood-red long knife was drawn, poised for confrontation. Su Ming, with a cold expression, raised his malevolent blade, retorting, noisy. Su Mingchong charged forward, while Sun Yinxi leapt into the air, both of them rushing towards each other with lethal intent. At the moment their blades met, an explosion of countless flashes of steel erupted, resembling a mountain of blades amidst a fierce battle involving millions. The malevolent energy in the forest had reached its zenith, and even those distant members of the brocade-clad guards felt the extreme sense of severance caused by the collision of their sword energies. To their eyes, it was as though they were plunged into a sea of blood and blades, caught in the midst of an endless clash. The pain emanating from the depths of their souls made their bodies feel as if they were being torn into fragments, causing them to collapse in groans of agony. Yet, as the true participants in this deadly engagement, Su Mingchong and Sun Yinxi exhibited no signs of distress. The fierce gale whipped Su Mingchong's flying fish robe, creating a resounding rustle, while the profound intent of his blade severed the few remaining strands of hair atop Sun Yinxi's head. Remarkably, neither was able to gain the upper hand, and a flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes. Su Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of a master-level practitioner. Merely a single strike, devoid of any martial technique, was enough for him to contend with Sun Yan, who had executed the perfected Abhidharmic 3 blades. Sun Yan, too, was astonished. Typically, his singular blow could dispatch more than a dozen innate realm practitioners. Yet here he found himself merely at a stalemate. After recovering from his surprise, Sun Yan's momentum surged as he repelled Su Ming with a single strike. Rising into the air, he coldly remarked, "Brat, among those in the innate realm, you are the only one who can compel me to unleash my martial prowess. Feel honored." The moonlight shifted dramatically. It seemed as though the pure vital energy in the atmosphere was being frantically torn apart and summoned by Sun Yan. Once this energy filled his entire being, a chilling aura began to flow steadily from him. Observing this, Su Ming understood that his opponent was employing his full strength. Thus, he no longer held back. Golden true essence surged forth, while an overwhelming mental force coalesced around him. Simultaneously, the two malevolent energies were being frantically drawn into his blade from the surrounding world. The two energies intertwined and were forcibly twisted into a denser, darker vital energy. Upon Su Ming's form, a pure golden aura surged with an unsettling intensity. The stark contrast between the inky black and the radiant gold created a striking visual dichotomy. Instead of repelling one another, these energies harmoniously coalesced, growing ever more potent, like a divine embodiment, shaking the very heavens. As Su Ming's momentum soared, Sun Yin furrowed his brow, secretly cursing. How could this young man, akin to a bottomless pit, continue to unveil such formidable trump cards? Yet, Sun Yin declared with a cold demeanor, no matter the tricks you employ, what does it matter? Before absolute power, you are destined for a singular fate, your demise. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Sun Yin executed a downward strike, his blade slicing through the air like a crescent moon, aimed directly at the youthful figure below. In response, Su Ming emanated an equally fierce aura, his vital energy surging forth. You speak too much. His steps moved in an unusually erratic manner, resembling lightning as he ascended into the air. The clash of the profound black blade aura against the bright, luminous energy produced a distortion in the very fabric of space. The amalgamation of sinister true energy, the formidable great diamond divine power, and psychic force did not dissipate. Rather, it failed to shatter the resolve embodied in the lunar essence of the long-lasting blade. As the two forces remained locked in combat, Sun Yin revealed a cold smirk. Young one, my long-lasting blade intent is far beyond mere might. The moment you endure this strike, my relentless blade aura will infiltrate your body. In less than the duration of half a tea's brewing time, the physical prowess you pride yourself on, along with your frail innate body, will be utterly eroded. From the inside out, you shall become a decayed corpse. This is where your journey ends. The intense, pristine blade intent spread into Su Ming's being, indeed possessing a formidable power capable of corroding both true energy and flesh. However, this energy faltered before Su Ming's great diamond divine power and pure golden aura, proving to be an insubstantial threat. Although the earth-level martial technique, long-lasting blade, was propelled by the intent of a martial master, Su Ming's great diamond divine power, rooted in heavenly-level martial arts, towered over all its peers. The disparity was profound, even when comparing a master to a congenital practitioner. After dispelling the long-lasting blade intent from within, the golden light surrounding Su Ming intensified. Sun Yin, suspended midair with his blade, stood agape, unable to fathom the reality before him. Impossible. This cannot be. How can you still possess the strength to unleash another surge? Having been struck by my long-lasting blade intent, your body and true energy should be in ruins. Su Ming let out a cold laugh, saying, there are many things you have yet to fathom. As soon as his words fell, a spectral figure suddenly coalesced behind him. 5 manifestations merged into one, and a form resembling Su Ming's unparalleled demeanor appeared in his wake. Upon witnessing this apparition, Sun Yin's pupils constricted, as if he had beheld a scene of unspeakable terror. With a trembling voice, he exclaimed, the manifestation of the law. How is this possible? How can this be? You, a mere innate realm martial artist, are capable of wielding a martial manifestation that only those in the realm of law can summon. This is inconceivable. Sun Yin's voice transformed from astonishment into a frenzied scream. In the instant that the unparalleled demeanor emerged, Su Ming's aura surged dramatically, elevating several tiers, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the heavens, intertwined with Sun Yin's desperate cries. No. Su Ming brandished his blade skyward, slicing through the ethereal realm where Sun Yin resided. A resplendent radiance enveloped the entire forest, akin to a brilliant sun, overturning the nocturnal shadows of the woods. A charred corpse plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground. Thus fell Sun Yin, the venerable leader of the Crimson Feather Guard, a master of the realm. Chapter 29. Sudden Rewards? The Scheme of Sanyang. In Sanyang City, beneath a crescent moon that shimmered with a fierce blade intent, an ink-like torrent of sword energy surged below. On the city walls stood several middle-aged men clad in opulent garments, their faces etched with concern as they gazed skyward. Among them, a man donned in a brown robe, adorned with a high crown and sporting a shoulder-length beard, took the lead. His previously composed demeanor now betrayed a flicker of unease as he spoke urgently. There may be a clash of master-level warriors beyond the city walls. This could be a struggle between formidable powers, potentially drawing Sanyang City into the fray. Let us proceed to ascertain the truth. The others clasped their fists in agreement and followed him out of the city, hastening towards the wooded outskirts. Upon their arrival, they beheld a fleeting streak of light in the sky, followed by a shadow that rapidly descended to the ground, creating a deep crater in the compacted yellow earth. Fear gripped their faces as they realized the implications. It seemed that 2 master-level beings had engaged in a deadly duel, and one had perished here. In the air, Su Ming floated, Discerning that Su Nian lay lifeless on the ground, as he circulated his inner essence, he began to descend gently. At the very moment Su Ming touched the earth, a familiar electronic tone resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sudden task, Night Raid. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 150 points of merit and demerit. Initially taken aback by the system's notification, Su Ming pondered how he had not accepted any related task, yet received this alert. However, as the blue interface materialized before him, a frown crossed his brow. The display merely indicated 150 points of merit and demerit, devoid of any additional rewards. It appeared to be an unexpected boon, distinct from conventional tasks, and in comparison, rewards from actively issued tasks were typically more abundant. This spontaneous reward seemed somewhat meager, yet it bore its own unique advantages. Such events often resolved matters more swiftly. Each type of reward had its merits. At this moment, Su Ming noticed 5 figures hastily approaching from afar. Observing their direction, he coldly inquired, "Are you denizens of Songyang City?" The 5 individuals hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed to the youth clad in a flying fish robe, cautiously inquiring, "May we know your esteemed identity?" Su Ming removed the order token from his waist and tossed it towards several individuals. As the chief bannerman of the Jinyui in the capital, Su Ming was on a mission. The long-bearded man at the forefront hurriedly caught the token, without pausing to inspect it, and bowed deeply in astonishment, saying, "My lord has traveled a great distance. We have failed to welcome you properly. I hope for your understanding." He then introduced himself. "I am Huang Yuan, the son of the lord of Songyang City." The remaining individuals, guests of his residence, also bowed respectfully to the youthful figure, who appeared significantly younger than them. At that moment, Huang Yuan glanced at the pool of blood, and the dismembered remains scattered across the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "May I ask, my lord, what has become of these?" Su Ming's gaze swept over the corpses and the Jinyui soldiers curled up against the tree. In a cold tone, he replied, "These are all thieves. Sever their heads, preserve them, and hand them over to me for transport back to the capital." Regardless of Su Ming's status, the mere display of his power in slaying a master left Huang Yuan and the others with no choice but to comply hastily, assuring, "We will certainly handle this matter appropriately. Please rest assured, my lord." As the dim sky began to lighten, dawn was quietly breaking. Morning had arrived. After instructing the accompanying guests to clear the scene, Huang Yuan invited, "My lord, you have toiled through the night in combating the bandits. I dare to invite you to the city and to rest." Su Ming nodded in agreement, and together with several others, they entered the city of Songyang. They settled in it and located merely a mile away from the city walls. Once the door to their room was closed, Su Ming furrowed his brow in deep thought. It seemed he had inadvertently alerted the authorities of Songyang City. However, this development was not without its merits. Su Ming was acutely aware that with Zhang Tianhao involved, the exposure of their actions was inevitable. At this moment, what mattered to him was not contemplating the potential moves of his adversaries, but rather accelerating his own strength. In the face of absolute power, any schemes would appear feeble and ineffective. Likewise, lacking sufficient strength would ensure that his efforts would yield no results. It was the formidable strength that truly fortified Su Ming's resolve. Seated cross-legged on his bed, a blue light screen floated before him. The points of merit and demerit above fluctuated quietly as Su Ming's true essence flowed. Meanwhile, within the majestic hall of the Songyang city government, an elderly man with graying hair and a long beard sat at the head of the table. This man was none other than Huang Shan, the governor of Songyang City. Below him stood a middle-aged man clad in brown robes. Had Su Ming been present, he would have recognized this man as Huang Yuan, who had recently introduced him to Songyang City. With a serious expression, Huang Yuan reported, "Father, the imperial guards have been settled in the city as post-in. As for those who perished outside the city, judging by their attire, they were either imperial guards or members of the Red Feather Guard under the Red King's command. I suspect that since this individual is an imperial guard, his presence here is likely related to the county magistrate Li Langming. Furthermore, I believe the deceased are not merely thieves, as the imperial guard suggested. What do you think, father?" Upon hearing this, a weighty expression crossed Huang Shan's wrinkled face. "Have you located the magistrate yet?" Huang Yuan shook his head. "Not yet, but I have led a search through most locations. Give me some more time, and I shall present him before you." After a nod, Huang Shan sighed, "This matter is more troublesome than we anticipated. You must find Li Langming before that imperial guard does. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to eliminate the imperial guard. Under no circumstances can we allow Li Langming to return to the capital." A confident look appeared on Huang Yuan's face as he smiled. "Rest assured, father. Recently, to prepare for the arrival from the capital, I have invested heavily to recruit a master at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm, He Ding. Known for his expertise in poison, with He Ding on our side, that imperial guard will not succeed." Chapter 30, The Grandmaster Realm. Clues emerge within the government hall. Huang Yuan exuded confidence. The master at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm was someone he had gone to great lengths to enlist, specifically to prevent any disturbances from the capital. It is well known that the realms of postnatal and prenatal are subdivided into 9 ranks. The Grandmaster realm, situated above the prenatal realm, is no exception. However, unlike the previous two major realms, the Grandmaster realm is classified into 7 levels. The division within the Grandmaster realm is based on the progression of combat intent. The initial entry into the Grandmaster realm is characterized by the nascent form of combat intent, referred to as refining elixirs. The transitions between each level of refining elixirs are markedly distinct. The first level focuses on condensing the elixir seed. The second through fourth levels involve transforming the elixir seed into a virtual elixir. The 5th through 7th levels then see the evolution from virtual elixir to substantial elixir, culminating in a tangible manifestation of combat intent at the 7th level. Only when this combat intent reaches its zenith can one break through to higher realms. For instance, the leader of the Red Feather Guard slain by Su Ming outside the city was merely at the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm, having just begun to manifest his combat intent. With Huang Yuan's south preparations in place, Huang Shan's taught features began to relax slightly. Very well. I shall entrust the next steps entirely to you. Expedite the search for Li Langming and ensure someone keeps an eye on that Imperial Guard. This matter must not go awry. Huang Yuan bowed respectfully. I accept my orders. With that, he departed from the government hall. Once Huang Yuan had left, Huang Shan could no longer contain his fury. He swept his hand across the table, sending papers and ink tumbling to the ground as he bellowed. In all of Songyang City, who isn't colluding? How is it that we have this one anomaly, intent on sabotaging our livelihood? On the other side, within the post-inn, Su Ming sat cross-legged, drenched in sweat. As the blue luminescent screen before him displayed his score of virtuous and malevolent points, over 180, now reduced to 0, gradually opening his eyes. Su Ming felt a sense of vitality unlike any he had experienced before. During his cultivation of the supreme Vidra divine power, he had further harmonized the 3 essential elements within him: essence, energy, and spirit. This transformation manifested physically as an extraordinarily heightened state of mental clarity and an acute sensitivity to his surroundings. His ability to perceive the atmospheric energies around him had improved by a staggering 50% compared to before. Behind Su Ming, a shadowy figure also sat in stillness. This unparalleled visage, though not yet fully formed and existing in a state of ethereality, was nonetheless comparable to the martial intent of an initial stage master. He activated his personal interface, and a translucent screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Su Ming age, 18 cultivation level, peak innate realm, body refinement, martial skills, supreme Vidra divine power, minor completion, celestial impact psychic technique, minor completion, demon blade completion. Abysmal 3 blades completion, U-step major completion. Su Ming contentedly closed the panel. Given his current combat prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish Su Nian in a shorter span of time. At this moment, he had also reached the precipice of a breakthrough. He could already perceive that delicate barrier. Just a single step remained before Su Ming could ascend to the realm of the master. However, he was in no rush. Su Ming was acutely aware that hastily seeking to break through one's realm could lead to significant repercussions, potentially hindering future advancements. He understood well the necessity of discernment in making such choices. In the days that followed, after finishing his meal during the day, Su Ming began to inquire about information from various sources. Although he had long sensed that someone was covertly tailing him, he remained indifferent. For him, the daytime activities were merely a fade, a smokescreen released in preparation for the true endeavor that lay ahead. Su Ming's quest to locate the missing individual was not conducted during the daylight, nor was it undertaken by himself. Rather, it was entrusted to a covert sentry from the Jinyui who had been trailing him. Prior to his departure, Su Ming had summoned his subordinate, Lu Ming, instructing him to discreetly follow and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Once confirmed that Lu Ming was up to the task, Su Ming officially set him in motion, sending him out into the night to seek the individual. As expected, after evading the surveillance of the city lord, Lu Ming's efficiency in locating the person significantly increased, and he swiftly discovered the whereabouts of Li Langming, the magistrate of Tongming County. As night fell, shortly after darkness enveloped the land, a figure clad in black stealthily navigated through various watchful eyes and arrived at Su Ming's study. My lord, I have successfully found the individual. Li Langming, the magistrate of Tongming County, is hiding in a brothel within Songyang City. A former courtesan, who was once his paramour, has risked her life to conceal him there. With this definitive intelligence, Su Ming promptly set forth. Guided by Lu Ming, the 2 shadowy figures traversed the night, arriving at a brothel named Yumenla. At this hour, the establishment was bustling with activity, filled with laughter and flirtation, the sounds resonating through the halls, stirring the heart and flushing the cheeks. The 2 shadows halted before the entrance of a private room on the 2nd floor. Su Ming forcefully kicked open the door, startling the men and women engaged in conversation within the room, their expressions transforming into shock at this unexpected intrusion. A man, elegantly attired in white, embodying the essence of a cultured scholar, recoiled in terror upon the sight of 2 menacing figures clad in black at the entrance, hastily retreating beneath the table. Lu Ming commanded the maid to silence herself, and after her departure, he strode directly to the table and, with a swift motion, cleaved it in 2, causing it to collapse. The man cowering beneath the table, his face etched with fear, pleaded, "Do not seize me. I know nothing. Please, do not take me." Chapter 31. A conspiracy lurking behind the Master's venomous grasp. In the dimly lit chamber, only 3 men remained. The scholar-like figure continued to tremble in dread. Huddled in the shadows beneath the table, Su Ming signaled with his gaze. Lu Ming immediately extended his hand, pulling the man concealed beneath the table into view. Li Langming, with his eyes closed, lay prostrate on the ground, clutching his head in a plea for mercy. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Observing this, Lu Ming grasped him firmly and lifted him up. We are not here to take your life. On the contrary, we have come to rescue you. Upon hearing these words, Li Langming slowly raised his head, his haggard eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions. Who are you? Removing an order from his waist, Su Ming addressed Li Langming. By the decree of heaven, we are here to escort you back to the capital. He then added, in a measured tone, tell me, what secrets do you possess? As Li Langming beheld the order, the doubts in his eyes began to dissipate somewhat. However, his body remained tense. And he spoke with evident reluctance. This matter is of great significance. I shall reveal nothing before meeting His Majesty. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, a suffocating aura gradually enveloping him. The oppressive atmosphere rendered Li Langming's legs weak and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Yet, he gritted his teeth, steadfast in his silence. Observing this, Su Ming uttered not a word. Instead, the chill surrounding him intensified. In a moment of dazed perception, Li Langming seemed to envision a mountain of blades encircling him. The glint of cold steel suggested that should he remain silent, the myriad of slaughtering knives would descend upon him, reducing him to mere fragments. Speak. Su Ming spoke indifferently, his aura exuding an intimidating authority that needed no display of force. The sheer pressure caused Li Langming's legs to buckle, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Spare me. My lord. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. He pleaded desperately. The menacing aura gradually dissipated, allowing Li Langming's tense muscles to finally relax. Gasping for breath as if granted a second life, he lifted his gaze towards Su Ming and confessed, My lord, the truth is this. What I hold in my possession is evidence of illegal iron mining. The matter is grave. It suggests someone may be secretly forging weapons in the shadows. Su Ming gazed at Li Langming, lost in a profound contemplation. If it were indeed the fabrication of military arms, it would constitute a grave act of rebellion. No wonder these individuals exerted such considerable effort to thwart their mission. It is also understandable why those in the capital took this matter so seriously. They likely had their suspicions long before. He then inquired, Do you know who orchestrated all of this? Li Langming shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, and replied, I am truly unaware of this matter. However, should the authorities decide to send someone to investigate, based on the evidence I have gathered, they will undoubtedly uncover the mastermind behind it all. Upon hearing this, Su Ming realized that the information he sought would remain elusive. He refrained from questioning the whereabouts of the evidence and directly proposed, in that case, we should promptly return to the capital to prevent further complications. Li Langming nodded in agreement. Just as the two prepared to embark on their journey, however, Li County Magistrate discovered that he was utterly unable to rise. His body devoid of strength. Su Ming furrowed his brow. At that moment, a clear and piercing laughter echoed around. You cannot escape. Upon hearing this voice, Li Langming recoiled in fright, curling up in a corner, his face ashen. This is bad. It's poison. Realizing Li Langming's warning, Su Ming sensed a stream of debilitating toxin surging within him. However, the formidable power of his great Vajra divine strength swiftly quelled the intruding poison, allowing him to remain oblivious to the malice at play. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and Li Langming were not as fortunate. By the time they realized the severity of their poisoning, it was too late. Li Langming's entire visage, along with the skin of his body, began to undergo a grotesque transformation, shifting from a healthy hue to a ghastly pallor. Gradually overtaken by sinister shades of purple, he appeared as though he were melting, his body weakening until he sank to the ground, his lips turning an ominous black. Devoid of any semblance of a normal human being, Lu Ming, whose strength was far inferior to Li Langming's, had already collapsed on the ground, gasping weakly. The sharp, melodic voice reemerged, declaring, Under the grasp of my demonic sect's myriad poisons, there is no escape. My toxin will gradually reduce your bodies to mere puddles of blood. Today, you shall all perish here. Ha ha. The arrogant laughter reverberated through the air. Observing Li Langming's condition, Su Ming understood the truth in the taunts. Despite being a master at the 5th level of the innate realm, Li Langming had no defense against this onslaught. Were it not for Su Ming's heavenly grade technique, the great Vajra divine strength safeguarding him, he too would likely meet the same grim fate as the county magistrate Li. The ability to wield a poison that could incapacitate and prove fatal in such a brief time underscored the expertise of the adversary. Li Langming's vision began to spiral, the light around him dimming and blurring. Even his heart raced unnaturally, prompting him to mutter, It seems I am doomed today. I have failed the trust placed in me by His Majesty. Suddenly, a golden essence of true energy, as pure as the first light of dawn, slowly flowed into his body, warming his cold frame. His vision gradually cleared, and as he opened his eyes, he beheld Su Ming with a hand placed on his back, channeling the golden energy into him. As the golden essence coursed through him, the purple hue on Li Langming's skin began to fade, the darkness of his lips lightening. Within the span of merely half an incense stick, his entire face regained a semblance of color, a process even swifter than the onset of his poisoning. Once he regained a modicum of strength, Li Langming grasped Su Ming's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, my lord, for your life-saving grace." Su Ming, however, paid no heed. After ensuring the safety of Li Langming and Lu Ming, he rose and gazed out the window, coldly demanding, "Cunning vermin, reveal yourselves." Chapter 32. The shadow reveals itself. The law manifested. How is this possible? You, a mere innate realm warrior, have actually neutralized my poison solely with your true essence. This is utterly inconceivable. The nefarious hand that had administered the poison became somewhat deranged. Its roar transformed into waves of sound that echoed throughout the room. Within that piercing voice lay a hint of true energy. In the room, vases shattered, and wooden tables splintered. The wooden floorboards cracked under the sonic assault, sending debris flying. Li Langming and Lu Ming, who had just been stabilized and healed by Su Ming, were now writhing in agony, clutching their heads, witnessing their tragic plight. Su Ming's eyes emanated a fierce brilliance. As the celestial spirit technique operated, the intangible mental force coalesced into an invisible giant hand, interposing itself before the two men. The thread of true energy embedded within the sharp sound waves was severed. The two, suffering immensely, finally managed to catch their breath, their flushed faces gradually returning to normal. Yet, the invisible hand showed no signs of relenting. Su Ming Xian rotated his wrist, and with a gentle grip, the wooden door of the room shattered instantly. A man clad in a deep green robe emerged into their view. The man bore an unusual pair of prominent ears, resembling two lotus leaves, flanking his eyes. His eyes, enormous like copper bells, were distinctly marred by crimson veins that twisted around the sclera, appearing as if they might fall from their sockets at any moment. His appearance was extraordinarily bizarre and terrifying. Upon discerning the man's visage, Li Langming was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as he clutched his chest and exclaimed, "What manner of creature is this?" Upon discerning the visage of the newcomer, Su Ming noted the silvery strands of hair and the peculiar appearance of the individual. An aura of decay and death emanated from him, reminiscent of a dying man or the scent exuded by an elderly person nearing the end of life. It seemed that the excessive practice of poison had inflicted irreversible damage upon him. Likely due to his grotesque appearance, he preferred to lurk in the shadows, concealing his true face from the world. The man before him grimaced, resembling a monstrous entity, contorting his features as he proclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You, a mere innate realm practitioner, cannot possibly neutralize the magic bone essence that I painstakingly refined." As he spoke, his eyes widened in a sinister gleam, and a dense, verdant battle intent radiated from him, pulsating in the air. This aura intensified, ultimately coalescing into serpents of venom that writhed and twisted their sleek bodies in the atmosphere. Feeling the man's maleficent energy, Su Ming's eyes momentarily mirrored a grave seriousness. Beside him, Li Langming's face turned ashen, trembling as he uttered, "The evil spirit serpent. You are the legendary leader of the poison sect, Wan Duqing, the very same who, years ago, used the flesh of thousands of Songyang citizens as a crucible to concoct poison, leaving Songyang City strewn with corpses. Were you not slain by the righteous masters outside Songyang City? How can you still be alive?" The man, observing Li Langming's reaction, forced a chilling smile upon his grotesque visage. "To my surprise, even after my long absence from the martial world, there are still those who remember my name. However, with my mastery at the third level of the Grandmaster realm, how could I have fallen so easily? The one capable of killing me is yet to be born." The demonic blade in Su Ming's hand trembled slightly, as if infused with a sense of exhilaration. This peculiar and bizarre figure possessed strength akin to that of a third-tier Grandmaster, surpassing any adversaries he had encountered previously. Behind Wan Duqing, a small snake with a flickering tongue lunged swiftly towards them. A series of azure shadows surged through the air, rendering escape utterly impossible. Su Ming drew his long knife from his waist, and a chill instantly filled the air. The sharp essence of the blade cleaved through the toxic mist enveloping them, creating a breach. Though the knife remained motionless in his grasp, waves of blinding light emanated from it, severing the encroaching green serpents in half. The emerald shadows fell to the ground, only to dissipate like scattered starlight, perhaps sensing that his venom posed no threat to the man before him. Wan Duqing exhaled hot air through his large nostrils, his eyes shimmering with a green sheen reminiscent of a snake's slit pupils, inciting terror. His already coarse skin now expanded as his pores flared, exuding a battle intent that surged like toxic fog from his body. A wild grin curled at the corners of his mouth, brimming with madness. "Young man, though I am uncertain how you managed to nullify my toxins today, your demise is inevitable. A mere innate realm warrior dares to act pretentiously before me. Wan Duqing? It is nothing short of seeking death." The miasma erupting from Wan Duqing seemed alive, coalescing rapidly and enveloping everyone within its grasp. In Li Langming's view, this modest room was entirely shrouded in an ominous green hue. The surrounding shelves, teacups, and even the walls began to corrode and melt away slowly. Meanwhile, the muscles exposed to the air began to fester and rot. Li Langming exclaimed in horror, "This is the legendary signature skill of Wan Duqing. The Xiantier martial technique, Golden Toad Swallows Heaven." From an aerial perspective, the confined space appeared as though it had been consumed by a colossal green toad. Wan Duqing, his eyes wide with madness, proclaimed, "Today, you shall all perish here. None shall escape alive." Yet, Su Ming radiated a serene golden light, akin to an enlightened monk. The green mist slithered towards him like serpents, baring their fangs. However, before they could make contact, they were swiftly bound, dissipating into nothingness. Even Wan Duqing's toxins, unleashed in a martial display, proved ineffective against Su Ming. Alas, for Li Langming and the other companion, fortune did not favor them. Their muscles began to decay extensively, resembling wretched corpses writhing pitiably upon the ground. Witnessing this dire situation, Su Ming understood that the time for delay had passed. A brilliant golden aura enveloped him, while the long knife in his hand gathered malevolent energy. The fusion of divine and demonic forces erupted forth in an instant. Su Ming charged forward with a knife, to which Wan Duqing responded with a chilling laugh, dismissing him as overestimating his own abilities. Subsequently, his skin began to peel away, revealing a grotesque, pus-filled swelling. The elongated nails of his fingertips were enveloped in a green toxic mist, transforming into sharp, venomous spikes. With a thunderous clap, his massive claws seized the gleaming white blade that came slicing towards him. Wan Duqing took a deep breath, his chin and neck swelling ominously, as the skin on his body stretched to its limits, threatening to burst at any moment. He then swept aside the sword shrouded in dark, malevolent energy and struck down with fierce intent. Su Ming wielded his sword to block the attack. The sharp wind from the claws stirred his long hair, sweeping past his ear and tearing a gaping hole in the thick wall. With a swift horizontal motion of his blade, Su Ming struck downwards towards Wan Duqing, who did not evade. The bulging mass at his neck expanded to its utmost, resembling a toad preparing to leap towards Su Ming's head. Though Su Ming sustained no physical harm from the powerful shockwave, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Despite Wan Duqing's expertise in poison, which was largely ineffective against the nearly poison-proof Su Ming, his mastery was undeniably at the third level of the Grandmaster realm. In terms of physical prowess and the refinement of combat intent, he was far beyond the reach of Su Ming, who had only recently attained the first level of Grandmaster. Had it not been for Su Ming's advancements during this period, he would likely have found himself at a disadvantage against such pure mastery, no longer concealing his strength. Su Ming's aura surged wildly. At that moment, golden light erupted forth, rapidly coalescing with the aid of his profound mental energy. The gold flickered and danced, as if shadows were being forcibly intertwined. When this solidification reached its zenith, the superficial glimmer finally dissipated. As the golden light faded, a phantom figure materialized before Wan Duqing. Upon fixing his gaze upon the golden apparition, Wan Duqing's fear surged, akin to a startled hedgehog. His body was enveloped in a chilling dread. This is the manifestation of the law. How can this be possible? Chapter 33. Slaying the Master of Poison, preparing to return to the capital. In the instant the unparalleled manifestation appeared, the green poisonous mist that had enveloped the crowd dissipated entirely. In its place shone the golden radiance of the phantom. Lu Ming and Li Langming, writhing in pain on the ground, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Bathed in the resplendent light of Su Ming's manifestation, they felt an unprecedented comfort. They too were astonished as they observed the confrontation between the two combatants before them. Su Ming's astonishing prowess has transcended their comprehension. The innate realm, the fierce battle of the master realm's triple heavens, revealing the ethereal manifestations of martial arts. If such terms were mentioned in ordinary conversation, Li Langming would undoubtedly deem the speaker insane. Yet now, these scenes unfold before him with startling authenticity. Is this still a human? Following the revelation of his unparalleled supremacy, Su Ming's aura surged dramatically, exponentially more formidable than before. This bizarre occurrence left Wan Duqing astounded, instantly igniting a sense of retreat within him. However, he could hardly accept that he, a seasoned warrior, would be intimidated by a mere novice in the innate realm. How could such a fledgling achieve such heights? After a moment of contemplation, Wan Duqing scoffed. This is undoubtedly an illusion. You think you can frighten me, Wan Duqing, with such tricks? Youngster, you are far too naive. Once again, he concentrated his battle intent, enveloped as if by a vibrant green giant scorpion. Wan Duqing swiftly approached, pivoting to deliver a powerful palm strike, as the venomous scorpion's phantom furiously lashed its tail, launching a sharp stinger towards Su Ming. Su Ming wielded a long blade, its ethereal spikes generating a blinding spark as they clashed with the enchanted weapon, imbued with demonic energy. The two adversaries remained locked in a stalemate for a brief moment, before a resplendent golden aura enveloped the phantom behind Su Ming. Concurrently, the aura of the demonic blade surged to its zenith, effortlessly dismantling the venomous resolve of Wan Duqing. A myriad of emotions, disbelief, denial, and more, intertwined on Wan Duqing's face, creating a tapestry of complexity. Years of evasion had honed within him an acute sensitivity to danger, a perception that had repeatedly enabled him to escape the relentless pursuit of righteous masters. Yet this time, the source of his trepidation was not a formidable grandmaster nor the overwhelming might of a 1,000-strong imperial army, but rather a mere youth, not yet 20. A fledgling warrior of innate prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Duqing released a cloud of green venom into the air. As the toxic mist dispersed, he turned to flee. However, two beams of blade light ruthlessly sliced through the fog, obstructing his path. A chilling voice echoed from behind him. I believe I did not imply that you could leave. With a mere touch of his toes, Su Ming arrived as if materializing in an instant before Wan Duqing. The cold blade, undeniably sharp, was poised against the latter's neck. Wan Duqing felt the chilling sensation against his throat, along with the sharpness that had already drawn blood, causing his eyes to widen in terror. He scrunched his nose, his body stiffening in fear, and implored, "Hero, let us speak. Spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you if you grant me this mercy." Su Ming cast a cold gaze upon him, instilling a sense of dread in the latter. He feared that this youth before him could so easily bring about his demise. Su Ming gazed at Wan Duqing's appearance and coldly commanded, "First, relieve the poison afflicting those two." Su Ming was acutely aware that his formidable golden giant divine power could merely suppress the toxins within his body temporarily, lacking the efficacy to truly eliminate them. Without the Wan Duqing detoxification, the two individuals were undoubtedly doomed. The Wan Duqing, with eyes as large as bells, turned them and said in a low voice, "Hero, consider this. If I do not intervene to save them, they will surely perish. A life for a life. I will detoxify them, and in return, you shall release me, yes?" Before he could finish his plea, a cold glint flashed. The icy long blade rotated in his horrified gaze, effortlessly slicing through his left arm as if it were mere clay. Before he could even register the pain, he watched in shock as his arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth. Simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed throughout the brothel. Wan Duqing collapsed on the ground, twisted and trembling, groaning in agony. The cold blade remained pressed against his neck, the voice still devoid of warmth. "Detoxify." Wan Duqing's body shook with terror, his sweat soaking him entirely. Fear had overtaken his mind. He dared not play tricks anymore and stammered, "My lord, I will detoxify. I shall do it now." Covering his severed left arm, Wan Duqing gasped for breath as he unsteadily approached the pale-faced Li Langming and his companion, who lay on the ground. Li Langming, his complexion drained of color, stared in shock at this legendary figure, the notorious poison sorcerer Wan Duqing, who had terrorized Songyang City for many years, now reduced to such a pitiful state. Compelled to lower himself to detoxify him, Li Langming felt dizzy. The events of the day had far surpassed his comprehension. His gaze drifted toward the young man in the distance, with questions swirling in his mind. Who, indeed, was this youth dispatched from the capital? Wan Duqing leaned down, and with a mere breath, streams of green essence transformed into wisps of smoke, delicately extracted from the bodies of Li Langming and his companion. This toxin was peculiar and could only be controlled by his own body, thus he was both the poison and a cure. It was precisely for this reason that he had brought himself to such a grotesque state. He could have deceived Su Ming, presenting a completely unrelated antidote to Li Langming. But he no longer dared to take that gamble. He did not know whether this madman and his strange technique could discern any clues and instantly end his life with a single stroke. In merely a short span, the pallor returned to the faces of the two men. Standing behind the crowd, Su Ming released his true essence, inspecting them thoroughly. He discovered that their bodies had indeed returned to normal. Wan Duqing turned, obsequiously attempting to take credit. "My lord, I have," but before he could finish, a flash of cold light sliced through his throat. In that unforeseen moment, Wan Duqing's bell-like eyes turned to Su Ming, filled with unwillingness. Yet his throat forever lost the chance to utter a sound. His head rolled onto the ground, marking the demise of the poison sorcerer who had threatened Songyang City for over a decade. Li Langming stood frozen, muscles stiffened in disbelief. He had not expected Su Ming to act with such decisiveness. Yet the young man paid no heed to his astonished gaze, calmly stating, "We cannot linger here any longer. Gather the evidence. We shall return to the capital immediately." At these words, determination flickered in Li Langming's eyes. "Follow me." In Chapter 34, Heavenly Net awaits your arrival. Within the government office, Huang Qing sat comfortably in the main seat, eyes closed in repose. The office was eerily silent, devoid of any commotion. Outside, a constable clad in a blue and red uniform rushed in, exclaiming from afar, "My lord, dire news." The constable hurried in, causing Huang Shan in the main seat to abruptly open his eyes, a flash of displeasure crossing his face. "What is the matter? Why the urgency?" The constable knelt, trembling as he reported, "My lord, I risked my life to investigate. Wan Duqing is dead. As for the capital's envoy and the county magistrate, they have vanished without a trace." Huang Shan, calm moments ago, suddenly straightened, panic dawning on his face. How could this be? Wasn't Wan Duqing a renowned master for many years? How could he be killed? The constable lowered his head, quaking with anxiety. "I do not know, my lord." In that instant, the elderly figure was infused with newfound vitality. Huang Shan began to pace anxiously on the high platform, sighing restlessly, before finally raising his head to command. "Quickly, send my orders to seal off the entire city. For the next few days, no one is to enter or exit Songyang City, not even a fly. You are to mobilize everyone to hunt down the county magistrate and the envoy. If they are not found within a day, the gates shall remain closed. If those two return to the capital, we, including all officials in Songyang City, shall face death." The constable bowed deeply. "I accept the orders." Within Songyang City, the gates were tightly shut, and numerous armored soldiers patrolled the streets. Every shop and household was forcibly searched. The once peaceful Songyang City transformed overnight into a fortress. The citizens lamented in despair, yet the military's actions intensified, growing more fervent as they failed to find their targets. Many shops were forced to cease operations, and citizens were subjected to thorough interrogations. Meanwhile, within a tower in Songyang City, Su Ming gazed down from his lofty perch at the disarray of Songyang City. Li Langming, cradling a box, carefully stowed it in his satchel before cautiously approaching Su Ming's side. Casting his eyes upon the chaotic scene below, he expressed his concerns, saying, "I fear they will not relent until they find us. This is truly the end. We have no hope of escape." Su Ming cast a glance at him and said, "What are you so flustered about? I have already promised to bring you back to the capital." A glimmer of hope flickered in Li Lang's eyes. He had witnessed Su Ming's prowess and hurriedly inquired, "My lord, do you have a plan?" Su Ming remained silent, gazing into the distance at the tightly shut city gates. His grip on the sword tightened, and the enchanted blade, Xiu Ming, trembled slightly, as if responding excitedly to its master. At the city gates, a young man clad in red soldier's attire stood guard. His name was Zhao Degu, a man of average appearance, standing 7 feet tall. Merely one of the many ordinary soldiers in Songyang City. Day after day, he monotonously stood watch over the heavy gates, expecting yet another tedious day of duty. However, to his surprise, shortly after midnight, a large contingent of soldiers suddenly appeared before the previously empty and silent gates. They marched in perfect formation, clad in dark iron armor, exuding an imposing aura. Each soldier was tall and formidable, far more intimidating than Zhao Degu and his fellow sentinels. These elite troops, seldom seen, now patrolled with an air of tension, causing Zhao Degu to sense something unusual. He leaned towards an older soldier nearby and whispered, "Brother Chen, something serious must have occurred in the city. Why else would the Lord mobilize such elite soldiers to guard the gates at this hour?" The veteran glanced at Zhao Degu, his expression inscrutable. "Just focus on your duties. This matter does not concern you. It's best not to pry, lest you attract trouble." Seeing the old soldier's stern demeanor, Zhao Degu wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. Standing aside, he noticed figures approaching in the deep darkness several hundred meters away, seemingly on horseback. "Is this your plan, my lord? What difference does this make from courting death?" The seasoned scholar slumped on his mount, chattering nervously while scanning the surroundings. The young man before him, however, did not look back, his voice indifferent. Silence. Li Lang shuddered, refraining from further speech, yet his gaze drifted back to the gathering forces at the gates. His face etched with despair. Chapter 35. A man and his horse, decimating all outside the city gates. As Su Ming's horse advanced, he found himself but 100 meters away from the gates. He squeezed his legs firmly, and the steed took the cue, accelerating in response. The rhythm of its hooves against the ground quickened, racing forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging fiercely toward the gates. The commotion drew attention at the silent gates. The guards issued a warning from afar, their voices amplified through their essence, echoing clearly within hundreds of meters. "Halt. It is currently the city's closing time. Retreat immediately. Approaching the gates will result in execution." Yet, this warning did not deter the galloping steed. On the contrary, it surged forward with increasing speed, disregarding the admonition. The guards soon realized something was amiss. Over 100 black-armored soldiers assembled, forming a well-trained defensive formation. On the city wall, Lord Huang Shan and his son Huang Yuan were alerted, turning to observe the unfolding scene. From a distance, Huang Yuan squinted, recognizing the riders approaching the gates. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Father, the two coming towards the gates are the Jin Yiwei we encountered outside, along with Li Lang, whom we've been pursuing. Just as you suspected, they could not resist attempting to force their way into the city." At his side, Huang Shan stroked his beard and scoffed, "Songyang City, under my careful governance over the years, is as secure as a fortress. Beyond the gates, there is no escape route. To leave the city, one must breach the gates. Yet, I thought they would bide their time, waiting for a chance to slip away after the guard relaxed. Instead, they are merely two foolish imbeciles." His gaze fell upon the meticulously arranged cavalry below, and a triumphant expression spread across his face. These 100 iron cavalrymen are the finest warriors in the army. Among them are over 70 innate martial artists. The formation they create would make even a high-level master think twice. These two overconfident fools believe that by slaying Wan Duqing, they can roam freely within Songyang City. With that, he turned away, losing interest in the spectacle. "Let us descend and await the iron soldiers to capture them. We shall interrogate them thoroughly afterward." After calling out a few times without response, Huang Shan felt a twinge of curiosity when Huang Yuan's voice trembled in reply. "Father, what is there to see?" Following Huang Yuan's gaze, Huang Shan glanced down, only to witness chaos unfolding below. Contrary to his expectations of the iron soldiers easily overpowering the intruders, the lone Jin Yiwei, burdened with a companion, was fiercely battling against the iron soldiers and gaining the upper hand. The 100 iron soldiers, with a thunderous presence, combined their essence and blood, gradually forming a colossal bear spirit that roared towards the heavens. The very ground around the gates trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, causing panicked citizens to flee their homes and gaze skyward at this magnificent scene. Amidst the swirling chaos, Su Ming wielded his enchanted blade, which exuded malevolent energy. Using the techniques of Abijna and the demon blade, Xiu Ming voraciously devoured the evil spirits in the atmosphere, akin to a ravenous child. Like a demon king, Su Ming unleashed a swift arc of light from his blade, slicing through the air and striking the front-line iron soldiers. The shield-bearing soldiers staggered, and several ironclad warriors turned pale, their vitality surging dangerously. The bear spirit, angered by the onslaught, charged towards Su Ming, but he did not remain passive. Behind his slender figure, the manifestation of his dominance emerged simultaneously. The enchanted blade shimmered with cold light, and the giant bear spirit dissipated into nothingness, causing the iron soldiers to tumble to the ground. On the city wall, Huangshan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, as if caught in a vivid nightmare. Stunned, he muttered to himself, "How could this be? These are my city's most elite soldiers. Even a high-level master would surely face losses among them. He was merely a lowly pawn in the realm of innate power, yet he dared to charge into the ranks of the armored soldiers. A single man on horseback wielding a blade, accompanied by a hindrance. In the midst of flashing swords and glimmering blades, a path of blood was carved through the chaos. As every soldier daring to stand in the youth's way was shredded by his demonic sword, the heavy city gates, with a mere swing of his arm, were cleaved in two, collapsing onto the ground. Zhao Degu, cramped before the gates, stood there in stunned disbelief. What unfolded before him was beyond his comprehension. As the youth rode closer, Zhao Degu finally discerned his appearance, and he couldn't help but utter in astonishment. Could it be that divine beings truly walk among us? Suddenly, he felt a sharp tug on his body, pulling him aside. Regaining his senses, he turned to see an old soldier who had been guarding the city with him that night. The old soldier bowed his head and said, "My lord, this is not our doing. We had no intention of obstructing." The youth on horseback cast a fleeting glance at him, and with that slender figure, he galloped away, vanishing into the night beyond the city walls. Zhao Degu gazed into the boundless darkness outside, still ensnared by incredulity, lost in a daze. Meanwhile, above on the city wall, Huangshan, who had been observing everything below, appeared utterly despondent, sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, his eyes devoid of focus. His mind echoing with a single phrase, "It's over." Chapter 36. The Red King's mansion conspires. Su Ming returns to the capital. Within a vast and opulent mansion, adorned with resplendent towers and breathtaking artificial hills, lavish gardens could be found throughout. Soldiers clad in crimson guard uniforms escorted a spirited old man toward the side hall. If Su Ming were present, he would recognize this old man as none other than Zhou Gongli, the left assistant minister of justice, who had long been an adversary to him. This place was also the stronghold of another top-tier power in the capital. Historically at odds with the Qingwang mansion, the Red King's mansion. Under the guidance of the guards, Zhou Gongli entered the main hall, peering inside from a distance. He beheld a young man clad in luxurious attire seated in the main position, exuding an air of ease as he reclined in his chair. Beside him stood two elegantly dressed maidens, delicately plucking a large grape from a fruit platter and peeling it before offering it to the young man's mouth. Upon entering the hall, Zhou Gongli immediately bowed and said, "Zhou Gongli pays his respects to the heir." He then raised his gaze to glance at the young man above. Chen Song, the heir of the Red King's mansion, one of the most powerful young nobility in the entire capital, especially in recent days when the royal family's influence had waned considerably. As the Red King's mansion thrived, the heir's prestige even overshadowed that of some lesser princes. Zhou Gongli was keenly aware that aligning himself with Chen Song would elevate his own status, especially considering the enmity he had already incurred with the formidable Qingwang mansion. The heir lifted his brow and asked languidly, "Speak, what is the situation?" Zhou Gongli lowered his head to report, "My lord, with the assistance of the Red Feather Guard and the intervention of the Jinui led by Zhang Tianhao, after this incident, neither Su Ming nor the audacious county magistrate shall have any means of escape." The young man above seemed unfazed by this news, as if everything were already under his control, nodding slightly, "That would be best." He then popped another grape into his mouth and sighed before querying, "Zhou Minister, why do you think these wretched beings cannot remain in their place? This entire realm shall belong to my Red King's mansion. Currently, we are merely extracting a few resources and supplying talents to the imperial court. That lowly Su Ming and that misguided county magistrate dared to jeopardize my interests and spoil my mood. They truly deserve their fate." Upon hearing this, Zhou Gongli bowed once more and smiled, "Rest assured, my lord, there will be no further errors. Those two wretches shall not trouble your eyes again." On the other side, at the Qingwang mansion, amidst vibrant blooms, two exquisitely adorned maidens stood behind a woman clad in white. From afar, they gazed at the noble figure, and after a moment of hesitation, Ping Er reported, "My lady, a few days ago, I discovered that the Red Feather Guard stealthily left the city. Based on their direction, they're undoubtedly headed to Songyang City. Su Ming may be in grave peril." The woman in white remained silent for a while before slowly responding. Ever since news of the Emperor's poor health spread, the Red King's mansion has grown increasingly reckless, even dispatching the Red Feather Guard. Delicately, she plucked a withered red flower and continued, "It seems this time, it is merely Su Ming's misfortune. Let us prepare a burial shroud for him." The two maidens, upon hearing this, stood frozen in place, speechless. Meanwhile, the typically headstrong and carefree Qing Feng lowered her gaze, reflecting on the youth's visage. Her expression inevitably tinged with melancholy. At the city gates of the capital, under the blazing sun, a magnificent white horse, bloodied and swaying, staggered forward, carrying two men on its back. The soldiers guarding the city, upon seeing the two figures, were taken aback. Could these two have returned from some battlefield? They blocked their path at the gates, cautiously inquiring, "Who goes there?" Do you possess a pass to enter the capital? The youth on horseback retrieved a token from his bosom and tossed it forward. The guards hastily caught it and inspected it closely, noticing the characters Jinui inscribed upon it. Once they confirmed its authenticity, they returned the token, saying, it is Lord Su Ming of the Jinui. My apologies for the oversight. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers parted, allowing the youth to leisurely ride into the capital. Chapter 37. Returning to Jinui, reactions from all sides. Within the Jinui's headquarters in the capital, a cacophony reigned. Qin Rujing, one of the 5 captains of the Northern Town Pacification Division, stepped out of the mansion. Observing the throng of Jinui officers crowded together and clamoring in the courtyard, he frowned in dissatisfaction and remarked, "Instead of handling cases, you're all gathered here making noise. Have your salaries made you too comfortable?" Upon hearing the formidable voice, the crowd turned in unison. They beheld a square-faced man standing behind them, causing them to gasp in shock and part ways, creating a narrow passage, bowing their heads in silence. Once the crowd had made way, a blood-soaked youth emerged before Qin Rujing, leaving him utterly astonished. The young man appeared somewhat fatigued, with a few stray strands of hair escaping from his crown, drifting across his forehead. His once pristine and tailored flying fish attire had become tattered, imbued with a palpable aura of sanguinary ferocity. The youth cast a penetrating gaze towards him. However, Qin Rujing could not discern a hint of weariness in his eyes. Instead, they shone with an intensity akin to a sharpened blade, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. As Qin Rujing took in the young man's visage, he found himself momentarily stunned. A vivid recollection surged forth in his mind. Years ago, during his time as a soldier, he had gazed up at a general on the battlefield. That general, after the conflict, stood triumphantly upon the corpses of the vanquished, radiating an aura of valor and dread. As the image from his memory began to merge with the countenance before him, Qin Rujing felt a flicker of reverence arise within him, directed towards this young standard-bearer. Regaining his composure, he stepped forward to Su Ming, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Whom did you encounter that obstructed you to such a degree? And what of Tian Hao? He was the captain of this mission. Why did he and the others not return with you?" Su Ming clasped his fists and then gazed calmly at Qin Rujing, saying, "Zhang Tian Hao, along with the remaining 9 members of the Jinui, colluded with thieves in an attempt to rebel. They have been slain by me outside Songyang City. As for the target of this mission, County Magistrate Li, I have brought him back, and he is currently seated in the duty room awaiting us." Upon hearing this, the assembled Jinui collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide in disbelief as they looked towards Su Ming. Qin Rujing, standing before Su Ming, felt a jolt of shock. Casting a deep glance at him, it was well known that Zhang Tianhao had been a seasoned captain within the capital's guard, renowned for his formidable strength and cunning. In such circumstances, his collusion with thieves and the orchestration of an assault on Su Ming, only to be turned against, spoke volumes of the bloody battle Su Ming must have endured, despite his nonchalant words. Suppressing his own astonishment, Qin Rujing feigned calmness and instructed, "Bring the county magistrate with you. Follow me." Su Ming returned to the duty room and escorted Li Langming out, both proceeding to the quarters of the captain. After the crowd dispersed, several Jinui, initially engaged in raucous chatter, quietly slipped away from the capital's guard station unnoticed. At the Red King's palace, within a side hall, a crimson-clad guard knelt anxiously below, awaiting judgment. The young man seated in the main position was no longer at ease as before. His face flushed with rage as he fixed his gaze upon the guard, demanding, "Is what you say true?" The crimson guard, cursing his misfortune inwardly, replied tremulously, "Every word I speak is true. My statements align perfectly with the informant." After speaking, he cautiously lifted his gaze, only to witness the young men angrily overturning the fruit platter before him, exclaiming, "You fool!" A nearby maid, witnessing the scene, playfully clung to the young man's arm, saying, "Please calm down, my lord. Allow me to serve you." Yet before she could finish, she was unceremoniously kicked aside, and the young man thundered, "Get lost." The maid, not daring to linger, scrambled up and hurriedly departed. As she exited the hall, a robust middle-aged man clad in a crimson golden dragon robe appeared. His imposing stature was reminiscent of an iron tower, exuding a commanding presence. Upon his arrival, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The maid, upon seeing him, panicked and knelt, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Red King." The Red King cast a cold glance at her before striding toward the young man. Chen Song, whose face had been flushed with anger, now paled, his eyes darting as he muttered, "Father, you have arrived." The Red King remained stern-faced, letting out a cold snort as he reprimanded, "I have long warned you to keep your distance from someone like Zhou Ganli. Such a character only acts on impulse and is destined for failure. Now look what trouble you've stirred up. I must now clean up your mess." As the rebuke continued, Chen Song lowered his head, muttering it was merely an accident. The Red King, scoffing, prompted him to amend his statement, "I acknowledge my mistake." In the Jinui's quarters, Qin Rujing occupied the seat of honor, with Su Ming and Li Langming flanking him. The spacious chamber was filled with only the 3 of them. Setting down his teacup, Qin Rujing addressed the 2. "This place is absolutely secure. No one can eavesdrop here. Now, tell me what transpired in Tongming County under Songyang City." Sitting nervously to the side, Li Langming understood that continuing to conceal the truth was no longer an option. With a heavy sigh, he began to recount the events. Tongming County, a small jurisdiction beneath Songyang City, was sparsely populated, lacking strategic thoroughfares or notable academies. The only point of interest was an iron mine located in a valley outside the county. However, under the Xiuchun dynasty, the iron law mandated state control over salt and iron, meaning the Tongming mine was managed directly by the royal family. Though the mine had been exploited for over a century and was nearing depletion, Li Langming recently discovered a large gathering of people in the valley during an inspection. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he dispatched his subordinates to investigate. Initially, there were no leads, and despite several attempts to send individuals into the valley, none returned. Only when Li Langming sent his trusted confidants for covert reconnaissance and intercepted goods being transported out of the valley did he uncover the truth. Upon opening the seized cargo, he was taken aback to find it contained high-quality iron, ore along with a cache of finely crafted crossbows. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he promptly dispatched a covert message to report the findings and, sensing danger, went into hiding while awaiting reinforcements from the capital. After absorbing Li Langming's detailed account, Chen Rujing rose in astonishment, exclaiming, "A mine thought to be exhausted suddenly yields high-quality ore. This is significant, yet it may not shake the capital." However, the discovery of those crossbows is a different matter entirely. Such weaponry is crucial for the military, and the production of crossbows is expressly forbidden by imperial decree. Any possession of military arms by civilians, regardless of their identity or faction, is deemed treasonous. What began as a mere theft of iron or has now escalated into a potential treason case. At this juncture, Su Ming interjected. "It comes as no surprise that upon my arrival outside Songyang City, I encountered an ambush from thieves. When I was escorting county magistrate Li away, the lord of Songyang City spared no expense to seal the gates and mobilize troops in a frantic pursuit of us. Is that so?" Chen Rujing was momentarily taken aback, then expressed alarm. "Wait, what do you mean by the lord mobilizing troops and sealing the gates?" Li Langming, eager to clarify, interjected, "That day, the hero saved me by defeating a master poisoner of the third realm, Wan Duqing. Then, he single-handedly led me through the dense encirclement of Songyang City. Captain, you should have seen it. The lord of Songyang had nurtured his elite soldiers for nearly a decade, and the expression on his face as he witnessed them being decimated by the hero was priceless." As Li Langming animatedly recounted the perilous events, Chen Rujing's gaze turned intensely towards Su Ming, scrutinizing him with renewed admiration, shaking his head in disbelief. "Thank goodness for your exceptional martial prowess. Otherwise, this mission could have ended in disaster." Before he could finish, Chen Rujing shifted his tone. "Su Ming, your handling of this matter has been nothing short of exemplary. Once the situation is reported, I shall undoubtedly commend you before His Majesty." Suddenly recalling something, Su Ming took a sip of tea and remarked, "Ah, yes. The ruffians who conspired with Zhang Tianhao to ambush me that night, judging by their appearance, must belong to the Qiyu guards." Chen Rujing responded with a soft "oh," furrowing her brow in contemplation for a moment before stating, "I am fully aware of this matter. I will faithfully report to His Majesty, ensuring that those who dare to lay hands on our Jinhui comprehend the consequences of their actions. You have exerted yourself too much on this journey. You should return and rest. I will promptly accompany Magistrate Li to meet the Emperor." With that, Chen Rujing turned her gaze towards Li Langming. Su Ming exchanged a reassuring glance with Li Langming, nodded, and then rose to depart. As Su Ming rose and departed from the Kyoto Guard, he made his way directly back to the Qingwang Mansion. Upon stepping over the threshold of the Qingwang Mansion, a familiar electronic sound resonated in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the county magistrate's escort task. You have received a reward." Chapter 39. The Vigilance of the Qingwang Consort. A series of tasks unfolds at the Qingwang Mansion. As Su Ming stepped halfway through the doorway, a graceful figure approached him briskly. His gaze was drawn to the pair of prominent curves on the woman's form, which swayed rhythmically with her swift movements. Su Ming could not help but marvel. Unsure of how she had grown to be this way, the woman hurriedly approached him, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Despite her efforts to conceal it, the warmth in her gaze remained unmistakable. She scrutinized Su Ming for a while, and only after a moment did her brow relax, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I thought you had perished out there. I was prepared to have the servants dispose of everything in your room. However, your return has spared me that trouble." Qing Feng, resembling a graceful swan, lifted her alabaster neck and spoke softly, though she maintained an outward demeanor of indifference. Anyone could discern the underlying turmoil in her voice. "It is good that you are alive." Before Su Ming could utter a word, another enchanting young lady gracefully approached from behind. She was adorned in lavish attire, reminiscent of a noble heiress, bedecked in gold and silver. Upon reaching Su Ming, she gazed at him as though he were a rare treasure, scrutinizing him from various angles. This young lady was none other than the esteemed maidservant, Pinger, the head of all the attendants in the Qing Wangfu, whom Su Ming had encountered not long ago. In that moment, it was remarkable that the two most significant maidens of the Qing Wangfu had both appeared together, drawing the attention of passing guards and maidens alike. Some of the guards, recognizing Su Ming's identity, could not suppress their envy. It had only been a short while since that day when the head of the guards had nearly beaten him to death. And now he had garnered the favor of both Qing Wangfei and Ping Er. Disregarding the glances cast upon him, Ping Er fixed her large, expressive eyes upon Su Ming, her brows quivering in surprise and curiosity as she candidly remarked, "To speak frankly, when the Qiyu guard was dispatched, we all believed your demise was inevitable. Yet, to our astonishment, even the Wangfei misjudged the situation. You actually survived." As she spoke, her gaze remained steadfast on Su Ming. "Su Ming, you truly astonish me." The Qing Wangfu and the Qi Wangfu wielded tremendous influence in the capital. Prior to Su Ming's return to the Wangfu, their informants embedded within the Jinyue had already uncovered the details of his harrowing experiences. They were aware that Su Ming had been ambushed by the Qiyu guard in collusion with traitors from the Jinyue, and yet he managed to turn the tide and retaliate single-handedly. Even the usually unflappable Qing Wangfei was left in awe of Su Ming. When her two trusted confidants received this news, it took them a while to regain their composure, and they were almost impatient to meet Su Ming. For the first time, Su Ming found himself under the curious gaze of these two women, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. My life is perhaps a bit more resilient than theirs. Ping Er chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying his reply. Surviving such a siege could not merely be attributed to sheer luck or resilience. To have battled against over 20 skilled opponents from the Jinyue and Qiyu guard and emerged alive could only be explained by one factor. Su Ming's true prowess far exceeded their expectations, surpassing the superficial perception of him as merely a peak innate realm cultivator. It is worth noting that the captain of the Qiyu guard possessed at least the strength of a master. Seeing that the man before her did not wish to elaborate further, Ping Er refrained from pressing the issue and instead cautioned Su Ming. The Qi Wangfu will likely be aware of your circumstances as well. Consequently, their actions against you will likely intensify. Within the Qing Wangfu, you should be safe, but outside, the Wangfei advises you to exercise greater caution. Su Ming nodded slightly. The destruction of the Red King's residence by the Red Feather Guards had already thrown their plans into disarray, and Su Ming was well aware that this pack of wolves would not relent easily. After exchanging a few more words with Ping Er and Qing Feng, and confirming that Su Ming bore no life-threatening injuries, she left behind a vial of healing medicine before departing. In the front courtyard, upon returning to his quarters, Su Ming closed the door and activated the system. A blue light screen illuminated before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Mid-grade heavenly level martial arts. Undying seal technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 300 points for good and evil judgment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the successive quest, the scheme of the Red King's residence. Xu Ming raised her brow slightly, inquiring with a hint of perplexity. System. After accepting this task, will it be possible to trigger other tasks during this process? Tasks related to the Crimson King's manor are unlikely to be straightforward. It is not that I fear them, but if the time span is excessively vast, the inability to receive other tasks throughout this period might prove rather unbeneficial. A blue light curtain shifted, and a new message appeared at the bottom. Ding! The host can engage in multiple tasks simultaneously. Su Ming no longer hesitated and accepted the task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accepted the sequential task, the conspiracy of the Red King's mansion. Ding! The difficulty level of this sequential task is detected to be exceedingly high. Thus, it will be divided into phases. Ding! Division successful. Within this task, the host will receive a phase reward for every 20 of the tasks completed. Once the task progress reaches 100, the next phase will be automatically triggered. A series of pop-ups appeared before Su Ming. After reviewing the contents of the pop-ups, he could not help but rest his chin in contemplation. The information revealed by the system indicated that this task would be of unprecedented difficulty and involve a considerable time span. It seemed that the path ahead would not be an easy one. However, for Su Ming, as long as the rewards were sufficiently generous, no task in this world would be deemed too challenging or perilous. As long as he could acquire rewards and enhance his strength throughout this process, everything would be worthwhile. Su Ming yearned for strength. At present, his position as the general banner was woefully inadequate to satisfy his ambitions. He had lingered in the innate realm for far too long. To counter the machinations of the Crimson King's mansion, he required a higher status, greater access to information, and formidable power. With this thought, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the martial arts displayed on the luminous screen. Heavenly level technique, the Undying Seal. Chapter 40, the Undying Seal. Ultimately breaking through to mastery. Within the wooden cabin, an ancient tome floated in the air. Upon its blue cover, 4 powerful characters were inscribed, the Undying Seal technique. This martial art was known to Su Ming from his previous life. In the original narrative, this technique was profoundly intricate. Based on the esoteric philosophies of being neither here nor there, nor in between, intertwined with the quintessence of both Buddhist and demonic doctrines. It was forged through countless battles, capable of merging 2 opposing forces into a singular entity. This martial art could discern, comprehend, and deceive foes. harnessing strength through the miraculous ability to transform deathly energy into life force, thereby gaining renown throughout the world. Presently, Su Ming practiced the body refinement divine art, the diamond-like strength, which stemmed from the Buddhist path. Conversely, his demonic blade and the abysmal three blades were steeped in the most sinister and malevolent of practices. These two schools of thought were inherently incompatible. However, if he could intertwine these two disciplines through the undying seal, achieving a genuine unity of divine and demonic, he would undoubtedly nourish the essence, spirit, and vitality to attain a harmonious balance, thus smoothly advancing into the realm of mastery. Upon contemplating this, Su Ming felt a surge of inspiration. A glimmer of blue light infiltrated his brow. In that moment, all the principles and essential teachings of the undying seal became vividly clear. Simultaneously, the blue light shifted to display the interface for the reward and punishment points. Su Ming sat cross-legged, calming his mind to enter a state of cultivation. As the technique flowed through him, a golden phantom resembling Su Ming coalesced behind him. With the movement of his breath, golden true essence coursed through his body, and the points on the light screen gradually diminished. Time flowed slowly. After an indeterminate duration, cracks began to appear on the phantom behind him. This unique manifestation, painstakingly formed with over 100 points of merit and demerit, began to shatter like fragile porcelain at that moment. Once the cracks appeared, they spread uncontrollably, enveloping the entire unique manifestation in a web-like pattern. Suddenly, the points on the blue light screen plummeted. In an instant, the entire phantom shattered completely, dispersing into countless fragments. Yet, Su Ming remained oblivious, his eyes closed, continuing his focused cultivation. Then, the demonic and sinister energies, torn from the fabric of heaven and earth, entwined like two serpents around Su Ming. These two energies slowly settled and coalesced. When they reached a critical point, they finally merged into a singular force. As this energy surged forth, a new form began to materialize behind Su Ming. When the 200 points dwindled to fewer than 100, the unique manifestation behind him was finally reforged. A brand new, more solid form, swirling with the dual energies of divinity and demonic essence, appeared behind him. This form bore an even closer resemblance to the current Su Ming, as if sculpted perfectly from him. The golden figure possessed a strikingly handsome visage, draped in a golden robe, revealing perfectly sculpted muscles, and beneath it, it wore a demonic hide, exuding an air of wickedness. The appearance seemed paradoxical, yet harmoniously unified. As the golden figure opened its eyes, each bore a distinctly different luster. The left radiated a sacred golden glow, while the right was shrouded in a deep, shadowy hue. Gazing forth, it seemed as if space itself had been stirred. The horizon appeared to transcend this realm, neither here nor there, drifting through the interstice of time and space. Interwoven in the depths of Zen and desire, the sacred light of Buddhism and the obliterating energy of darkness achieved a perfect blend within an enigmatic ambience. As the points on the blue light screen plunged wildly, dropping to 1 or 2, the oppressive aura surrounding Su Ming finally broke through its last boundary, erupting forth in a tumultuous surge. In the garden of the Qingwang mansion, a woman clad in white was quietly admiring the flowers, attended by 2 maidservants standing behind her. Suddenly, a wave of energy swept through the once tranquil garden. The white-clad woman seemed to anticipate something, her exquisite features slightly furrowing as she gazed upward. Qing Feng and Ping Er momentarily stood frozen before following her gaze. The previously serene, cloudless sky suddenly darkened with dense, roiling clouds, a silver dragon rumbling within. Then, beneath the gloomy sky, a surge of golden dark energy shot skyward, crashing into the layers of heavy black clouds. This energy force pushed the clouds apart, standing like a pillar between heaven and earth. At the moment the beam of energy reached its zenith, a phantom slowly materialized in the air. Qing Feng, momentarily stunned, felt her supple muscles tense as she exclaimed, "Is someone breaking through within the mansion?" The white-clad woman remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. Following her line of sight, Qing Feng's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, "Could it be? How long has it been since he returned? How could he have broken through again?" After encountering Su Ming that day, Qing Feng and Ping Er were acutely aware of his true strength. His realm had been at the pinnacle of innate cultivation, and now, less than half a day later, he had managed to breach what many martial artists deemed an insurmountable abyss on the path of martial arts. Upon breaking through, Su Ming would ascend to the realm of a master. Unlike innate martial artists, masters in the capital were considered rare experts. Transitioning from innate to master was akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. This transformation signified a monumental change in both strength and status. Furthermore, the white-clad woman gazed in astonishment at the phantom in the sky. She observed intently, captivated. Just having entered the realm of master, he had already manifested such profound battle intent. The power contained within this phantom could only be wielded by those of great mastery. What other surprises lay within Su Ming that she had yet to uncover? Chapter 41. The princess invites an audience, the great and small worlds. With hands clasped together, the energy within him gradually stabilized. Su Ming opened his eyes, feeling the immense power surging within him, as boundless as the ocean, ceaseless and eternal. Is this the realm of the master? In an instant, as his aura converged, the unique manifestation behind him gradually faded away. With a mere thought, a blue light curtain appeared before him. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, cultivation, first level of the master realm, martial skills, life and death seal, elementary. Great diamond divine power, 32 manifestations perfected, sky-breaking earthquaking spirit technique, accomplished, demon blade, perfected, abysmal 3 blades, perfected, step, perfected. Upon closing the system interface, Su Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he had once again exhausted the points he had just acquired, the results achieved were commendable. The most significant gain from this cultivation session was the great diamond divine power. He had seamlessly advanced from the 5 manifestations to the 32 manifestations. The unique manifestation, born from the 32, had finally taken shape and undergone a perfect sublimation. Compared to the previous shadow, the current unique manifestation resembled a solid, flesh and blood. The enhancement it provided Su Ming was incomparable to before, representing a qualitative leap. In addition to the great diamond divine power, Su Ming's already perfected demon blade and abysmal 3 blades had also entered a deeper realm during this cultivation process. If one were to highlight the most conspicuous advancement from this training, it would undoubtedly be Su Ming's physical body. Under the refinement of the great diamond divine power, his physique had reached an astonishing level. Even a terrestrial-grade treasure weapon would likely struggle to breach his defenses. The strength of his body alone was comparable to that of a terrestrial-grade treasure weapon. Now, with his martial will already condensed into the unique manifestation, Su Ming, despite currently being only at the first level of the master realm, possessed the power to shatter a mountain with a single punch, akin to a deity or demon. After calming the turbulent aura within him due to his breakthrough, Su Ming glanced at his body. This significant ascension in cultivation had thoroughly refined his muscles, bones, and meridians, rendering his physique more solid. However, the impurities expelled were greater than ever before. A thin layer of viscous black substance coated his skin, causing him discomfort. He decided to remove his clothing and, bearing a wooden basin, intended to wash up. As he approached the wooden door, Su Ming's hand hesitated momentarily. Could it be mere coincidence? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than the door was thrust open. Su Ming, a familiar boisterous figure, appeared before him. Upon seeing Su Ming's state, her beautiful eyes widened like silver bells. Even with prior encounters, the sight of Su Ming's bare upper body left the lady at the door momentarily stunned, her complexion paling. A blush crept up Qing Feng's cheeks as she averted her gaze, scolding him. Why are you not wearing clothes again? Did I not mention last time that this is improper and tarnishes the reputation of our Qingwang mansion? Su Ming felt a sense of helplessness. Manager, I have yet to step outside. He was aware that he could be observed. Every time he planned to freshen up, there was no one around. Yet, each time he shed his soiled garments tainted with impurities, this woman would fortuitously appear. Such coincidences had occurred so frequently that Su Ming had grown somewhat numb to them. Suppressing the slight awkwardness on his face, the astonishment in Qing Feng's eyes remained difficult to conceal. She couldn't help but scrutinize Su Ming's well-defined physique repeatedly, simultaneously confirming the extent of his breakthrough. In the span of just one day, she had been left in on not once, but twice. How many secrets did Su Ming harbor? Nevertheless, the words that escaped Qing Feng's lips were laced with pride. I never expected you to truly break through to the master level. Your progress is remarkable, but do not let it lead to complacency. In the Qing royal manner, the master realm does not signify an unparalleled expert. Su Ming gazed at the elegantly attired Qing Feng, adorned in a delicate green gown, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder. The latter nodded in satisfaction, urging him, once you are refreshed, hasten to follow me. The princess requests your presence. After a refreshing wash, Su Ming followed closely behind Qing Feng, feeling invigorated. As they traversed the path through the front courtyard, they passed several third-tier guards who had previously worked alongside Su Ming, as well as a few maidservants. The onlookers regarded the young man trailing behind Qing Feng with a mix of emotions. 2 young guards clad in yellow uniforms lowered their heads to converse. Have you heard? Su Ming has just broken through to the Grandmaster realm today, becoming a significant figure. The guard who was queried replied, brimming with envy, how could I not know? I'm not blind. That ethereal figure in the sky, towering 100 feet high, was visible to the entire capital. Yet, how could Su Ming advance so swiftly? He pondered aloud. Just months ago, he was merely a lowly third-tier guard like us. Back then, he was nearly beaten to death for arguing with the chief. Who would have thought that in such a short span, not only did the chief perish by his hand, but he also leaped into the Grandmaster realm. As the two whispered among themselves, their gazes fell upon Su Ming, who no longer resembled the frail figure of his past. He stood tall and confident, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sovereign. Having ascended to the Grandmaster realm was akin to a fish leaping over the dragoness gate. He was now a person of an entirely different world compared to them. Although he sensed their scrutiny, Su Ming paid it no mind. Following Qing Feng, he meandered through several narrow paths until they arrived at a garden. There, amidst a sea of blossoms, stood a woman clad in white, serene and poised. Su Ming gazed intently at the tall figure before him. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, he could sense an undeniable pressure emanating from this woman. She was none other than the true authority of the Qing Wangfu, the princess consort, was she not? The enchanting silhouette turned to face him, revealing a pair of captivating phoenix eyes that met his gaze directly. The woman, clad in white, possessed skin as delicate as jade and cascading black hair that flowed down to her waist, resembling a waterfall draping over her petite shoulders. Her slender waist was adorned with a flowing sash, akin to a celestial being from the mortal realm, rendering the surrounding vibrant sea of flowers mere accessories to her ethereal beauty. A gentle smile graced her face as she spoke. Su Ming, come and take a seat. Su Ming nodded and directly approached the pavilion that stood prominently at the center of the garden. Taking a seat beside the woman, he gazed upon her exquisite visage, feeling a lingering sense of subtle pressure. Even as a master of his realm, facing this woman felt akin to confronting an expansive, boundless ocean. The princess of the Qing dynasty was indeed unfathomable. With a smile, the Qing princess spoke. Su Ming, could you share with me the events that transpired during your visit to Cangyang City? Her tone was far from the haughty demeanor that most in the manor had anticipated. It lacked the oppressive air of authority. On the contrary, conversing with her evoked an inexplicable sense of warmth and approachability. It was a comfort that surpassed even the ease found in conversations with long-standing friends, akin to being enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, compelling one to divulge everything. Su Ming did not hesitate and recounted everything except for the confidential matters entrusted by the county magistrate. Sitting beside him, the princess of Qing nodded slightly as she listened. And only after Su Ming had finished speaking did she say, as I suspected, the residence of the Red King is indeed entangled in this affair. Su Ming discerned the insinuation in the words of the princess of the Azure Kingdom and queried, is it not the case that the Crimson King's manor is the one extracting the iron, or? Gently shaking her head. The princess of the Azure Kingdom replied with a light laugh, yes, and yet, no, if the intelligence is accurate. It is indeed the Crimson King's manor that is engaged in the extraction of iron ore. However, Su Ming suddenly grasped the meaning behind the words of the princess of the Qing Kingdom and responded, however, the true mastermind is not the Red Prince's residence. Is it? Upon hearing this, the Qing princess nodded lightly. You are quite perceptive. Whether it be the Red Prince's residence or the Qing Prince's, both royal houses, despite their historical significance, are no longer the main line of the imperial family. Even with the throne vacant, it is not the turn of the two princes today. Realizing her implication, Su Ming further inquired, is there a crown prince orchestrating everything behind the Red Prince's residence? However, the enchanting figure before him chose not to answer directly. Instead, shifting the topic, Su Ming, you have now acquired the necessary strength. Within the Jinyui, you must act diligently to achieve the rank of 100 households. Otherwise, you may risk missing a rare opportunity. Su Ming, filled with enthusiasm, chose not to dwell on the issues that the princess avoided discussing. He listened intently. Then, the Princess Qing turned her gaze towards Su Ming, her eyes clear and profound, seemingly flowing with unvoiced thoughts, and met his gaze, saying, Su Ming, do you understand the distinction between the great and the small worlds? Chapter 42, Ascending to the 100 Households, The Matters of Cangyang. The Great and Small Worlds? Su Ming was suddenly enlightened. He had heard whispers of the so-called Great and Small World. The Buddhist teachings proclaim countless grains of sand in the 10 directions. 3,000 great worlds. In this martial realm, although no great world of similar magnitude had ever been discovered, numerous small worlds were frequently unearthed. These small worlds were filled with a myriad of transformations, each displaying an array of bizarre and wondrous phenomena. Some small worlds revealed themselves as vast oceans or treacherous volcanic landscapes upon their discovery. Yet, others unveiled themselves as treasure troves overflowing with rare materials and extraordinary techniques. Even legendary weapons and elixirs. Just a fragment taken from such a place could catapult one to unimaginable heights. However, until today, Su Ming had regarded the notion of small worlds as mere ethereal legends. After all, having lived for over a decade, he had never encountered one. Nor had he heard any tales circulating in the martial circles. It now seemed likely that information regarding these small worlds had been deliberately suppressed. Ordinary folk were seldom granted access to such secrets. The Qing Wangfei continued her explanation. Since the establishment of the Qianwu dynasty, years of exploration had led to the discovery of several small worlds, varying in size. Apart from a few that were exclusively enjoyed by the royal family, the rest were managed by the court. Among these, there existed a small world designated for rewarding and motivating officials. This particular small world was opened once every decade, granting opportunities to all officials of the 7th rank and above to enter and seek the treasures of this realm. The court had even bestowed a name upon this world, calling it the Heartless Sea. With this revelation, Su Ming immediately grasped the implication of the Wangfei's encouragement for him to hasten his promotion to the rank of Baihu. For that rank corresponded to that of a 7th rank official. Having said this, the Qing Wangfei slowly continued. Now that you are aware of the matter, should you have any business, you may take your leave. Su Ming nodded slightly and was about to take his leave when the Qing Wangfei behind him seemed to suddenly recall something and called out to him. Su Ming turned around and beheld the gentle smile of the noble consort, who said, Su Ming, the dwelling you previously occupied was rather humble. I have arranged for you a room in the front of the rear garden, which Qing Feng will escort you to shortly. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded in gratitude, replying, Thank you, consort. With that, he took his leave. Meanwhile, Qi Feng, who had been waiting at a distance, approached to guide him. After exiting the garden, they meandered through several winding paths before arriving at an eastern wing of the main courtyard. The entrance was adorned with a grove of peach trees, creating an elegant atmosphere. The interior of the room was a stark contrast to Su Ming's former abode. The spacious chamber featured a fragrant large bed, a desk crafted from rosewood, and a bookshelf that spanned an entire wall, replete with everything one could desire. Additionally, several exquisitely designed vases flanked the desk, each nurturing clusters of elegantly fragrant purple flowers. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, while the playful Qing Feng behind him remarked, Your residence is nearly on par with mine. The princess treats you quite well. Do strive to excel. The following day, at the capital's guard station, Su Ming, as was his custom, arrived at this place to read and enjoy tea. Unburdened by any tasks, his colleagues, Qian Dinghao and others, increasingly felt a sense of discomfort. Previously, due to the influence of Zhang Tianhao, their attitudes towards Su Ming had been shrouded in ambiguity. Although they had not directly confronted him, they had maintained an unusual distance. Now that Zhang Tianhao was deceased, and Su Ming had made significant contributions, their unease grew palpable. Only Lu Ming, who had acted as his informant, felt an unexpected lightness these days, humming cheerful tunes and appearing carefree. After spending nearly 2 hours in the duty room, a familiar figure graced their presence, accompanied by a rather effeminate eunuch. Upon witnessing this figure at the door, the guards were taken aback. Those engaged in sorting documents froze, unsure of where to place their limbs. The visitor was none other than Chen Rujing, the esteemed leader of the capital's garrison. This dignitary was rarely seen, and for the guards, the opportunity to encounter him was exceedingly rare. The fact that he had personally come here indicated that it could only be for Su Ming. As anticipated, upon his arrival, the eunuch stepped forward to announce, by the grace of heaven and the emperor's will, it is decreed. It has come to my attention that virtue is rewarded, and merit is acknowledged. Since your appointment, Su Ming, you have demonstrated exceptional diligence and remarkable achievements, truly becoming a pillar of the court and a bastion for the nation. Therefore, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Genie Baihu, awarded 500 taels of silver, and granted a fine steed as encouragement. I hope you will continue to fulfill your duties faithfully and not disappoint my high expectations. Thus decreed. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Ming stepped forward to receive the imperial decree. Upon accepting the edict, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had contemplated how to ascend to the rank of 100 households, and now the decree had arrived. The next step involved preparing for the qualifications to participate in the journey to the small world. The way the crowd regarded Su Ming subtly shifted. He had now supplanted Zhang Tianhao and occupied the esteemed position of 100 households. The assembly of cavalry could not help but ponder this transformation. Su Ming's tenure in the Jinhui has been quite brief, spanning merely half a year, and yet he has ascended from a tiki to a baihu. It is noteworthy that the authority wielded by a baihu is not insignificant. Under certain circumstances, they can appoint tiki and facilitate the promotion of junior officials. Had they, like Lu Ming, cultivated a favorable relationship with Su Ming, would they not also have the opportunity to rise in rank? Contemplating this, the others felt a twinge of regret. Initially, when Zhang Tianhao and Su Ming were at odds, they had chosen the former. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Rujing glanced at Su Ming and said, Please follow me. Within the residence of the Qianhu, the two sat in silence. After taking a deep breath, Chen Rujing slowly began. The Tongming mine in Sanyang City has been completely emptied. The entrance to the mine has been destroyed, and the remains of those from the Chue who attempted to assassinate you, along with Zhang Tianhao and his associates, have vanished without a trace. Moreover, every official in Sanyang City involved in this matter, along with their families, have all committed suicide out of fear of retribution. He emphasized the word suicide with a grave tone. Su Ming also understood that these individuals were likely driven to suicide. It seemed they acted with remarkable decisiveness. Chen Rujing nodded thoughtfully, sighing, Currently, all evidence leading to the Sanyang city government has been severed. Their methods are exceedingly clean and efficient. Not a single hair was left behind from the corpses of the Qiyu guards. It is impossible to implicate the Red King's residence at this juncture. As she spoke, her gaze reflected a hint of helplessness. The power wielded by the Red King's residence was immense, capable of summoning storms in the capital without anyone daring to provoke them. Even in a remote area like Sanyang City, their minions were scattered throughout. With a mere command, every level could be purged thoroughly. Confronting them seemed an insurmountable challenge. With this thought, Chen Rujing turned her attention back to Su Ming, her expression serious. Su Ming, you have been promoted to the position of 100 households today. I have an important task to assign to you. Chapter 43, the task of 1,000 households. Has the system task been triggered? I have a significant mission for you, Chen Rujing said, gazing deeply into Su Ming's eyes. After a brief pause, she continued, your task is to continue your investigation. However, this time, Your focus must be on the Red King's residence. Its power is formidable, so conduct your inquiries discreetly and with utmost caution. Su Ming did not acquiesce immediately. The long-term chain task activated earlier resurfaced in his mind. The complexity of this task was exceedingly daunting, and its duration extensive. Su Ming required further benefits as compensation. He slowly shook his head and remarked, "My Lord Qianhu, you overestimate my capabilities. You are aware of the power of the Red King's residence. With my current strength, it would be daunting to safely investigate the Red King's residence. I fear my aspirations exceed my abilities. Unless..." Su Ming paused momentarily and turned his gaze towards Chen Rujing. The latter, perceptive as ever, recognized that Su Ming was not merely facing a dilemma, but was instead seeking to negotiate terms. However, he was not taken aback by this revelation. The Crimson King's residence was indeed fraught with peril, and given the recent events in Songyang City, it was likely that they were perpetually wary of Su Ming. It would be odd for him to undertake this mission without seeking some form of benefit. With a calm smile, Chen Rujing replied, "Feel free to speak your mind." Having received this encouragement, Su Ming seized the opportunity to articulate his most fervent desire, 1,000 households. I find myself at an impasse in my cultivation, unable to achieve a breakthrough. Before he could finish, Chen Rujing interjected, generously offering, "Are you in need of rare treasures? I possess the essence blood of formidable beasts and a millennium-old snow lotus, both of which can significantly enhance your physical cultivation." Su Ming shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction. "Not enough, not enough." Chen Rujing furrowed her brow and then added, "Do you seek divine weapons? I possess a terrestrial-grade treasured spear that could enhance your prowess in combat." Su Ming shook his head. "I already possess a precious sword." Chen Rujing's brow furrowed deeper. "Su Ming, you refuse this and that. What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. I am willing to discuss anything within my capabilities." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Ming's eyes. He had awaited these very words. "Qianhu, I have heard that the small world known as the Wuxing Sea is about to open. If one could enter it and seek fortuitous encounters, the tasks arranged by you would undoubtedly become much easier." In mentioning this matter, Chen Rujing did not display the same composure as before. Stroking his long beard, he pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "Su Ming, I need to deliberate further on this matter. Please be patient a while longer. When the time is right, I shall provide you with an answer." Su Ming understood the urgency of the matter and agreed to it first. Subsequently, Chen Rujing conveyed to Su Ming several important matters concerning the duties of the 100 House, instructing him to return and assume his position. Upon returning to the duty room, Su Ming instructed Lu Ming to move his belongings to the residence of the Baihu. As a person of considerable standing among the Baihu, Su Ming was naturally allocated a corresponding estate upon his promotion. In truth, this so-called estate was merely a relatively spacious courtyard within the capital's military garrison. After the belongings were moved to this location, several other Baihu from the garrison, upon receiving the news, came forth to present their congratulations and gifts. Su Ming ascended to the position of 100 households, a journey well known to many. Even when he was merely a lowly cavalryman, he dared to confront Zhang Tianhao, a person of considerable standing among the 100 households, ultimately emerging victorious in their fierce competition. The several hundred households regarded him as someone not to be trifled with. In their eyes, even if a deep connection with someone like Su Ming was unattainable, it was essential to avoid making an enemy of him. After receiving the various 100 households, Su Ming attended to several related matters. Before long, the sun dipped below the hills once more. Despite his recent elevation to the rank of 100 households, Su Ming's approach to life remained unchanged, regardless of the number of tasks at hand. As soon as the workday concluded, he would promptly depart. Navigating through the bustling streets of the capital, Su Ming approached an inn. Taking a seat, he signaled for service. A diligent attendant, busy with his duties, hurried over with a towel draped over his shoulder, smiling as he inquired, "Well, what would the esteemed guest like to eat?" Su Ming placed the demon blade upon the table and addressed the young waiter. "Bring me 2 pounds of beef, 2 plump chickens, and 10 pounds of fine wine." The waiter beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Certainly, please wait a moment while I fetch your order." As the waiter departed, Su Ming's gaze fell upon a tall, slender attendant bustling about the establishment. This individual exuded an air of a delicate scholar, despite being clad in coarse linen and wielding a tattered cloth. His slender arms and legs unmistakably indicated that he was not suited for such labor. Moreover, there was something about his silhouette that struck Su Ming as familiar. Indeed, when the figure turned to face him, Su Ming instantly recognized him. It was none other than Qicheng, the young heir of the chief family, who had recently provided him with crucial information. It is worth noting that the chief family, once a prominent royal merchant, was immensely wealthy, although only Qicheng remained. It was inconceivable that he had fallen so low as to serve as a mere waiter. Furthermore, just days ago, he had leveraged the chief family's influence to assist Su Ming in gathering intelligence, suggesting that the chief family's circumstances were not as dire as they appeared. But what could have brought Qicheng to this position? As Su Ming pondered this, Qicheng also caught sight of him, while busily wiping down tables. He subtly cast Su Ming a glance, seemingly imploring him not to expose his true identity. At that moment, the original waiter returned, balancing a tray laden with wine and dishes, announcing, "Esteemed guest, your exquisite food and drink." Su Ming's gaze fell upon the beef as he deftly picked up his food. indulging in the wine and dishes, choosing to disregard Qi Qingyan. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he cast one last glance at Qi Qingyan, tossed some silver coins on the table, and departed the tavern without a backward glance. In a narrow alley near the Blue King's residence, the moonlight cast a gentle glow. A figure could be faintly discerned standing there, hands clasped behind his back. Shortly thereafter, a tall, thin man hurriedly approached and knelt to pay his respects, expressing gratitude that his true identity had not been revealed. The man stepped out from the shadows, revealing himself to be Su Ming. He glanced at the kneeling Qi Qingyan and said, "Let us dispense with idle chatter." Understanding the cue, Qi Qingyan rose and acknowledged, "Yes, my lord." Before explaining his reason for working as a waiter at the tavern that day, "I was hoping to gather some information." He paused for effect. But seeing Su Ming remain unresponsive, he continued directly, "My lord, are you aware of the recent series of murders that have occurred in the capital?" Upon hearing this, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow. He had indeed heard whispers of these events upon his return to the capital. Several wealthy merchants had mysteriously vanished, only to be discovered brutally murdered on the streets the following day. The coroner, upon examining the bodies, was left horrified. The merchants' internal organs had been gruesomely removed, leaving their corpses resembling ancient mummies. Contemplating this, Su Ming fixed his gaze on Qi Qingyan and inquired, "Do the deceased merchants have any connection to your Qi family?" Qi Qingyan hastily shook his head, replying, "My lord, there is no connection. However, I suspect that the perpetrators may be linked to the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhou Gongli." At the mention of this name, Su Ming was taken aback. "Oh?" Just then, a familiar icy electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered Task 44, the enigmatic Phoenix, Secrets Within the Chamber." In the alley, a blue holographic screen suddenly appeared, floating before Su Ming's eyes. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Investigate the case of the missing wealthy merchants in the capital. Will you accept?" Such an opportunity was not one Su Ming would let slip away. He had been troubled by the lack of progress regarding the Red King's residence and was eager for the system rewards. Just as he was beginning to doze off, Qi Qingyan had come to present him with a golden opportunity. With a thought, he accepted the task. Turning to Qi Qingyan, Su Ming expressed his satisfaction. "You have done well. Please keep me informed of any further developments and approach me should you encounter any issues." With that, he turned and departed. Upon hearing these words, Qi Qingyan was overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling once more and bowing deeply to the figure that faded into the night. "Thank you, my lord." In the days that followed, Su Ming, as usual, followed his daily routine of commuting to and from work. Each day upon arriving at the Jinhui, he indulged in tea and literature. Only when matters of significance arose did he take a glance at them. As for trivial affairs, Su Ming entrusted them entirely to Lu Ming or the chief officers under his command. These individuals were more than willing to alleviate Su Ming's burdens. In the current Jingdu Wei office, few did not wish to ingratiate themselves with Su Ming. Thus, the days flowed by like water. During this time, it seemed as though Su Ming was merely busying himself without accomplishing much. However, in the interstices of his days, including his hours at the Wangfu, he diligently practiced his cultivation. In a mere few days, he solidified his recently attained master-level prowess, dispelling any lingering traces of instability. This encompassed the reforged unique aspect of his being. This restructured self, unique and unparalleled, harbored both divine and demonic energies, alongside a vast martial spirit. Upon fully mastering his current form, Su Ming discerned an ethereal resonance akin to the Dharma aspect within it. Although he had yet to enter the realm of the Dharma aspect in terms of cultivation, he could wield its formidable power through his unique form. The advantages it offered were unattainable for ordinary master-level martial artists, no matter how hard they tried. Day after day passed. Soon, a week had elapsed since Su Ming had triggered the investigation into the disappearance of the wealthy merchant. Despite the lack of visible progress, Su Ming remained unperturbed. Recognizing the efficacy of Qi Qingyan's information-gathering methods, he understood that patience was key. When Qi had news, he would seek him out. After concluding his official duties, Su Ming returned to the Qing Wangfu at the usual hour. As was customary, after completing his cultivation, he shed his garments, intending to wash up. Since moving to the rear garden, he no longer needed to carry a wooden tub to the communal bathing area. This chamber was equipped with a dedicated bathing tub and a screen, offering considerably better conditions than before. Yet, Su Ming felt an inexplicable sense of lack. At that moment, he sensed an aura rapidly approaching. Turning to look, he saw the door swing open with a sharp sound. A striking figure appeared before him, followed by a shriek echoing within the room. The woman, upon seeing Su Ming's bare torso, flushed crimson and scolded, "Shameless." Seeing Qing Feng in such a state brought Su Ming a sense of comfort. Qing Feng, covering her flushed face, still managed to leave a gap between her fingers, stealing glances at the man before her. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly found this steward to be rather intriguing. Approaching him, she scrutinized his flushed visage, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of masculinity. It was as if a gentle breeze caressed the tip of Qing Feng's nose. Her heart raced tumultuously in response. In her fluster, Qing Feng instinctively sought to retreat, yet this primal sensation, one she had never before experienced, left her disoriented and unbalanced. A distinguished master, indeed, was on the verge of stumbling due to a fleeting misalignment of body and mind. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming reached out to embrace her delicate waist, pulling her into his arms. The two locked eyes, and Qing Feng's gaze flickered, her heart racing with an intensity she had never before experienced. Perhaps fearing that the man before her would discern her true feelings, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she still feigned anger, exclaiming, "Let go of me." As he gazed at the woman in his embrace, he beheld a vulnerability and charm that she had never revealed before. Su Ming was somewhat distracted and unexpectedly leaned down to kiss. Their lips met, and a cool, smooth sensation coursed over Su Ming's lips, accompanied by a slight softness that was utterly irresistible. However, Qing Feng, who was kissed, found her mind blank, her thoughts tangled like withered autumn grass. After a moment of daze, she finally realized what had transpired. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her nose turning a bright red. Weakly, she pushed Su Ming away and exclaimed in indignation, "Su Ming, you scoundrel." Saying this, she weakly slapped him. Su Ming effortlessly grasped her delicate wrist. And before Qing Feng could register her disbelief, he leaned down again, capturing her fiery red lips. Her body trembled for a moment before completely relaxing. With closed eyes, she savored this tender kiss amidst heated breaths. Moments later, Qing Feng's eyes suddenly widened in alarm. She noticed a pair of large hands gradually climbing over her body, startling her awake from the haze of intimacy. Frantically, she extricated herself from the awkward situation and forcefully pushed Su Ming away, blushing deeply and lowering her gaze. She mustered the courage to say, "Someone is looking for you outside. Next time I come, if you dare to be so rude again, don't blame me for being impolite. I shall let you off this time." With that, she hurriedly left as if fleeing from danger. Feeling the lingering warmth on his lips, Su Ming's mouth curled into a slight smile. He hadn't expected the usually decisive Qing supervisor to exhibit such a delicate side. Glancing towards the door, Su Ming stroked his chin. The person Qing Feng mentioned, who was looking for him, must be Qi Qing'an, who now resided near the back garden. The gatekeeper, too afraid to enter, had entrusted the message to Qing Feng. After dressing, Su Ming made his way down the path to the front of the estate. As anticipated, a tall, lean man was already waiting there. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge, Qi Qing'an brightened and hurried forward to report, "My lord, there is news." Chapter 45, Ghost Valley, Night March of 100 Ghosts. At the entrance of the Qingwang mansion, Qi Qing'an was about to speak excitedly when Su Ming suddenly raised a hand to signal him to stop. Confused, Qi Qing'an followed Su Ming's gaze towards the depths of the alley behind them. There, a figure in white floated towards them like a ghost. Seeing this scene, Qi Qing'an fell to the ground in fright, trembling as he stuttered, "G-Ghost." At his words, the entire alley in front of the Qingwang mansion transformed dramatically. A wave of dark energy surged forth, enveloping the road before the mansion in a shroud of shadow, as if they had been transported from the realm of the living to that of the damned. Both men were bewildered by the sudden change in their surroundings. The detected ghost lunged at Qi Qing'an like a ravenous wolf. As a frail merchant, he had never encountered such a spectacle. Sitting on the ground, he was paralyzed with fear. With indifferent composure, Su Ming raised his right hand and struck forward, exclaiming, "Stop this nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive golden fist emerged, enveloping and locking onto the dark figure. With a piercing scream, the malevolent shadow was shattered by the golden punch, dissipating into nothingness. Qi Qing'an, still trembling on the ground, regained his composure after witnessing the astonishing scene. He turned back to Su Ming, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly impressive, my lord." However, the young man remained alert, gazing intently ahead. "It is not over yet," he stated. Qi Qing'an, taken aback, looked forward to see numerous dark energies coalescing where the ghostly figure had just vanished. These shadows were now charging toward them with even greater ferocity. Recognizing the situation, Qi Qing'an exclaimed in alarm, "My lord, be careful. This is the method of the Ghost Valley sect, the night march of 100 ghosts. Unless the mastermind behind this is killed, these ghostly entities will come endlessly, tireless in their pursuit. They will not perish." Upon hearing Qi Qing'an's explanation, Su Ming comprehended the gravity of the situation. In this world, martial cultivation encompassed more than mere physical training. Different schools of martial arts possessed distinct techniques, especially those secretive methods revered by their respective sections. The Ghost Valley sect, renowned throughout the land, wielded methods that were enigmatic and awe-inspiring. They had a unique approach of harnessing vengeful spirits through true essence, creating powerful and terrifying entities. Among their most famous techniques was the Night March of 100 Ghosts. Though the Ghost Valley spectral manipulation was formidable and elusive, it was not invulnerable nor eternal. They harbored a critical weakness, a profound fear of intense yang energy. Unfortunately, the supreme martial art cultivated by Su Ming, the great Vajra divine power, embodies the ultimate essence of rigidity and masculinity. With a swift twist of his wrist, Su Ming seized the air. Confronted by a multitude of fearsome specters hurtling towards him, he charged forward with reckless abandon. As golden light erupted, massive fists of radiance descended into the depths of the shadowy alley. The malevolent spirits around him shrieked and howled, their chilling, piercing cries echoing as if summoned from the abyss, sending tremors through the very essence of one's soul. Yet, the golden battle intent coursed through Su Ming, rendering him impervious to the surrounding frigid winds as he boldly advanced into the murky passageway. Within that Stygian alley, a gaunt figure resembling a skeleton bore witness to this spectacle, seething with rage. Like a howling wraith, black tendrils of energy surged from its mouth. Die. Its raven hair billowed with the force of the energy, 10 fingers pointed outward in command. Countless black threads connecting the malevolent spirits tensed in unison, receiving a new directive. The specters ceased their reckless advance, their forms vanishing into thin air as if they had never existed. Nevertheless, Su Ming remained acutely aware that the apparitions had not truly dissipated. Rather, their malevolent aura had intensified. Suddenly, a chilling breath struck against his back. A vengeful spirit materialized behind him, its sharp claws tainted with the essence of death poised against his broad back. The claws exuded an astonishingly corrupting energy, one that could reduce an ordinary person to mere bones within a mere moment. Even a celestial being would find no salvation from such decay. Yet, when this sinister assault met Su Ming, those green claws failed to inflict even the slightest harm. A radiant golden light illuminated him, his battle intent swirling, effortlessly shattering the malevolent talons. Su Ming exuded waves of golden battle intent, transforming into gusts of energy that surged forward. In an instant, all the cold, lifeless, and dreary auras were swept away. The invisible malevolent spirits, too, were utterly annihilated amidst their mournful wails. The once dim and gloomy alleyway now radiated with brilliant light. Su Ming's gaze swept ahead, a smile gracing his lips. With a single step forward, his figure inexplicably manifested deep within the alley. His piercing eyes fell upon the barren wall, and he remarked with a subtle smile, "At last, I have found you, you little rat." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ming raised his right fist and brought it crashing down with a resounding force. In that instant, the crimson wall shattered into countless pieces. Bricks and debris soared through the air, littering the ground. Before him stood a gaunt middle-aged man. Chapter 46, Conspiracies Unveiled. The master slain. In the narrow alley, the man, upon witnessing Su Ming's appearance, felt his pupils constrict. He could hardly fathom that Su Ming, through sheer brute strength, had managed to dismantle his knight of 100 ghosts. Moreover, he was astounded by how effortlessly the young man had discerned his location. A sense of terror gripped his heart like an iron vice. He understood all too well that the youth before him possessed the power to easily crush him. Thus, the moment he was exposed, he no longer cared about the nature of the monster he faced. This emaciated figure abruptly retreated. Yet Su Ming's speed outmatched his own. "I never said you could leave, did I?" A massive hand shot forth, grasping the gaunt shoulder with the tenacity of a steel clamp. Simultaneously, the indomitable spirit of battle, emanating from Su Ming, enveloped the frail man, effectively sealing away any flicker of defiance within him. In that fleeting moment, he found himself ensnared by the young man's grip, devoid of any hope for escape. Realizing that his life now lay in the hands of this youth, the emaciated man wasted no time in dropping to his knees, his dry, sunken face contorted in despair. "Hero, spare my life. I am an elder of the Ghost Valley sect. If you show mercy and grant me a reprieve, I am willing to do anything for you." Su Ming remained silent, merely gazing at him. This silence cast a profound shadow over his heart, intensifying his trepidation. The gaunt man seemed to suddenly recall something, continuing, "Do you not wish to know who sent me? If you grant me a chance at survival, I shall reveal everything." The emaciated man pleaded, "I can divulge anything, as long as you spare my life." Su Ming was indeed stirred by a flicker of interest, gazing indifferently into his eyes and inquiring, "Speak, if you will." Observing that Su Ming was impervious to his earlier attempts, the emaciated man finally relented. A fleeting expression of relief washed over his gaunt face. Suddenly feeling that there might be room for negotiation, he tentatively proposed, "Hero, how about this? You release my hand first." Before the frail man could finish his sentence, he felt an immense weight pressing down on his shoulder. Almost instantaneously, before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp, resounding crack echoed in the air, a sound akin to bone being shattered. This was swiftly followed by the sickening noise of torn flesh. In the midst of his terror, he beheld a nearly desiccated hand plummeting to the ground. In the next moment, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his brain, leaving him drenched in sweat as he collapsed to the earth, clutching his severed arm and howling, prostrate on the ground. The emaciated man noticed the youth advancing steadily towards him. A sense of dread enveloped his mind. He could no longer afford any hesitation and, in a parched voice, cried out, "It was Zhou Gongli who sent me to keep watch on Xiuchun. Everything was orchestrated by the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice." "Zhou Gongli," he said. At that moment, Xiuchun, who had been observing from a distance, hurried over and pressed for answers. What did he say? The elder of the Gigu sect cast a fearful glance at Su Ming and then stammered. He said to find out who instructed you to investigate this matter. Once identified, kill without mercy. The elder's voice weakened, and he quickly added, "I also thought this was merely an easy task for some quick earnings. I never anticipated that it would provoke such a formidable figure as yourself. I truly did not intend to offend you." Beside him, Xiuchun could not suppress his mocking laughter. Meanwhile, Su Ming interjected to cut through the elder's ramblings, asking, "And what of the deceased wealthy merchants? Who killed them?" The elder of the Gigu sect tilted his head back to look at Su Ming and shook it despondently, replying, "I do not know." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he took a step forward, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The elder of the Gigu sect, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that his rigid body tensed up. "My lord, I truly had no knowledge of this. I swear by the name of Gigu. Should my words prove false, may I be tormented by a myriad of ghosts, never to find peace in death." Noticing a wisp of black smoke emanating from his opponent, Su Ming realized that the elder had indeed cast a corresponding spell. He, too, was genuinely unaware of the situation. Su Ming's hand rested upon the demon blade, and he coldly remarked, "The information you have provided is insufficient to warrant your life." As he spoke, he prepared to draw the sword. The elder from the Ghost Valley sect nearly leapt in fright, exclaiming, my lord, while I am not privy to the details, I have formed some conjectures through our interactions during this time. The merchants who have met their demise all had dealings with Zhou Gongli, who has also received numerous favors from them. However, for reasons unknown, Zhou Gongli has suddenly turned against them, ruthlessly striking them down. As for those who executed the deeds, I have had little contact with them, but they appear to be Zhou Gongli's trusted confidants. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming relaxed his grip on the sword. The elder of the Ghost Valley sect also sighed in relief. Yet, as he raised his gaze, he heard the young man muttering to himself, "It seems I must seek an audience with Deputy Minister Zhou." Beside him, Qi Chengyin displayed a look of concern, saying, "My lord, Zhou Gongli is the left Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice, a figure of considerable power. He can directly confront the sovereign. And having navigated the political arena for so many years, he is undoubtedly cunning and shrewd. If you were to approach him, it is unlikely you would gain anything. On the contrary, he may seize the opportunity to turn the tables on you. I implore you to ponder this carefully." Su Ming waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "It's nothing." After speaking, he turned to leave. The elder of the Ghost Valley sect, who had been prostrate on the ground, felt a surge of joy at this turn of events. It seemed this young man was indeed a man of his word. However, as he gazed at the youth's retreating figure, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. This brat had left him in such a sorry state. Once he returned to the Ghost Valley sect, he would certainly. Before he could finish his thoughts, a sharp sound of a blade being unsheathed pierced the air. Before he could react, a cold steel blade pierced through his body from behind with a sickening squelch. Turning his head, he saw Qi Chengyin, wielding a short dagger, having plunged it into his chest. Unlike the formidable physique of a body refinement martial artist, ordinary practitioners, even those like the elder of the Ghost Valley sect who could only manipulate external forces, had severely limited refinement of their bodies. Even as a master, under Su Ming's suppression of his battle intent, he was utterly defenseless against an ordinary blade. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, resembling a crimson line dripping onto the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards Su Ming's silhouette. The elder trembled as he raised a hand to point at him, stammering, You are not trustworthy." Yet the young man paid him no heed. From behind, Qi Chengyin's cold laughter echoed, "The Lord promised not to kill you, but I made no such promise." With that, he withdrew the dagger. Another dull squelch sounded as the blade, now stained with bright red blood, was exposed to the air. Subsequently, scarlet blood gushed forth from the elder's heart like a spring. The light in the elder's eyes gradually dimmed, and he collapsed onto the ground, devoid of life. Chapter 47. Cost no object. Ruthlessly slay Su Ming in the Zhou residence. Zhou Gongli, with his small green bean-like eyes, gazed anxiously outside. The awaited return of a certain individual was long overdue, and he felt increasingly restless. In the hall, he paced back and forth, sighing in impatience. At that moment, in the shadows where sunlight could not penetrate, a man in black stood silently, his indistinct face slowly contorted. "You need not be so anxious. If it comes to it, allow me to take matters into my own hands." Upon hearing this, Zhou Gongli halted his steps. Turning to the man, he sighed and shook his head. "No, you must not expose yourself." Thereafter, the shadowy figure remained silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the hall. Soon, a guard clad in blue, with a sword hanging at his waist, hurriedly entered the hall, reporting, "My lord, it is grave news. We have discovered the corpse of the Ghost Valley elder in a small alley near the Qingwang residence." At this revelation, Zhou Gongli's eyes rolled back, nearly causing him to collapse as he braced himself against the desk to steady his body. "My lord," the guard exclaimed urgently. Zhou Gongli regained his composure, trembling with rage, his eyes fierce as he growled, "The Qingwang residence. It must be him. It must be that little bastard Su Ming's doing." He then turned to the man in the shadows. "If I do not have that little brat skinned alive, I shall not bear the surname Zhou. You take action to capture both that scoundrel and Su Ming. Bring them back alive. I will personally flay their skin and pull their tendons." The figure in the shadows twitched, revealing a smile. "I shall not let you down, my lord." The following day, Su Ming stepped out, heading towards the Northern Pacification Office from the Qingwang mansion. The path leading to the Northern Pacification Office always meandered through a bustling street filled with morning markets, The entire street was lined with countless vendors opening their stalls to conduct business. Steamed buns, fruits, and a variety of delicacies, whether boiled, fried, or roasted, were abundantly available for all palates. Su Ming, as per his routine, stopped at a street vendor to purchase a few pounds of breakfast to enjoy on the way. Pausing momentarily, he lifted a bag of food, allowing his gaze to wander ahead. Although the street was as bustling as ever, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Scanning several establishments situated in the heart of the thoroughfare, which usually thrived with activity, he noticed that today, all doors were firmly shut. While one closed shop could be dismissed as mere coincidence, the simultaneous closure of multiple businesses on this day was decidedly peculiar. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds sliced through the air, reminiscent of something soaring across the sky. In an instant, countless black arrows rained down from all directions, each aimed squarely at Su Ming. The barrage of crossbow bolts descended like an inescapable net, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. As the arrows were unleashed, the sound of iron armor scraping echoed throughout the surroundings. Hundreds of heavily armored soldiers materialized on either side of the street, encircling it with astonishing speed, establishing a tactical formation that sealed off any possible escape. As the capital of the Xiuchun Dynasty, the city was not only home to the wealthiest and most influential figures but also teemed with formidable martial artists. The moment this threat emerged, other skilled individuals, who had also stopped for breakfast, swiftly sensed the impending danger, channeling their vital essence to form protective barriers. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in white, whose formidable aura radiated as he gathered his battle intent to confront the crisis. His eyes fell upon a young man in a flying fish robe. Standing motionless with breakfast in hand, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, acutely aware that he and the surrounding pedestrians were unwittingly caught in a deadly ambush orchestrated by a powerful noble against this imperial guard. The tightly packed soldiers in black armor were not only well-equipped, but also emanated a formidable presence, each one a high-ranking, innate martial artist. The overwhelming malevolence radiating from the black-armored soldiers struck fear into the heart of the middle-aged man. Their roles were meticulously defined. The foremost soldiers wielded giant shields and long swords, while behind them stood a regiment of archers armed with bows and crossbows. The storm of arrows whistled through the air, each one tearing through the wind with lethal precision. The white-clad man felt a chill run down his spine. The scale of this assault resembled that of a campaign to quell a rebellious city. Even a master of extraordinary prowess would find it nearly impossible to survive such an onslaught. Who was this imperial guard that warranted such a grand display of force? And what noble could be so ruthless as to deploy soldiers for a massacre in the heart of the capital? Not only the middle-aged man of masterful rank, but also various onlookers, whether merchants in splendid attire or officials in black dragon-patterned robes, recognized the gravity of the situation. The sight of the rain of arrows sent them fleeing in terror. Among them, officials shouted, veins bulging, demanding to report to the court about the audacity of this officer who dared to unleash soldiers in such a manner. Yet, their eyes remained fixed on the center of the chaos, where the young man in the flying fish robe stood dazed and unprotected. Even the most unassuming bystanders could see that the arrows raining down were propelled by powerful crossbows and possessed immense destructive force, capable of perforating even the most renowned master. The Imperial Guard seemed to have no chance of survival. As thoughts swirled, and all believed the young man to be doomed, the storm of arrows descended in a dense barrage. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shot skyward. Chapter 48. One man holds the pass. 10,000 cannot break through. On the streets of the capital, the black-armored soldiers formed an impenetrable barrier. Thousands of arrows fell like a curtain, darkening the day. Yet amidst the relentless onslaught, a golden light erupted, exuding a sacred battle aura akin to a spring gushing forth. A surge of force swept through the area, deflecting numerous arrows. However, the sheer volume of the assault remained staggering, and the young man below was still engulfed by the shower. The white-clad man, standing on the sidelines, shook his head in regret. What a pity. He recognized that this youth was also a formidable master, yet under such an overwhelming barrage, survival seemed impossible. After all, no matter how powerful a master might be, they remained flesh and blood, and a strike of this magnitude would surely reduce them to a mere sieve. The arrows continued to rain down, finally filling the ground around the breakfast stall. In that area, the arrows formed a dense carpet, revealing a figure obscured by the onslaught. The middle-aged man sighed, retracting his battle intent, just as he anticipated the farcical scene to conclude. His eyes widened in disbelief as he focused on the spot covered in arrows. An immense power began to accumulate at a staggering speed, sending a chilling wave that swept through the area, dislodging the arrows and sending them hurtling back towards the black-armored soldiers with even greater ferocity. Unlike the previous silence interrupted only by the sound of arrows, those now returning were imbued with a sharper edge, striking the black-armored troops. A number of soldiers who failed to activate their defenses were pierced through their bodies, cries of anguish and despair filling the air. The figure previously shrouded by arrows re-emerged into the sight of the crowd. Astonishingly, not a single drop of blood could be seen on the young man, nor any visible wounds. only the tattered remains of his flying fish robe, revealing his toned physique. The middle-aged man was astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His shock was fleeting, as the young man's figure flickered like lightning, almost instantaneously reaching the ranks of the black-armored soldiers. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the world seemed to dim. The long knife at his waist was drawn with the force of a tempest, and the young man plunged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a ruthless slaughter. Not far away, on an elevated platform, an elderly man with a tall and slender build watched in stunned silence, while the black-clad man standing behind him was equally astonished. Unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him, the black-clad man muttered, "Is this the prowess of a master martial artist? Far more terrifying than I had imagined. Even the fiercest beasts of the same realm would pale in comparison." Zhou Gongli's expression grew grave as he remarked, "How could this young man have become so powerful? I've never heard of a body-refining martial artist reaching the master realm. What on earth is he?" Zhou Gongli's face darkened, resembling coal. The man in black behind him, witnessing this, offered words of comfort. "Fear not, let him be strong as he may. The physical prowess of a body cultivator is indeed formidable, yet that is all there is to it. We have our contingencies." With that, their gaze returned to Su Ming. Amidst the throng of 100 armored soldiers, a young man wielded his blade with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Every heavily armored soldier that charged at him was effortlessly cleaved in two. Those who attempted to ambush him from behind, swinging their great swords upon his shoulder, found their strikes akin to colliding with metal, causing their arms to tremble as if they could scarcely maintain their grip on the weapon. Yet, the young man remained unscathed. The formidable shield, under the influence of the dark, golden-hued blade radiating a fierce battle intent, was rendered utterly ineffective. Su Ming's figure weaved through the crowd with grace. With forward slashes, backward thrusts, horizontal cuts, and diagonal sweeps, his movements flowed effortlessly, akin to a poet deftly inscribing verses, each step claiming the lives of 10. Cries of anguish echoed around him, as crimson blood and severed limbs scattered across the entire street. It was not until only a cluster of quaking soldiers remained, huddled together with their great swords in hand, that they dared to gaze at the young man before them with trepidation. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt, his gaze sweeping over the remaining few individuals with indifference. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "You've gone to such lengths, only to end up with this." Not far away, a palanquin adorned with golden and silver threads, its canopy inlaid with exquisite agate and jade beads, exuded an air of extreme luxury. A delicate hand, as white as snow, lifted the curtain. Upon her elegantly coiffed hair, a flawless jade hairpin was inserted, complemented by hanging pearls as adornments. This noble woman possessed an extraordinarily pristine complexion, seemingly untouched by even a speck of dust. Her divine eyes flickered with a glimmer of light as she observed the bloody scene before her, exclaiming in astonishment, "What remarkable body refinement skills! It is likely that even the most formidable demons and beasts of the same realm pale in comparison to this individual." "Who is he?" Outside the palanquin, a maid dressed in a fitted plain attire reported, "Your Highness, this individual's name is Su Ming. He was originally a third-rank guard of the Qing royal residence. Quite unremarkable and inconsequential. However, after being assigned by the Qing princess to the Jinyue as a minor constable, he began to shine. Initially, he showed no fear of authority, decisively slaying Zhou Tianxing, the son of the corrupt left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Gongli, despite the obstruction of many, including the Jingzhaoyin. Subsequently, he experienced significant growth in strength, forcefully storming the Ministry of Justice, causing chaos among the officials, and publicly beating the deputy minister to near death before dragging him back to the northern governoress office. Recently, he even turned the tables on over 20 experts from the Jinyue traders and the Qi Wangfu's Qi Yuwei. He single-handedly ventured into Cangyang City, breaking through encirclement while bringing witnesses. With such a remarkable record, he was recently promoted to 100 households in the Jinyue by His Majesty. From a mere constable to 100 households in just half a year, he has become one of the fastest promoted individuals since the establishment of the Jinyue. As the princess listened to the maid's account, her gaze remained fixated on the slender figure of Su Ming, her eyes growing increasingly bright, her slightly thickened red lips parting. What an extraordinary hero! His talent and character are of the highest caliber. His future prospects are boundless. It is a pity that he has fallen into the hands of the parsimonious Qing princess, who knows how many years he has been delayed. Had the Qing royal residence been adept at utilizing talent, such a gem would not have been buried for so long. It was only upon entering the Jinyue that he truly began to shine. The maid, who had served the princess for many years, immediately understood the implication of her words and nodded. "I will certainly invite Su Ming to meet with your highness as soon as possible." The princess supported her chin, her gaze steadfastly glued to Su Ming, and smiled lightly. "No rush, let us observe a while longer." Chapter 49. The Four Demons of Qianshan. The princess's concerns at the end of the street, a palanquin came to a stop. The noble woman within, alongside her maid, both directed their gazes towards the nearby blood-soaked ground. Compared to earlier, the previously relaxed expressions of the two women now bore a hint of gravity. In their line of sight, 4 additional figures had appeared on the scene. These 4 individuals varied greatly in appearance, each possessing distinct characteristics. The man standing in the center towered at approximately 6 feet tall, resembling a giant iron tower. His skin was dark, exuding a metallic beauty that commanded the attention of the crowd. Perched upon the shoulder of the towering man was a diminutive figure, a man no larger than the giant's hand. The stark contrast in their sizes was akin to a fierce tiger and a newborn kitten sharing the same space. Positioned before the giant was a stout, rotund man, weighing an estimated 600 pounds. He gleamed with an oily sheen, resembling a round ball, with flabby cheeks nearly obscuring his beady eyes, rendering his vision unclear. Beside the giant stood a ragged, emaciated old man with a bald head, whose frail form seemed to be merely a thin layer of withered skin stretched over skeletal bones. The incongruous quartet of one large, one small, one fat, and one thin immediately captured the attention of all present. The palpable aura of battle emanating from them was undeniable, revealing their status as grandmasters. This included the princess, who had been observing for some time. Upon their arrival, her delicate brows furrowed, remaining tense throughout. The maid, who had been meticulously guarding the princess, gasped in astonishment upon seeing the 4 figures, exclaiming, "The 4 demons of Xiuchun, the 4 grandmasters who have remained hidden for many years. After suffering severe injuries over 50 years ago, they have not shown themselves until now. How could they possibly be here?" The princess's expression turned solemn as she gestured for the maid to continue. The maid nodded in response. The 4 demons of Xiuchun. The eldest, Iron Man, possesses the strength of a 3rd-tier grandmaster and is known for his earth-shattering might. His martial arts are derived from a high-level mysterious technique focused on strength, the power of the heavenly demon. Few in the same realm can withstand a single blow from him. The second, the dwarf, is a 2nd-tier grandmaster, a rare mental warrior. Though grandmasters have typically harmonized their essence, energy, and spirit into their martial intent, there are those who have exclusively cultivated mental power, allowing them to project their martial intent through spiritual means even upon reaching the grandmaster realm. His martial arts are centered around a terrifying sound wave technique, the sound of the heavenly demon, also a high-level mysterious technique. The third, Fat Mountain Tiger, is a 2nd-tier grandmaster. His martial arts allow him to absorb the strength of his opponents for his own use, known as the bounce of the heavenly demon, a high-level mysterious technique. The fourth, Bitter Bamboo, is a 3rd-tier grandmaster, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, reputed to be able to cleave mountains with a single stroke. His martial arts are among the most prestigious in swordsmanship, the sword of the heavenly demon. Years ago, they wreaked havoc in Xiuchun, eluding capture despite numerous capable individuals. When united, they have even achieved the remarkable feat of slaying top grandmasters. As the maid elaborated, the princess's expression remained grave, her heart weighed down with worry. It seemed that this time, Su Ming would meet his end here. Meanwhile, the battlefield was devoid of any surviving armored soldiers. Amidst the severed limbs and broken bodies stood Su Ming, his expression as indifferent as ever. He too had noticed the sudden appearance of the 4 individuals, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, unaffected by their presence. The 4 demons of Xiuchun turned their gazes towards Su Ming, their formidable auras soaring, shattering the surrounding hard stone pavement. Iron Man, addressing the dwarf on his shoulder, grumbled, "Second, it seems this brat looks down on us 4. The dwarf remained silent, while Bitter Bamboo, in a raspy and unpleasant tone, sneered, "This inexperienced brat likely believes that by slaying those worthless fools, he has become invincible. My experiences remain limited, and I fail to comprehend that we, mere pawns, can never rival such formidable beings." He remains oblivious to the fact that soon his life shall be extinguished at our hands. As he spoke, a fierce gale erupted from the iron tower, revealing the unmistakable aura of a master at the 3rd realm. With a mocking expression, he declared, "Ignorant fool, soon you shall kneel and grovel at my feet." Su Ming remained silent, continuing to disregard the 4 individuals before him. The demon's sword in his grasp gleamed with a chilling light. With a mere touch of his toes, his slender figure surged forth like a thunderbolt, swift and decisive. The blade shimmered and danced through the air, slicing past an illusory shadow. The iron tower's brows twitched, and he roared in fury, "You insolent wretch! How dare you underestimate me? You seek death." As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest, murmuring incantations. In the blink of an eye, his broad and massive form swelled, transforming into a towering figure exceeding 3 zhang, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Su Ming's figure, dwarfed by his colossal frame, appeared akin to a mere child's toy. A giant emerged within the gaze of the onlookers. In the distance, the guard beside the princess exclaimed, "This is the legendary Titan's demonic art. It is said that when perfected, this technique allows one to swell into an 8-zhang giant. Once transformed, one possesses boundless strength, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains. Although it seems he has yet to master it fully, the augmentation he has achieved is nonetheless staggering." His physical prowess rivals that of seasoned body cultivators. Su Ming is surely in peril. Within the sights of the two observers, Su Ming faced a fist as large as his own chest, not retreating but instead reaching out with one hand, intending to meet the blow head-on. The middle-aged master could not help but raise an eyebrow, silently thinking, this young man is overly confident, believing that as a body cultivator, he can render himself invincible. Little does he realize that his opponent, the force demon of the four demons of Qianshan, can wield the Titan's demonic art to achieve similar feats. The martial fluctuations emanating from this youth are vastly inferior to those of the force demon. It is unlikely he will survive this strike. Chapter 50, 1 against 4. A dismissive victory as the winds of their fists collided, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Yet, the youth beneath that colossal fist remained steadfast, effortlessly absorbing the terrifying force. Akin to an ant shaking a giant tree, leaving all present in utter disbelief. A flicker of fury flashed in the ironclad warrior's eyes. This brat. Before him, the youth's arm easily brushed aside the giant hand. In that moment of astonishment, a silver flash streaked across his arm. Without any resistance, the warrior's arm fell to the ground. His robust muscles splattered with blood. The scene unfolded in an instant, causing him to drop to his knees, clutching his arm in agony and howling in pain. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their minds echoing a singular thought. What manner of monster is this? The Iron Tower roared. This young man is no simple foe. Everyone, attack together. As his words echoed, the initial disdain in the eyes of the others dissipated. The dwarf leapt into the air, hovering above, his fingertips poised against his forehead. As he glared, waves of potent mental energy surged forth, rippling through the surrounding space like sound waves. Under the astonishing control of his psychic power, the small shops along the street were uprooted. A house, along with its foundational soil, was levitated and hurled downward towards Su Ming. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ming swiftly leaped into action, his wrist twisting as shimmering light flickered around him. Brandishing his long blade, he traversed the dwelling. Before even touching the ground, the house crumbled to pieces, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the floor with no semblance of force. Before Su Ming could touch the ground, a rapidly spinning mass of flesh charged towards him from behind. In front of him, an emaciated old man resembling a skeleton lunged forward, wielding a 3-foot sword. His movements flowed like a sinuous serpent. Following the long sword, a colossal sword's phantom emerged, both attacking simultaneously. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming did not flinch. A dark golden radiance enveloped his form. The spherical mass behind him collided with him like a cannonball, sending a surge of blood and energy coursing through his veins. Yet he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. At that moment, the sword light, accompanied by a swirling greenish-blue shadow, had already arrived. With a swift motion, Su Ming wielded his demonic blade, engaging in combat with the two warriors. However, the sharp longsword was effortlessly sliced through, its blade cleaving into two halves. Simultaneously, the illusory giant sword behind him shattered at that very moment. In a state of shock, Ku Zhu reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting the broken sword in his hand to thrust horizontally towards Su Ming's visage. The other half of the severed blade, suspended in midair, also quivered faintly, as if drawn by a luminous force, aiming to pierce Su Ming's chest. Su Ming's body was positioned horizontally in midair, as two razor-sharp blades passed perilously close. Although he could have directly employed his formidable Vajra divine power for defense, he remained uncertain whether the sword's edge concealed any lethal monstrosities. Caution had always been Su Ming's foremost principle in any endeavor. If evasion was possible, he would never resort to confronting danger with his own flesh. As he touched down, a cascade of shattered stones hurtled towards him. Golden light surged around him, and Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he beheld the diminutive figure hovering above. With outstretched hands, an invisible mental force erupted from his fingertips, subtly warping the very fabric of space. He coldly declared, mental power is not to be wielded so frivolously. The earth below twisted under the influence of his mental force, transforming into slender, needle-like projectiles. Each needle, infused with delicate strands of mental energy, shot towards the airborne figure. The hovering gnome finally revealed a visage of terror. With hands clasped together, he attempted to convert his mental energy into a shield, striving to fend off the incoming barrage. However, the fine, earth-infused projectiles pierced through his mental barrier with ease, rendering it riddled with countless holes. The gnome's diminutive form was subsequently pierced by the myriad needles, blood streaming from his body like rain. After a sudden and unavoidable onslaught, the gnome's eyes widened in disbelief. In that moment, he had been irrevocably transformed into a grotesque figure, his body marred by thousands of tiny puncture wounds, rendering him an unsettling sight. How can this be? Aren't you a body-refining martial artist? How is it that you can wield mental power as well? A cold smile graced Su Ming's lips. Bolstered by the formidable heavenly strike earth-shattering spiritual technique of the perfection realm, his mental prowess was already formidable, though he seldom employed it in daily life. This display left the onlooking masters, including the princess and others, utterly astonished. The path of martial arts is inherently arduous. Achieving the status of a grandmaster through any method is a testament to one's extraordinary talent. Su Ming has ascended to the realm of the grandmaster through an extraordinarily rare and arduous method of physical cultivation. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it has come to light that he simultaneously possesses formidable mental assault capabilities. While his physical form is invincible, his mental prowess is equally astonishing. What manner of creature is this? Such thoughts surged in the hearts of all present. Su Ming remained oblivious to his surroundings. His figure darted swiftly, evading the massive fist of the one-armed giant that descended upon him. When the fist struck the ground, it felt as if an earthquake had erupted, causing the entire street to tremble momentarily. Stepping upon the fallen arm of the iron giant, Su Ming's slender silhouette continued to ascend, wielding his demonic blade aloft, preparing to cleave downward. Suddenly, a spherical mass burst forth with incredible speed. In a rapid spin, it collided with Su Ming's demonic blade, creating a dazzling display of sparks as the blade met the whirling mass. Remarkably, the demonic blade was forced aside by the impact of the spherical entity. Su Mingyue descended gracefully to the ground, his gaze fixed upon the arm of the iron tower, where a portly and bloated man stood before him, drenched in blood. Observing the man's disheveled appearance, Su Ming's expression relaxed, and he remarked softly to himself, "I see now." Su Ming immediately understood. This rotund individual was not a body-refining martial artist. His physique had not undergone the tempering of battle intent or true essence. The reason he could withstand the formidable demon blade was merely due to his martial arts enabling him to temporarily absorb and manifest battle intent upon his body's surface. By executing a rapid rotation, he achieved this exaggerated defensive effect. However, judging by his appearance, it was evident that such an ability could not be sustained for long. Clearly, the four demons of Qianshan had also grasped this predicament. The four exchanged glances, recognizing the resolve in each other's eyes. The iron-willed man trembled as he spoke. "This peculiar fellow is far more formidable than we anticipated. If we prolong this, we shall be easily vanquished by him. Brothers, we can wait no longer. Form the formation." They nodded in unison, positioning themselves strategically. It seemed they were establishing some ancient and mysterious formation. An aura of antiquity and enigma slowly enveloped them. At the moment when the dark battle intent reached its zenith through their convergence, all four opened their eyes simultaneously. A sly smile crept across the iron-willed man's face as he declared, "You brat, perish." With a single hand striking the ground, intricate black and red symbols began to materialize upon the earth. He bellowed into the air, "With our blood, we summon. Celestial Demon, arise." Chapter 51. The Celestial Demon descends. Law forms clash in the streets of Kyoto. The black and red formation gradually emerged on the ground. A ghostly figure of a demon, imbued with an aura of desolation, slowly solidified in the air. The citizens of Kyoto gazed upward as if witnessing a divine apparition, their hearts flooded with a primal fear emanating from their very blood. The princess, her guards, and the middle-aged masters by the roadside all raised their eyes towards the ethereal figure taking shape in the sky. Just before the palanquin, a guard sighed. "I never imagined he could force the four demons of Qianshan to this extent." The reason the four demons were collectively recognized as such was not only due to their deep bond, but also because the martial arts they practiced were inherently united. The Celestial Demon's four-part technique, when executed with peak synergy among its practitioners, could coalesce into a singular martial art. The Celestial Demon descends. In their heyday, the four demons utilized this technique to slay a master at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. It was through this battle that they became renowned across Qinwu. This fellow is formidable, but encountering the Celestial Demon descends, he is undoubtedly doomed. The princess, gazing into Su Ming's beautiful eyes, revealed a hint of resolve and instructed, "Suyu, if the situation turns dire, assist me in rescuing that young man." The female guard nodded, "Yes, your highness." Under the dimming sky, a beast resembling a tiger and a dragon appeared high above. This creature bore the head of a fierce tiger, yet possessed the sinuous body of a dragon, exuding an aura from the ancient past. The presence of this ferocious beast affected the true essence and battle intent of the martial artists present, causing their movements to slow. Upon witnessing the Celestial Demon taking shape, the cloaked figure and Zhou Gongli exchanged sardonic smiles. "My lord, with the Celestial Demon's descent, Su Ming no longer has a chance of survival. This being can even slay a master of the sixth realm, no matter how tumultuous he may be. This is the end for him." Zhou Gongli gazed at the massive Celestial Demon above, nodding in satisfaction. "You have done well this time. However, it would be prudent to eliminate him swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications." Casting his gaze upon the frail figure below, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Gongli's eyes as he coldly mused, "Su Ming, I wonder how you will continue to thwart my plans in the future." Su Ming gazed up at the ethereal figure. Behind this apparition floated four individuals, all of whom were similarly fixated on him. Their pallid visages clearly indicated the toll of summoning the celestial demon, having drained them of considerable vitality. The ironclad man chuckled heartily, addressing Su Ming. Boy, weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Now, muster the courage to continue your bravado. Su Ming, rendered speechless, drove the demon blade into the ground. Observing this, the middle-aged man in white sighed softly. He seems prepared to surrender. The onlookers regarded Su Ming, sensing his resignation. Inside the palanquin, the princess hesitated before exhaling a resigned sigh. Enough, Su Yu. You need not take risks for someone like him. Gazing at the frail figure, she shook her head in disappointment. He possesses talent, but lacks the corresponding resolve. Such a person is unlikely to achieve greatness. Let us depart. Despite the princess's command, Su Yu, typically obedient, remained rooted in place, staring skyward. With a vacant gaze, she exclaimed, Princess, I fear the situation is entirely different from what we envision. The princess followed her gaze. Above, thunder rumbled ominously. The celestial demon exhaled fiery breaths, slowly sweeping its massive claws downward towards the young man, who, having relinquished his demon blade, stood with hands clasped in prayer. The ironclad man sneered. Has he truly given up resistance? How dull. Celestial demon, crush him. With his thunderous roar, the demon's colossal paw descended upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble once more. Yet, at that moment, the ironclad man's expression darkened significantly. For within his line of sight, a golden light pierced through the demon's arm, soaring skyward. At the heart of this golden radiance stood none other than Su Ming, who was meant to be obliterated by a single strike. This was unfathomable. The scene unfolding on the street left the onlookers in stunned silence. Countless phantoms swirled around the golden light, coalescing into a golden figure strikingly similar to Su Ming, seated in the void. This apparition loomed larger than the celestial demon itself. More terrifyingly, even though the two colossal phantoms in the sky appeared to be mere manifestations of combat spirit, they now revealed intricate cycles of mystical symbols flowing like water around Su Ming's ethereal form. The guards, the princess, the middle-aged man, and others were rendered speechless, murmuring in tremulous disbelief, the law manifestation. This is the manifestation of martial prowess. Only those of the law manifestation realm can wield such power. How can this be? Su Ming is merely a master realm practitioner. How could he achieve this? In the sky, the ironclad man's eyes darted wildly, spiraling with frenzy as he frantically covered his face, exclaiming in confusion, this cannot be. He must be bluffing. Celestial demon, tear him apart. The celestial demon, baring its fangs, thundered towards Su Ming's golden form. Su Ming clasped his hands together, and a colossal blade of battle materialized in the air above him. His eyes shimmered with a mysterious glow as he clearly articulated a complex incantation. Life and death seal, slash. The golden statue wielding the sword in the sky swung downwards with great force. The demon of the heavens howled, its enormous claws flailing helplessly, only to be severed in two by a single strike. A shockwave swept through the sky, dispersing all the dark clouds. In that instant, the demon of the heavens vanished completely. Chapter 52. The Great Quake in the Capital, reactions from all sides in the heavens. The golden silhouette descended like a divine apparition, hovering above the street. Under the might of this golden figure's blade, the demon of the heavens was utterly obliterated. Simultaneously, the four demons of Xiuchun, who had summoned the demon, suffered a backlash at the moment of its disappearance, spewing blood onto the ground. This astonishing scene left all who witnessed the battle in the capital profoundly shaken. What manner of prodigy is this? Gazing at the slowly dissipating silhouette in the sky, this question burgeoned in the hearts of countless martial artists and passers-by. Before the palanquin, the princess's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she struggled to regain her composure. Su Yu, prepare a high-grade treasure blade for me. Fetch that local martial arts manual from my private treasury, along with 500 taels of gold. I shall personally invite him into my fold. The princess's eyes radiated fervent emotion as she fixed her gaze on the fading silhouette in the sky. She was determined to secure this individual. Su Yu hesitated momentarily before clasping her fists and saying, Your Highness, could this reward be a tad excessive? Even for winning over the great generals of the court. It seems rather extravagant, does it not? Moreover, Su Ming has yet to achieve any notable merit. Might this action be too reckless? Su Yu perceived that Su Ming far exceeded her expectations, yet the princess's grand gestures were astonishing. Inside the palanquin, the jade figure lowered the curtain, her resolved voice echoing, Do as I say. Such talent must not be overlooked. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Zhou Gongli sat slumped on the ground, his face ashen as he stared at the sky, muttering in a daze. How is this possible? How could that little wretch be so powerful? It's over. Everything is over. Zhou Gongli nearly lost his mind as he rubbed his aching forehead, his voice transitioning from despair to hysteria. In his desperate attempt to eliminate Su Ming, he had wagered everything, only to find himself thwarted by Su Ming's incredible prowess. The man in black stood behind him, equally bewildered, unable to fathom the existence of such a formidable young adversary. In the realm of masters, achieving such feats was unprecedented. He was even more reluctant to accept that this young man was their opponent, one they could no longer contend with. Sighing in consolation, he remarked, "My lord, this young man is too extraordinary. Let us first deal with the aftermath. We can devise a plan to confront him later." These words jolted Zhou Gongli awake from his stupor. The weary old man sprang to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, "Only the Red King's mansion can ensure our safety now." Quickly, as he climbed to his feet, he requested the man in black to escort him to the Red King's mansion. However, as he turned around, he caught sight of the slender figure in the sky, its gaze fixed upon him. Though too far away to discern its expression, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped his heart, nearly suffocating him. Zhou Gongli gasped in terror. "He sees me." He disregarded everything and fled towards the Red King's mansion. The man in black followed closely behind, frowning in an attempt to reassure him. "Do not panic, brother. With me here, this young man cannot overthrow us." No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Gongli halted abruptly, not due to the man's words, but because a youth clad in a flying fish robe stood before him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Where do you think you're going, Lord Zhou?" Zhou Gongli trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground as he recoiled, looking around frantically. He then raised his voice in desperation. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, a court official. If you kill me, you shall not escape unscathed." With Zhou Gongli's cries, many citizens of the capital finally took notice of him. They glanced in his direction, recognizing his status within the court. At the same time, they identified Su Ming, the one who had just wreaked havoc. Whispers spread among the crowd, and the fearful gazes directed at Su Ming filled Zhou Gongli with a glimmer of hope. He pleaded with the bystanders, "Quickly, report to the court. An evil man seeks to harm a court official. Hurry, someone, apprehend this villain." Faced with the restless crowd, Su Ming removed the insignia of the Jinui 100 House from his waist and addressed Zhou Gongli. "I am a 100 House of the Jinui. Lord Zhou, the evidence we have gathered thus far indicates your involvement in the recent spate of wealthy merchants going missing. I kindly request your cooperation in the investigation and ask that you accompany me to the Northern Pacification Office for interrogation." Zhou Gongli's face, lined with wrinkles, twisted in anger as he bellowed, "I am the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, a court-appointed official of the second rank. What right does a mere 7th rank 100 House have to arrest me?" Stowing away the insignia, Su Ming regarded Zhou Gongli with indifference. "The Jinui operates without restraint. This is the privilege granted by imperial authority." With that, he advanced towards Zhou Gongli, who, in terror, scrambled backward on the ground. At the moment when the old man felt utterly hopeless, a shadow blocked his path. A masked figure turned to Zhou Gongli and urged, "Hurry, I will hold him off." Su Ming had sensed this individual's presence earlier, who had been observing the situation unfold. However, he had not anticipated that this person was one of Zhou Gongli's associates. Gazing into the brown eyes of the figure, Su Ming coldly inquired, "Are you intending to oppose the Jinui?" The man in black remained silent, drawing his sword with a grave expression, readying himself for confrontation. Seeing this, Zhou Gongli hastily regained his footing and fled without looking back. Su Ming refrained from uttering superfluous words, his demonic blade vibrating as it was drawn from its sheath. A surge of fiery energy enveloped the black-clad man's sword, flames ascending gracefully. At that moment, the blazing sword roared like a lion, its flames flickering and crackling with intensity. Simultaneously, the black-clad man's presence was laid bare for all to see. He stood at the 4th tier of mastery, a realm far beyond that of lower-tier masters. If not for the celestial demons, even the 4 formidable figures of the hidden mountain might not match his prowess. The intense flames danced within the man's pupils as his figure moved with remarkable swiftness, rending flames slash. With a fierce shout, he surged forward like a streak of fire towards Su Ming. In response, Su Ming's demonic blade shimmered with a cold light, also rushing forth to meet him. At the moment of their collision, the world fell into silence. Then, a tempest arose, whipping through the air and causing onlookers in the distance to struggle against the gusts, nearly unable to open their eyes. Yet, within a mere span of 10 seconds, tranquility returned. All was restored to peace. Su Ming slowly sheathed the demonic blade. Yet the man in black standing behind him suddenly split in two at the waist, collapsing to the ground. In the dimness of his eyes, an expression of disbelief lingered on his face. In the distance, Zhou Gongli, who was hastily fleeing for his life, heard the commotion behind him. Turning back, he was met with the sight of a body severed in two, and he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Gongyi. Chapter 53. Seizing Zhou Gongli, one of the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Punishment. Beside the willow grove, Zhou Gongyi's body lay cleaved in half upon the ground. Witnessing this tragic scene, Zhou Gongli could no longer contain the surge of sorrow that erupted from within him, burying his face in his hands as he wept uncontrollably. Gongyi. Su Ming approached him slowly. Zhou Gongli, with tears still glistening in his aged eyes, ceased to flee and instead rose to glare at Su Ming, exclaiming, "You dare to kill him? I will fight you." In his fury, Zhou Gongli lunged at Su Ming. only to be effortlessly knocked to the ground by the latter's palm. Like a chick being lifted, Zhou Gongli was hoisted up, struggling comically in Su Ming's grasp. Su Ming coldly remarked, "Lord Zhou, I trust you will accompany me to the Northern Pacification Office without further ado?" As he spoke, a dark golden aura sealed Zhou Gongli's mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound no matter how he thrashed. Su Ming then cast a glance at the onlookers, and with a flick of his toes, vanished from the scene with Zhou Gongli in tow. Once Su Ming departed, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief, whispering amongst themselves, still cautious in their tones, fearful that the ruthless and decisive Jinyui might suddenly turn back. As the street turmoil subsided, the imperial army responded swiftly. A regiment of soldiers clad in green armor organized themselves to clear the streets, removing the gruesome remnants of dismembered bodies. The horrific scene caused several soldiers to retch on the spot. Meanwhile, the exploits of Su Ming, 100 household of Jinyui, spread throughout the capital in less than 2 hours. From the elderly to toddlers, nearly everyone in the capital was aware of his name. Single-handedly, he had shattered the enemy ambush set by the black-armored troops of the Ministry of Justice, emerging unscathed while obliterating them entirely. After executing the black-armored soldiers, he confronted the infamous 4 demons of Qianshan, effortlessly repelling them, even when they unleashed their renowned celestial sorcery, summoning celestial demons. Su Ming displayed an astonishing prowess that resembled the descent of divine beings, crushing the 4 demons with overwhelming force. Subsequently, he publicly apprehended Zhou Gongli, a second-rank official of the court. Each of these events reverberated like thunder, igniting a storm of intrigue across the capital. Simultaneously, the major powers within the capital began to investigate the true identity of this Su Ming. In the Crimson King's mansion, within the side hall, a young man sat grim-faced. The trembling guards below reported their findings, afraid to utter another word. In a fit of rage, the young man drew a sword from the waist of a guard beside him and bellowed, "Su Ming, I will kill you. I will kill you." His face flushed with fury, he slashed at the table before him, while the attendants remained motionless, paralyzed by fear. The atmosphere in the side hall grew intensely oppressive. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the hall. He looked up at the nearly deranged youth and coldly inquired, "Who do you intend to kill?" Upon seeing the Crimson King, the attendants greeted him as if he were a savior. The young man's frenzied expression calmed slightly, though the shadow of anger lingered as he defiantly spoke to the Crimson King. "Father, Su Ming is but a lowly commoner, repeatedly thwarting our plans. If we do not eliminate him soon, he will surely become a great threat to our Crimson King's mansion." Taking a seat beside the heir, the Crimson King's expression softened somewhat as he frowned and replied, "Do you think I do not wish to? This mess was brought upon by you." Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, he continued, "This brat is now renowned throughout the capital. For the moment, it would be unwise to act against him. After all, the emperor may be aging, but he is not truly incapacitated. If we stir up such a ruckus, he will undoubtedly intervene. For now, focus on damage control." The heir suddenly stood, exclaiming, "Father, do you mean Zhou Gongli might betray us?" The Crimson King sighed and shook his head slowly, just to be cautious. With that, he rose and departed. The heir, momentarily stunned, contemplated the implications before hastily rushing out, heading towards an unknown destination. Elsewhere, in the Blue King's mansion garden, Qing Feng and Ping Er were present, accompanied by a slender woman with an elongated face. Dressed in a blue satin vest, she appeared delicate and charming, resembling a beauty akin to a fragrant orchid. This woman was Xi Ming, the last of the 3 main attendants of the Blue King's mansion, known for her discretion and responsibility for managing the estate's finances. The 3 sat in the garden pavilion, each wearing a solemn expression. The first to speak was Ping Er, the personal maid of the Blue Queen, who addressed the others. "I assume you have all heard about the events of this morning?" Xi Ming's brows furrowed with concern as she nodded. "Su Ming has indeed surprised us. Although I have not directly interacted with him, judging by recent events, his actions are overly reckless and may compromise the royal household." The typically assertive Qing Feng looked somewhat uneasy, retorting, "I believe he is quite methodical. According to Xi Ming's perspective, he is being hunted and cannot retaliate. When have we in the Blue King's mansion ever endured such humiliation?" The 2 differing opinions turned their attention to the still silent Ping Er. After a long contemplation, Ping Er shook her head, responding, "I believe Xi Ming is correct. The impact of Su Ming's actions is far too significant. The entire capital knows he hails from our Blue King's mansion, which is not beneficial for us as we seek to minimize attention." At that moment, a gentle voice drifted from afar. "I find myself in agreement with Qing Feng." The 3 attendants turned in unison to see the Blue Queen, dressed in a white robe, gracefully approaching. They quickly rose to greet her, "Your Highness." Upon taking a seat beside them, the Blue Queen gestured for them to sit before continuing, "Since Su Ming is one of ours, we must lend him our support." In the austere courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, silence reigned. Everyone within the ministry maintained a solemn quietude. In the grand hall, an elderly man donned in an elongated black hat with horns, slight of stature and pale of complexion, presented a feeble scholarly appearance. This man was Ming Hong, the Minister of Justice and one of the 6 esteemed officials of Qianwu. After his subordinates had reported, one cautiously reminded, "Sir, this Su Ming is the same Jinyui who abducted the assistant minister in front of our ministry's gates a few days ago." Upon the reminder from his subordinate, Ming Hong lazily lifted his head, seemingly recalling something, and with his chin resting upon his hand, he sighed deeply. This Su Ming indeed possesses some of the grandeur reminiscent of the former Jinyui. Such commendatory words caused a tremor in the body of the subordinate below, instilling a sense of unease within him. It was well known that the downfall of the Jinyui leaders had been orchestrated by none other than his superior. The mention of this matter today clearly indicated the minister's intent to eliminate the young man named Su Ming. Meanwhile, within a majestic and resplendent palace, deep in its recesses, beneath a towering tree, sat an elderly man with graying temples. Beside him attended a rather effeminate eunuch. After the subordinate had departed with the report, the old man revealed a meaningful smile. The eunuch, having served the elder for many years, was well acquainted with his every expression. It had been quite some time since he had seen the old man wear such a relaxed and natural smile, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Master, what is on your mind?" The elder waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is nothing. Merely that I have not heard of such an intriguing young man in a long while. I truly wish to meet him." Hearing the elder's sentiment, the eunuch immediately flattered, "Master, if you wish to meet him, there is no one in the world you cannot see." The elder remained seated in silence, narrowing his eyes and pondering for a considerable time before he slowly responded, "Let us observe a while longer." Upon hearing this, the eunuch's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the young man mentioned earlier. He contemplated, if this young man manages to rise to prominence this time, he may indeed ascend to great heights. Chapter 54, Coercion and Torture, the truth revealed in the capital's Jinyui headquarters, within the confines of the interrogation chamber. Su Ming sat calmly in front of the cell, as anguished screams echoed from within. The mournful cries caused the cup of water on the table before him to tremble slightly, rippling the tea within. Zhou Gongli's voice, rendered extremely hoarse, lingered in the air of the cell. "Kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me." After a while, the sounds of torture gradually ceased. The cell door swung open, revealing a man clad in red, his upper body bare. This man, adorned with an exceptionally thick beard and a profusion of hair on his exposed chest, was none other than Wang Xiong, the executioner renowned for his expertise in torture within the capital's garrison and indeed throughout the entire Jinyui. The flesh on Wang Xiong's face quivered, and beads of perspiration formed on his skin, a testament to the excitement coursing through him. It had been quite some time since he had interrogated a high-ranking official of the court. With each lash of the whip and every searing brand pressed onto the body of the left assistant minister, his exhilaration became uncontrollable. Wang Xiong approached Su Ming and reported, "Sir, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice has confessed to orchestrating the assassinations of several merchants in the capital." Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he lightly tapped his index finger on the armrest of the chair, inquiring, "What is the reason?" Wang Xiong, handing over the previously recorded notes, looked at Su Ming and said, "My lord, according to his words, he coveted the wealth of several merchants, wishing to lay claim to it." Upon hearing this, Su Ming flipped through 2 pages of the notes, then ceased his perusal with a cold smirk, stating, "Continue the interrogation. He is still lying. We shall not stop until he recalls the true reason." Wang Xiong grinned menacingly at Su Ming, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. Among those I have interrogated, regardless of their rank, none have ever managed to conceal the truth." With that, he turned to resume his methods of coercion. Just then, the door to the torture chamber swung open, and Jin Yiwei Captain Chun Rujing strode in. Both men greeted him respectfully. Chun Rujing gazed at the disheveled state of Zhou Gongli behind the iron bars, inhaling sharply as he remarked, "Enough. This matter ends here. Do not continue the interrogation." Seated comfortably, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, but had yet to speak when Wang Xiong interjected, "My lord, why is that?" He was on the verge of revealing the truth. Halting now is to abandon the pursuit. Chun Rujing coldly replied, "There is no reason. It is simply because he is the left minister of the Ministry of Justice, a high-ranking official of the court." Just as Wang Xiong was about to retort, memories of a devastating blow to the Jin Yiwei from years past flooded his mind, rendering him speechless. Noticing Wang Xiong's sudden submission, Chun Rujing nodded, then turned to Su Ming, advising, "I understand your desire to extract something from Zhou Gongli. While I permit you to pursue others, Zhou Gongli, as a court official, is an exception." Su Ming remained silent, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest of the chair as he gazed intently at the half-conscious Zhou Gongli behind the iron bars. Observing his demeanor, Chun Rujing sighed in resignation. Su Ming, the Minister of Justice, is not to be trifled with. The severe blow dealt to the Jinyui years ago was linked to him. Upon hearing this, Su Ming pondered for a moment, recalling the elderly scholar-like figure he had encountered at the Ministry of Justice, who exuded an air of antiquity. A faint smile crept onto his face. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. But then again, what did it matter? The Jinyui had no need to be overly cautious in their actions. Moreover, if he wished to enhance his strength, the adversaries he faced would only multiply. If he faltered this time, would he retreat again next time? Would he continue to cower and withdraw? To Su Ming, the essence of martial arts was encapsulated in a single word: struggle. To contend against fate and to vie for fortune. Turning to Chun Rujing, he calmly stated, "If there are any issues, I shall take responsibility." He then turned to Wang Xiong and commanded, "Proceed." Upon receiving the order, Wang Xiong hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Chun Rujing, before nodding vigorously and dashing towards the iron door. Witnessing Su Ming's unyielding demeanor, Chun Rujing, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "You rascal." Observing Su Ming's composed disposition, she threw her hands up in frustration and declared, "Fine, I'll go seek the commander's approval first. Just make sure you don't kill him." She emphasized her last words, intending to caution the hastily retreating Wang Xiong against being overly brutal. After speaking, she hurried away. Meanwhile, anguished cries of despair continued to echo from within the iron bars. In the North Town Pacification Office, in a tranquil chamber, Chun Rujing bowed her head as she reported the situation to the man seated before her. He bore a pallid complexion, his face appearing somewhat sickly and frail, as he listened intently to her account. This man was none other than the current commander of the Jinyui, Lian Shan. After Chun Rujing succinctly summarized the circumstances, Lian Shan smiled faintly. Indeed, the audacity of youth knows no fear. It's no wonder his name has echoed through the capital these past few days, even reaching the ears of His Majesty. Rising gently, Lian Shan instructed Chun Rujing, "Let him be for now. Do not extinguish the life of that left minister just yet. I shall report to the palace immediately." Chun Rujing, somewhat troubled, clasped her fists in acknowledgement. Understood. Within the confines of the interrogation chamber, the left minister of justice, Zhou Gongli, hung limply from a wooden post. His expression one of utter despair. His official robes were tattered and stained, revealing a web of blood marks and the branding of iron. As the iron door creaked open once more, Zhou Gongli, barely clinging to consciousness, lifted his head feebly. Upon seeing Wang Xiong, he tensed with fear, nearly losing control of himself, and sobbed, "Please, no more torment. I will tell you anything." At these words, Wang Xiong's initially excited expression dimmed, his enthusiasm waning. He rolled his eyes in disinterest and replied, "Such lack of resolve. I haven't had my fill of fun yet." Nevertheless, Wang Xiong set aside the searing iron once more and stepped out to summon Su Ming. Su Ming approached Zhou Gongli with an air of composure, his countenance remaining as radiant as jade despite having just endured an assassination attempt and a fierce struggle. In stark contrast, Zhou Gongli, suspended from a wooden post, appeared woefully disheveled and utterly miserable. The latter's small, mung bean-like eyes turned towards Su Ming, momentarily flashing with a glimmer of resentment. However, the excruciating pain etched into his being rendered him too fearful to utter any further words. With a feeble voice, he implored, "I can reveal everything, but only if you cease tormenting me and spare my life." Su Ming nodded gently, gazing quietly at Zhou Gongli. This frail, old man, after much contemplation, gritted his teeth and declared, "The reason I killed those wealthy merchants is quite simple." A flicker of resolve flashed in Zhou Gongli's eyes, and then he continued, "Deflated like a punctured balloon, they have, to varying extents, all been involved in the matter concerning the iron mine in Sanyang City." Chapter 55, A Turn of Events. Gaining the iron-making technique. In the interrogation room, Zhou Gongli soon could no longer bear the burden and divulged this information. Upon hearing his words, Su Ming's eyes immediately brightened. It had been some time since he returned from Sanyang City. Ever since Li Langming had an audience with Emperor Qianwu, and the officials of Sanyang City had atoned for their sins with their lives, the matter had faded into obscurity. Neither the court nor the common folk had heard much gossip circulating about it. It was as though an invisible hand was suppressing everything related to Sanyang City, ensuring that no whispers of the events escaped into the world. Su Ming originally believed that this case would remain stagnant for the foreseeable future. However, unexpectedly, a twist of fate unfolded. The seemingly unrelated investigation into a wealthy businessman surprisingly connected to the Sanyang iron mine. Hanging on the wooden post, Zhou Gongli's tone was insubstantial and laborious as he stated, "I am not entirely aware of the specifics." At this point, his pea-sized eyes drooped, glancing furtively to the left and right, his mouth opening yet hesitating, leaving him at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ming cast a glance at Wang Xiong beside him. The latter immediately grasped his intention and brandished the metal whip, adorned with iron spikes, before Zhou Gongli. This whip was meticulously crafted for resolute warriors. Any practitioner beneath the master realm, aside from those who had undergone body refinement, would suffer grievous wounds from even the gentlest strike. Moreover, it was coated with a venom that induced an unrelenting sensation of muscle-tearing pain. Essentially, anyone subjected to such a lashing would be haunted by the memory of its torment. As he gazed at the iron whip slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh, Zhou Gongli's eyes widened in terror, his body stiffening as he swallowed hard and uttered, "I shall speak now." It was the people of the Red King's manor who ordered me to eliminate these affluent merchants. As for the motive, it is likely that the Red King's manor desires to silence anyone related to the iron mine incident permanently. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Zhou Gongli as he inquired, who within the Crimson King's residence instructed you to undertake these tasks? Zhou Gongli, unable to meet Su Ming's gaze, averted his eyes and trembled, hesitating just as he had moments before. Noticing this, Su Ming maintained his unwavering stare, turning his head away as he coldly commanded, Wang Xiong. Lord Zhou is of advanced years and may be struggling with his recollections. Please assist him in recalling the details. Behind them, a man's menacing laughter echoed, of course, my lord. The proximity of Wang Xiong caused Zhou Gongli to tremble uncontrollably, on the verge of tears as he confessed. It was the steward of the Crimson King's residence who informed me to act in this manner. Su Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, as he gazed at him and remarked, Lord Zhou, our Jinhui has received word that you have been quite close to the heir of the Red King's manor. Observing Su Ming's expression, Zhou Gongli trembled slightly, replying, indeed, there is some truth to that. However, the matter concerning the wealthy merchants was relayed to me by the steward of the Red King's manor. As for whose directive it was, I cannot say. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's understanding deepened. It appeared that the father and son of the Red King were rather cautious in their dealings, refraining from direct involvement in such unsavory affairs and instead delegating the task to their subordinates. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Su Ming. Once he apprehended that steward, he would undoubtedly extract further information from him. Subsequently, Su Ming did not press Zhou Gongli further on this matter, recognizing that no matter how many questions he posed, the man was simply unaware. He merely requested Zhou Gongli to elaborate on the connections between the merchants and the iron mine incident. After all the secrets were divulged, Zhou Gongli, resigned to his fate, shared what he could without much hesitation. He revealed certain account books detailing the clandestine iron mine dealings of the merchants, which he had kept hidden as a contingency within the grounds of his residence. Having laid bare all this information, Zhou Gongli exhaled a sigh of relief. His expression was complex as he looked at Su Ming, pleadingly stating, this is all I know. Beyond this, even under duress, I cannot divulge anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming heard a familiar electronic notification. Lifting his gaze, a blue holographic screen materialized before him. Congratulations, host. For completing the task death of the merchant, rewards have been issued. Please check. Congratulations, host, for receiving points for good and evil, 450 points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Earth-level martial art iron refining hand. Gazing at the martial arts manual floating on the blue screen, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement within. In the original narrative of Feng Yun, iron refining hand is the supreme technique of the Iron Gate. This martial art is renowned in the martial world for its extreme difficulty in cultivation, ranking among the top 10 arduous martial arts. Those lacking sufficient willpower may even perish from the pain endured during their training. However, despite its stringent training requirements, once mastered, it enables the user to wield flames for defense and possesses boundless power in alchemical iron refining. Those who reach the pinnacle of this art can effortlessly catch divine weapons with their bare hands. For him, this would be a significant enhancement of his combat prowess, allowing him to fully exploit the advantages of body refinement. Closing the system, having now received his rewards, Zhou Gongli held no further value for him. Su Ming scarcely cast a glance at him, instructing Wang Xiong to keep a vigilant watch before departing with the interrogation notes he had just recorded. In the rear courtyard of the Blue King's residence, surrounded by the fragrant aroma of wood, Su Ming sat cross-legged upon his bed. Upon returning to the royal estate, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. A blue luminescent screen hovered before him, inscribed with the points he had accrued from his recent missions. Alongside the unused points from his previous endeavors, he possessed a total of 545 points. It could be said that this was the most affluent moment of cultivation Su Ming had experienced thus far. However, he had no intention of investing these points into the Great Diamond Divine Power or the Undying Seal technique. These two celestial-grade martial arts resembled insatiable voids. No matter how many points were allocated or how much effort was expended in their cultivation, it always felt insufficient. The existing sum of over 500 points, if directed towards the Undying Seal technique, which was still in its introductory phase, would yield no significant results. As the saying goes, points should be spent wisely. Thus, Su Ming resolved to allocate nearly all of his points towards the newly acquired technique, Iron Refining Hands. The Iron Refining Hands honed his palms, allowing him to transform defensive maneuvers into offensive capabilities, a prospect that greatly appealed to Su Ming. Coincidentally, this technique complemented his existing martial arts. Through cultivation, it would enhance the strength of his hands and improve his mastery over weapons. However, with the protection of the Great Diamond Divine Power enveloping him, the pain Su Ming would endure during the practice of this technique would be far more extreme than that of ordinary martial artists. After all, his heart and meridians had been tempered by the Great Diamond Divine Power and other martial practices, surpassing the physique of a typical warrior. The process of forging his heart and severing his meridians would pose a challenge far greater than that faced by ordinary practitioners, with the accompanying agony being unimaginable. Yet, in his quest for strength, Su Ming was resolutely prepared to confront any challenges that lay ahead. As the golden battle intent surged within him, it grew increasingly intense. Su Ming's body was drenched in sweat, as if rain were falling upon him. He gritted his teeth, feeling the temperature within his heart and veins rise gradually under the infusion of combat spirit. It was as though his body were suspended over a roasting fire, the agony nearly unbearable. At this moment, a gentle glow began to emanate from his hands, reminiscent of red-hot iron. Meanwhile, the points displayed on the blue light screen before him diminished rapidly. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Seated upon the bed, Su Ming furrowed his brow, his surroundings soaked and muddy from his perspiration. His internal organs had undergone an initial forging, rendering them more resilient than ever before. The most striking transformation was evident on the surface of his body, particularly in his hands. They resembled delicate porcelain dolls, shimmering with a translucent, lustrous sheen, as if emerging from intense heat. As the blue light screen's points reached zero, Su Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a scorching breath. The restless fire energy within him gradually settled. Gazing down at his hands, he found their sensation unchanged from the ordinary. Yet, upon closer inspection and testing their strength, he discovered that even the demonic blade in his hand could not breach the defense of his forged iron hands. Such a transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Now, his hands, when exerting force, could rival the defense of weapons of the caliber of demonic blades. This phenomenon was unheard of even throughout the entirety of the capital. After a brief moment of stillness, Su Ming accessed the system. The blue light screen materialized before him. Host, Su Ming, age, 18, cultivation, second heaven of the master realm, martial skills, forged iron hands, minor accomplishment, undying law seal, beginner, great Vajra divine strength, 32 manifestations perfected. Celestial earth-shattering spirit technique, major accomplishment, demonic blade, perfected, abyssal 3 blades, perfected, U-step, perfected, during this session of cultivation, with his martial arts breakthrough. The previously loose boundaries of his realm had also been transcended. He had successfully advanced from the first heaven to the second heaven of the master realm. The Dan seed within him had consequently transformed into an ethereal Dan. Su Ming's heart suddenly awakened to profound understanding. In recent days, despite his relentless cultivation efforts, he had witnessed no advancement in his realm. However, having attained a certain proficiency in iron forging, he had directly catalyzed a breakthrough in his cultivation. While he acknowledged that the consumption of energy during this process had contributed to his burgeoning combat spirit, he was acutely aware that the intricacies of this transformation extended far beyond that. It was highly probable that in the pursuit of mastery, the cultivation required not only the enhancement of one's mental fortitude and combat resolve, but also a systematic strengthening of every part of the body, limbs, torso, and even the internal organs and spirit. Each of these aspects demanded meticulous fortification. Su Ming recognized that he was distinctly different from other martial artists. Within the vast expanse of the Qianwu Empire, it was nearly impossible to find a body cultivator as pure as he, with records of achieving mastery. The approach he had previously adhered to, which mirrored that of ordinary master-level martial artists who focused solely on combat spirit and mental training, was likely insufficient for him. Furthermore, even when compared to the traditional methods of body cultivators, his practice diverged significantly. According to the information he had gathered while working in the Jinhui, other acquired and innate body cultivators had only mastered a singular technique. Su Ming is markedly different from them. He requires, in addition to the formidable strength of the Great Golden King, to systematically enhance his training through specialized techniques aimed at various body parts. This also encompasses the mental aspect. Clearly, the cultivation resources that body-refining martial artists require far exceed those needed by ordinary martial artists. On this foundation, Su Ming has further evolved a more intricate and outrageous cultivation method. The energy and resources required for this endeavor are unimaginably vast. Although fraught with difficulties, Su Ming is acutely aware of the advantages it presents. This includes invincibility among peers of the same realm, and even the capacity to contend with warriors of a significantly higher tier. This cultivation method is both unprecedented and unparalleled in its severity and potency. Only Su Ming, equipped with a system, can endure such exhaustive training. Under these extraordinary circumstances, the eventual transformations remain uncertain, necessitating a step-by-step exploration. Chapter 56. Teasing Qing Feng, the princess invites. The dusk settles. As Su Ming was preparing to shed his garments for a refreshing wash, a knock echoed through the air. Casting a glance at his half-disrobed attire, he let out a resigned sigh. He fully removed the clothing from his upper body, revealing his sculpted physique. Subsequently, he opened the wooden door. As expected, the woman standing at the threshold let out a familiar shriek upon witnessing the scene. With a flushed nose and a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she exclaimed, "You have become increasingly audacious." Yet, despite her words, Qing Feng's gaze could not help but roam over Su Ming's form. Su Ming shrugged nonchalantly. You've grown accustomed to it. Why the surprise? Faced with Su Ming's brazen remarks, Qing Feng gritted her teeth, fixing her gaze upon his face. Yet found herself momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, the light-hearted atmosphere that had initially enveloped them dissipated, giving way to a peculiar sense of awkwardness. Realizing the shift, Qing Feng crossed her arms and remarked, It seems your tongue is as slippery as your life. Despite the ambush this morning, with so many aiming to ensnare you, even the 4 demons of Qianshan could not bring about your demise. Instead, you've gained notoriety throughout the capital. Her tone carried a hint of regret. However, Su Ming detected an underlying nuance in her words and raised an eyebrow with a playful smile, inquiring, Are you expressing concern for me? At this, the enchanting woman choked slightly, her irritation flaring, yet she chose not to prolong the banter on that subject. Instead, she shifted the conversation, stating, I have come to you today for a serious matter. The princess wishes to see you. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the moon hanging high in the sky, perplexed as he inquired, Now? The ethereal figure before him turned slightly, urging him, If you are aware of the time, refrain from asking trivial questions. Come swiftly with me. Su Ming chose not to inquire further. After tidying up briefly, he followed Qing Feng's footsteps into the depths of the backyard. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a figure clad in white sat gracefully in the garden, gently savoring a sip of the hot tea in her hands, her expression serene. Beside her stood 2 other maidservants, already in attendance, who had both noticed Su Ming's arrival. Su Ming arrived at this place and saw the slender-waisted, elegantly attired Princess Qing. He clasped his fists and said, Princess, I have kept you waiting. The enchanting beauty turned to glance at him and replied, You have arrived just in time. Please, take a seat. Su Ming seated himself before the chair of the Qing Wangfei. The latter gazed at him and inquired, Today, were you unscathed? Su Ming shook his head. There is no injury. The Qing princess gazed at him and smiled gently. That is for the best. Now, please recount the events of today. Su Ming nodded slightly, choosing not to conceal the truth. He recounted the incident of the daytime attack on the street, detailing the subsequent interrogation by the Jinyue, and even the involvement of the Red King's manor. All present, including the several maidservants, listened intently to his account. Among them, the maid named Ping dressed in a striking azure gown, appeared particularly serene in the knight's embrace. After absorbing the information, she gravely remarked, The steward of the Red King's manor you mentioned is no ordinary figure. He is a master in his own right, having served the Red King for several decades. The resources of the Red King's manor are exceedingly abundant. It is likely that their strength has reached an unpredictable level, possibly even entering the realm of the Dharma aspect. Even if he is not a formidable Dharma aspect master, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage, close to the threshold of the Dharma aspect. Upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow and said, If that is the case, capturing this individual would undoubtedly raise quite a commotion. To his right, Xi Ming, with her cascading hair, expressed her surprise. But the steward rarely leaves the Red King's manor. Do you truly intend to apprehend him there? Faced with this inquiry, Su Ming remained silent, his lack of response revealing his thoughts to the others. The 3 maidservants exchanged glances, astonished by Su Ming's audacity in contemplating such an act within the Red King's manor. Even Qing Feng, who often favored Su Ming, cast a worried glance in his direction. Meanwhile, the previously silent Qing Wangfei interjected appropriately. The implications of this situation are immense, and the dangers are difficult to anticipate. We must deliberate carefully and refrain from hasty actions. Su Ming neither accepted nor rejected the proposal of the Princess Qing, instead diverting the conversation to other matters. After engaging in some polite banter with the princess and her 3 chief maidens, he soon took his leave. As Su Ming's silhouette gradually faded from view, Xi Ming shook her head, expressing her thoughts. It seems he intends to venture into the Crimson King's residence to apprehend someone. Although his performance today was indeed remarkable, compared to the Crimson King's realm, his experiences appear somewhat lacking. Such aspirations may border on arrogance, potentially leading to his own downfall. Beside her, Ping concurred. His previous unblemished success has granted him a blind audacity. As Sister Xi Ming has pointed out, if he continues down this path, he may ultimately harm himself. Even Qing Feng, who had consistently supported Su Ming, gazed anxiously at the direction he had departed. Meanwhile, the Princess Qing, who had summoned Su Ming, remained contemplative and silent, reflecting inwardly. His Majesty is now aged, yet his actions grow increasingly enigmatic. Is he truly gravely ill, or is he feigning indulgence? The night passed swiftly. On the following morning, as Su Ming stepped out of the Qing King's residence, a sleek black carriage halted before him the moment he crossed the threshold. The carriage, resplendently glossy, was drawn by 5 magnificent horses. The driver, a refined middle-aged man, alighted and courteously bowed to Su Ming, saying, Lord Su, a distinguished person requests your presence. Please accompany me for an audience. Chapter 57. An invitation from a noble, Refusal of the princess. At the entrance of the Qing king's residence, Su Ming gazed at the obsidian carriage, then turned to the coachman, who remained silent in contemplation. The vigilant demeanor of Su Ming instantly alerted the coachman to the misunderstanding. He promptly clarified, "Young master, please do not be misled. My master is not aligned with Minister Zhou and his associates. This invitation to you is merely an appreciation of your talent. I humbly request that you honor us with your presence." Upon hearing this, Su Ming slightly nodded in acquiescence, stating, "In that case, I shall accompany you." Su Ming ascended the carriage and discovered that its seating was remarkably plush, adorned with opulent upholstery. The curtains, woven with golden threads and silver filaments, complemented the exquisite redwood framework. To receive guests in such a luxurious conveyance, one could surmise that the owner possessed an extraordinary stature. The carriage proceeded onward, and after the passage of roughly a stick of incense, it gradually came to a halt before a refined residence. The coachman turned to Su Ming, who was peering out through the parted curtains, and remarked, "Young master, my master awaits you in the courtyard. You may enter at your leisure, and you will soon be in his presence." Su Ming said little as he alighted from the carriage and proceeded directly into the residence. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a breathtaking display of rare flowers and trees. In the distance, the opulent pavilions and majestic structures, along with the artificial hills and fish ponds, all showcased the grandeur and strength of this household. As he stepped through the main gate, a group of elegantly attired maidens approached him in an orderly fashion. Bowing respectfully as they greeted him, "Please, young master, follow us." Su Ming slightly nodded, following the maidens as they traversed the lengthy courtyard path. After navigating through several corridors, they finally arrived at a garden. Su Ming found himself in the presence of the enigmatic figure who had extended the invitation to him, a noble lady adorned in a resplendent golden robe, crowned with a delicate golden ornament. Her demeanor was both dignified and graceful, characterized by a pair of expressive peach blossom eyes, framed by long, elegant lashes that fluttered like the delicate pink blossoms of the peach trees surrounding her, evoking a sense of tender affection. Her complexion was fair, and her elongated, jade-like hands were poised and courteous as they rested before her. In the presence of those delicate hands, Su Ming truly understood the essence of untouched purity. Her rosy, full lips transformed her countenance into one of playful charm, captivating the heart with every smile. Such exquisite grace, even when compared to the esteemed princess of the Qing kingdom, was undeniably remarkable. Upon hearing a stir, she slightly turned her body, and upon recognizing Su Ming's arrival, her alluring crimson lips curled into a subtle smile, instantly illuminating the surroundings like a blooming garden, rendering the world around them pale in comparison. With her lips gently parting, she spoke in a soft voice, "You have arrived." Were it an ordinary man, he might have been completely mesmerized, kneeling in reverence beneath her enchanting presence. However, prolonged acquaintance with the princess of the Qing kingdom had afforded Su Ming a degree of immunity to the allure of such breathtaking beauty. He steadied himself and replied, "I am Su Ming of the Jinyue, here as promised. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" Beneath the shade of the peach tree, the noble lady chuckled softly. "It seems I have been remiss. I am the esteemed Princess Chonglu of the current dynasty." As Su Ming listened to the introduction of the woman before him, relevant information flashed through his mind. He recollected that the youngest princess of the Qianwu dynasty was titled Princess Chonglu. This Princess Chonglu was the youngest daughter of the current emperor and the late empress, and she was also the most cherished princess in the imperial palace. The emperor's affection for her was evident from her title. Within the palace, only Princess Pingyang could rival her in favor. However, to Su Ming, no matter how noble one's status might be, it was merely an external force. Beauty, no matter how exquisite, would ultimately succumb to the passage of time. He regarded the enchanting figure before him and, with composed demeanor, addressed her. "I have the honor of meeting your highness, the princess. May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" Princess Chonglu did not respond directly. Instead, she surveyed the courtyard and then, with a gentle smile, remarked to Su Ming, "What do you think of this residence?" After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, somewhat perplexed, "It is, of course, splendid." Chonglu nodded, her eyes sparkling with warmth, her smile as delightful as a spring breeze. "This residence is bestowed upon you, along with 500 taels of gold, a volume of Earth-tier martial arts, and an Earth-tier treasured blade. The maidens you encountered, with the exception of Yuer, may also be given to you. What say you?" Su Ming was taken aback by her words and shook his head, stating, "One should not accept rewards without merit." Chong Li's smile brimmed with confidence. "If you willingly serve under me, that would indeed constitute merit." In her view, such lavish conditions would be irresistible to any man in the world. However, to her surprise, Su Ming shook his head once more and said, "I am grateful for your generosity, princess, but I currently hold no such intentions." Upon hearing Su Ming's refusal, the smile on Princess Chong Li's face transformed into one of astonishment. Beside her, the sword-wielding maid, Su Yu, could not contain her indignation and exclaimed, Even the mightiest of the palace would not dare to decline such an offer. You should not be so ungrateful. Before Su Ming could utter a word, Princess Changle gracefully raised her delicate hand to shield Su Yu, her demeanor remaining gentle as she said, "You err, one must not compel others against their will. This young gentleman surely has his own considerations." She then turned her gaze towards Su Ming, stating, "Since you are unwilling, let us discuss this matter another day. However, you must remember that I shall always be your friend." Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. He found himself harboring a greater appreciation for the demeanor of Princess Changlu. In light of such meticulously prepared and generous offerings intended to win favor, it is truly rare to encounter someone who could remain unperturbed after being rebuffed. After expressing his gratitude, Su Ming took his leave. Once Su Ming had departed, Su Yu could no longer contain her displeasure and cast an irritable glance in the direction he had gone, exclaiming, "What an ungrateful wretch. The princess extends such lavish hospitality, and he not only fails to express his gratitude, but also dares to refuse it." Despite Su Yu's mutterings, Princess Changlu paid her little mind. Instead, she gazed curiously in the direction of Su Ming's exit, a smile gracing her lips, and remarked to herself, "He is indeed an intriguing individual." Meanwhile, at the Kyoto guard station, Su Ming had just arrived at his official residence when he received a notification from one of his subordinates, the chief banner officer. The Thousand Household, Chen Rujing, requested his immediate presence. Dear readers, writing this novel has been an arduous journey for me. Countless days and nights have been devoted to crafting the plot and refining the prose. My fingers have ached from incessantly striking the keyboard, all in pursuit of presenting you with a captivating narrative. Each day, I strive to meet deadlines, losing tufts of hair under the immense pressure of life. Yet I persist with determination, hoping that this novel will garner your appreciation. If you find it to your liking, a small token of support would serve as tremendous encouragement for my continued efforts. I cherish you all. Chapter 58. Ambiguous Attitudes. Ambushed on the road, the Thousand Household Manor. When Su Ming arrived, the steam from the hot tea on the table rose in delicate tendrils. Evidently, Chen Rujing had been waiting for him for a while. Upon his appearance, the furrowed brows of Chen Rujing finally relaxed, and she rose to greet him, saying, "You have finally arrived. I sent someone to look for you, and they all said you had yet to come to work. I was beginning to worry that something might have happened to you." Su Ming understood that the other party was concerned for his safety due to his rigorous interrogation of Zhou Gongli. After all, the forces behind Zhou Gongli were already apparent and seemed intent on targeting him. He shook his head and, noticing Chen Rujing's anxious demeanor, which had caused his Qilin robe to appear somewhat wrinkled, he said, "I was delayed by matters on the road." Without further inquiry, Chen Rujing gestured for Su Ming to take a seat beside him and then sighed, regarding the case of the wealthy merchant. "I have submitted your interrogation records of Zhou Gongli. However, there has been little response from above." Su Ming remained silent, simply listening intently. Chen Rujing lifted his teacup and took a sip, then, with a furrowed brow, continued, "The absence of a response is indeed the gravest concern. Ordinarily, we would either handle this matter as a standard case or let it rest with Zhou Gongli, allowing him to serve as the scapegoat. Alternatively, we might pursue a more aggressive approach, with higher-ups encouraging us to dig deeper. However, a complete lack of reaction is utterly unfathomable. With no sound from above, under such ambiguous signals, those suppressed forces may sense an opportunity and begin to exert pressure upon us." He fixed his gaze upon Su Ming's eyes and sighed. "This implies that, in the coming period, the Jinyui, or more specifically, you, shall encounter unimaginable pressures. Be prepared for that." After conveying this, Chen Rujing observed Su Ming's expression, which revealed no hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated this all along. Thus, he relaxed somewhat, and said, "Su Ming, since we have embarked on this path, we must see it through to the end. Exercise caution. The Jinyui will stand by your side when necessary." Upon hearing this, Su Ming finally nodded in agreement, affirming, "I have no objections." Prior to taking these actions, he had already contemplated the possibility of facing the worst outcomes. While each of his endeavors may have been influenced by systemic tasks, he would never act recklessly. The current reaction from above had not exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions regarding various other trivial matters. Su Ming returned to his courtyard, subsequently indulging in reading and sipping tea. As the sun descended into the valley, the evening sky gradually transformed, causing the pristine clouds to blush discreetly. Su Ming closed the book, stretching wearily, ignoring the chief who entered to report. He grasped the demonic blade resting on the table and rose to depart. The streets on his return remained as lively as ever. However, some passers-by, having recognized Su Ming from the recent battle, cautiously veered away from him. Yet, Su Ming paid them no mind. After enjoying a meal at an inn, he made his way back to a quieter lane near the Qingwang mansion. Here, the atmosphere was far less boisterous, with only the occasional carriage passing by. After walking a short distance, Su Ming halted abruptly. Ahead of him stood three individuals who had inexplicably obstructed his path. Before Su Ming stood a young gentleman adorned in resplendent attire. Flanking this dandy were two elderly men. The elder on the left, with his grizzled hair, exuded a robust demeanor, reminiscent of someone who grows stronger with age. The other elder, though similarly white-haired, possessed skin as soft and tender as that of a newborn. Despite the perpetual smile on his face, this old man emanated a chilling aura. The presence of these two elders seemed to silence the surrounding space, as if even the gentle breeze hesitated to pass through. The young gentleman, while initially appearing handsome and noble, spoke with a brazen tone, arrogantly asserting, "Are you Su Ming?" Su Ming cast a glance at the young aristocrat, choosing to disregard him. Shortly thereafter, the young man let out a cold laugh, derisively remarking, "I once believed you possessed extraordinary abilities. It appears I was mistaken." He continued, "Now, heed my words. Return immediately to the Jinhui and release the left vice minister of the criminal department, Zhou Gongli. Let this matter conclude here." He fell silent, his expression darkening as he cast a threatening gaze towards Su Ming, the implications of his demeanor unmistakable. Su Ming, however, seemed unfazed by this threat, raising an eyebrow in a nonchalant manner. Observing Su Ming's demeanor, the young nobleman chuckled, "I am aware that you are no ordinary master. Therefore, the two companions accompanying me are, one at the zenith of mastery, and the other, at this juncture." The nobleman's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed an audacious gaze upon Su Ming, a practitioner of the law manifestation realm. Upon uttering these words, the two elder figures behind him exuded an overwhelming aura of power. The trees in the vicinity shattered and splintered under the weight of this formidable presence. The nobleman shrugged and remarked with a rebellious tone, "In summary, you have two choices. Either admit your mistakes, return to the Jinhui to release Zhou Gongli, and pledge your allegiance to me, or meet your demise here." Gazing at the trio before him, Su Ming remained composed. A law manifestation powerhouse could certainly be vanquished. The nobleman, noticing Su Ming's calmness, waved his fan mockingly and declared, "I shall not squander any more time with you. I will count to 3. Should you fail to concede and surrender by then, I will have no choice but to have these elders execute you on the spot." Su Ming quietly grasped the Autumn Abyss demon blade, his entire aura coiled and restrained, poised to strike at the formidable opponent, awaiting the slightest shift in the adversary's energy before unleashing a devastating blow that could shatter the heavens. Meanwhile, the young master misconstrued Su Ming's composure as fear and leisurely initiated his countdown. 3. With the young master's countdown, the oppressive energy emanating from the two men behind him gradually intensified, causing even the sturdy cobblestones beneath to begin to crumble and collapse. 2. The two elders pondered briefly, their battle intent unmistakably directed towards Su Ming. 1. The countdown reached its climax, and two fierce gusts of wind surged forth from the elders, shattering the surrounding walls. The two aged figures hurtled towards him like cannonballs. "Come at me." Su Ming had been waiting for a long time. With a light exhale, he resolutely withstood the onslaught of two formidable opponents and unleashed a powerful strike. The momentum of his blade was tumultuous and unrestrained, akin to that of a demonic sovereign. Alarmed, the two adversaries immediately altered their expressions, with one of them preparing to counter Su Ming's lethal edge. Yet, in the next instant, a pair of alabaster hands materialized from the void, firmly restraining both men. The two elders, taken aback, were about to make a move when a chilling female voice echoed through the air, "Let us see who dares to harm him." Chapter 59. The appearance of the princess consort and her backing. As her words resonated, an even more formidable aura surged forth. The crowd looked up in awe, witnessing a striking figure clad in white, slender and graceful, with flowing garments descending from the heavens. Upon her arrival, the young aristocrat and the two elders instantly changed their expressions, for the woman's presence was significantly more potent than theirs, as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Simultaneously, as Su Ming's enchanted blade descended, the formidable figure of the let out a pained cry, hastily retreating. However, the young nobleman paid no heed to this commotion. His gaze fixated upon the breathtaking silhouette before him, his avarice unabashedly evident. He stared at the woman clad in white, as if he intended to devour her whole. The woman, naturally aware of the covetous gaze upon her, turned with displeasure and remarked, "Young master of the Red King, do you truly believe that the people of my Green King's mansion are so easily trifled with in proximity to our estate?" The tone of the Green King's consort remained unchanged, still gentle and enchanting. Yet the overwhelming aura emanating from her was enough to pale the complexion of the Red King's young master and the two elderly men accompanying him. The venerable elder, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the visage of youth, regarded her with trepidation, instinctively stepping back. He sensed that although this woman stood at the same as he did, the power she exuded suggested she could effortlessly bring about his demise. The appearance of the Green King's consort was indeed formidable. Su Ming let out a disappointed sigh, remarking, "It would have been better had you arrived a little later. To personally slay a manifestation warrior is indeed a rare occurrence." Upon hearing this, the princess standing before Su Ming gently turned around. To everyone's surprise, the typically gentle and virtuous Princess Qing cast a captivating glance at Su Ming, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. The princess then turned her gaze towards the heir of the Red King, her brow furrowed in silent reproach. Although she did not outwardly display any anger, her demeanor radiated an icy indifference that made him feel as if he were being kept at an insurmountable distance. The disparity in the princess's attitude towards Su Ming and herself ignited a tumult of jealousy and resentment within the heir. With a darkened gaze, his desires remained unabated. He silently vowed, "One day, you shall submit to me." He then turned sharply to the two elders, commanding, "What are you still doing here? Leave." With that, he pivoted and departed. The moment Princess Qing appeared, Chen Song understood that there was no way to harm Su Ming today. As Chen Song and the two elders prepared to leave, Princess Qing made no effort to impede them, and Su Ming remained silent, quietly observing. Once Chen Song had departed, Princess Qing finally turned to Su Ming, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Are you not curious as to why I chose to let them go?" Su Ming gazed upon the ethereal figure clad in white, a vision that lingered in his memory. For she seemed to favor this pristine attire. Clean and pure, she resembled a celestial being, untouched by the dust of the mortal realm. He responded with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, your actions surely bear reason." Upon hearing his words, the princess of the Azure Kingdom nodded in satisfaction, then shot Su Ming a playful glance, stirring within him a flutter of emotions. He remarked, "It appears you are not as reckless as we previously assumed, thoughtless in the face of challenges. The moment I made my presence known, I sensed no fewer than 10 auras simultaneously locking onto me. Should I dare to strike, these 10 would act in unison. Although they would not be difficult to deal with, nonetheless." Su Ming immediately comprehended the implication of her words and interjected, "However, the forces behind these individuals are numerous and formidable, making them quite challenging to confront." Contemplating this, Su Ming further inquired, "Is the power of the Crimson Prince's residence truly that vast?" The Azure Princess shook her head. "It is not solely the Crimson Prince's residence. Many of the energies present stem from factions that bear no connection to the Crimson Prince's residence." After saying this, her gentle gaze lingered deeply on Su Ming. He paused for a moment, then realized, "Does this matter concern me as well?" The intimacy of their private interaction felt more natural and relaxed than their previous encounters. The Azure Princess smiled charmingly. "You are indeed astute. Your presence has stirred memories of a certain brocade-clad guard from many years ago, and many have deemed it unacceptable for that guard to appear once more." Su Ming furrowed his brows and promptly inquired, "The 6 ministries of the court?" Yet, the enchanting lady before him neither confirmed nor denied this question, choosing instead to turn and depart without further discussion. Su Ming bowed his head and pondered for a moment before following suit. In the Red King's residence, within the side hall, Chen Song returned, resembling a tempest poised to unleash its fury. Subordinates, guards, and maidservants alike kept their distance, fearful of becoming the outlet for his pent-up rage. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Song could no longer contain himself. His fury erupted. He seized objects from the table and hurled them to the ground, his voice thundering with wrath. "Wretched woman, you oppose the Red King's residence at every turn. Sooner or later, you shall fall into my grasp." The thought filled him with a twisted sense of exhilaration. As he contemplated Su Ming, the chill in his gaze intensified, and his hands, gripped with hatred, unconsciously tightened, shattering the jade cup he held. Blood trickled down. "Su Ming, I refuse to believe that that vile creature can protect you for a moment, let alone for eternity. When I seize my chance, I shall make you wish for death." Having vented his frustrations, the Red King appeared at the doorway, hands clasped behind his back. Upon entering the hall, he interrupted with a sharp rebuke. "Can you not apply your intellect to your endeavors?" Chen Song regarded the Red King with a mixture of fear and defiance in his eyes. Before he could retort, the Red King intervened, silencing him with a disdainful snort. "Since you have already made your initial move, now you may simply observe the unfolding spectacle." Upon hearing this, Chen Song grasped the implication, his expression darkening as he suddenly realized he might be merely a pawn in someone else's game. He then inquired of the Red King, "Father, what will happen next? What are their intentions? If that little wretch is not made to suffer, I will feel as though ants are crawling all over my body." The Red King scoffed. "Ming Hong is an old fox, notoriously cunning. He managed to eliminate even the elite of the Genie Way. What can a mere Su Ming stir up? Simply watch the show unfold." At this, Chen Song felt a surge of impatience and agreed with a maniacal grin, his gaze fixated ahead, as a sinister laughter escaped him. Chapter 60. Investigating One's Own? The Queen's Unease. The following day, Su Ming arrived at the Jinui. He had just settled down and opened his book, while his subordinates were still preparing the tea. At that moment, Chen Rujing appeared at the door. Looking at Su Ming, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Su Ming, there has been another incident." Upon seeing Chen Rujing's demeanor, Su Ming felt a sense of unease. The last time he had sent him to investigate the Red King's residence, Chen Rujing had not appeared so troubled. This time, however, he seemed particularly hesitant. In the capital, how many factions could possibly rival the might of the Red King's residence? Surely, it could not be that he was to investigate the imperial family instead? Su Ming gazed at the restless Chen Rujing, furrowing his brow and saying, "Qian Hu, if there is a task, please speak plainly." After a prolonged silence, Chen Rujing seemed to muster his resolve, yet still averted his gaze from Su Ming as he said, "Su Ming, the higher-ups require you to investigate whether the Qing Wangfu is hoarding military arms." Upon hearing these words, Su Ming's hand, poised to sip his tea, froze momentarily. In the entirety of the capital, who could be unaware of his connection to the Qing Wangfu, even though he no longer held a position there? His sustenance and livelihood were still intertwined with the Qing Wangfu. In times of trouble, they had discreetly assisted him on numerous occasions. The entire city understood that, outwardly, Su Ming was a member of the Jinyue, yet in truth, he was more akin to a part of the Qing Wangfu. To investigate his own kin under the guise of the Jinyue, such a task reeked of an insidious nature. He then turned a serious gaze toward Chen Rujing. Chen Rujing forced a smile, and after divulging the information, he resigned himself to the situation, saying, "This task has been imposed from above, specifically naming you to handle it." Without waiting for Su Ming to inquire further, he expounded the intricacies involved. "This matter is peculiar, and I have two conjectures. The first possibility is that someone within the 6 ministries has leveraged connections to exploit this case, aiming to place you in a predicament. If the situation escalates, it could implicate not only you but also the Qing Wangfu, culminating in a major case." Su Ming understood the gravity of such a major case. It was an attempt to pin a serious crime on the Qing Wangfu. This echoed the information he had gleaned from Li Langming regarding the Sanyang City incident, where the discovery of arms could lead to charges of rebellion. Chen Rujing continued, "The second possibility pertains to the one in the palace." Lowering his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers, Su Ming comprehended the implication. Chen Rujing paused before elaborating, "It is a test being imposed upon you. If that is indeed the case, the implications become even more severe." Chen Rujing cast a worried glance at Su Ming, who understood the weight of the implications. If the Ministry of Justice intervened, there might still be some restraint. However, the individual applying pressure would harbor no such reservations. Moreover, a test of capability is one matter, while a test of loyalty is entirely different. After all, that individual would not tolerate any disloyalty from trusted subordinates. It was highly likely that he would need to sever ties with the Qing Wangfu entirely to navigate this trial unscathed. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Rujing handed Su Ming a document, revealing the reward for the task, which was also the most critical information regarding it. "Su Ming, do you recall the qualification for entry into the Wuxin Sea that you previously requested? This matter was beyond my jurisdiction, given that it involves the interests of various parties. I can only advocate on your behalf to the higher-ups. Ultimately, the decision lies with them." At this juncture, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes as he continued. "However, the higher-ups have already signaled quite clearly that should you complete this task, you may well secure the qualification for entry into the Wuxin Sea." After Su Ming listened, he nodded to indicate his understanding. Subsequently, he began to unpack the materials pertaining to the current mission. Upon opening and scanning through the documents, Su Ming discovered that there was little useful information contained within. The brief page was filled with ambiguous terms such as suspected, approximately, and possibly. The only definitive location mentioned was the coal yard at the Qingwang Mansion, a site he had previously visited during the investigation of the Chai Xinc case. Upon reaching this point, Su Ming was thoroughly convinced that this was indeed a conspiracy. Nevertheless, since it was an imperative order from above, he felt compelled to personally visit the coal yard. This would not only facilitate the handling of subsequent events, but also help avoid any potential gossip that could lead to compromising situations. With a clear plan forming in his mind, Su Ming immediately rose, grasped the demon blade from the table, bid farewell to Chen Rujing, and set off for the coal yard. Meanwhile, in the garden, beneath a pavilion, 3 maidens in white were admiring the flowers. A maid dressed entirely in black approached them, swiftly making her way to the Qing Wangfei and urgently handing her a letter. After delivering the correspondence, she hurriedly departed. The Qing Wangfei showed no hesitation and opened the letter, reading it on the spot. As her gaze traversed the contents, her expression grew increasingly grave, prompting her to furrow her brow. The 3 senior maidens exchanged puzzled glances, an unsettling anxiety beginning to stir within them. However, they refrained from disturbing the Qing Wangfei, choosing instead to observe in silence. After perusing the letter several times, the Qing Wangfei murmured to herself, "Su Ming is investigating the Qing Wang Mansion's clandestine arms stockpile." The more she read, the stronger the scent of conspiracy became. Moments later, as if a realization dawned upon her, the Qing Wangfei suddenly stood up. This abrupt movement startled the 3 maidens nearby, who turned to look at her. The Qing Wangfei, with a furrowed brow, commanded, "Something is amiss. You must immediately set out for the Jinyue and prevent Su Ming from reaching the coal yard." Chapter 61. An ambush on the road, a powerful legal figure. Outside the city, Su Ming rode on a magnificent steed, galloping across the yellow earth. The powerful hooves struck the ground, splattering mud in all directions. The willow trees lining the road swiftly receded, transforming into a verdant line in his field of vision. Before long, The towering city walls diminished in size behind the extraordinary horse. Su Ming's gaze fell upon the rapidly enlarging forest ahead. Beyond the thicket lay the coal yard of the Qingwang mansion, not far off. As the hooves of the steed surged into the trees, an extreme tremor of the heart caused Su Ming's focus to intertwine into a single thread in that fleeting moment. A subtle sense of vigilance lingered in his mind. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. A streak of blue vapor shot forth like an arrow, moving with such swiftness that it eluded the naked eye. In the near instant of a thought, it was poised to strike Su Ming's heart. Almost instinctively, a radiant burst of golden light erupted, and waves of force radiated from his being. The water arrow was shattered by the force, dissolving into nothingness. Su Ming coldly gazed at the towering tree ahead. With a disdainful snort, he uttered, "Which coward dares to linger here?" The sound, though faint, was accompanied by a tempest that swept through the vicinity. Trees within 100 meters radius of Su Ming swayed violently in the gale. Gradually, a figure that had been lurking among the branches materialized before Su Ming. This individual, with hair as white as snow, appeared to be in the twilight of his years. His narrow shoulders and stout waist rendered him resembling a plump, spherical figure. The elderly man's thick, greasy lips curled upward slightly, as if in satisfaction, and he remarked, "It seems he did not deceive me. You, young one, are indeed unlike the typical masters of your realm. Despite merely attaining the second tier of mastery, you present a perplexing challenge." As he spoke, a long, serpentine tongue, reminiscent of a green snake, emerged from his substantial lips, swirling about his face, his eyes shrouded in shadows. "You must harbor some clandestine secrets. If I can uncover these secrets, I too shall possess unparalleled might within the realm of Dharma manifestation." The old man, named Wang Yingsheng, was one of the venerable practitioners of Dharma manifestation in the capital. With a sinister chuckle, a colossal phantom materialized behind him. Distinct from the battle-intent energy forms Su Ming had previously encountered, which were typically forged from innate abilities or collective mastery. Su Ming distinctly perceived the essence of the rhythmical law upon that ethereal blue silhouette. This profound resonance possesses the potential to summon the powers of heaven and earth, even bestowing the ability to manipulate the principles of Tao. It exists on an entirely different plane compared to the mere illusions conjured by those innate beings or masterful warriors. This is the authentic manifestation of heavenly law and earthly phenomena, genuinely executed by a formidable practitioner at the law manifestation realm. Observing this, Su Ming's aura surged with a dazzling dark golden radiance, rapidly escalating in intensity. Under the influence of the undying seal technique, the balance of demonic and Buddhist energies birthed a unique sovereign form, which materialized behind him once the golden light receded. This golden figure, identical to Su Ming, also emanated intricate and profound rhythmic law power. The emergence of this unique sovereign form astonished Wang Yingsheng, whose surprise swiftly transformed into overwhelming joy. The more peculiar traits Su Ming exhibited, the more advantageous it became for him. The demonic blade stood erect as a figure shot forth from the air. A glimmer of cold light flickered through the forest, and a dark silhouette astonishingly reached Wang Yingsheng in the blink of an eye. Wang Yingsheng's reaction was equally swift. After a brief moment of surprise in his eyes, he clenched his hand mid-air, causing water to coalesce around his gnarled fingers, forming a divine weapon that emanated an icy aura. With a mere gesture, he thwarted the oncoming demonic blade launched by Su Ming. He stepped forward, summoning enormous ice spikes from beneath his feet. The chill radiating from him froze the entire forest into a realm of ice and snow. As Wang Yingsheng withdrew his hand, Su Ming was propelled backwards by the force, landing a short distance away. Despite this, his gaze remained fixated on Wang Yingsheng. Now imbued with a hint of turmoil, is this the power of the heavens that can be harnessed by one in the Dharma aspect realm? Su Ming's unexpected appearance caught Wang Yingsheng's attention. The latter chuckled. "So, how do you feel, young one? Are you astonished by my snowy domain? Do not fret. Soon you shall meet your demise beneath this technique." With the elder's voice, frost flowers inexplicably adorned every tree within the woods. The expanse of forest, stretching for miles, seemed entrapped by this frigid aura. Suddenly, Su Ming sensed the gathering of presences all around him. As he gazed, snowflakes gracefully descended, revealing more than 50 figures identical to the elder, emerging from the icy expanse. No, something stirred within him. A thought crossed his mind, followed by a surge of golden battle intent sweeping through the frozen forest. Just as Su Ming had surmised, these 50-plus silhouettes were mere shells, devoid of substance. Yet, they retained a subtle connection to the elder standing directly before him, creating an illusion that these figures were extensions of his being. The elder's smile turned sinister. "Are you frightened? Let me enlighten you. These more than 50 manifestations are the souls of those I have previously vanquished. I extracted their essences and forged them into thoughtless puppets for my command. You too shall become one of them." In response to Wang Yingsheng's intimidation, Su Ming radiated golden light, unwavering. He fixed his gaze upon the blue phantoms, many of which were martial artists of the master realm. Yet, he questioned whether they could truly unleash the might of their mastery. The manifestation realm, often dubbed as semi-divine, earned its title for good reason. Its intricate and marvelous techniques could indeed be deemed half-divine. Nevertheless, Su Ming felt no trepidation. Sheathing his demonic blade, he met Wang Yixing's gaze with resolute determination. Wang Yixing scoffed, a reckless fool. Soon, you shall experience the true power of the manifestation. With a sweeping gesture, the 50-plus phantoms surged towards Su Ming, resembling a motionless automatons. One long-haired blue phantom swiftly approached Su Ming from behind, launching a direct assault. It exploded before him, followed closely by the remaining phantoms, each one crashing into him in succession, erupting violently. The blue light flickered intensely, the force surpassing even that of a genuine Master S self-detonation. A chilling aura swept across the entire forest. As the explosions echoed, the rigid frozen ground was violently upheaved, scattering debris into the air. A vast crater appeared beneath them, crowned by an imposing ice sculpture emanating an overwhelming chill. Su Ming's body lay frozen within the icy confines. As Wang Yixing's murky old eyes fell upon the figure encased in ice, a glimmer of delight flickered within them. Under such relentless bombardment, the boy was undoubtedly doomed. As long as I can extract his wandering soul, I shall uncover all the secrets he possesses. With a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, Wang Yixing approached the frozen Su Ming. Upon reaching the icy block, he pressed his wrinkled hand against its surface, attempting to draw forth Su Ming's spirit through the power of incantation. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Within his line of sight, inside that block of ice, Su Ming extended his palm forward, and to his astonishment, the once flawless ice sculpture now bore faint cracks. Subsequently, these fissures rapidly expanded, resembling a spider's web that spread across the surface of the ice. This sudden phenomenon startled Wang Yixing, causing him to instinctively take a step back. His eyes wide with disbelief as he murmured, "How is this possible? How can you still be alive?" Chapter 62. Close Combat. What of the law manifestation experts? Within the ice, the youth's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, with a resounding explosion, the entire ice block shattered, sending fragments flying in all directions. Su Ming emerged unscathed from the ice, his hands glistening like white jade as they lunged towards Wang Yixing. As Wang Yixing retreated, his figure dissipated into a flurry of snowflakes. Moments later, he appeared in midair, gazing down at Su Ming with astonishment and exclaiming, "What a remarkably pure and powerful physical strength you possess. Are you a body refinement martial artist? Regardless of whether you respond, I shall continue. To have advanced to the master realm on the path of body refinement, you are indeed a prodigy. However, with the distance between us, what will you do now? Your cumbersome physical prowess will merely allow me to exhaust you to your demise." Water swirled in Wang Yixing's hands, coalescing once more into an ethereal ice circle. From thin air, a sword materialized. This weapon, neither fully a knife nor entirely a sword, manifested in his grasp, intensifying the chill enveloping the forest. A triumphant and sinister laughter echoed through the air. "Young one, to have compelled me to summon this ice sword. You have every reason to feel proud." The chilling aura emanating from Wang Yixing's sword caused Su Ming's demon blade to tremble slightly, as if two artifacts of similar quality were engaging in a silent contest. Wang Yixing chuckled in surprise. "It seems the long knife at your waist is no ordinary item. Truly, there are quite a few treasures here." His eyes gleamed with greed, envisioning the secrets of this young man, and the blade soon belonging to him. With those thoughts racing through his mind, Wang Yixing delayed no further, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes and vanishing into the air. Su Ming's gaze wandered around, a chill suddenly enveloping him. Snowflakes were fiercely swept in by the biting wind. The dark golden light suddenly radiated from Su Ming's body, akin to a flash of lightning. Turning back, he grasped the long sword. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yixing scoffed inwardly, cursing, "What an ignorant fool. Does he think that being a body-refining warrior makes him invincible? Daring to catch my sword with his bare hands, I shall sever them." A faint white luminescence flowed through Su Ming's hands as he fervently circulated the true energy of the iron refining hands within his body. The fiery essence surged through his palms, heating every sinew and muscle to an intense warmth, until the fiery essence melded with his arms. A sharp metallic chill danced along with the white light across his limbs. Thus, the power of the iron refining hands transformed into the golden elemental technique, unleashed without reservation. The iron refining hands comprised 5 fundamental levels: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each breakthrough within these levels granted the practitioner an unexpectedly formidable enhancement. Upon reaching the golden elemental technique level, one could manipulate hands to smelt gold and refine weapons. Under the enhancement of the white luminescence, when the icy longsword made contact with Su Ming's hands, the anticipated scene of his hands being severed by the razor-sharp sword did not materialize. Instead, the longsword, enveloped by the icy true energy, emitted a hissing sound as vapor billowed forth from those strangely glowing hands. Subsequently, Wang Yixing was struck dumb by the sight before him. The longsword, bereft of its icy protection, trembled violently in the grip of the young man, rapidly melting into a puddle of molten iron that cascaded to the ground. Before Wang Yixing could fully process his fear, he caught sight of the youth's cold smirk. "So, what shall you do now that a body-refining warrior stands so close?" Su Ming's breath was akin to the searing exhalation of a fierce dragon awakening, striking against Wang Yixing's face, causing his aged frame to tremble uncontrollably. Instinctively, he yearned to retreat, Yet Su Ming would not afford him such an opportunity. A shroud of black and gold light enveloped him, and a hand, as unyielding as iron pincers, gripped his shoulder tightly. In that moment, he found himself overwhelmed by a suffocating pressure emanating from this master-level warrior. On the path from the Qingwang mansion to the coal yard, 3 graceful figures rode on magnificent steeds, moving in unison. At the center was a strikingly spirited young woman, her presence commanding attention. As the steeds galloped at a swift pace, the sizable treasures before her trembled in response. The woman maintained a furrowed brow, her expression heavy with worry, a sentiment that had lingered since their departure from the Wang mansion. The willows along the roadside rushed past, transforming into fleeting green shadows. Qing Feng's gaze was somewhat dazed. Su Ming, please do not come to harm. Meanwhile, at the coal yard, the vast coal mountain bustled with miners pushing coal carts in and out. Below, a once quiet wooden shack erupted with commotion as an elderly man burst through the door. The workers, caught off guard by the commotion, began to murmur among themselves. What could have happened to Manager Yang? I've never seen him this anxious before. Could it be news from the mansion? Surely it cannot be related to the Wang mansion. The onlookers gazed at the diminishing figure, their concerns mounting. Straining to see, they could only hear a cry from behind that frail back. You better not come to any harm. Not far from the capital, in a wooded area, 3 extraordinary steeds approached cautiously, halting before a forest blanketed in thick ice and snow. Although it was not the sweltering month of June, it was certainly not the season for snowfall. Moreover, the 3 could sense that amidst the white, there was a potent aura of true essence. The 3 maidens exchanged glances, each finding the answer reflected in the other's eyes. Only a semi-divine being at the Dharma aspect realm could achieve such a feat. The realization struck Qing Feng, causing her to feel faint. The other 2 maidens voiced their concern. Su Ming cannot possibly be inside, can he? With that thought, Qing Feng disregarded everything else and dashed into the snow-covered forest. As the 3 entered the forest, their steps coincidentally halted, their eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before them. At that very moment, young Tianming, hurrying along the path, arrived at the same location, mirroring the 3 women. He too stopped in his tracks, eyes agape, witnessing the unfolding drama. Before them lay an elderly man, exuding an aura of law, pinned to the ground by Su Ming, blood spilling from his lips. Su Ming is unexpectedly overpowering a formidable figure of the Dharma aspect realm. Chapter 63, The Fall of the Dharma Aspect. To the astonishment of all, in the forest, Su Ming delivered another punch to Wang Yixing's face. It was only upon hearing the sickening sound of his skull shattering and brain matter splattering that he slowly rose to his feet. The white, viscous brain matter flowed from Wang Yixing's head, which had been reduced to a mere mass of flesh, staining the ground beneath. The so-called formidable practitioners of the Dharma realm were, in essence, nothing more than mortal beings, especially for martial artists like Wang Yixing, who neglected the cultivation of physical techniques. Once caught by Su Ming, there was no escape left to him. Had he kept his distance, Su Ming perhaps truly found himself at a loss against him. It can only be said that Wang Yixing's arrogance led him to choose the most foolish path in confronting Su Ming. The 3 chief maidens of the Qingwang Fu, along with the steward, gazed in horror as Su Ming rose to his feet, as if observing some unknown monstrosity. A master-level martial artist had effortlessly slain a so-called demigod of the Dharma realm. The scene before them was utterly inconceivable. Su Ming turned his gaze towards this side. The 4 individuals surprisingly exhibited a degree of restraint, their movements lacking naturalness. In an effort to alleviate the palpable awkwardness, Yang Tianming directed his attention to the elderly man, now reduced to a mere heap of flesh by Su Ming's actions. Upon closer examination, he was taken aback and pointed at the lifeless body on the ground, exclaiming in a flustered manner, "Is he the ice demon?" Yang Tianming's words jolted the 3 maidens back to reality. Xi Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting, Master Yang, that this man is the ice demon who, a decade ago in the capital, single-handedly battled against 5 peak grandmasters and remained undefeated?" Yang Tianming nodded, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed at Su Ming. Indeed, even in the capital, the presence of those at the Dharma realm is exceedingly rare. Aside from those formidable beings who have remained hidden, I possess considerable knowledge of all the mighty figures at the Dharma realm. This individual, known as the Ice Demon, is named Wang Yixing. In my youth, he was already a renowned peak grandmaster. Over 10 years ago, he transcended to the Dharma realm, single-handedly annihilating nearly 10 grandmasters sent by the 3 top factions in the capital. Following his resounding victory, he vanished from the public eye. I never anticipated that you would be the one to slay him. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Su Ming, still grappling with the shock within. He was astonished to realize that the descendant of the old man he had once battled alongside had now achieved such extraordinary prowess. Reflecting on the generations that followed the demise of that old warrior, he lamented how they had proven to be disappointing, despite his discreet efforts to support them. Those ungrateful descendants were akin to mud that could not be molded, leaving him to witness the gradual decline of the Su family. Yet, unexpectedly, after the family's assets had been squandered, a prodigious talent such as this had emerged. Su Ming walked slowly before them, an unmistakable aura of menace radiating from her, imposing a palpable pressure upon the 3 mates. Her gaze swept over the trio, her eyes as frigid as they had been during their earlier confrontation. Xi Ming trembled slightly, hastily explaining, We have come at the behest of the princess to dissuade you from proceeding to the coal mine. The princess received word and suspected there was a conspiracy afoot. However, it appears we have arrived a bit too late. As she spoke, she could not help but cast a furtive glance at the gruesome pile of flesh on the ground, clearly indicating that this scheme had been thoroughly resolved by Su Ming. Yet, Su Ming shook her head, stating, "It is not too late. Your arrival is quite timely. You shall accompany me to the coal mine, which will help dispel many misunderstandings." Meanwhile, Yang Tianming, feeling bewildered, inquired, "What does this have to do with the coal mine?" He had only received word from the princess about Su Ming being in peril and had hastened here, remaining largely unaware of the specifics surrounding the incident. Su Ming cast a glance at Yang Tianming and remarked with a hint of detachment, "I have been dispatched to investigate the matter of the Qing Wangfu's clandestine possession of military arms." The latter's expression shifted to one of shock. Yet he turned to the three maidens, recalling their earlier words about the princess personally instructing them to dissuade him. It dawned on him that the situation was far from as straightforward as it appeared. However, the thought that Su Ming was representing the Jinyu in this inquiry into the Qing Wangfu stirred a sense of displeasure within Yang Tianming. With a scoff, he chose not to impede Su Ming but instead pivoted to lead the way, stating, "Come, I am quite curious to discover what sort of arms the estate harbors." Before long, Su Ming, Yang Tianming, and the three maidens arrived at the coal yard. The workers at the coal mine were methodically transporting chunks of coal. Upon the appearance of the three maidens, their stunning beauty left the laborers momentarily entranced. The workers, feeling the weight of their presence, averted their gazes and resumed their tasks, with several unconsciously adjusting their hair and attire. The three maidens followed Su Ming and Yang Tianming into a small wooden cabin. Su Ming, based on the information provided in the case documents, instructed Yang Tianming to retrieve the coal yard's ledger. Aware that Su Ming harbored no ill intentions, Yang Tianming willingly complied, extracting a weathered, dog-eared notebook from the wooden cabinet and presenting it for inspection. Upon receiving the ledger, Su Ming perused the quantities of goods transacted by the coal factory in recent years. At first glance, the accounts appeared to be in order. However, as a well-educated time traveler, Su Ming quickly discerned the subtle discrepancies. Requesting paper and pen from Yang Tianming, he transcribed several figures from the ledger and subsequently cross-referenced them with the records of other goods. Gradually, he pointed to a particular entry in the ledger, furrowing his brow as he turned to Yang Tianming and inquired, "The volume of coal output in recent days has significantly increased compared to the previous period. Yet why does the ledger fail to reflect any corresponding financial figures?" As Su Ming's words echoed in the room, several individuals took the ledger and the recorded figures to compare, discovering the veracity of his claims. Yang Tianming scrutinized the entries repeatedly, casting a furtive glance at Su Ming, his heart filled with astonishment. The youth's keen observational prowess was truly remarkable. Although Yang had perused this ledger only a handful of times, he often flipped through it for inspection, yet had failed to uncover any hint of discrepancies over such an extended period. In contrast, Su Ming, having merely glanced at it, was able to pinpoint the issues with remarkable clarity. His acumen in auditing rivaled that of the seasoned accountants in the royal court. One couldn't help but ponder how many more extraordinary talents this young man possessed, hidden from view. As Yang Tianming delved into the figures provided by Su Ming for cross-examination, his normally benign visage darkened, becoming increasingly somber, as if it could weep. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he slammed the ledger onto the table and bellowed, "The accountant in charge of the ledger is a clerk dispatched by the estate. I shall summon him for questioning to ascertain the truth of the matter." Qing Feng, who had remained silent at the side, cast a glance at Su Ming and added, "I have overseen the personnel arrangements within the estate. I know the accountant from the coal mine, and I shall accompany you." Her demeanor conveyed evident concern. Despite Yang Tianming's persistent grimness, he did not voice any objections. After all, this matter was of utmost gravity. With that, the two departed together to summon the necessary individuals. Su Ming and the others continued to remain at the coal yard, scrutinizing the other accounts. Chapter 64, Mastery Beyond Reach, Perils Abound. In the quaint cabin, consistent with Qing Feng's usual decisive demeanor, the two had barely stepped outside for a brief moment before ushering someone in. A middle-aged man with a distinctive handlebar mustache appeared before Su Ming and the others. This man, known as Huang Yuan, had been assigned to the mine's accounts by Qing Feng 2 years prior. Observing the expressions of the group and the visibly agitated Qing Feng, he felt perplexed by the situation and, with a hint of trepidation, lowered his head and inquired, "I am uncertain as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed sirs." Su Ming tossed the papers containing false accounts into Huang Yuan's hands, who cautiously received them. Subsequently, Su Ming pointed at the account book and interrogated, "Why is there such a significant discrepancy between the recorded amounts and the actual figures for these recent transactions? Please provide an explanation." Glancing down at the papers, Huang Yuan scrunched his nose in distress and timidly replied, "My lord, the numbers are so numerous that I cannot recall them all." Throwing the account book onto the table, Su Ming sneered, "That can be easily remedied. Come with me to the Jinyu and refresh your memory." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's expression shifted to one of panic, and he frantically waved his hands before him, saying, "No need, my lord, I remember now. The reason these additional amounts were not recorded in the accounts is that I noted them in another ledger. That ledger was specifically presented to the princess for her approval." Su Ming turned to face the three chief maidservants of the royal residence standing nearby. Xi Ming, who managed the finances of the palace, nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, such ledgers do exist." Beside her, Pinger also chimed in, "I have likewise seen similar ledgers while serving the princess. It is indeed a matter of fact." Observing the two maidservants vouching for him, Huang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet he remained cautious as he inquired, "My lord, I shall retrieve the ledger for you at once." Su Ming nodded slightly to indicate his agreement. In the next moment, Huang Yuan hurriedly turned and departed. Observing this, Yang Tianming could not help but express his concern, "I shall accompany him." However, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Huang Yuan, who had just exited the wooden cabin, take off at a sprint. With a leap, he reached the coal mountain 100 meters away, fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, Yang Tianming rose to pursue him. He attempted several acrobatic maneuvers in midair but fell significantly behind Huang Yuan. The remaining individuals stepped outside and watched the scene unfold. Bing couldn't help but clench her teeth in worry. Who would have thought that Huang Yuan, barely at the second stage of innate cultivation, possesses such remarkable agility that even Elder Yang cannot catch up to him? What shall we do? At this moment, Huang Yuan had already diminished into a mere speck in the eyes of the onlookers. Just as it seemed he would escape, an astonishing aura surged into the sky. The three maidens turned to look. To their surprise, a phantom emerged beside Su Ming. With the phantom's enhancement, Su Ming gazed at Huang Yuan's retreating figure and extended his hand, gently grasping the air. The three maidens then witnessed a sudden eruption of black and gold light that enveloped Huang Yuan, who had already fled several miles. Subsequently, Huang Yuan, suspended in midair, became rigid and plummeted to the ground. The three maidens' beautiful eyes trembled intensely. Among them, Qing Feng was particularly stunned and unable to regain her composure. Of the three maidens of the Qing Wangfu, she had shared the most interactions with Su Ming. She was the sole witness to Su Ming's transformation from a mere postnatal martial artist to a being of such terrifying prowess. In just over half a year, the youth who had once been beaten nearly to death by the captain of the guards had evolved into a figure of divine capability. The extreme contrast left Qing Feng feeling dizzy as she looked at Su Ming's robust physique, her cheeks involuntarily flushing a shade of crimson. Perhaps not long ago, her feelings for Su Ming were of an inconspicuous infatuation, but at this moment, that sentiment had evolved into a more concrete admiration. However, engrossed in the current case, Su Ming remained oblivious to this shift in her emotions. In the distance, seizing the opportunity as Huang Yuan fell to the ground, Yang Tianming easily captured him, sealing off his vital energy and blood, and brought him back to the group. After coldly dropping him to the ground, Yang Tianming cast a profound glance at Su Ming. He had clearly sensed that it was Su Ming's distant intervention that allowed him to capture Huang Yuan so effortlessly at the moment of his impending escape. Such prowess was unprecedented in his experience. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. After apprehending Huang Yuan, Qing Feng immediately led a team to encircle his residence. Following a thorough search, they indeed discovered additional ledgers, 2 in total. One, confirmed by Binger, was identical to the one seen by the Qing Wangfei. The other, however, contained entirely different contents. Su Ming took the account book, briefly glanced through it, and then tossed it in front of Huang Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground. In a cold voice, he inquired, "Every month, there is a sum of coal mine funds unaccounted for. Please provide an explanation." Su Ming and the three maids surrounded Huang Yuan. The overwhelming pressure nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. He lowered his head, his features contorted, and his complexion appeared exceedingly grim. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, he remained resolute, uttering not a single word. Seeing the indomitable expression on Su Ming's face, he let out a cold laugh and remarked, "It is of no consequence to remain silent now. Once you arrive at the Jinyui, you will inevitably plead to reveal the truth." As he spoke, Su Ming reached out, and with a gust of wind, Huang Yuan, who lay on the ground, was swept into his grasp, held aloft as one would a mere chick. Observing Su Ming's intention to take him back to the Jinyui for interrogation, the three maidservants and Yang Tianming did not express any desire to intervene. After all, the current situation was decidedly disadvantageous for the Qing Wangfu. The more Huang Yuan divulged, the safer the Qing Wangfu would become. However, Qing Feng stepped forward, her demeanor grave as she addressed Su Ming, saying, "Su Ming, you are well aware of the Qing Wangfu's principles. We have never engaged in any sordid affairs. Should you extract any information, it is imperative to proceed with caution and ensure that such scoundrels do not inflict harm upon the princess." Su Ming nodded slightly, assuring, "Rest assured, I know what I am doing." With that, he hefted Huang Yuan onto the back of the extraordinary steed and galloped away. The onlookers gazed at Su Ming's retreating figure, their expressions tinged with concern. They were left pondering who could be scheming against the Qing Wangfu in the shadows. As the horse disappeared from sight, a sense of unease crept into Yang Tianming's heart. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the three maidens and inquired, "On your journey here, did you encounter any obstructions?" The three maidens exchanged glances, and Xing Feng shook her head in confusion. "We faced no hindrance along the way. Master Yang, why do you ask?" Yang Tianming's brow twitched, his countenance shifting dramatically. "This is bad. That young man is in danger." The three maidens were taken aback. Then they grasped the gravity of the situation. If a powerful figure from the opposing forces had dispatched a formidable adversary to attack Su Ming, it was unlikely they would allow him to return to the capital unhindered. Surely, there would be further ambushes along the way. With this realization, the four of them ceased their idle chatter, mounted their steeds, and hastened in pursuit of Su Ming's path. Chapter 65, The Mountain of Corpses. The King of Hell's blade on the narrow path, for extraordinary steeds raced side by side. The three maidens wore expressions of deep worry. Lush greenery sped past them, and the gusting winds filled their wide sleeves, creating a sound like a battle cry. As they rounded a bend in the path, all four were startled and quickly reined in their steeds. With a long sigh, the horses skidded to a halt, leaving deep marks in the muddy ground. As the horses came to a standstill, they beheld a chilling sight. The bodies of soldiers clad in black armor lay strewn across the forest floor. Their remains hung from trees and littered the ground. After securing the horses, Yang Tianming approached and squatted down to examine the soldiers' corpses. Though their deaths were varied, some missing limbs, others cleaved in two. Upon closer inspection, he discerned they all shared a singular fate. Each had been slain by a single sword stroke. The only remnants at the scene were the blood of the soldiers and the scattered limbs, leaving an eerie cleanliness that sent chills down one's spine. This was a one-sided massacre. Just as Yang Tianming was grappling with the horror of the situation, a gasp erupted from behind. Could it be the legendary Mo family's armor? This exclamation immediately captured Yang Tianming's attention. He quickly rose and joined the three maidens who were huddled together. The one who had gasped was Xing Feng, distinct in her role as the steward of the Wangfu. Unlike the financially savvy Xi Ming or the personal attendant to the Qing Wangfei, Ping Er, Xing Feng was well versed in the martial forces of the capital and beyond, and immediately recognized the extraordinary black armor on the ground. The material was peculiar, neither gold nor jade, but a striking black metallic substance resembling stone. This metal was forged from celestial meteorite iron, exceptionally light, yet incredibly sturdy. The armor was etched with an intricate inscription, three convoluted lines intertwined at its center, a rune that bestowed the wielder with the elemental energies of the five forces of nature. Once donned, one's combat prowess would increase by at least 80%. Xing Feng also recognized the formation as a signature creation of the Mo family, renowned for their mastery over weapon crafting in the Qianwu dynasty. Such exquisite armor, crafted from rare materials and adorned with supreme runes, was a treasure beyond measure, yet here it lay amidst a gruesome scene. To her astonishment, there were as many as 13 suits of such armor present. After a thorough inspection, even the most superior of armors bore the same fate, cleaved asunder by a single blow. How could such precious armor be so easily destroyed? Xing Feng felt a dryness in her throat. What kind of terrifying power must that strike possess? The other three felt their scalps prickle in unease. The warriors who could don such armor were inherently powerful. Yet even with such formidable protection, they had been dispatched as effortlessly as if they were mere chickens. At that moment, they could hardly fathom the true extent of Su Ming's strength. After a brief assessment, Yang Tianming regained his composure and addressed the three maidens. That young man must have engaged with these foes nearby. He cannot have traveled far. We must hasten to catch up. There may well be further ambushes ahead. As he spoke, his tone softened with uncertainty. He pondered whether, even if Su Ming was indeed in peril, their combined strength could be of any assistance. However, there was no time for speculation. They needed to pursue Su Ming without delay. The four mounted their extraordinary steeds once more and continued along the narrow path. As they advanced, their apprehensions deepened. Almost every short distance revealed more severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Whether clad in heavy armor or wielding bows, they were all cut down with a single stroke. Soon, they arrived at a hill of corpses. Their steeds, sensing the oppressive aura lingering in the air, halted in terror, refusing to advance further. Dismounting, the four approached the scene. Hundreds of bodies lay scattered, the ground soaked in a ghastly crimson hue that stained the surrounding trees. From a distance, it appeared as though a mountain of blades had risen before them, each long shadow of a blade embedded in a corpse. It resembled a trial ground for a malevolent sect, sending shivers down their spines. As they stepped closer, Xing Feng's lashes fluttered like a restless butterfly. I recognized the lingering aura of blade energy here. It is the mark of Su Ming's swordsmanship. I witnessed it during his training in the courtyard. Under his blade, it was as if a hellish mountain of knives had manifested. Yet, what I saw then was but a mere shadow, a few meters wide. As she spoke, she raised her gaze to encompass the scene before her. The entire area was shrouded in a veritable hell of blade mountains. Even approaching it, They could feel the chilling intent of the blades, slicing at their skin with painful intensity. As Yang Tianming ventured into this still festering realm of blades, a wave of resentment and hatred surged into his mind with the air. Simultaneously, his muscles felt as if they were being sliced by countless sharp edges, appearing as though they bore myriad lacerations. Feeling this acute pain, coupled with the uncontrollable surge of emotions fueled by hatred, Yang Tianming looked down at his trembling hands and sighed in complexity. I never imagined that the old man's descendant could surpass him at such a young age. How did that old fool's inept progeny manage to cultivate such a figure of slaughter? Gazing at the sharp glint of the blade before him, Yang Tianming could not help but reminisce about the scenes they had witnessed along their journey. Whether it was ambushes or cleverly devised traps, all were effortlessly dismantled by Su Ming with a single stroke. As he was overwhelmed by a sense of awe, Yang Tianming found himself unwittingly captivated by this younger individual. He understood that, faced with the same adversaries and possessing equal strength, he could never emulate Su Ming's decisiveness and ferocity. With a blade in hand, he moved fearlessly. In all his years, he had never encountered such a domineering and formidable presence. The three maidens, having traversed this path, were equally enamored. Qingfeng could hardly restrain herself, feeling as though her heart was being mercilessly shredded by Su Ming's blade. On the other side, Su Ming, with the immobile Huang Yuan in tow, gradually brought the steed to a halt at the gates of the capital. Throughout their journey, they endured numerous skirmishes, leaving only the flying fish attire stained crimson with blood. On Su Ming's body, there was not a single scar, pristine and unblemished, just as he was at the outset of his journey. In stark contrast, Huang Yuan, who had been subjected to confinement throughout the journey, lay dazed upon the horse's back, his eyes vacant after enduring a series of brutal massacres. In his moment of bewilderment, while gazing at Su Ming, he could no longer discern whether the man before him was a human being or a specter from the depths of hell. Su Ming led his extraordinary horse through the city gate. Just as he was about to enter, a man obstructed his path. The man had a long, slender face, sharp features, and a perpetual smile gracing his lips. Most notably, he was adorned in the distinctive Qilin attire of the Jinyui. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he beheld this middle-aged man clad in Qilin garments, for the individual who stood before him was none other than Su Wuqing, the Qianhu of the left capital guard of the Jinyui. Chapter 66. The left Qianhu blocks the way. The princess appears. Su Ming cast a glance at Su Wuqing and said indifferently, "Step aside." The Northern Town Pacification Office in the capital is divided into 5 major divisions of the Imperial Guard: the left, the middle, the right, the front, and the rear. All the guards under the Northern Town Pacification Office are commanded by these 5 divisions. Each division is led by a commander of 1,000. And the 5 commanders are under the authority of the chief commandant of the Northern Town Pacification Office, who is directly accountable to Emperor Qianwu. The hierarchy is meticulously structured, with ranks strictly observed. Individuals like Su Ming, who hold the rank of 100, must heed the orders of those ranked as 1,000. Standing in front of Su Ming, Su Wuqing glanced at the dazed Huang Yuan and, with an air of entitlement, commanded, "Su Ming, leave the person behind. You may depart." "Oh?" Su Ming remained seated upon his steed, gazing down at the captain of the Jinyui, showing no inclination to surrender. Upon witnessing this, Su Wuqing's expression darkened slightly, and he exclaimed in a furious tone, "How dare you, a mere 100 households, defy this official? This case is now under the jurisdiction of my left capital garrison. Dismount and surrender the individual at once. Who grants you the audacity?" By the end of his statement, Su Wuqing's voice had escalated to a fierce roar. Su Ming fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent. Regardless of the intentions of this so-called 1,000 house, he could not possibly allow any release. The worst outcome would merely involve a fierce confrontation with this so-called left 1,000 house. As Su Ming stood his ground, Su Wuqing gradually lost his patience. The aura emanating from him began to press down upon Su Ming, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Meanwhile, Su Ming's hand subtly inched towards the hilt of his dagger. A chilling and malevolent energy surged forth, compelling Su Wuqing's proud head to bow. In an instant, the atmosphere at the city gate grew heavy and oppressive. The tension between them collided in the air, causing the walls to crack under the pressure. It was as if they were 2 volatile entities on the verge of igniting. Just as the confrontation escalated, a carriage approached slowly from the distance, shattering the stalemate. This carriage, adorned with golden threads and embedded with agate stones, exuded an unparalleled opulence. Both men's gazes fell upon the carriage, recognizing the extraordinary status of its occupant. Instantly, they both tempered their auras. A delicate, snow-white hand emerged from within the carriage, gently lifting the curtain to reveal an exquisitely noble visage. The woman appeared perpetually adorned with a smile, her lips subtly curved, and her enchanting eyes met Su Ming's as she said, "I have searched for you for quite some time. It turns out you were here. Step inside. We are heading into the city." The voice of Princess Changlu was soft and soothing, evoking a sense of comfort. Yet, the previously composed Su Wuqing now wore a rigid expression on his face. Su Ming reigned in his imposing demeanor, nodding at the princess before turning to retrieve the individual. However, a hand suddenly barred his path. Turning to face the interruption, he found Su Wuqing, resolute, yet visibly strained, addressing the princess. Your Highness, he may accompany you. But the person in his grasp is a wanted criminal whom we have been seeking. He must be detained. Su Ming fell silent. Both their gazes simultaneously landed upon the princess. There she was, her exquisitely delicate visage akin to that of an ethereal being, unchanged in the slightest. As her crimson lips parted, her voice carried a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Are you instructing me in my duties? The princess of Qianglu regarded him with an air of playful mockery. Am I to understand that my actions as a princess now require the approval of you? A mere captain of the left capital garrison of the Genie Way? The elongated cadence of her words caused Su Wuqing to bow his head in trepidation. In that moment, her inquiry mirrored his previous interrogation of Su Ming. Yet, he lacked the same fortitude that Su Ming had displayed. With his head bowed, he gritted his teeth and replied, I dare not. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the princess. Dare not? I perceive you are quite bold indeed. You have even dared to obstruct my carriage. The audacity of you hounds has truly escalated. It seems I must discuss this matter with my father and address your behavior accordingly. The princess of Qianglu maintained her tone, calm and unruffled. Yet it pierced the heart with an icy dread. Terrified, Su Wuqing immediately knelt on one knee. Your Highness, please spare me. I acted out of necessity and inadvertently offended the princess. I beseech your Highness for forgiveness. Su Wuqing lowered his head, tense and meticulously confessing his guilt. Were these words uttered by any other princess, they might merely serve to intimidate him. However, the speaker before him was none other than Princess Qianglu, the most favored daughter of the current emperor. Should she choose to mention this to his majesty, it could very well send tremors through the entire Jinhui. As a mere Qianhu of the Jinhui, Su Wuqing could hardly bear such immense responsibility. Observing his trepidation, Princess Qianglu chose not to pursue the matter further. Su Ming, accompanied by his followers, cast Huang Yu into the front of the carriage, entrusting him to the care of the maid Su Yu, before entering the princess's palanquin alone. Just before stepping inside, Su Ming glanced back at Su Wuqing, who had his head bowed. Although this esteemed officer kept his gaze lowered, Su Ming could discern the deep flush of embarrassment coloring his face, suggesting that his expression was indeed quite extraordinary at that moment. The carriage rolled slowly towards the city. The sound of its wheels grinding against the ground resonating like the beating of Su Wuqing's heart, inducing a sense of suffocation within him. Once the carriage vanished completely amidst the throngs of Kyoto streets, Su Wuqing's vigilant subordinate approached cautiously and inquired, Sir, the princess has departed. What shall we do now? Upon hearing this, Su Wuqing's face turned ashen. He sprang to his feet, delivering a kick to the subordinate, and with a fierce glare, he thundered, You ask me? How should I know? I have done all that I could. Who would have anticipated that Princess Qianglu would meddle in affairs? Su Wuqing's fury erupted uncontrollably as he pointed at the cowering servant on the ground, berating, That is a princess. What am I to do? He could only await the actions of others. As he continued to scold, a glimmer of malice flickered in Su Wuqing's gaze, gazing in the direction they had departed. His heart seethed with resentment. Just wait. In due time, even the princess will be unable to save you. Chapter 67. The case becomes clear behind the scenes on the streets of the capital. Pedestrians hastily made way. The carriage glided effortlessly along the thoroughfare. After all, those with discernment could easily surmise the identity of anyone audacious enough to employ a team of 5 horses to pull a carriage so lavishly adorned. Within the confines of the modest carriage, only 2 individuals occupied the space. Su Ming sat beside Princess Qianglu, able to catch a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. The two remained silent for a moment before Su Ming suddenly spoke. Your Highness, did you intentionally wait for me at the city gate? The exquisite-faced noblewoman did not deny his assertion. Instead, she offered a subtle, serene smile. Her elegantly curved lips slightly rose, exuding an irresistible allure. Su Ming gazed at the elegant lady adorned in a form-fitting black gown and boldly inquired, Your Highness, are you not afraid of inviting calamity upon yourself? It is crucial to recognize that the individuals we have offended are not merely 1 or 2 in number. The forces that stand behind them are unfathomable. The level of danger is indeed apparent. To his surprise, the delicate lady before him, akin to a regal swan, elegantly lifted her pristine neck and confidently replied, I am of noble lineage, the most esteemed among the realm today. Regardless of the powers that lurk behind them, I remain unfazed. At this juncture, Princess Qianglu, with her enchanting eyes resembling blossoming peach flowers, turned her gaze towards Su Ming and declared, You are under my protection. Should they dare to harm you, it would be tantamount to disrespecting my authority. Su Ming did not anticipate that the illustrious and graceful Princess Qianglu, perceived by outsiders as gentle and wise, harbored such a facet. He could not help but chuckle softly, remarking, Your Highness is indeed forthright. The princess, nearly bursting into laughter, suppressed her amusement, feigning indignation as she pouted and turned her head away, ignoring Su Ming. At that moment, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, and amidst the jostling of the carriage, Princess Qianglu nearly lost her balance, almost tumbling towards Su Ming. Fortunately, he was quick to steady her. Their bodies were momentarily drawn closer, as if they could hear each other's breaths. The atmosphere between them seemed to freeze for an instant, until the voice of a maid outside shattered the silence, declaring, Your Highness, we have arrived. With a graceful smile, Princess Qianglu rose to resume her seat, while Su Ming, after bidding farewell, exited the carriage. Accompanied by Huang Yuan, who had been under Su Yu's vigilant watch, he stepped into the northern town governor's office. Drawing back the curtains, Princess Chang appeared inside. Su Yu then inquired, "Your Highness, shall we leave now?" To which the princess replied with a serene smile, "Let us wait a little longer." In the capital's garrison. Upon hearing of Su Ming's return, Chen Rujing hastily arose to greet him. Observing Su Ming enter, holding a man with a prominent mustache, Chen Rujing sighed with a wry smile. "You've certainly made quite a stir this time. The entire capital is aware of your slaying of a seasoned legal expert." As he spoke, Chen Rujing's gaze fell upon the mustachioed man in Su Ming's grasp, asking, "Is he the accountant you captured?" Su Ming nodded, acknowledging, "This individual has fabricated the account books. At the Qing Wangfu coal mine, there exists a substantial quantity of coal whose whereabouts remain unaccounted for, with no financial records to document its transactions." He then turned his gaze towards Huang Yuan and remarked, "Now that we are in the Jinhui, you may as well divulge where that coal has truly been directed." Yet, the latter remained obstinately silent, asserting, "I know nothing and shall reveal nothing." Su Ming smiled faintly, disregarding Huang Yuan, and directly led him to the interrogation room. Upon Su Ming's arrival, Wang Xiong in the interrogation room instantly lit up with excitement. Su Ming tossed Huang Yuan before him and commanded, "No matter the method, pry open his mouth for me." Casting a glance at Su Ming, Wang Xiong eagerly hoisted the man with the distinctive mustache, assuring him, "I shall not let you down, my lord." Meanwhile, Su Ming leisurely sat at a table outside, sipping tea in anticipation. Soon, a piercing scream erupted from within, but it was not long before the wail ceased. Wang Xiong emerged from the room, his expression clouded with discontent. Su Ming set down his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seemed that this Huang Yuan was not as woeful as he appeared. Wang Xiong handed a recorded case file to Su Ming, remarking, "This fellow was sent to me by you, my lord. I had expected him to be as tough as those you have previously delivered, but to my surprise, after merely a few applications of a heated iron, he divulged everything." Su Ming, disregarding the cries, picked up the case file and entered the execution chamber. Upon seeing the pallid face of Huang Yuan, who had urinated all over the floor and was hanging from the execution post, he glanced at the case file and remarked, "You say that the individual responsible for collecting the coal each time is an elderly man named Zhang Qing?" Huang Yuan, weeping profusely, nodded repeatedly in affirmation, saying, "My lord, I truly have no knowledge of where that coal ultimately goes. All I know is that every time someone comes for the handover, it is this old man Zhang Qing. That is all I can tell you. Please do not torment me further." With that, Huang Yuan began to choke back his sobs. Yet, Su Ming paid him no heed. Instead, he focused on the name within the document, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "It appears I have encountered an acquaintance." It seemed imperative that this Zhang Qing must be apprehended. This Zhang Qing was none other than the steward of the Red King's manor, who had come into Su Ming's purview during the previous case involving the wealthy merchant. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden uproar erupted from outside. Su Ming stepped outside and discovered that it was Su Wuqing, the Qianhu of the left capital garrison, who had previously obstructed him at the city gate, seeking to apprehend someone on his behalf. A quarrel erupted between him and Chen Rujing, as both stood their ground, unwilling to concede. Before them stood a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, whose demeanor exuded an effeminate aura. Su Ming recognized him from his tenure as a baihu. He was none other than Lian Shan, the esteemed commander and leader of the entire Northern Pacification Office, renowned in the capital. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge from the interrogation room, Su Wuqing became more fervent and turned to the commander, stating, "My lord, the case concerning the Qing Wangfu region has always been investigated and adjudicated by our left capital garrison. This young man's involvement in the investigation is inherently improper. Now that he has taken someone into custody, it is only right that I oversee the proceedings." Chen Rujing, however, was equally resolute. This case was specifically assigned to Su Ming by higher authorities. Now that the investigation is halfway through, you suddenly choose to recall this matter. The two continued their heated dispute. Yet, Lian Shan did not immediately express his stance. Instead, he turned to Su Ming and, with a light laugh, inquired, "What do you think?" Su Ming clasped his fists and said, "Commander, the perpetrator has already confessed to the details of the case. What remains is merely the apprehension of the true culprit." He then turned to Su Wuqing with a smile and inquired, "Lord Zhua, it appears we are nearing the conclusion of this case. Are you perhaps hoping to reap the rewards?" With Lian Shan present, Su Wuqing's complexion darkened under the scrutiny of this inquiry, yet he dared not retort. Aware of his own shortcomings, he could only cast a silent glance towards Lian Shan. After a moment, he managed a slight smile and remarked, "In that case, let us handle this case as a special matter, and it shall continue to be overseen by Su Ming." With Lian Shan having made his decision, Su Wuqing found it inappropriate to voice further objections. He shot a fierce glare at Su Ming before turning to leave. Lian Shan imparted a few final instructions to Su Ming, advising caution, and then took his leave as well. Once the two departed, Chen Rujing, who had been struggling to contain his anger, finally felt his tension ease somewhat. He turned to Su Ming and asked, "Has the case been clarified?" Su Ming nodded slightly, then handed the document to Chen Rujing. Upon receiving it, the latter's expression changed dramatically, as if he had suffered a significant loss. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, Su Ming, why did you not take the opportunity to pass this troublesome matter on to Su Wuching, given its connection to the Red King's mansion? It would have been far better for them to grapple with this headache. Su Ming offered a faint smile, choosing silence as he gazed upward at the sky. The raucous wind tousled his hair as he squinted at the blinding sun, silently reflecting. The Crimson King's manor, despite its formidable reputation, remains merely a royal residence. If I were to abandon the mission bestowed by the system, forsaking this opportunity for strength, how could I ever hope to reach the pinnacle? Meanwhile, Chen Rujing, observing this scene, let out a soft sigh, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Yet, she felt a flicker of admiration. Her heart whispering, I did not anticipate this young man's aspirations to be so noble. He bears a striking resemblance to that esteemed figure from years past. Chapter 68, The Attention of All Sides, Su Ming's Choice. At the Azure King's manor, on the Grand Avenue outside, four magnificent steeds galloped furiously, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon reaching the gates of the manor, the three handmaidens along with Yang Tianming gradually brought their pace to a halt. Each of their faces bore varying degrees of concern, yet their expression suggested they were not troubled by the same matter. Disembarking from the extraordinary horses, the four hastily entered the manor, making their way to the rear courtyard, heading toward the residence of the Azure Princess. Upon arriving at the flower pavilion in the rear courtyard, they found the princess had been waiting for them. The four of them quickly bowed, addressing her, Your Highness. The Azure Princess, seated with an air of calmness, shifted her gaze from a nearby bouquet of blood-red flowers to regard them, her voice gentle, What news of Su Ming? A hint of hesitation surfaced on Yang Tianming's face as he glanced toward the Azure Princess, pondering how to respond. At that moment, Qi Feng abruptly rose to her feet. She recounted in detail their encounter with Su Ming, then expressed her concern, Your Highness, we were unable to stop Su Ming. Upon his return to the city gate, he was intercepted by the Left Thousand House of the Northern Protectorate. It was Princess Changle who intervened, escorting him into the city. As she mentioned the title of princess, Qing Feng's voice noticeably faltered, fearing the Azure Princess might suspect Su Ming had already been swayed by others. Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of panic as she looked at the princess. The Azure Princess rarely let out a light huff. Then, in response to Qing Feng's astonished expression, she spoke nonchalantly, Princess Changle's actions are indeed reckless. To so openly protect Su Ming makes one wonder if she invites unwanted attention from those with ill intent. Continuing, the Azure Princess regarded Qing Feng's somewhat dazed countenance and smiled gently. I am somewhat familiar with Su Ming's modus operandi. He is not one to easily switch allegiances. Otherwise, I would not be so at ease in nurturing him as a member of the Azure King's manor. The four below seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The Azure Princess, her beautiful eyes narrowing in contemplation, remarked, Currently, the trail leads back to the Crimson King's manor. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Su Ming may appear reckless on the surface, yet he invariably manages to extricate himself from perilous situations. Until he possesses absolute certainty, he will not take unnecessary risks. Thus, even with the current lead, it is highly unlikely that he will directly confront the Crimson King's manor. You need not fret. After a moment of reflection, the group concluded that the Azure Princess's reasoning held merit. Su Ming certainly did not strike one as a reckless individual devoid of certainty. Unconsciously, the last stone of apprehension in his heart fell away. His gaze turned towards the entrance, where he presumed Su Ming would return, as per his usual punctuality. Meanwhile, deep within the royal palace, an elderly nobleman with graying hair sat languidly in a rocking chair, his eyes gently closed. The towering tree before him shed its withering yellow leaves, which danced gracefully in the evening breeze. Everything unfolded like a picturesque poem, tranquil and gentle. Awakening as if from a prolonged dream, the old man slowly opened his eyes and regarded the eunuch who had approached to deliver news. The eunuch leaned close to the old man's ear, and after a brief report, a subtle smile crept upon the elderly gentleman's face, marked by a softness despite the looseness of his skin. The eunuch, standing respectfully, inquired, Master, what shall we do next? The old man remained silent for a moment, his gaze lifting towards the towering tree above, his eyes following the fluttering leaves as they danced in the gentle wind. Finally, his aged voice emerged. Warm and gentle, now that matters have progressed to this point, let us observe the unfolding events. I am indeed curious to see how that young lad will act next. If his performance proves remarkable in this encounter with the Red King's residence. He paused, his thoughts trailing off, then lifted his gaze once more, navigating through the dense foliage, his sight resting on the tender new buds sprouting from the branches. In the side chamber of the Red King's residence, within a lavish hall, Chen Song reclined comfortably in his chair, his eyes gleaming with contentment. Beside him, a servant girl clad in light attire leaned in closely, her delicate features mirroring the languid atmosphere as he toyed with her. Below, over 20 servant girls danced gracefully, their movements sinuous as they swayed to the languorous music. Before this assembly of dancers stood an elderly man, slightly portly, adorned in a black round hat and brocade robes. Chen Song's voice, low and languorous as if just awakening, addressed the steward. The informant you stationed below has been captured. My father had initially instructed me to advise you to lay low, but I deem it unnecessary. In this world, even the emperor must show our family a modicum of respect. What is more, No one would dare to intrude upon the Red King's residence. The steward, Zhang Qing, stood below with a faint smile, nodding in agreement. Young master is absolutely right. That lad, no matter how audacious, would not dare to storm the royal residence. Should he attempt such folly, I shall ensure he returns no more. Just as Zhang Qing finished speaking, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside, drowning out the music played by the servant girls. Qin Song frowned, annoyance flickering across his face. Rising, he adjusted his loose, silky attire and strode toward the door. In the distance, he spotted a sweating servant nearly tumbling as he hurried towards him. Qin Song's gaze fell upon the flustered servant, and he coldly scoffed. What is happening outside? Why such a commotion? If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall have your heads as my chamber pots. Upon hearing this, the servant hastily prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he stammered, Young master, there is a madman outside claiming to be from the Jinhui. He demands to enter the residence to apprehend someone. Our men could not stop him. Qin Song was taken aback, then quickly grasped the situation. His gaze turned towards the entrance of the royal residence, a sardonic smile breaking across his face. He truly dares to come. At that moment, the steward Zhang Qing had also approached Qin Song's side. Observing the latter's commanding gesture, he coldly instructed, You all shall accompany me. Let us see how this oblivious fool meets his end at the Red King's residence. As Qin Song's voice faded, dozens of figures clad in crimson sprang forth from every corner of the estate, swiftly kneeling before him. In mere moments, a disciplined formation of the Red Feather Guards had assembled before him, paying their respects with a thunderous display that startled the very birds and insects within the estate. Standing at the forefront, Qin Song clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the entrance. Outside the Red King's residence. As one of the premier noble houses in the capital, its residence, despite its location near the bustling streets, was often avoided due to its fearsome reputation. Yet, at this moment, compared to its usual quietude, the area thronged with a bustling crowd. A multitude of people, primarily small vendors, had gathered at the gates. Among them spies who had received early news and pretended to be mere passers-by, alongside a few distinguished young gentlemen drawn to the excitement. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and a tall, unassuming figure squeezed through the throng. If Su Ming had been present, he would have easily recognized this individual as Qi Qing'an, the orphan from the chief family, known for his penchant for gathering intelligence. Following Su Ming's instructions, Qi Qing'an had arrived early to observe the happenings at the Red King's residence. To his surprise, he found the place unusually lively today. The street before the entrance packed with onlookers. Cautiously, he tried to push his way forward, but was blocked by a burly man taking up more than a share of space. When Qi Qing'an tapped him on the shoulder, the man turned, excitement flickering across his rugged features. Qi Qing'an inquired in a hushed tone, Brother, what is happening at the Red King's residence? Why such a commotion today? The burly man chuckled, You're here to see the spectacle, aren't you? You wouldn't believe it today. The usually formidable Red King's residence has someone stirring up trouble. This is a rare event that has occurred in a century. Qi Qing'an's heart raced at this revelation. In the vast capital, who would dare to provoke the Red King's residence? Could it be? A figure surfaced in his mind, and regardless of the throng, he pressed forward, determined to see for himself. As he was jostled by the crowd, struggling to catch his breath, Qi Qing'an finally broke free. When he looked ahead, his heart plummeted. The worst of his fears had come to pass. The figure causing a ruckus at the entrance, clad in a black flying fish uniform, was none other than his savior, Su Ming. Qi Qing'an's brows instinctively furrowed in distress, feeling utterly unsettled. The boisterous man from before had also squeezed forward, now grinning maliciously. What a fearless young fool. The youthful appearance of this genie Wei suggests he has only recently embarked on his duties. It is unclear whom he has offended, as he has been assigned the task of provoking the Red King's manor. Alarmingly, this young man seems to lack any semblance of prudence. Is the Red King's manor a place to be trifled with? This fellow regards Su Ming as a Navi youth, oblivious to the intricacies of the world. He simultaneously mocks Su Ming's ignorance while feeling a sense of pity for him. The murmurs among the gathered crowd echo such sentiments. Yet, the only one fully aware of the situation, Qi Qing'an, is entirely unconcerned with the chatter surrounding him. He scans the area anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. A mere 10 meters away, at the entrance of the Red King's manor, a doorman clad in the manor's distinctive crimson attire, with a short brow and elongated eyes, impatiently addresses the two youths in their flying fish robes. This is the Red King's manor. Begone at once. Just as he speaks, a sudden flash of cold light manifests. The doorman realizes with horror that he has lost his voice. In the next moment, a crimson line appears across his neck, and his head tumbles to the ground. Su Ming lightly wiped away a trace of blood from the blade, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. Below, the bustling crowd of onlookers suddenly fell into an eerie silence. In their gaze, the previously arrogant doorkeeper of the Red King's residence transformed in an instant, his triumphant expression turning a ghastly shade of ashen, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Then, without any forewarning, the doorkeeper's head detached from his body. A tremor coursed through his form, and a cacophony of screams erupted from the crowd. Was this Jin Wei truly so impatient? Did he dare to strike? This was no longer ignorance born of fearlessness. It was sheer folly. Having taken a life, not only would he have to answer for it today, but it seemed likely that his entire clan would suffer dire consequences as well. After the initial gasps, the surroundings became as clamorous as a bustling market. Meanwhile, the man above turned his head to cast a glance in their direction. His expression, void of any emotion, instilled a paralyzing fear in the onlookers, rendering them silent. Their expression shifted from disdain to shock, while Xiuchun furrowed his brow even deeper. Just moments ago, he had contemplated advising Su Ming against impulsiveness. Now, with a murder committed in this place, the situation had escalated beyond easy resolution. As the corpse lay on the ground, not only were the common folk in a state of panic, but even the guards of the royal residence rushed in, their voices raised in alarm. Soon, the once serene ground began to tremble slightly, as the sound of footsteps, varied and rhythmic, echoed forth. Within the grand doors, before any figures could be seen, a loud and arrogant voice reached the ears of the crowd. Who among you dares to cause trouble at my Red King's residence? Then, the heavy gates of the Red King's palace were finally pushed open. A young man adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, embellished with gold and embroidered with a Qilin motif, stepped into view, flanked by nearly 100 soldiers clad in striking red armor. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the doorkeeper, and with a furious roar, he demanded, "Who has slain a member of my Red King's residence? Step forward now, and I shall spare your family. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire clan without mercy." Chapter 70. Bargaining. The performance begins at the entrance of the Red King's residence. Su Ming stepped forward. All eyes fell upon him. His expression remained calm, his posture erect. As he gazed at Xiuchun with an indifferent demeanor, "The Imperial Guard is present. Those who defy orders shall be met with merciless execution. Do you have any objections, young master?" Su Ming's words were sharp, leaving Xiuchun feeling both embarrassed and flustered. Although behind the scenes, they had ceased to regard the authority of the royal family with much deference, it was undeniable that, in public, they still had to remain loyal to the court. Otherwise, they would easily become targets of criticism. Moreover, there were many eyes watching from the other side of the main road. Xiuchun clenched his teeth and declared, "The Red King's residence has always been unwaveringly devoted to His Majesty. We harbor no ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Su Ming chuckled lightly and replied, "Excellent. I have been tasked with investigating a case, and your steward, Zhang Qing, is implicated. Since the Red King's residence is so loyal to His Majesty, I must insist that you surrender this individual." In the face of these words, Xiuchun found himself at a disadvantage. His gaze flickered uncertainly as he pondered for a moment before offering an excuse. "The steward you mentioned has long since retired to his hometown. The steward of the Red King's residence is no longer that person. His actions bear no relation to my household. I implore you, Sir Su, do not unjustly accuse us." Su Ming nodded slightly and produced the token from his hand, stating, "In that case, I shall proceed to search the premises as per protocol." Hastily positioning himself in front of the gate, Xiuchun exclaimed with indignation, "This is the residence of the Red King. It is not a place that just anyone can enter. Even you, as a member of the Jinyue, are not permitted." Su Ming ceased to engage in further trivial discourse. Drawing forth his enchanted blade from his waist, and spoke in a chilling tone, "The Jin Yi conducts its affairs without restrictions. Should the young lord attempt to obstruct me, he must not blame my sword for its indiscriminate nature. Ever since the last encounter, where Xiuchun and his two subordinates ambushed Su Ming, the two had fallen into an irreconcilable state of enmity. Thus, their verbal confrontation was devoid of any semblance of mercy. Xiuchun, upon witnessing this, glared furiously, gritting his teeth as he nodded vehemently, exclaiming "good" 3 times in succession. Subsequently, as he turned, he signaled silently to his companion beside him, who immediately understood and discreetly withdrew. With a frigid expression, Xiuchun feigned contemplation for a brief moment before stepping aside grandly, proclaiming, "The House of Red King has always been unwaveringly loyal to His Majesty. Although our estate does not permit the entry of idle individuals, since Lord Su is acting upon the Emperor's wishes, you may enter as you please. However, I must issue a stern warning. Should you fail to uncover any trace of wrongdoing within the House of Red King, I shall undoubtedly report you to the sovereign with great severity." With that, he and several of his subordinates cooperatively stepped aside, flinging open the grand entrance before the two men. Contrary to Xiuchun's expectations, Su Ming did not hastily venture into the royal manor to investigate. Instead, he surveyed the premises with an unhurried demeanor, observing the members of the Qiuwei stationed within. It appeared that Xiuchun had not sensed even a hint of trepidation emanating from Su Ming throughout their exchange. Indeed, Su Ming inquired of Xiuchun, "Might I ask, what is the purpose of summoning the Qiuwei, young lord?" Despite feeling an inkling of unease, Xiuchun impatiently furrowed his brow and responded, "This young lord suspected there was unrest, hence summoned the Qiuwei to quell it. Since this is in accordance with the Emperor's directives, I shall concede. Does Lord Su intend to oversee this as well?" Su Ming paid him no heed. In the distance, a group of imperial guards clad in flying fish robes approached. Su Ming glared at them, furrowing his brows as he reprimanded, "What brings you here so late? Are you merely drawing a salary without merit?" At his fierce rebuke, the tardy members of the Imperial Guard stood frozen, like cicadas in winter, their heads bowed in trepidation, too fearful to make a move. Su Ming observed their demeanor and unexpectedly began to reprimand them publicly. Approximately half a stick of incense later, Chen Song, watching from the sidelines, grew increasingly anxious and irritable, furrowing his brow and remarking, "If Lord Su wishes to display his authority, he might as well return to his northern pacification office. The gates of the Red King's manor are not the place for you to discipline your subordinates." Upon hearing this, Su Ming shrugged and continued addressing the imperial guards below, a bunch of ineffectual individuals. "Since the young master has spoken, I shall let you off the hook today." From Su Ming's words, it seemed they were finally going to search the manor. Chen Song inexplicably felt a bit relieved. However, he soon heard Su Ming continue to admonish his subordinates. "When you enter the Red King's manor later, pay attention to the rules and be more courteous." Witnessing Su Ming resume his scolding, Chen Song's unease reached its zenith. He could not fathom Su Ming's intentions. They could have entered the manor by now, yet he was wasting time for some unknown reason. The onlooking citizens were equally perplexed. When they had been barred from entering the palace, these imperial guards had been fierce, threatening violence as if they would not relent until they gained entry. Now that they were allowed in, they lingered outside, hesitating. Could it be that they had suddenly become obedient and were afraid to enter? Chen Song shared the same thoughts and was about to voice them when, from a distance, he spotted fireworks bursting in the clear sky. Everyone's attention was drawn towards the spectacle. A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Song's heart. He then witnessed Su Ming suddenly display a smirk, saying, "It appears the Red King's manor is indeed loyal. The thief is not within." With that, Su Ming's foot tapped lightly, and he executed a peculiar maneuver, vanishing from sight. The crowd, including Chen Song, stood in stunned silence for a moment before realization dawned upon them. This imperial guard had never intended to enter the Red King's manor to apprehend anyone. He was opting to intimidate the Red King's heir, stirring panic, thereby prompting the culprits to flee. This way, he would not leave any incriminating evidence by entering the manor and could instead capture the offenders outside. They had all fallen for Su Ming's ruse. Chen Song, watching the fireworks continue to ascend, turned pale with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. He drew the long blade from the waist of a nearby guard and shouted in fury, "Damn Su Ming! I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths." The surrounding guards and citizens recoiled in fear. After a moment of rage, his expression darkened further as he bellowed at the red feather guards behind him, "Immediately follow me to pursue." The main road in front of the Red King's manor quickly cleared. The crimson-clad red feather guards surged towards the direction of the fireworks. Among the crowd, Qi Qing'an's eyes sparkled with delight as he clapped his hands in approval. After Su Ming's departure, he had discerned the brilliance of the plan. Indeed, the master operates with remarkable ingenuity. This visit to the Red King's manor is a masterstroke. If the heir had not been deceived, Su Ming would have entered the manor seamlessly to apprehend the culprits. However, with the heir frightened and the offenders escaping, he can capture them outside. The former could have left evidence within the manor, granting the Red King's manor ammunition for retaliation. The latter poses no such risk. The only cost of this strategy is to offend the Red King's manor irreparably. Yet, given the previous events, the master has already made an enemy of them and is unlikely to care about adding one or two more grievances. Excitedly murmuring to himself, Qi Qing'an gazed towards the place where Su Ming had vanished, his eyes filled with admiration. The master is indeed a contemporary hero. I pledge to follow you to the ends of the earth. Chapter 71. The 8 Generals of the Qing King's Manor and the Web of Love. On the outskirts of the capital city, in a small alleyway, a structure was erected in the center, above which lay the empty boxes from the fireworks. In the dim corner of the alley, an elderly figure was concealed, breathing heavily while clutching a thin thread. If any servants from the Qing King's manor or the 3 main maidens were present, they would instantly recognize this individual as Yang Tianming, the head of the 8 great commanders of the Qing King's manor. Gasping for breath, Yang Tianming recalled the events of the day. After failing to intercept Su Ming and returning to the manor to report to the Qing princess, he had expected Su Ming would not act recklessly, that he would return to the manor as usual after finishing his duties. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man had secretly dispatched someone to find him, claiming there was a matter requiring his assistance. It appeared he needed Yang Tianming to covertly track the movements of the steward of the Red King's manor. Years ago, a close friend's descendant had implored him for a favor, and without a second thought, Yang Tianming had agreed. He had been observing the stewardess' actions from a distance. As soon as the steward left the manor, he had employed his skills to follow. However, he had not anticipated being discovered by the steward while the fireworks were being released. Although he had achieved the pinnacle of mastery for many years, he still lacked the final step to enter the true realm of manifestation. Now, pursued by the steward of the Red King's manor, he could only rely on his skills to escape. Before he could catch his breath, the thin thread in his hand suddenly trembled. Without thinking, Yang Tianming reflexively pulled it taut. A shadow of an iron fist descended from the sky, crashing down where he had just stood. Under the force of the iron fist, the sturdy wall was reduced to rubble. Yang Tianming, meanwhile, was completely exposed to the gaze of the steward, who wore a round hat and had a portly visage. Zhang Qing, arms crossed, floated in midair, eyes sharp as he declared, "At last, I have found you, you little insect." Below, Yang Tianming maintained a stoic expression but remained silent. He understood well that engaging in combat with this opponent would yield no chance of victory. Acting impulsively would only lead to his own demise. Zhang Qing, perceiving his thoughts, sneered, waiting for reinforcements? Fear not, I shall not grant you that opportunity. As he spoke, Zhang Qing raised his left hand and clenched it in the air. An ethereal shadow of a cyan iron fist materialized above. Intricate patterns of Taoist laws flowed across the surface of the fist, seemingly sealing this expanse of space within it. No matter how those below attempted to evade, they could not escape the might of this punch. A glimmer of despair flickered in Yang Tianming's murky old eyes. Perhaps today would truly be his last. He tightened his grip on the thread in his hand. Invisible to ordinary vision, the threads were densely woven around Zhang Qing, enveloping a significant portion of the outskirts of the capital. These threads seemed almost sentient, clinging tightly to Zhang Qing. Yet, despite being a formidable figure of the law manifestation realm, Zhang Qing remained unaware of this. As long as Su Ming arrived in time to locate the thread in Yang Tianming's grasp, he could trace Zhang Qing's whereabouts, no matter how far he fled. This was the proud technique of Yang Tianming, the web of strings. The world knew of the 8 great generals of the Qing royal mansion, and it was well known that Yang Tianming led them. It was also understood that each of the 8 generals possessed their own unique techniques. While the other 7 generals' skills were renowned, only the Qing Wangfei and Su Ming were aware that Yang Tianming, the foremost general, relied not solely on strength but also on his formidable tracking capabilities. When the Qing royal mansion eradicated the vile cults in the past, it was this hidden technique that allowed them to completely eliminate the threat. Yet, it seemed this technique was on the verge of being lost to time. The iron fist descended from the heavens, and the crimson tide of battle intent shattered into nothingness in mere moments. This was the absolute suppression of a law manifestation realm expert over that of a master realm practitioner. Blood trickled from Yang Tianming's lips, his complexion turning a deep shade of red. The space around him crumbled, bricks and stones reduced to ash. The colossal fist slowly descended, sending waves of force that tousled his hair and caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He found himself incapable of further resistance. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse the figure of an old friend long gone. That youthful silhouette spiraled in the air. At that moment, the oppressive force of the iron fist seemed to vanish. Suddenly, Yang Tianming regained his senses, his eyes widening in disbelief. That upright figure had coalesced the ceaseless battle intent from the sky. An ominous golden law manifestation appeared behind him. Simultaneously, a voice echoed from above, undying seal. Forge iron hand. A torrent of malevolence fused seamlessly with solid Buddhist light in his hands, transforming into a pair of luminous, white jade-like hands. This was not the specter of his deceased friend. It was indeed the descendant of his old companion. Su Ming had arrived. The ominous fist, shrouded in darkness, could no longer descend under the protection of Su Ming's hands. Su Ming looked down, calling out, "Grandpa Yang, I arrived just in time." A myriad of emotions surged within Yang Tianming, nearly bringing him to tears as he laughed and scolded, "You rascal, if you had been any later, you would have been here to collect my old bones." Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, floating in the air, had not overlooked this scene. His eyes turned a fierce red. "Since you dare to come here, prepare to be buried alongside me." With a sweeping motion of his hand, the weight of the cyan iron fist bearing down on Su Ming intensified. Su Ming raised his head, his expression icy, and once again exerted strength with his white jade hands. His outstretched fingers crushed the iron hand with sheer force. In the realm of existence, the iron hand that had threatened to shatter all transformed into countless specks of light. Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, "Noisy old dog. Since you were so eager to be captured, I shall oblige." The gleaming white demon sword trembled from Su Ming's waist, spinning excitedly in the air before landing in his grasp. Initially pursued and entangled by Yang Tianming, he was then provoked by this young officer of the brocade-clad guards. Zhang Qing was also engulfed in fury. He clasped his hands together and recited intricate and profound incantations. The aura surrounding him surged uncontrollably. A colossal azure wolf with 5 heads materialized in the air. Each of the wolves had slowly exhaled scorching breath, and within their ominous gazes, a faint azure light flickered. This was Zhang Qing's celestial manifestation of the North Yuan azure wolf. Su Ming gazed at the azure wolf, and relevant information surfaced in his mind. Legends speak of a colossal beast residing in the northern Yuan. This formidable creature is born with the essence of 9 souls. However, the youthful azure wolf possesses only a single head. As it matures and its strength increases, the additional heads gradually manifest. A northern Yuan azure wolf in its innate state grows a new head approximately every 300 years. Upon acquiring 3 heads, it attains a status akin to that of a human master. The celestial manifestation conjured by Zhang Qing evidently utilized the essence of the northern Yuan azure wolf's soul at the pinnacle of mastery, amalgamated with his own blood, and refined through his corporeal form. This celestial manifestation differs from those summoned solely from one's own being. It imbues the original entity with the formidable power of the beast. Suspended in the air, Zhang Qing let out a cold snort. A brazen fool who disregards others. Today, you shall leave your life here. Chapter 72. The Clash of Celestial Manifestations, the False Divine Fire. Su Ming gazed ahead, confronted by the massive azure wolf that roared furiously towards him. Sensing the aura emanating from the beast, Su Ming made a swift assessment. This steward of the Crimson King's residence likely possessed strength comparable to that of the ice demon he had encountered in the woods today, standing on the same level. However, he pondered what unexpected tactics might be employed. Below, Yang Tianming quickly sought refuge, calling out to the sky, "Su Ming, be exceedingly cautious." Su Ming nodded, simultaneously reciting his mental mantra. The divine light of the great Vidra's power surged once more, as the malevolent energy of the world began to converge endlessly. The imposing figure behind him, representing unparalleled supremacy, swelled dramatically. Before long, he transformed into a colossal giant capable of obscuring the heavens with a single hand. Ahead, five-headed azure wolves roared ferociously and lunged toward him, their mouths spewing forth fierce flames. As they passed, the surrounding clouds ignited into a fiery crimson, crackling and hissing as if they intended to cleanse this realm entirely in flames. Su Ming had heard a little about it. The legendary blue wolf of the northern Yuan, although dwelling in frigid territories, was devoid of any trace of the icy powers typically associated with such a fierce beast. Instead, it relied on an unquenchable, ever-flowing flame of pseudo-divine origin to ward off the biting cold of the northern Yuan. This pseudo-divine fire was not only indomitable but also capable of consuming even the ethereal essence of true energy and the will to fight, leaving nothing in its wake. However, Su Ming remained utterly unperturbed. Chanting incantations, he embodied the celestial and terrestrial laws, while the intricate patterns on his hands whirled with fervor. Beneath the blazing inferno that engulfed half the sky, he stood resolute, determined to withstand it. Observing this, Zhang Qing could not help but scoff. "You ignorant fool. I shall make you regret underestimating me." Su Ming's feat of slaying the ice demon had reached Zhang Qing's ears, though he regarded it with skepticism. To Zhang Qing, it seemed highly probable that the ice demon had underestimated this lad's physical cultivation techniques, leading to its untimely demise. After all, how could a mere youth at the second level of the Master Realm possibly vanquish an embodiment of the law? He was resolute in his conviction that he would never commit such a fundamental error. As the flames of the divine fire melded with Su Ming's ethereal manifestation, a triumphant glimmer sparkled in Zhang Qing's eyes. This youth was simply too arrogantly ignorant. It would not be long before his celestial manifestation was reduced to ashes by the counterfeit divine flames. To Zhang Qing's astonishment, after the unique manifestation of Su Ming absorbed the flames, it appeared to remain largely unaffected. Instead, the laws and rhythms flowing through his hands radiated brilliance, as if awakened, exuding an even more formidable aura. Yet, to Zhang Qing, this was merely a fleeting flash of brilliance, akin to a person's futile resistance when engulfed by fire, temporary at best. Once tainted by the counterfeit divine flames, the manifestation would soon dissolve into nothingness. The unique manifestation, entwined by flames, nevertheless moved with grace. Under the control of the young man below, the colossal figure obscuring the sky thrust its palms forward, piercing directly into the beast's massive form. Two of the five-headed azure wolves emitted anguished cries, while the remaining three seemed unaffected, baring their fangs. Two of the heads clamped down on the arms of the unique manifestation, while the one in front unleashed flames, scorching the very body of the unique manifestation. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ming immediately formed a hand seal. The resplendent black gold light of the Supreme Being flickered, with the luminous aura of the left eye pulsating and the right eye emanating a chilling malice. The black gold radiance surged from both arms, accompanied by a wild howl that swept forth like a tempest. The dual-headed North Yuan Qing wolf was ruthlessly torn apart, vanishing into thin air. With a piercing cry, the once five-headed wolf was reduced to three. The ethereal realm suffered damage, and the spellcaster below also faced backlash. Zhang Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably. At this moment, how could he fail to notice the anomaly? The peculiar ethereal form of this young man displayed an utter disregard for the North Yuan Qing wolf's pseudo-divine fire, even seeming to flourish in its presence. He inwardly gasped, contemplating, what manner of creature is this? How could a mere second-tier master be so formidable? Su Ming, evidently not in the habit of granting his opponent respite, promptly formed another hand seal. The fiery right hand of the Supreme Being reached toward the void above, where a dark golden ring spun before his wrist, from which a colossal phantasm extracted a long blade. Sensing impending doom, Zhang Qing attempted to retract his ethereal form and retreat, but it was too late. The young man murmured softly, his voice steady, "Immortal seal technique, void cleave." The long blade in the Supreme Being's hand sliced through the heavens, stirring the clouds as it passed. Upon contact with the wolf's form, the sky erupted in a cacophony, shaking the very firmament. The terrifying shockwave scattered the fire clouds into nothingness. This astonishing spectacle captivated hundreds of thousands of citizens in the capital, who gazed skyward at the colossal apparition cleaving through the three-headed wolf. Many were left speechless in awe. Witnessing this marvel, several storytellers hastily began to inscribe the event into their narratives with excitement. As they beheld this extraordinary sight, Xiuchun Dao marveled at the supernatural power. Suddenly feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the apparition, he hurriedly turned to the direction from which it had appeared, the very spot where the fireworks had ascended moments prior. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiuchun Dao knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, "Truly, you are a once-in-a-lifetime hero. To follow you is the fortune of my existence." Meanwhile, a crimson-armored battalion traversed the alleys with remarkable speed, resembling a raging inferno from above. At the forefront of the Qiyu guard stood a young man clad in opulence. His eyes widening as he beheld the unfolding scene above. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his anxiety peaked. He bellowed furiously at the following Qiyu guard and especially invited Peak Master, "You worthless fools. Hurry. If that brat captures the steward, I will ensure that each of you pays with your heads." As the long blade descended upon the wolf in the sky, it roared and disintegrated entirely. Zhang Qing gazed at the obliterated ethereal realm, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. No, the destruction of this ethereal form did not strike at its very essence. Yet the spirit of the North Yuan Qing wolf within had been painstakingly acquired with the support of the Red King's residence, forged through countless hardships. Having merged with it required an immense investment of time and energy. To see it shattered now was akin to having years of effort rendered futile. In that instant of destruction, Zhang Qing's body trembled violently, his aura growing increasingly chaotic. Whether from sheer frustration or a destabilized realm, he faltered and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Tianming, who had been observing from below, wore a delighted expression. "You, my friend, never cease to amaze me with your extraordinary feats." As Su Ming descended steadily, his demeanor remained unperturbed. Compared to the ice demon he encountered that morning, the steward of the Red King's residence was evidently more arrogant. Believing that this so-called pseudo-divine fire was invincible, yet, unbeknownst to him, under the protection of the formidable Vajra divine power and the iron refining hands, Su Ming felt no fear. Before Zhang Qing could even deploy his other techniques, Su Ming had effortlessly subdued him. As Su Ming lifted Zhang Qing, intending to depart with Yang Tianming, the reinforcements from the Red King's residence finally arrived on the scene. Su Ming gazed upon the formidable red feather guards and the ashen-faced Chen Song before him, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "The perpetrator is already in my custody. May I ask what the young master intends to do?" The latter, upon seeing the unconscious Zhang Qing that Su Ming held in his grasp, realized that it was now too late. Had Zhang Qing not been apprehended, he might have exerted every effort to thwart Su Ming, confident that afterward he could simply claim disbelief in the butler's guilt, attributing his rash actions to a moment of impulse. Who would dare to confront him then? Yet, at this moment, Zhang Qing was firmly in Su Ming's hands. Any further actions he might contemplate would be rendered meaningless, potentially providing his adversary with leverage against him. Contemplating this, Chen Song glared fiercely, his words emerging through clenched teeth. "No matter. Lord Su, please proceed." Uttering those few words with gritted teeth, he felt a surge of blood rush to his head, leaving him in a state of dizziness. Su Ming nodded slightly, then seized Zhang Qing and vanished along with Yang Tianming from the scene. Once Su Ming had completely disappeared, Chen Song was utterly incensed, throwing his head back and roaring. "Su Ming, if I do not slay you, I swear I shall not live as a man." Chapter 73, The Chaos of Divine Techniques, The Death of Zhang Qing. I shall speak. I am willing to divulge everything. Within the confines of the cell, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Lu Ming glanced down to find a pool of an unidentifiable yellow liquid beneath the execution pillar. A formidable figure of the Dharma aspect realm had, astonishingly, been reduced to such a state of humiliation. Casting a look at Wang Xiong, Lu Ming instinctively recoiled, his body tensing, his heart gripped by terror. He silently vowed that even if he were to commit a transgression, he would never fall into the hands of this person. In contrast, Wang Xiong let out a disinterested click of his tongue, remarking, "You spoke with such righteous fervor before taking action. Yet, this Dharma aspect realm expert displays even less fortitude than the left minister I previously interrogated." Although he felt an insatiable curiosity, Wang Xiong understood the gravity of the situation. For the moment, obtaining the confession took precedence. He promptly turned to summon Su Ming. The iron door of the cell creaked open. Su Mingji approached the execution pillar, gazing at the bloodied and mutilated Zhang Qing, and said, "Speak up. Where has all the coal from the coal yard gone?" The disheveled old man hanging from the execution pillar lowered his head and finally sighed. "This matter has nothing to do with the Red King's manor." The coal from the coal yard did not flow to the Red King's manor, but was instead transported to the Jiao Mountain Villa outside the city. Upon hearing this name, Su Mingji pondered for a moment. He had indeed heard of Jiao Mountain Villa. It was known as a summer retreat. What could possibly require such an abundance of coal? Su Ming waved his hand, commanding, "Continue the torture until he speaks the truth." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong eagerly seized the iron-tipped whip. In the midst of Zhang Qing's terrified gaze, he unleashed a series of lashes. The air was filled with anguished cries. After a time, only ceasing when Zhang Qing's vital energy waned and he succumbed to unconsciousness, Wang Xiong then picked up a bucket of salt water from the ground and splashed it onto the bloodied form of Zhang Qing. The pain jolted the unconscious Zhang Qing back to awareness. Su Ming said in a deep voice, "Now, can you speak the truth?" On the execution post, Zhang Qing, swaying unsteadily, breathed out, "What I am saying is indeed the truth. Even if you torture me to death, that is still the truth." His old face was drenched in tears, and the snot clung to his disheveled hair, rendering him exceedingly pitiable. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ming confirmed without a doubt that Zhang Qing was indeed not lying. He continued, "Then tell me, who is the master of the Bliss Villa? Why have you transported coal there?" Zhang Qing struggled momentarily, but upon hearing the sound of the iron whip dragging across the ground, he lowered his head and confessed. "Ming Lin. The master of Bliss Villa is Ming Lin." Upon hearing this name, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this individual before. Ming Lin was the second son of the Minister of Justice, Ming Hong, as the son of a high-ranking official. Ming Lin held a modest yet notable reputation in the capital city. Nodding slightly, Su Ming fixed his gaze on Zhang Qing and urged him to continue. Who does Bliss Villa serve? Although the master of this so-called Bliss Villa was the son of the Minister of Justice, Su Ming doubted that a mere minister's son possessed such formidable influence to stir such turmoil. However, when pressed further, Zhang Qing averted his gaze and lowered his head, replying, I'm not certain about that either. Beside him, Wang Xiong dragged the iron whip and barked menacingly. Dare you conceal the truth? I shall make you acquainted with the severity of a branding iron. With that, he picked up a glowing red iron from the fire barrel. The commotion frightened Zhang Qing, causing him to shut his eyes in panic and exclaim, I will speak. I will speak. The person behind this is yet before he could finish, Zhang Qing's eyes bulged, and his face turned pale. Subsequently, Su Ming and the others felt a disturbance within Zhang Qing's vital energy, which became erratic and chaotic. The surge of energy ruffled his ashen hair, buffeting Lu Ming and the others to the point where they could scarcely maintain their footing. Su Ming sensed that something was amiss and reached out to intervene. Upon making contact with Zhang Qing's body, he suddenly realized that the turbulent blood energy within was uncontrollably attacking his own vital organs. A muffled thud resonated from within Zhang Qing's being. The frail old man stared wide-eyed, his head tilted to one side. He had passed away. Su Ming gazed upon the lifeless form of Zhang Qing, his thoughts swirling in contemplation. After apprehending Zhang Qing, he had sealed the vital points on his body, rendering him incapable of resistance. Bound hand and foot in such a state, it was inconceivable for Zhang Qing to take his own life. Yet, moments ago, Su Ming had distinctly sensed that the vital energy and blood within Zhang Qing had not been extinguished by his own will, but rather through a peculiar, spontaneous occurrence. It was as if Zhang Qing's body had revolted against him. Wang Xiong, who had been knocked to the ground by the turbulent energy, paled in shock and disbelief, exclaiming, How can this be? It is impossible. The art of chaotic spirits has long been eradicated. How could it possibly still endure? Upon witnessing the astonishing demeanor of Wang Xiong, Su Ming, filled with curiosity, inquired, The chaotic spirit technique? After a brief moment of composure, Wang Xiong regained his senses and elucidated. The chaotic spirit technique is among the most enigmatic and bizarre martial arts in the realm. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of when it first emerged. However, this technique is profoundly malevolent. Once mastered, it is capable of distorting the minds of others, transforming them into mere puppets. Furthermore, it allows the practitioner to establish various secret agreements with the afflicted individual. Should any of these agreements be breached, the afflicted will suffer a catastrophic surge of vitality, leading to the rupture of their internal organs and subsequent demise. Even those formidable beings, revered as demigods within the realm of law manifestation, find themselves powerless against this technique. Once ensnared by this curse, evasion becomes impossible, hence the name chaotic spirit. Upon hearing this, Su Ming recalled his previous encounters with similar martial arts, such as the mesmerizing soul technique and the dream-snatching art. These arts possess the ability to subtly implant inner demons within the target, enabling one to control another without their awareness. The afflicted individual becomes devoid of any inclination to resist, following the practitioner unconditionally. Similarly, there exists the Black Heavenly Scripture, which establishes rules and regulations with the afflicted, embedding these notions deeply within their subconscious. Should the afflicted transgress even a single tenet, their body would involuntarily succumb to a fatal internal collapse. However, based on Wang Xiong's explanation, it seems that the chaotic spirit technique represents a fusion and enhancement of the two aforementioned arts. As his thoughts returned to the present reality, he remained captivated by the implications of this revelation. Su Ming gazed upon the lifeless body of Zhang Qing, still bound to the execution post, and shook his head. Dispose of the corpse, he instructed. Although Zhang Qing had succumbed to the sinister martial arts, Su Ming had not emerged empty-handed. He had gleaned two significant clues, one concerning the connection between the blissful mountain manor and the Minister of Justice, alongside the shadowy figure that loomed behind them, the other regarding the Red King's manor's possession of the chaotic technique known as the disorderly mind arts. There existed a profound correlation between these two leads. As the steward of the Red King's manor, Zhang Qing could only have fallen victim to the machinations of someone from that very estate. The purpose of employing the disorderly mind arts was presumably to protect the Minister of Justice, the true master hidden behind blissful mountain manor. As Su Ming clarified his thoughts, a timely notification chime from the system resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. My dear family, I toil diligently on tomato novels to present you with captivating tales. Every word is infused with my earnest efforts from conception to completion, spanning countless days and nights. If you appreciate my work, I humbly ask for your flowers, collections, and perhaps a small token of encouragement to support me on this journey of dreams. I promise to continue my writing endeavors and create even more splendid pieces in return. Chapter 74. Rich Rewards, The Smiling Butcher. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task, the weapons case of the Green King's manor. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received rewards, 500 points of good and evil merit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained one piece of celestial iron. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial art of the evolving muscles. Ding. Congratulations, host. The chain task regarding the schemes of the Red King's manor has reached 10 completion. Within the confines of the cell, a series of notifications materialized before his eyes. The rewards displayed above elicited a smile from Su Ming. The bountiful nature of this reward far exceeded any previous task. Not only did he receive a generous 500 points of good and evil merit, but he also obtained the evolving muscles, a subsequent technique to the Golden Bell Shield. Much like the Golden Bell Shield, this system rewarded evolving muscles hailed from the Longhu sect, renowned for its ability to cleanse and enhance one's physical constitution. Thus, he could not only further augment his physical refinement and martial proficiency, but also elevate his innate potential. It was worth noting that Su Ming had long been troubled by the inadequacy of his physical aptitude. The enhancements gained through his own cultivation had proven minuscule, nearly negligible. Consequently, after entering the innate realm, any significant progress relied heavily on the points of good and evil merit for his training. With that, he tucked away the system interface. Su Ming promptly returned to the 100 house to make some preparations. Having acquired the lead on the Bliss Villa, he resolved to press forward without delay. The overcast sky was pierced by the first rays of dawn. After making the necessary arrangements at the residence, it was soon time for the Imperial Guards to commence their duties. Once Xiuchun arrived, Su Ming immediately reported the matter. After succinctly recounting the interrogation of Zhang Qing, he earnestly requested, "Captain, we must seize this opportunity. The Bliss Villa is the most significant breakthrough in this case." After pondering Su Ming's account for a moment and weighing the implications carefully, Xiuchun readily acquiesced. "Very well, I grant your request. I believe this mission will not prove less arduous than that of the Red King's manor. Please wait a moment while I arrange for 100 men to accompany you." With that, Xiuchun strode towards the other 100 houses within the capital's guard. Su Ming remained at the 1,000-house manor for a brief respite. In less than half a tea time, a gathering of no fewer than 100 individuals had amassed outside the manor, including 200 households, underscoring Xiuchun's grave concern regarding the matter at hand. Setting down his teacup, Su Ming approached Xiuchun and surveyed the throng of over 100 people before him. Earlier, when Xiuchun had summoned them, he had already elucidated the reasons for their mission. Now, he addressed the assembled crowd, stating, "You are to follow Su Baihu's commands without question. There must be no mistakes." With the arrangements made by the 1,000 house, Su Ming refrained from further elaboration. Gazing at the crowd and drawing his sword to issue the command, "Depart," to Zhao Mountain Villa, 30 miles north of the capital, amidst ancient paths and dense forests, stood a grand villa, illuminated by an array of lights. Bamboo groves and pavilions coexisted harmoniously, exuding an aura of serene pastoral elegance. Despite its vast size, the villa revealed no indulgent feasts or debauchery within. Rather, the resounding clamor of iron forging echoed throughout, resonating through the expansive bamboo thickets, hidden from the outside world. At the heart of the villa, in a lavish courtyard, two men conversed in hushed tones within a secluded chamber. One, with his upper body bare, bore an imposing physique and a fierce countenance, while the other, clad in refined attire and wielding a paper fan, projected an air of affability. These two were the true overseers of the villa, the second son of the Minister of Justice, merely a puppet in this fade. All matters, large and small, were managed by the two of them. Should Xiuchun be present, he would instantly recognize these men as notorious brigands from years past. Known as the Smiling Butcher and Smiling Lord. Years ago, they wreaked havoc across the realm, targeting nobility and commoners alike, committing heinous acts of arson and pillage. They were notorious for a massacre that claimed nearly 1,000 lives at a villa near the capital over the course of 3 days and nights, as well as the annihilation of a large village in the mountainous outskirts. Their crimes instilled fear throughout the realm, with both nobles and commoners trembling at their mention. The court had dispatched soldiers repeatedly to capture them, yet they always eluded capture, vanishing from the public eye over a decade ago. The world presumed them to be slain by some unparalleled master, their souls destined to wander as vengeful spirits. Little did they know, the two men still thrived. Seated before each other in the villa, as they conversed, their demeanor was no longer as carefree as the rumors of yesteryear suggested. Li Qiangjun, the Smiling Butcher, slammed his robust left arm on the table and scoffed. "That old man from the Red King's manor prattles daily about his caution, even instructing us to emulate him. Yet, he was still captured. Now, he expects us to concern ourselves with this trivial matter." His words dripped with disdain for the Red King's manor. Beside him, Xiuchun, the Smiling Lord, remained composed, leisurely fanning himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Rest assured, even if that old man has been caught, this place remains secure. He lacks the audacity to divulge its existence." At Xiuchun's reassurance, Li Qiangjun felt a measure of calm return, his agitation subsiding. Since their notorious partnership had been dubbed the Smiling Butcher Duo, they had primarily followed Xiuchun's lead, a strategy that had enabled them to evade the court's relentless pursuit and ultimately find refuge here. Thus, whenever Xiuchun spoke, Li Qiangjun found solace in his words. Xiuchun smiled softly, adding, "Moreover, that old man has been secretly ensnared in a chaotic spell. Even if he wished to reveal this place, he would be unable to do so." Hearing this, Li Qingjun was completely at ease, exhaling as he seized the wine jug from the table and took a hearty swig. After a satisfied belch, he chuckled. As always, my brother thinks ahead. However, just as the smile began to spread across his face, it gradually froze in place. Outside the villa, a sudden uproar erupted, indicating a confrontation between two factions. The two men exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 75. Murderous Thieves, the mystery unfolds. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiuchun and Li Qingjun hastily exited. They leaped into the air, covering several miles in mere moments, landing at the entrance of the villa. Peering outside, they were astonished to find nearly 100 armed men engaged in combat with their own guards. In the bamboo groves, a cadre of black-clad Jinui, wielding longswords, charged toward the villa's red-armored troops. Although the Jinui were outnumbered, each was a formidable warrior, often defeating two opponents with ease, or executing one-sided slaughters amidst the flashing blades of battle. The red-armored guards fell back in disarray, retreating in a panic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Qingjun furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "This is dire, calamity has arrived." Xiuchun, quick to react, ordered, "Quickly, destroy all ledgers and documents. We must leave no trace." As the stunned Li Qingjun finally regained his composure, he nodded vigorously. Yet, before he could act, a streak of black and gold flashed past, casting a momentary shadow over the forest. They looked ahead to see a lean young man riding an extraordinary steed, charging toward the villa's gates. He wielded a gleaming white blade, leaving chaos in his wake. With flowing hair, he brandished his sword, effortlessly cleaving through even the elite formations at the rear of the villa with but a single stroke. Su Ming's formidable presence was a sight unprecedented for the Jinui present. Many of them, after repelling the enemy forces, gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. They had long heard tales of Su Baihu's exceptional martial prowess but had not anticipated such extraordinary valor. He dispatched the armored troops with the ease of a deity, claiming their lives effortlessly. Witnessing the spectacle, the duo known as the Smiling Butcher exchanged anxious glances. Li Qingjun, gritting his teeth, urged his elder brother, "You must destroy those ledgers at once. I will hold them off for a while." Without a word, Xiuchun swiftly leapt into the depths of the forest. Although Li Qingjun had traversed the martial world for over a decade and could perceive that the young man before him was not his equal in cultivation, the power he had just displayed was far beyond anything Li could rival. Resolute acceptance of his impending demise filled his heart. He was determined to delay this ferocious youth to grant Xiuchun some time. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he resolved to engage the young man with words as a ruse. Fixing his gaze on the swiftly approaching figure, Li Qingjun furrowed his brow and shouted, "You there? Young man, we are willing to lower ourselves to your level. Please halt, so we may discuss matters amicably." Yet, the youth paid no heed to his words. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the two armored soldiers obstructing his path, continuing his relentless advance, undeterred. Seeing this, the muscles in Li Qingjun's face tightened in anger. "You are pushing your luck," he exclaimed, and in that moment, the battle fervor within him erupted. His body swelled in size as his muscles and skin reacted to the surge of energy, transforming him into a formidable beast of the mountains. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, he bellowed, "Pray to the gods, the mighty divine lord." As his fury crescendoed, thick, coarse hair sprouted from his body, a manifestation of his divine invocation technique. He had once withstood the onslaught of three peak masters without sustaining severe injuries. Even if this young man's strength were extraordinary, it could not breach his defenses. However, as he contemplated this, the youth was already upon him. With an enraged cry, he brandished his blade, demonic blade. A vast expanse of bamboo grove, spanning miles, was instantly shrouded in a dark, malevolent aura. This sinister energy surged into the luminous blade like a tempest. Li Qingjun's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the unfolding calamity, and two words flashed through his mind: "It's over." In an instant, his grotesquely transformed head was severed, and blood gushed forth like a fountain from his neck, splattering across the bamboo thicket. Yet, Su Ming did not linger. He pressed deeper into the mountain estate in pursuit. Within the sprawling grounds of the estate, Su Ming focused intently on tracking the flow of malevolent energy that had recently fled into the Jiao Mountain Villa. The individual who had escaped exuded a terrifying aura, and he pursued this dark energy, weaving through the iron forging furnaces situated throughout the mountainside, until he reached the pinnacle of the estate. As he ascended, Su Ming discovered no fewer than 10 smithies, each bustling with craftsmen, over 100 in total. It appeared that this was yet another clandestine site for forging military equipment, hidden away from the city of Songyang. Upon reaching the summit, an exceptionally opulent woodland courtyard came into view, revealing itself before him. Su Ming dismounted alone, brandishing his blade as he boldly entered the courtyard. Though the individual attempted to conceal his presence, Su Ming could still perceive it with remarkable clarity. The fugitive was indeed within the very confines of the courtyard before him. Su Ming lightly tapped his toes, his figure flickering, and soon appeared before a door. Meanwhile, a man clad in white, known for his soft features and enigmatic smile, had just arrived at the same location. Before him, on a black wooden frame, lay a dark box. His slender fingers delicately extracted ledger after ledger from within. Suddenly, he was taken aback, as though he had seen a ghost. Upon noticing Su Ming at the threshold, without uttering a word, Xiuchun steeled himself. a fierce determination ignited within him, manifesting as a flame that surged towards the ledgers. As this inferno neared the tomes nestled in the box, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the dim room. Xiuchun gasped in shock, only to realize in pain that his arm had been severed without his awareness. With a chilling voice, he demanded, "Who are you? What of that hulking fool? Why did he not stop you?" Su Ming, sheathing his long knife, vanished and, like a specter, reappeared beside Xiuchun in an instant. Swiftly, he sealed the latter's acupoints and coldly replied, "The man you speak of is dead. Confess what you know, or you shall be next." Xiuchun sighed, his countenance falling into despair. He understood that it was all over, with the death of the estate's leader and the incapacitation of his deputy. Any further resistance from the remaining guards was futile. They surrendered without a fight. Alongside them, 100 or so skilled blacksmiths from the estate also capitulated. Under Xiuchun's guidance, Su Ming took stock of the remaining weapons that had not yet been dispatched from the estate. Most of the crafted items were military armaments, with only a few agricultural tools, likely intended for scrutiny during inspections. Su Ming meticulously examined the ledger and discovered that the vast majority of the items produced by the Jile Mountain Villa had been dispatched to the Wuyo Cave. Upon seeing the 3 characters inscribed as Wuyo Cave, even the typically composed Su Ming felt a slight tremor of surprise. Could this Wuyo Cave be the very one he was contemplating? The capital's canals are extensive, serving as a refuge for many fugitives. Wuyo Cave is a colloquial term for the capital's waterways, which are notorious for harboring a multitude of outlaws. Those burdened with heinous crimes often congregate in this locale, resulting in a chaotic mix of various offenders. Despite the imperial court's repeated attempts to dispatch troops to quell the unrest, their efforts have been hampered by the deep-rooted connections between the criminals and the local populace. This has transformed the area into a hidden nest of thieves within the capital. Should these military supplies indeed have been sent to Wuyo Cave, it would be tantamount to burying a bomb beneath the city, poised to detonate at any moment. With this thought in mind, Su Ming issued a series of instructions to the Jin Yi accompanying him, urging them to continue their investigation before he mounted his extraordinary steed and departed from the villa. The gravity of the situation warranted immediate reporting. Chapter 76, Audience with the Emperor, Generous Rewards. Northtown Pacification Office. Su Ming hurriedly returned, having detained Xiuchun, and was on his way to the Thousand Households Manor, intending to report this matter to Qin Rujing upon her return from the palace. En route to the manor, he encountered a diminutive eunuch approaching him. This small-statured attendant recognized Su Ming and greeted him with a faint smile, exclaiming, "Sir Su, it has been quite a task to locate you." Su Ming had never previously crossed paths with this eunuch. Just as he was pondering this unexpected encounter, the eunuch continued, "His Majesty has commanded your presence." 100 Households Su Ming, you are to enter the palace at once. Su Ming felt a sudden chill in his heart. It had finally arrived. He then performed a bow and accepted the imperial edict. He had long anticipated that after the somewhat enigmatic task concluded, such a moment would inevitably come. However, he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Not long after the 1,000 households entered the palace, the decree summoning him for an audience had already reached him. He traversed through the most bustling streets of the capital. Su Ming followed the eunuch to the grand entrance of an imposing palace. Before him loomed a magnificent edifice, towering at an impressive height of 90 feet. This vast complex, comprising over 10,000 opulent chambers, served as the epicenter of power for the entire Qianwu dynasty. The Qianwu Imperial Palace. From the exterior, the floors, crafted from pure white Han marble, stretched throughout the palace. Inside, lavish halls adorned with resplendent gold and brilliant colors filled the space. The expansive palace was primarily traversed by orderly lines of palace maids and eunuchs, with very few other figures in sight. After waiting briefly at the Meridian Gate, Su Ming followed the eunuch through the palace doors, arriving at the entrance of a grand hall. Upon looking up, he noticed a plaque displaying 3 bold, gilded characters inscribed from right to left, Wuying Hall. Soon after, Su Ming heard the eunuch's high-pitched voice resonating from within, announcing the arrival of Su Ming, 100 Household of the Genie Guard, into the hall. The proclamation echoed 3 times before reaching his ears. Su Ming entered the chamber, accompanied by the eunuch. As he raised his gaze, he beheld the magnificent interior, exquisitely designed. A towering screen loomed ahead, shrouded in purple mist. In the distance, the dragon throne was elevated, upon which reclined an elderly man clad in a golden dragon robe, his eyes slightly closed. This man was none other than the supreme ruler of the Qianwu dynasty, Emperor Qianwu, Qin Xian. Surrounding him were 5 eunuchs and 9 palace maids, all exuding a formidable presence. The eunuch closest to the emperor was particularly inscrutable, evoking a sensation in Su Ming reminiscent of the enigmatic Princess Qing, whose power was immeasurable. Beneath the dragon throne, Qin Rujing stood quietly, awaiting her turn. Guided by the eunuch to the foot of the throne, Su Ming bowed respectfully. "I am Su Ming, here to pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." After the formalities, the emperor slightly opened his eyes, squinting with a smile as he regarded Su Ming. His voice resonant with age yet robust. "So, you are Su Ming? I have recently heard that you have stirred quite a tempest." Su Ming bowed his head in response, saying, "Thank you for your praise, your majesty. I am merely fulfilling my duty." On the dragon throne, Qin Qian nodded slightly, and then inquired, What is the progress on the arms case I instructed you to investigate? Su Ming being reported, Your Majesty. I have discovered a sizable armaments manufacturing facility within the confines of the Bliss Mountain Villa, located outside the capital. From the confiscated ledger, it has come to my attention that a substantial quantity of weaponry has been dispatched to the Wuyo Cave. Upon hearing this revelation, a palpable silence enveloped the grand hall. The 5 chief eunuchs and 9 palace maids tensed momentarily. Even Qin Rujing, present below, inhaled sharply in a state of anxiety. Meanwhile, Qin Qian, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a solemn expression, remaining silent. The elderly eunuch beside him trembled slightly, acutely aware that this was a clear indication of the emperor's profound ire. However, contrary to expectations, Qin Qian did not erupt in anger. Instead, he unexpectedly squinted and smiled, exclaiming, Such audacity is truly remarkable. At this moment, Su Ming could perceive the subtle hint of anger in the voice. However, Qin Qian chose not to linger on this topic. Instead, he suddenly called out, Su Ming, below. Su Ming cupped his hands and replied, I am here. Qin Qian regarded him and continued, Since you joined the Jinyue, you first resolved the case of the annihilation of the royal merchant Qijia. Subsequently, you thoroughly investigated the case concerning the eunuch from the Xiqin department, Chai Jinzong, who was murdered. Then, you ventured alone into Songyang City, escorting the witness before me and uncovering the illicit arms manufacturing in that city. Now, you have also addressed the military-related case involving the Qing Wangfu, clearing its name of suspicion. I acknowledge your arduous efforts and remarkable achievements. Therefore, I appoint you as the Qianhu of the Jinyue, responsible for the critical cases of the Northern Pacification Department. I bestow upon you the Qilin Feiyu attire and the embroidered spring blade, along with 100 pounds of fierce beast spirit flesh. Following this, he cast a glance at Qin Rujing before turning back to Su Ming and said, I have heard of your interest in the Heartless Sea's little world. I shall grant you the opportunity to partake in the trials for entry. Su Ming bowed in gratitude, acknowledging, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor. Long live our emperor. On the dragon throne, Qin Qian looked at Su Ming with satisfaction and continued, I hope you will, as you have promised, diligently exercise the authority of the Jinyue. I hereby assign you the responsibility of the Wuyo Cave case. With that, he turned to the eunuch beside him and gestured. Convey my edict. The 6 ministries of the court must cooperate fully with Su Ming in this investigation. He may act without restraint, for this is a privilege granted by imperial power. The elderly eunuch bowed in acknowledgement and exited to convey the decree. Su Ming once again expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Su Ming's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task, thorough investigation of Wuyo Cave. After Su Ming expressed his gratitude, Qin Qian propped his head up with one hand and gently closed his eyes. Observing this, a nearby eunuch stepped down and leaned in to whisper to Su Ming, Su Qianhu, His Majesty wishes to rest. You may take your leave. Su Ming exchanged a glance with Qin Rujing, and after performing their respective salutations, they departed from the Wuying Hall, following the eunuch who guided them. As they traversed the path leading out of the palace, Qin Rujing walked closely behind Su Ming, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. He had never anticipated that a mere visit to the imperial palace would elevate Su Ming to a position of equal standing with him. From a 7th-rank 100 households official to a 5th-rank official, now granted the title of 1,000 households, all it took was a single venture into the palace. It was astonishing to think that Su Ming, who had only been in office for less than a year, had already caught up to him. A veteran who had toiled for over 20 years in the Jinyue. It truly was a case of comparison breeds envy. In fact, if one were to be precise, Su Ming's current status was slightly superior to his own, as he was specifically tasked with handling critical cases for the Northern Pacification Department. Furthermore, endowed with the Emperor's decree, at least until the resolution of the Wuyo Cave incident, he could be considered quite unrestrained in his actions. Lost in thought, Qin Rujing soon realized they had already exited the palace. Despite his recent promotion, Su Ming's demeanor remained largely unchanged. He conversed with Qin Rujing in a calm and amicable manner, much as he had before. After exchanging a few brief words, they parted ways. Qin Rujing was eager to return to the Jinyue to address pressing matters, while Su Ming, having just cracked a significant case, was in no rush and was instead eager to return to the Prince Qing's residence. He had yet to claim the rewards for his recent mission, which included 500 points of merit and hundreds of pounds of the spirit flesh of ferocious beasts, generously bestowed by the Emperor. The accumulation of such resources promised an incalculable enhancement of his capabilities. Chapter 77. Astonishment at Prince Qing's residence, Extraordinary Rewards. At Prince Qing's residence, a grand procession arrived, forming an extensive line at the entrance. This entourage, clad in yellow long robes, comprised officials from the Ministry of Rights. A dozen individuals bore box after box of rewards. Upon sighting them, the servants of Prince Qing hurried inside to report the news. Maidservants and guards alike rushed out to witness the spectacle. The arrival of the Ministry of Rights was a remarkable sight, one that had not graced Prince Qing's residence in many years. The sudden bestowal of honors upon the residents left many puzzled. As the commotion unfolded, The princess consort of Prince Qing, along with her 3 esteemed maidservants, emerged from within upon hearing the noise. Clad in elegant white attire, the slender-waisted princess consort, accompanied by her strikingly beautiful attendants, immediately captivated the attention of all present, regardless of whether they were maidservants, guards, or officials from the Ministry of Rites. The stunning beauty of the princess consort briefly distracted them. The princess consort approached the front of the procession, where she met the gaze of a clean-faced, elegantly composed middle-aged man. This man was none other than Xiuchun, the 5th-rank official from the Ministry of Rites, whom the princess consort recognized. As she approached, Xiuchun adjusted his attire and with a genial smile, clasped his hands in salutation, saying, "Xiuchun, Excellency of the Ministry of Rites, pays his respects to your highness." The princess consort nodded slightly, her brows furrowing in mild confusion. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Master Su?" Like the other attendants, she found the situation unusual. How could the emperor suddenly bestow rewards upon the royal residents? The recent tranquility of the residents left her unaware of any such developments. Xiuchun discerned the intentions of the princess consort and smiled gently, saying, "Your highness has misunderstood. This reward is not intended for the royal residents." As he spoke, he noticed Su Ming walking back to the palace alone in the distance. The gazes of the crowd followed the official's line of sight, collectively falling upon Su Ming. Their expressions filled with astonishment. An absurd thought began to blossom in their minds. Could it truly be? It was as if to validate the speculation that lingered in their hearts. Xiuchun, invigorated and spirited, waved his sleeve, causing the procession behind him to burst forth with the sound of gongs and drums. The once desolate thoroughfare was instantly transformed into a scene of lively celebration. As Su Ming approached, Xiuchun clasped his hands in salute and declared, "I, Xiuchun, the Assistant Minister of Rites, am here by the Emperor's decree to present rewards to the esteemed Lord Su Ming, Captain of the Jinyue." Su Zhengxin's grand presence and resounding voice left the people of the Qing Wangfu in a state of stunned disbelief. They stood there, momentarily frozen, gazing at Su Ming. The bestowed rewards were indeed intended for him. Moreover, what had he just been referred to as? The captain of the Jinyue? When had he ascended to such a rank? Not only the servants within the estate felt this incredulity, but even the 3 principal maidens were taken aback. Even the typically unflappable Qing Wangfei found herself astonished at this moment. The news of Su Ming's promotion to the position of 1,000 households in the Jinyue came as a complete surprise. She had not heard any prior hints regarding this matter. If memory serves correctly, it seems that Su Ming had only recently been appointed as 100 households. Had she not? How could she suddenly ascend overnight? Upon returning to the residence, Su Ming appeared somewhat taken aback, especially in comparison to the multitude at the Qing prince's manor. She had not anticipated such a swift reward, just after departing from the imperial palace. The accolades promptly followed her to the royal residence. With a respectful gesture, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Su Ming thanks your majesty for the generous favor." After relocating all the various rewards to the courtyard, Su Ming's once spacious room now felt rather cramped. The Qing princess and others inquired about the situation for a while. Su Ming did not conceal anything and briefly recounted the events of the past few days to the Princess Qing. After admonishing Su Ming to refrain from acting too recklessly in the future, the princess departed with her 2 maids. However, Qing Feng lingered, crossing her arms and observing Su Ming with a hint of amusement. "I never expected that within just a day or 2. Our Su Baihu has transformed into Lord Su Qianhu," she remarked, as she approached Su Ming, who was seated in a chair, leaning against the side of the chair. Qing Feng looked at Su Ming with a slightly aggressive gaze. "Lord Su, tell me, will I have to address you in such a manner within the residence from now on?" The latter seemed to see through Qing Feng's faade, and with a playful smile, lifted her delicate chin with her finger, saying, "Chief Qing, you possess quite a clever tongue. I wonder, with such a persuasive mouth, how sweet it must taste." Su Ming's unabashed and candid words sent a shiver through Qing Feng's delicate frame. She could not help but conjure the image of that previous encounter when Su Ming had seized the moment to kiss her. At the thought, her tender visage was suddenly suffused with a rosy hue. It was only upon seeing the playful expression on the young man's face that she realized she had been the subject of his jest. Flustered, she hastily brushed aside Su Ming's hand and turned her head away, exclaiming in mock indignation, "You have become increasingly brazen. Do not forget that we are within the confines of the Qing Wangfu. If you provoke me further, you shall see how I will deal with you." With that, she shot him a fierce glare before hurriedly retreating from his courtyard. Observing her graceful figure fade into the distance, Su Ming could not help but smile gently. However, at that moment, his thoughts were predominantly consumed by the pursuit of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, Su Ming summoned a blue luminescent screen before him, from which floated an ancient tome. This book was none other than the long-awaited martial arts manual capable of enhancing one's innate talents, the I Jin Jing. Originating from the Longhu sect, this martial art shared roots with the Golden Bell Shield, the physical cultivation technique he had first acquired, representing its refined evolution. The I Jin Jing was profoundly mysterious, enabling one's meridians to connect with the cosmic magnetic field, transforming external forces into internal energy, thus providing an inexhaustible source that will truly a manifestation of perpetual vitality. Any form of internal energy could be amalgamated into the true qi of the I Jin Jing. During its application, this true chi could propel any technique or martial art to extraordinary heights, achieving the miraculous transformation of the ordinary into the extraordinary. Like the Golden Bell Shield, the Xiuchun Dao was also categorized into realms, comprising 7 major celestial circuits, also known as the 7-level pagoda. Upon reaching the 7th celestial circuit, designated as the Black Level Pagoda, it further subdivided into 3 significant battle patterns, the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st patterns. Mastery of the technique could even lead to a breakthrough into the stage of the infinite patterns. Once the Black Level Pagoda of the Xiuchun Dao reached completion and transcended the infinite patterns, it would connect with the cosmos, allowing for an unending influx of energy from the universe, rendering him invincible. A faint light flickered in Su Ming's eyes. The moment for enhancing his qualifications had finally arrived. Chapter 78, The Ancient Celestial Body. A shockwave reverberated throughout the surroundings. In the back courtyard of the Blue King's Manor, a blue luminescent screen hovered before Su Ming. A notification chimed, detected heavenly level martial art. Xiuchun Dao, would you like to learn it? Learn. As the words left his lips, a slender beam of blue light penetrated his brow. Simultaneously, the screen displaying the points for rewarding virtue and punishing vice shifted to his view. A total of 500 points began to gradually diminish under the influence of Su Ming's breath. Surrounding Su Ming, an energy of chaos swirled, with ethereal shadows flickering into existence. To his left stood a golden Buddha, while to his right loomed a malevolent demon king. Diverse beams of light interwove harmoniously. Throughout this process, Su Ming's vital essence underwent yet another refinement. As his true energy circulated, his body transformed, becoming as profound and luminous as the stars in the dark night. Each meridian and acupoint became distinctly visible, with the trajectory of his inner force resembling the movement of celestial bodies. As the meridians and acupoints opened simultaneously, the surrounding space trembled, subtly resonating with the transformations of Su Ming's body. The digits on the luminous screen before him began to decline rapidly. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate. The room was filled with the fragrant scent of incense, and the morning star twinkled. Outside, day and night were indistinguishable, as if everything had dissolved into nothingness. Returning to the primal ages, the essence of all that remained in the world flowed around Su Ming. The points for good and evil on the blue screen were nearing depletion, while the aura of Su Ming's body continued to condense. Occasionally, a surge of energy erupted, as if breaking through a monumental barrier. Suddenly, countless streams of light began to converge swiftly upon Su Ming. The points before him dwindled rapidly. Just as they were about to reach zero, Su Ming's eyes burst open with a startling intensity. The surrounding space erupted with a resounding crack, and a halo of starlight exploded forth from him, piercing through the roof, manifesting above the Qingwang mansion in the dark night. Those within the mansion looked up in awe. Above them, an additional celestial canopy had appeared, adorned with brilliant meteors and ancient phantoms. To the left stood a multitude of divine priestesses, while to the right, the demon lord presided. This bizarre and fragmented scene unfolded across the sky, where Su Ming's 2 ethereal forms merged into one, reintegrating into his being. In a fleeting moment, the amalgamation of gods and demons in the heavens transformed into a golden body, whose visage became strikingly clear. It was none other than Su Ming himself. The people at the center of the capital gazed up in wonder. The very ground trembled. Within the mansion, the Qingwang Fei, clad in white, felt a stirring and flung open the door, her beautiful eyes directed towards the sky. In the depths of her azure pupils lay a profound astonishment, soon followed by a dawning realization. Gazing at the celestial tapestry, she murmured, "No wonder he specializes in refining his body. His ascension has been so rapid. It turns out he bears the ancient celestial body that has not manifested in 10,000 years." She had encountered depictions of such phenomena in ancient texts. Legend spoke of a time 10,000 years prior when the world underwent cataclysmic change, with ferocious beasts and demons ravaging the lands, causing immense suffering. Among the human race, an unparalleled powerhouse emerged, testing the limits of the arcane, harnessing the abilities of those feral entities for his own. He comprehended the primordial essence of the universe and the stars, merging into a singularity. Ultimately, he pierced the realm of the divine, achieving a state unprecedented among humanity. With his formidable prowess, he forged the heavens and led the human race in conquest, securing a place for them in the world. However, after the Savior, no such sacred body appeared among humanity again. Thus, it was astonishing that she now witnessed the resurgence of such an extraordinary physique in Su Ming. After a moment of contemplation, she waved her sleeve, shrouding the celestial display within the Qingwang mansion, rendering it impervious to external scrutiny. Her gaze returned to a chamber in the rear courtyard. Su Ming opened his eyes, drawing back his breath, and returning to his usual demeanor. His gaze shifted once more to the luminous screen before him, and as he had anticipated, the points for merit and demerit were completely depleted. Although this expenditure was substantial and his cultivation had only barely ascended to the 3rd level of the Master Realm, Su Ming felt exceedingly content with the transformations he had undergone. The 500 merit and demerit points had enabled his Xiuchun Dao to successfully attain the consummate state of the 2nd round of the heavenly cycle. This process had further refined and solidified the essence, energy, and spirit within him. Now, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached an unparalleled pinnacle of perfection. Of course, the most significant enhancement lay in his innate qualities. During his cultivation, he discerned that his body seemed to have developed a unique constitution. With the emergence of this special physique, Su Ming became acutely aware of his body's capability to utilize energy, now exceeding threefold compared to before. This meant that, at the same level of cultivation, Su Ming could unleash a power 3 times greater, or even more. Moreover, the advantages were not merely superficial. His body had become more attuned to the energies of the cosmos, absorbing and harnessing them with an efficiency that surpassed previous capabilities by several folds. This transformation allowed him to gradually advance in his realm even without the aid of the system during his daily practice. Additionally, this newfound constitution enabled Su Ming to manipulate the energies of the universe with greater ease. He could draw upon them at will. In the future, the enhancement in his combat prowess would herald a formidable change. However, the extent of this change would ultimately be revealed in the crucible of real combat. At present, Su Ming switched the blue screen back to his personal interface. Host, Su Ming, age, 19, cultivation, 3rd level of the Master Realm Martial Arts. Yi Jin Jing, minor achievement. Undying Seal Technique, minor achievement. Great Diamond Strength, major achievement. Iron Refining Hand, minor achievement. Celestial Earth-Shattering Spiritual Method, major achievement. Demon Blade, perfection. Abyssal 3 Blades, perfection. U-Step, perfection. Physique, Primordial Star Body items. Demon Blade, 500 pounds of beast spirit flesh, embroidered spring blade, merit and demerit points, 0 upon closing the system. Su Ming settled down once more, organizing and regulating the energy within his body. Days passed in a hurried manner. Su Ming's vacation has finally come to an end. In recent days, the 3 chief maidservants of the royal residence, along with the princess, have been making frequent visits. Although they have not uttered a word, Su Ming can discern the astonishment reflected in their gazes. Clearly, they have uncovered something. However, Su Ming does not dwell on it. Meanwhile, in the corners he has yet to explore, undercurrents are stirring within the capital. At last, 3 days after his leave, Su Ming returns to the Northern Supervisory Office. As he steps through the grand entrance, the multitude of imperial guards within the office turn their attention towards him in unison. Chapter 79. 6 Great Captains, Locked in Conflict. The Northern Supervisory Office. Ignoring the peculiar stares surrounding him, Su Mingru, as was his custom, arrived at the 100-house manor, where he seated himself to peruse books and sip tea. Before long, a young attendant rushed into his residence, breathless, to report, "Master Qianhu, the commandant requests your presence." Su Ming placed the teacup in his hand down and nodded slightly. He was aware of this when he was promoted to the rank of Qianhu. Upon his return, the commanding officer would seek an audience with him at the earliest opportunity. He followed the small flag to the heart of the Northern Pacification Office. Su Ming slowed his pace, his peripheral vision scanning the surroundings. The first sight to capture his attention was an imposing structure. This residence surpassed the grandeur of the 5,000 households estate, with its courtyards arranged in an intricate manner. 2 stone lions stood sentinel at the entrance, guarding the premises. Above the grand doorway hung a black plaque inscribed with the words "impartial and just" for characters exuding authority. Most striking, however, was the imperial seal atop the plaque, a testament to the emperor's personal endorsement. Its significance was unmistakable. Before him lay 5 straight pathways, each leading to one of the 5 military districts, symbolizing direct access to the 5 households and overseeing the entire Northern Town Pacification Office. Upon arriving, he found 6 individuals already gathered in the main hall. At the forefront sat Lian Shan, the commander of the Jinyue, whom Su Ming had encountered earlier. He occupied the highest position among the Jinyue, second only to the vacant rank of the Genie Commandant, and was, in reality, the current power holder of the Jinyue. Among the remaining 5, 2 were familiar to him. One was Chun Rujing, a middle captain from the Kyoto military district, with whom Su Ming had frequently interacted of late. The other was Zhuo Wuqing, a left captain who had previously opposed him, intent on undermining his position. It was reasonable to infer that the remaining 3 were the other captains of the Jinyue. All 5 exuded a commanding presence. Zhuo Wuqing cast a disdainful glare in Su Ming's direction, openly displaying his discontent. In contrast, Chun Rujing's expression, though somewhat complex, revealed a glimmer of delight. Among the remaining 3, one was a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, his eyes brimming with contempt as he regarded Su Ming, clearly believing him unworthy of the captaincy. The other 2 observed him with curiosity. However, Su Ming paid little heed to the attitudes of these captains, choosing instead to disregard them entirely. Su Ming remained calm and composed, his gaze casually sweeping over several thousand households. A faint aura of killing intent flickered in his stern expression, sending shivers down the spines of those who met his glance. The commanding officer at the forefront also regarded Su Ming with an approving nod, secretly marveling at his presence. Truly, he was a seasoned captain of the Jinyue, having carved his path through bloodshed. The aura of determination and fortitude he exuded was unlike anything the officer had ever witnessed in his lifetime. Months prior, Su Ming had slain the son of the left minister in the presence of the capital magistrate. and the tale of his prowess had already circulated among the ranks of the Jinyue. The officer had expressed his admiration for Su Ming back then, but little did he anticipate that this seemingly unassuming young officer would achieve such formidable results in a remarkably short span of time. He had swiftly risen through the ranks and caught the emperor's attention, becoming one of the 6 prominent captains. There was indeed a resemblance to that legendary figure from years past. With a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, the officer chuckled lightly. Su Ming, you have handled the recent cases with exceptional skill. Even His Majesty has spoken highly of you. After exchanging a few more words of praise, the commanding officer clapped his hands. A chief flag bearer approached Su Ming, presenting him with a splendid outfit. Here is the Xiuchun robe and your captain's decree, bestowed upon you by His Majesty, Lian Shan remarked with a smile. Once Su Ming accepted the gifts and took his seat beside Chen Rujing, Lian Shan proceeded to the matter at hand, inquiring, regarding the case of the hidden arms in Wuyo Cave, what are your plans for its resolution? Su Ming pondered for a moment before responding. Within the Northern Town Guard, are there any blueprints of the underground system of the capital? To Su Ming's perspective, the so-called Wuyo Cave was merely a den of lawlessness, a territory seized by a group of outlaws who had long evaded the scrutiny of the imperial court. The labyrinthine complexity of the underground system, coupled with certain unspeakable relationships within, had rendered the court's attempts to rectify the situation futile on numerous occasions. Now, as Wuyo Cave was implicated in a case involving weaponry, and with the emperor personally issuing an edict for him to address the matter, it had consequently triggered a system task. Su Ming is indeed someone worthy of attention. To thoroughly investigate the intricacies of Wuyo Cave, the initial step must be to procure a map of the underground system of the capital. Only then can this endeavor be directed with purpose. In response to Su Ming's request, Lian Shan, seated at the head of the table, shook his head, his delicate features tinged with a hint of regret. Not long ago, upon hearing the news, I dispatched someone to search for it. Unfortunately, within the Northern Town's pacification office, there exists no map of the capital's underground system. If you wish to acquire one, you must seek it in the Ministry of Works. At this, Su Ming nodded and replied, in that case, I shall first head to the Ministry of Works. When the commander spoke, none dared to make a sound. However, as soon as Su Ming finished his statement, voices of skepticism arose in succession. Left Xianhu, Su Wuqing gazed at him, mockingly declaring, the Ministry of Works encompasses information from across the entire Qianwu dynasty. To sift through and uncover the blueprints of the capital's underground system within it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Another seasoned Xianhu, who harbored discontent towards Su Ming, chimed in, I concur with Left Qianhu's opinion. Su Qianhu, your thoughts are still rather naive. Instead of pondering these futile matters, it would be more prudent to consider how to mobilize personnel for an assault on Wuyo Cave. Yet, Su Ming appeared to have heard none of it, not even casting a glance in their direction, and continued to address Lian Shan. In that case, I will take my leave. With that, Su Ming picked up the Xiuchun robe bestowed by the emperor and the Qianhu order, disregarding the sullen expressions of the two he had just ignored, and departed resolutely. After Su Ming's exit, the two Qianhis could no longer contain themselves and erupted in indignation before Lian Shan. Commander, do you see his attitude? We came to assist him at the emperor's behest, yet he treats us with such disdain. Lian Shan, upon hearing this, could only manage a strained smile. Attempting to smooth over the situation, he has only just been promoted to Qianhu. He is still accustomed to the ways of a former flag officer in Baihu. Please be understanding. After all, it is the emperor's decree. Chen Rujing remained silent, while the other two Qianhis merely smiled, their expressions betraying their discontent. Only Su Wuqing and the seasoned Qianhu exchanged knowing smirks, an ignorant youth, thinking that recklessness will yield success. I am keen to see how he will falter. Chapter 80. The Princess's Assistance and Mobilizing Troops. Kyoto Streets. After departing from the Northern Town's pacification office, Su Ming was on his way to the Ministry of Works to inquire about a map. After walking only a few paces, a carriage halted beside him. This black carriage, as extravagant and ostentatious as ever, exuded an aura of sophistication. Seated at the front was the capable and refined Su Yu, her gaze fixed curiously upon Su Ming. Behind her, the crimson curtains fluttered, revealing a fair visage that captivated Su Ming's attention. The exquisite beauty radiated an air of nobility. Her skin as pure as that of a snow-capped mountain sprite, innocent and flawless. Her slightly curved lips bore a hint of sweetness, and her gentle smile was utterly enchanting. Might I inquire if Lord Su would care to accompany me on this journey? Su Ming smiled in response, expressing his utmost willingness. As soon as he settled into the carriage, he observed Princess Chang Lu retracting her earlier grand demeanor. Instead, she pouted slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. Sir Su is truly a fickle individual. I have, to some extent, shared a bond with you. Yet since our last parting, it has been quite some time, and not once have you sought me out. It seems I must come to find you myself. As Su Ming grew more acquainted with the princess, he discerned a whimsical side to her character. This was only natural, as the emperor's most cherished daughter. Princess Chang Lu undoubtedly possessed a playful disposition, albeit one seldom witnessed by others. Su Ming gazed upon her exquisite visage, yet maintained his composure as he replied, Thank you for your generous affection, princess. The previous reaction seemed to align with the Princess Changli's expectations, as she remarked with a hint of frustration. You truly are a closed book. As she spoke, she picked up a small black box from the side and handed it to Su Ming, saying, Here. This is the item you requested. I have brought it for you. Take a look. Su Ming felt a twinge of confusion. Yet he proceeded to open the exquisite little black box in his hands. Before his eyes lay a neatly folded map. As he unfurled the map, he was greeted by the prominent inscription at the top, blueprint of the underground system of the capital. Su Ming felt a tinge of astonishment. He had only just conferred with several members of the Jinyui regarding this matter, and yet, the princess had already learned of it and personally delivered the map to him. The implications of this were indeed profound. As his thoughts settled, Su Ming focused his gaze on the map, scrutinizing it carefully before he returned it to its box. Princess Changlu explained, After all, this pertains to the underground system of the capital. Its significance is monumental. Neither the Jinyui nor the Ministry of Works would retain such information. Only within the imperial palace is it preserved. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, he suddenly understood and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. Meanwhile, a gentle smile lingered on the princess's face as she playfully retorted, Thank me? How do you intend to show your appreciation? How about becoming my servant? Su Ming did not outright refuse this time. Instead, he responded with an answer that sidestepped the question. Your Highness, I am but a member of the Jinyui, bound to serve His Majesty. The Princess of Changle, well aware of Su Ming's underlying refusal, did not let her frustration show despite several unsuccessful attempts to recruit him. On the contrary, she smiled confidently and said, I shall certainly have you under my command in the future. With that, she chose not to dwell further on the topic. Her gaze shifted to the small wooden box containing a map in Su Ming's hand. With this map in your possession, what do you intend to do next? Su Ming gazed ahead, his eyes sharp and resolute, and remarked nonchalantly, merely a handful of insignificant foes. We shall sweep through them effortlessly. Although it was anticipated that Su Ming's temperament would lead him to such a course of action, Princess Changle regarded him with a tender smile. Her enchanting eyes unabashedly fixed upon him. She admired Su Ming's fearless audacity. After a prolonged moment, she softly replied, Then I shall prepare exquisite wine. Eagerly awaiting the good news from Lord Su. After Su Ming disembarked from his carriage, he found himself in a secluded area of the capital. He took a few steps down a narrow path and arrived in front of a grand residence. The plaque above the entrance bore the inscription Ministry of War. Having obtained the schematics of the capital's underground system, Su Ming began to prepare for the mobilization of personnel. Previously, while at the imperial palace, the emperor had issued a decree instructing the 6 ministries to cooperate. With the decree in hand, he could summon the necessary forces from the ministries and the Jinyui. His first target was the military command of the capital. With the assistance of the military command, a thorough sweep of the Wuyo Cave would be feasible, laying the groundwork for manpower. Following that, he would proceed to mobilize the Jinyui. With these thoughts in mind, Su Ming strode into the Ministry of War. 3 hours later, within the Jinyui. In recent days, the capital had been relatively peaceful, leading to a lull in tasks for the Jinyui personnel, who were resting at the northern governor's office. The entire Jinyui exuded an air of tranquility and leisure. However, upon Su Ming's return to the Jinyui, this calm was swiftly disrupted. He commanded his subordinates, including the chief flag bearer and 100 households, to circulate among the 5 major garrisons. His movements naturally drew the attention of the 5 major 1,000 households. Upon learning of Su Ming's actions, Chen Rujing promptly cooperated and had his subordinates assist in the mobilization. Except for the central 1,000 households, the other 4,000 households, upon receiving the information, hastened to Su Ming's residence. As they observed Su Ming moving about below, gathering the Jinyui from various directions, the once spacious and serene residence quickly became crowded with the bustling presence of the Jinyui. The front and rear 1,000 households remained discreet, quietly watching the commotion below. However, the left 1,000 household, who had conflicts with Su Ming, and the right 1,000 household, who disapproved of him, unabashedly mocked him. With such a commotion, should you return empty-handed, it would become a laughingstock for all of Kyoto. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Wang? Wang Wen, the right 1,000 household who had been reminded by Su Wuqing, sneered derisively. Wuyo Cave has been entrenched in Kyoto for many years. The court has dispatched forces multiple times, gathering various skilled individuals, yet has achieved nothing against it. A mere inexperienced youth, with such a small force, dares to challenge Wuyo Cave, when the troops are lost and progress remains stagnant. I wonder how certain individuals will atone for their failures. Their voices were loud and unrestrained, seemingly intended for Su Ming's ears. Nevertheless, Su Ming continued to bustle among the crowd, rallying troops, completely ignoring their taunts, just as he had earlier that morning. This consistent disregard provoked Wang Wen, the typically proud right 1,000 household, causing his expression to darken as he fixated on Su Ming's figure. Chapter 81. Xiuchun Garden. A blade shakes the world. Not far from Baiwa Tower stood another tall building facing it. This was the renowned Xiuchun Garden, another distinguished brothel in Kyoto. Xiuchun Garden was the most famous pleasure district in the city. If Baiwa Tower was favored by high-ranking officials, Xiuchun Garden was the gathering place for wealthy merchants and gentry. Renowned for its motto that wealth reigns supreme, Xiuchun Garden was infamous throughout Kyoto. It was said that high-ranking officials supported it from behind, allowing patrons to indulge, provided they possessed sufficient wealth. Regardless of one's status, anyone seeking privileges was promptly dismissed. This very reason enabled the affluent merchants of the capital to revel to their heart's content, making it the largest brothel in all of Kyoto. However, unlike its usual bustling atmosphere, Xiuchun Garden today was eerily deserted. Wealthy merchants who had arrived early seeking amusement were barred at the entrance. In front of them, a group of Jinyui clad in black fish-scale uniforms surrounded Xiuchun Garden. At the center of the Jinyui stood a lean young man, his piercing gaze sweeping over Xiuchun Garden, meticulously assessing the renowned pleasure house within Kyoto. This individual was Su Ming, who, armed with the map of the underground system, had led the Jinyui here. It was also one of the most significant entrances to the Wuyo Cave, hidden within the shadows of the bustling Xiuchun Garden. Who would have thought that the dark underbelly of Kyoto, the vast underground system of Wuyo Cave, would have its entrance nestled within this seemingly vibrant establishment? Su Ming turned around and addressed the elite group of over 100 Jinyui who accompanied him. Surround the Xiuchun courtyard. Permit no one to escape. The 100 Jinyui responded in unison. Yes, my lord. With a thunderous agreement, they swiftly advanced, skillfully encircling the location. Every corner and potential exit of the Xiuchun courtyard was sealed tightly, leaving no room for even a fly to escape. The Jinyui moved with remarkable agility. The guests within the courtyard, eager to flee, found themselves trapped before they could make a move. The courtesans among them raised a clamor, while several elegantly dressed men shouted threats at the Jinyui, promising to leverage their connections to file complaints. Yet, not a single Jinyui showed any sign of concern. Chaos erupted within the Xiuchun courtyard. Meanwhile, a burly man, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, surrounded it in several miles from the Xiuchun courtyard. The soldiers bore chest armor emblazoned with a prominent character for soldier. The man at the forefront was none other than the left deputy of the Ministry of War. As Su Ming encircled the Xiuchun courtyard, he led his men to block another exit marked on the map at Wuyo Cave. Other exits had already been sealed off by other officials from the Ministry of War. At this moment, Wuyo Cave was truly rendered completely inaccessible. Returning to the Xiuchun courtyard. Following the outbreak of turmoil, a middle-aged woman dressed in a pink gown, heavily made up, with a slender figure and an elongated face, appeared before Su Ming. She was the madam of the Xiuchun courtyard. In a flurry of desperation, she clutched Su Ming's arm and urgently implored, "My lord, this must be a misunderstanding. We conduct entirely legitimate business here and have no criminal dealings." Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at her, swiftly wrenching his wrist free, and coldly commanded, "Seize her as well." The guards behind him immediately sprang into action, stepping forward to grasp the brothel keeper's arms, intent on dragging her away. The brothel keeper was taken aback, her countenance darkening as she quietly warned Su Ming, "My lord, we have powerful patrons backing Xiuchun courtyard. Should you wish to avoid calamity, I suggest you depart this place at once. Otherwise." Yet, Su Ming and the two guards paid her threats no heed, resolutely pulling her aside. At the entrance of Xiuchun courtyard, a corpulent middle-aged man clad in plain attire glowered at Su Ming, seemingly determined to memorize his visage for future reckoning. This man was a fourth-rank official of the court, often disguising himself as an ordinary citizen to indulge in revelry at this establishment. The brothel keeper was well aware of his identity, and upon witnessing the man's expression, her confidence surged. She promptly resolved to resist, for as the matron of Xiuchun courtyard, she possessed certain skills to maintain order among the courtesans and quell disturbances from patrons. With surprising strength, she managed to shove aside the two guards. A triumphant smirk appeared on her face. However, in the next instant, darkness enveloped the world for a fleeting moment, and her head was violently severed, rolling away with her wide eyes staring blankly at the ground. The surrounding onlookers, along with the patrons within Xiuchun courtyard, were struck with shock, gasping in disbelief. The staff within the establishment recoiled in terror, shrinking back in fear. The fourth-rank official, petrified, found himself seated on the ground, an acrid sin escaping him. Staring at Su Ming's imposing silhouette, infused with a resolute killing intent, he felt a wave of dread wash over him, extinguishing any thoughts of vengeance. Oblivious to the gazes of those around him, the sound of a sword sliding into its sheath resonated, echoing the finality of the moment. Su Ming strode forward. Arriving at the open space in the rear courtyard of Xiuchun Garden, his heavy footsteps resonated against the ground, causing a subtle tremor throughout the area. He then turned to the four guards in splendid attire who had followed him and commanded, "Search this place thoroughly, inside and out." The four guards promptly accepted their orders and began their meticulous investigation. Before long, a sound emerged from the left side, the unmistakable noise of stone slabs being disturbed. Su Ming turned his gaze. A mechanism was activated by a constable. Suddenly, a section of the empty bluestone slab beneath gave way. A gaping chasm, as dark as the abyss, emerged before Su Ming and the others. The remaining 3 Imperial guards were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable resolve as he commanded, "Register all personnel from Xiuchun Garden, no matter their identity, rank, or relationship with you. If any discrepancies arise, bring your heads to me." A few members of the Jinyui were taken aback, yet they promptly acknowledged his orders. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Xiuchun Garden fell into a stunned silence, a chill creeping up from their feet to the crown of their heads as they gazed at the ominous black opening. It appeared that they had indeed found themselves entangled in a grave predicament. Following Su Ming's command, the elite Jinhui surrounding the area swiftly converged on the clearing, leaving only about 30 of their number to guard Xiuchun Garden. The remainder, under Su Ming's leadership, ventured deeper into the cavern. Chapter 82. In the depths of Wuyo Cave. Beasts appear. Su Ming fell near the entrance of the cave. Above him, the bright light was still visible, while below, he clearly saw two torches flickering in the darkness. The guards stationed at the entrance of Wuyo Cave noticed him, yet they made no immediate move, perhaps due to the dim lighting. The thieves below mistook him for the usual supply bearer. Laughter filled the air, accompanied by remarks about the supplies arriving rather swiftly this time. With a jest about whether he had brought along a beauty, they reminisced about the last few who had been sent down, who had perished after only a couple of days of indulgence. As they spoke, one of the men below called out to Su Ming, inquiring if he had brought any girls with him. Despite their repeated shouts, Su Ming did not respond. Instead, he descended further into the depths. As he approached, the flickering flames of the torches allowed the two guards to discern his figure. It was then they realized something was amiss. Alarmed, they shouted, "Who are you? This is not a place for you to be. Quickly ascend." As they barked their orders, Su Ming and his companions had already reached the ground, leaping down to stand before the two thieves. The guards, clutching their torches, watched warily at the man before them and the shadows continuously descending behind him. Trembling, they coldly demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Su Ming did not even cast a glance at them. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings while gesturing dismissively. The Imperial guards behind him immediately understood and approached the two men directly. With the piercing sound of their screams and the rasp of drawn blades, two heads fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the torches that were swaying also tumbled down, only to be picked up by the two constables. Su Ming followed the flickering light forward for a considerable distance. At last, a bright passage illuminated by dancing flames appeared before the group. On the other side, several miles away from Su Ming and the others, deep within the depths of the Wuyo Cave, stood a structure resembling an underground palace. This place was resplendent and brilliantly lit. Not only was the architecture grand in scale, but the walls were also adorned with crystals emitting a ghostly blue glow for illumination, epitomizing opulence. Beneath that ethereal blue light, the palace's dark stone floor was strewn with stark white bones, casting an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Amidst the scattered bones sat a few raggedly dressed, dazed women, moving listlessly as if trapped in a hellish nightmare. This gruesome brutality was in stark contrast to the lavish surroundings, creating a jarring and unsettling dichotomy. In the palace's most splendid and luminous hall, three individuals sat upon intricately carved sandalwood chairs, engaged in a serious discussion. These three were notorious figures from years past, infamous throughout the martial world. After being pursued by the authorities, they sought refuge in the Wuyo Cave, where they established themselves as sovereigns of the underworld. The man at the forefront, adorned with a headscarf and a thick, bushy beard, was flanked by a woman with dark lips and a venomous appearance, and an elderly man with a bald head and protruding rabbit-like teeth. Together, these three constituted the principal leaders of the Wuyo Cave, managing all affairs within its confines. The bearded man, once a renowned general in the imperial court, Hua Haifeng, was a master at the pinnacle of the 5th level of martial prowess. Once favored by Emperor Qianwu, his downfall came due to misconduct, having engaged in various nefarious acts. Upon being discovered, he was stripped of his official post. Nevertheless, his misdeeds persisted, culminating in the murder of a third-rank official, which led to his being hunted by the court. After fleeing to the Wuyo Cave, he ascended to the throne of this underground kingdom. The woman to his left, known as the Ruthless Sanyang, was once the leader of a mountain bandit group. A master at the pinnacle of the 4th level, she had terrorized the outskirts of the capital, committing heinous acts of arson and plunder. Following the destruction of her band by the authorities, she, along with her strategist, the bald and toothy old man, escaped to the Wuyo Cave, where they became the 2nd and 3rd leaders, respectively. The three of them were the de facto rulers of the Wuyo Cave, overseeing all matters within. Hua Haifeng took a hearty swig from a wine jar before addressing his companions. Recently, we've received word from above, urging us to keep a low profile. Upon hearing this, both Sanyang and the bald strategist chuckled dismissively. Sanyang remarked, "Over the years, the Wuyo Cave has been swept through countless times. Yet it has always been more thunder than rain. They are merely a bunch of officials putting on a show before retreating." The bald strategist added with a chuckle, "I concur with the 2nd leader. The higher-ups are merely overreacting." Not long after he spoke, a panicked subordinate burst into the palace, exclaiming, "Report. Great leader, trouble is brewing. The officials are at our doorstep." At this, the trio sprang to their feet, astonished. "What?" Hua Haifeng, both alarmed and furious, exclaimed, "Those ruffians have only dared to put on a facade outside until now. Do they truly have the audacity to invade the depths of Wuyo Cave?" He turned to his fellow leaders. "Let us go outside and see what kind of audacious scoundrels dare to intrude. They shall learn whose domain this is." The other two leaders nodded in agreement. Grasping their weapons from the table, they strode purposefully towards the cave's exit. Meanwhile, within the tunnel, as the Jinjui sheathed their long knives, the last of the bandits fell lifeless to the ground. In the dimly lit, narrow entrance of the cave, torches were affixed to the walls at intervals, illuminating the surroundings. Scattered throughout were numerous rooms where bandits had made their dwelling. Beneath each torch lay the faint outlines of white bones and splattered crimson blood. The remains of the bandits, along with severed limbs, littered the path leading deeper into the cave. The elite Jinjui had effortlessly dispatched dozens of bandits along the way, with trembling rescued civilians following behind. As Su Ming and his companions tread upon the bodies of common folk, it became evident that this seemingly expansive pit was devoid of earth. Every inch was a morbid tapestry of bones and flesh. It was unfathomable to consider the depths of depravity the bandits of Wuyo Cave had stooped to over the years, claiming the lives of countless innocent souls. As the echo of footsteps in the tunnel stabilized, a Jinjui officer approached Su Ming and reported, "Sir, the main tunnel has been thoroughly cleared. All the criminals have met their end. Only the central area of Wuyo Cave remains." Su Ming nodded and cautioned, "Brothers, be vigilant. The ruffians of Wuyo Cave have endured numerous purges unscathed. The situation is certainly not as simple as it appears." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of piercing roars echoed in their ears. This jarring sound, laced with a sharpness, seemed to emanate from the depths of time itself, resonating with an ancient ferocity. The cadre of Imperial guards trembled at the sound, their blood and very souls quaking in response. One guard pointed ahead in terror, exclaiming, "Beasts! It's a beast! Beasts? How is that possible? What manner of creatures could dwell in such a place?" The incredulous murmurs rippled through the ranks of the guards, their once orderly formation now in disarray. The captain beside Su Ming wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently ahead as he attuned himself to the encroaching presence. His voice grew tense. "There is no mistake. I have fought on the front lines before. The cries of these creatures are forever etched in my memory." As he spoke, the commotion at the cave's entrance intensified. Suddenly, a clamor arose from behind them. The guards turned to see the civilians they were tasked with protecting, paralyzed by fear. Kneeling in unison as if compelled by an unseen force, their bodies instinctively bowing in supplication. The chilling pleas echoed through the crowd, "O lords of Wuyo Cave, show us mercy and spare our lives. We promise never to flee again. Grant us our lives." The cries reverberated within the cave. Yet the ominous stirrings from within continued unabated. The previously chaotic rumbling morphed into a rhythmic cadence. The captain's face drained of color. The beasts were not deterred, but rather drawn closer by the desperation of the civilians. Many guards noticed the earth beneath their feet quivering with a sinister frequency. Soon after, a foul stench wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth emanating from the depths of the cave. For a brief moment, the tremors ceased, as if tranquility had returned. The guards exhaled in relief, believing the beasts had retreated, scanning their surroundings. But suddenly, with a resounding crash, colossal shadows descended before them. In an instant, their nerves tightened, and all gazes fixated on the imposing figures before them. Upon realizing the enormity of what lay ahead, several guards were left agape, rooted to the ground in disbelief. Su Ming gazed ahead, only to behold a dozen or so monstrous beasts resembling toads, each towering at a height of 3 zhang. Standing imposingly before them, their tongues writhing with the agility and girth of a python. As he beheld these formidable creatures, in Su Ming's mind, relevant memories emerged. He had encountered descriptions of this monstrous beast within the archives of the Northern Town Protectorate. Towering at 10 feet high, with a tongue resembling that of a giant python, triangular eyes, and a body akin to that of a toad, this creature was known as the triangular toad, a colossal beast inhabiting the desolate mountains of the southern region. The triangular toad resided year-round in the toxic swamps of the southern frontiers, feasting predominantly on a plethora of venomous creatures. Each day, it consumed hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds of centipedes, scorpions, venomous snakes, and other toxic entities. Occasionally, it would also prey upon humans and other ferocious beasts. Accumulated toxins endowed this creature with a lethal potency. Should a human come into contact with even a drop of the venom concealed in its saliva, their flesh would disintegrate, leading to a swift demise. No celestial or divine intervention could save them. Like other beasts, this triangular toad possessed innate strength at the moment of its emergence into the world. With the passage of time, its power would escalate correspondingly. As Su Ming contemplated this, he and several banner leaders who were aware of the existence of such a beast turned their gazes towards its webbed feet. This creature's strength increased the number of toes on its webbed feet as it grew more powerful. 3 toes signified an innate beast, 5 indicated a master beast, and 6 marked a master beast of the 3rd realm. The leading triangular toad exhibited an astonishing 7 toes on each webbed foot, categorizing it as a master beast of the 5th realm, coupled with the beast's inherently formidable physical strength. Even a peak master warrior would only be left with the option of fleeing when confronted by such a creature. Upon the triangular toad's colossal form were eyes the size of a human fist, shaped like triangles. These pairs of eyes, gleaming like black jewels, scrutinized the dozens of Jinui in the dim light. Merely being gazed upon by the beast instilled a primal fear etched deep within the souls of the humans, causing their hands, which clutched their blades, to tremble slightly. Beside Su Ming stood a 100-man captain, who had previously witnessed the ferocity of such beasts on the battlefields along the southern frontier. His expression turned frantic as he urgently warned, "My lord, we must retreat. These dozen triangular toads are master-level beasts, laden with lethal venom. While the cave's entrance is narrow, hindering their movement, we must escape quickly, or it will be too late." Before he could finish his words, the Jinui captain observed the young man before him abruptly vanish. Initially taken aback, his expression shifted to one of shock as he caught sight of the youth reappearing before the yawning maw of the triangular toad. The creature, its eyes darting, became aware of this sudden intrusion. Its tongue, reminiscent of a giant snake, lashed about with alarming speed. Within the confined cave, a tempest was stirred, accompanied by the splattering of its foul saliva. The Jinui behind, caught in a panic, raised their weapons to defend against the onslaught of venom. Many blades corroded and shattered in the fray, while several cavalrymen, unable to withstand the assault, found their hands and feet tainted by the toxic fluid. In response, they gritted their teeth and severed the affected flesh to salvage their limbs. Any hesitation would allow the venom to spread, endangering their very lives. While chaos reigned behind, the youth suspended before the gargantuan beast remained utterly unmoved, undeterred by the creature's presence. The splattering venom that fell upon his golden-black protective aura vanished in an instant. Su Ming's breath stirred slightly. In an instant, his long blade was drawn, and a glimmer of cold light flashed through the cave. The black and gold light shimmered as it wove through the giant beasts. Before long, the crowd witnessed Su Ming's silhouette landing behind the colossal creature, sheathing his sword. A fierce wind swept through, and simultaneously, streaks of blade light astonishingly sliced across the smooth skin of over a dozen triangular toads. The massive beast, still flicking its tongue, suddenly erupted, bursting into fragments of flesh that fell to the ground. Numerous fiendish beasts, even more formidable than human masters, perished in the blink of an eye at Su Ming's hands. The gale raged on, prompting the onlookers to lower their heads and shield themselves from the aftermath of the beast's destruction. Once the residual force dissipated, they raised their gazes again, only to find the young man's upright figure still suspended in midair. Had it not been for the bloodstains on his garment, they might have doubted the authenticity of the preceding spectacle. Suddenly, a chorus of kneeling voices echoed through the cave. The well-dressed guards turned to see a throng of commoners bowing towards Su Ming, collectively shouting, "Lord Immortal." Their fervent voices reverberated within the cavern. Thanks to Lord Immortal's intervention, the formidable beasts that instilled fear in our hearts have been vanquished in mere moments. The guards, who had previously encountered the beasts on the battlefield, were astounded, their pupils dilating in disbelief as they gazed at the youth in the air. It was almost unimaginable that the very same terrifying creature, which had haunted their nightmares for years, had been effortlessly dispatched by Su Ming without any chance of retaliation. What an awe-inspiring force this was. Before they could collect themselves, the youth had somehow appeared before them, sharply commanding, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and follow me." Chapter 84, The Abyssal Life and Death Formation. An indomitable power deep within the Wuyo cave, the chilling roar echoed throughout, affecting the entire cavern to varying degrees. The three sitting within the crystal palace exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and gravity. The immortal of the boundless peak suddenly stood, momentarily stunned, shaking her head in disbelief. This is impossible. How could a dozen mighty beasts simply vanish? The boundless immortal, though not as flabbergasted as her, also lost his earlier composure. He anxiously turned to the leader of the group. "What shall we do, chief?" Typically, imperial forces are repelled by the beast here. The boundless Taoist's brow furrowed slightly, unwilling to speak further. This was an unprecedented upheaval for Wuyo Cave. No matter how the imperial forces had besieged this place in the past, none had ever breached the beast's defenses. Now, with the beast dead, he found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the rugged-faced leader of the boundless peak scolded them. "You spineless fools. This is just the beginning. Wuyo Cave is not so easily breached." With that, he produced an artifact resembling a compass from his sleeve. The other two stared, dumbfounded, at the object in his hand. Could this be the legendary? They gasped in disbelief. The leader of the boundless peak smirked, shaking his sleeve. "Indeed. This is the fabled formation diagram." The other two were entranced by the seemingly insignificant small compass, their eyes glimmering with greed. In this realm, the ferocity of the demons far surpassed that of humans. In a bid to alter the grim fate of being slaughtered by demonic beasts, various sects had devised numerous methods, drawing upon external powers. Techniques such as the Mo family's mechanical runes and the Gue Gu's ghost-controlling arts emerged. Among these was the artifact now held by the boundless peak leader. In the myriad of martial factions, one particular sect communicated with the heavens using their own true essence, thus harnessing the powers of the cosmos for their own purposes. Those who wielded this technique were known as formation masters. The essence of their craft lay within the formation diagrams. These diagrams were created by formation masters at the cost of their true essence, guiding the energies of heaven and earth to manifest upon the parchment. As long as one possessed a formation diagram and had prearranged the focal points, even an ordinary person could activate the formations depicted within. As notorious figures in the martial world, the leader and the boundless immortal had traversed the realm for decades, making them familiar with such artifacts. The formation diagram in their leader's possession was not merely a relic of an unknown individual, it was the renowned 8 Desolation Life and Death Gate. Decades prior, during a massive beast tide at the southern frontier, 3 martial artists of innate realms had used this very 8 Desolation Life and Death formation to slay a peak master-level demon. Following this event, the fame of the 8 Desolation Life and Death formation spread throughout the martial world, becoming a household name. Legends regarding this formation proliferated. It was said that the original diagram still resided within a hidden sect. The currently circulating versions were merely simplified replicas created to combat the beast scourge. However, even a simplified version wielded by the leader of the boundless peak could unleash unimaginable power. He cast the formation artifact, which soared ahead, drawn by his true essence. Watching it shimmer away, he sneered, "No matter who approaches, even a being of the Dharma realm will find no respite against the 8 Desolation Life and Death formation." Just as his words fell, a brilliant light erupted from the depths of the cave. The gaze shifted to a narrow passage before the palace. Su Ming and his companions gazed at the suddenly soaring artifact, which danced gracefully through the air. Cloaked in a sanguine glow, it unfolded completely within mere moments. Crimson threads entwined in the atmosphere, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of blooming buds, evenly distributed at every corner of the circular formation. Ultimately, an obscure and complex blood net array materialized before them. An ancient colossal gate gradually emerged above the array, accompanied by a disquieting aura emanating from its time-worn surface. Several members of the brocade-clad guards crouched upon the ground. As seasoned warriors who had navigated the tumultuous world for over a decade, they were all too familiar with the array before them and its lethal intimidation. A sense of trepidation arose among the guards, their gaze fixated on the massive gate. With trembling voices, they addressed Su Ming. "My lord, this is the fabled 8 Desolations Life and Death Array. Even a formidable being of the Dharma manifestation realm would likely find no advantage here. Compared to this array, even the dozen or so demon beasts we encountered earlier seemed trivial." They urged, "We should retreat swiftly." Yet, as they spoke, the guards dared not flinch even slightly. Fearful that the array might unleash its fury at any moment, claiming their lives before they could comprehend the danger, Su Ming turned back sharply and exclaimed, "What is there to panic about? It is merely a formation." As he spoke, the tightly shut gates of the formation suddenly swung open. Countless claw-like appendages emerged, accompanied by a chilling and oppressive aura that surged forth from the darkened specters, enveloping the crowd. Several members of the Imperial Guard sighed at this sight. In their eyes, although Su Ming possessed formidable martial prowess, he was still too youthful and inexperienced, unaware of the dreadfulness of the 8 Desolations Life and Death formations, nor the grim reality that very few had survived encounters with it. However, with the gates of the formation wide open, there was no time left for explanations. They resolutely positioned themselves in front of Su Ming, ready to face death, declaring, "My lord, the claws that emerge from this formation are entities beyond the capacity of mere mortals to vanquish. Ordinary means are utterly futile against them. We shall hold them off for a moment. You must lead the civilians to safety." As they spoke, several members of the Imperial Guard drew their long blades, their gazes steely as they braced for the onslaught of the ghostly claws, prepared to risk their lives. Yet, an emaciated figure appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. To their astonishment, the young man stood empty-handed, gazing impassively at the approaching claws. A dark, golden-hued shadow materialized behind him. Su Ming advanced forward, delivering a simple yet powerful punch. A massive dark golden fist surged forth, enveloping all the shadows that lurked nearby. Countless black claws were instantaneously dispelled upon contact with the iron fist. The fist landed solidly upon the array, causing it to tremble in the air, along with the massive gate above, which began to show signs of cracking. Behind Su Ming, a member of the Imperial Guard, who had once witnessed the formidable 8 Desolations death array on the battlefield, was momentarily stunned, his throat parched as he struggled to articulate, "Am I dreaming?" The guards and civilians waiting to escape were equally bewildered, staring in awe at the miraculous youth before them. Chapter 85. Unleashing All Power. What then? Deep within the depths of Wuyo Cave, inside the palace, as the released array unfurled, a bearded man's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed ahead, sneering, "I have found those wretched insects." Mere moments had passed when suddenly his brow furrowed slightly. The two companions beside him noticed the shift, and Sha Sanyang, with concern, inquired, "Chief, what troubles you? Is the array ineffective?" Hu Haifeng scoffed dismissively, "Just petty tricks, nothing to fear." With that, his right arm bulged with sinewy strength. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his power into his palms, his azure battle intent surging forth as he clapped his hands together. A peculiar radiance began to sketch lines in the air as he murmured incantations. In mere moments, a miniature array materialized before him. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the small array as he bellowed, 8 Desolations Death Array, Gate of Evil Spirits. Attack. At the instant the blood fell, the mini-array began to whirl violently, the crimson light growing ever more blinding. Simultaneously, on the other side, the array that had been rocked by Su Ming's punch suddenly seemed reinvigorated, the dark red light spinning rapidly once more. The blood-red malevolence surged forth, and the ethereal aura became tangible in that moment. The cave, once dim, was illuminated by the crimson glow, as if real blood scabs were falling into every corner. The faces of the onlookers were marked with a vivid red sheen, infused with a power that tugged at their very souls. The darker sides of their hearts were magnified infinitely, causing many of the less experienced Imperial Guards to become restless, their grip on their long knives trembling. Some civilians lost all reason, engaging in chaotic brawls on the spot. The scene descended into disarray. The Imperial Guards in front, however, had no time to concern themselves with the turmoil behind them. The blood-red Grand Array, now recharged with energy, caused the massive gate above to swell several feet larger. With a crack, the gate swung open once more, unleashing gusts of sinister wind. Accompanying it were the whinnies of horses and the piercing wails of vengeful spirits. An army of skeletal warriors, armed and ready for battle, poured forth from the gate. The solidity of these phantoms was akin to that of a genuine skeletal army. The spectral figures had long since arrived, engaging in fierce combat with the Imperial guards. Cries of anguish echoed through the crowd. Damn these creatures. A guard swung his long knife in a desperate attempt to ensnare the skeletal soldiers, yet it merely sparked against their bones. His efforts proved futile as he was soon overwhelmed by wave after wave of skeletal assaults. Amidst the chaos, a seasoned officer, having witnessed this terrifying tactic years ago on the battlefield, braced himself against the attack of the skeletal warriors. He sidestepped and kicked another skeleton away, his brow furrowing as he scanned the tumultuous battlefield for Su Ming. With an anxious sigh, he lamented, "If our leader does not give the order to retreat soon, we may all be doomed." These apparitions were beyond the capacity of mere mortals to contend with, even if their leader were powerful. It was inconceivable that he could handle such a multitude. Just as despair settled over the crowd, a blinding black golden light erupted, effortlessly dispersing the solidified crimson malevolence in the air. In an instant, the dark golden radiance soothed the unrest within the hearts of the onlookers. Perceiving the source of this aura, the Imperial guards turned their gaze forward, witnessing the youth giving a cold snort as he unsheathed his long knife. The guards barely had time to register the motion when an ominous flash flickered past. Then, the array on the ground, which had been spinning incessantly, suddenly faltered and ceased its motion, as if all things in the world had momentarily returned to tranquility. A crack appeared in the array, and the once dim 8 Desolation's death array gradually disintegrated into grains of sand, vanishing into nothingness. The Imperial guards, witnessing this spectacle, stood agape, rendered speechless. Chapter 86. Capturing the bandit leader, purging Wuyo Cave. Meanwhile, Hu Haifeng, veins bulging as he exerted himself to maintain the array, suddenly sensed a disturbance. Frantically, he gritted his teeth and continued to channel his true essence, but the small array before him trembled violently before shattering completely, scattering across the ground. Hu Haifeng, suffering backlash, coughed up blood, his complexion turning crimson as he pressed a hand to his chest. Staggering, he managed to steady himself after a moment. Sha Sanyang and the Wuding immortal rushed forward, alarmed, to assist him. Worry etched on her face as she clutched Hu Haifeng's arm. She asked, "Boss, what happened? Is the array compromised?" Hu Haifeng glared ahead, his expression dark and frantic. "Impossible. They cannot breach my array. Could it be that there truly exists a formidable figure among the attacking forces?" Thoughts raced through his mind, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow materialized before them. The three exchanged alarmed glances, realizing the newcomer was a grave threat, and hastily attempted to retreat. But Su Ming would not grant them such an opportunity. With a powerful punch, he struck down upon the three who were attempting to flee. Hu Haifeng, weakened by the backlash from the array, was unable to resist. Sha Sanyang and the Wuding immortal exchanged determined looks, swiftly casting Hu Haifeng aside as they fled toward the cave's exit. Their movements held an unusual grace, leaving behind several solid phantoms as they darted through the chaotic passageway of the palace. Sha Sanyang soared toward the cave's entrance, her gaze fixed intently on the dark tunnel ahead, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. If only she could escape into that opening. Only those skilled may enter, and I shall surely escape unscathed. As her footsteps echoed through the passage, a hint of a smile graced her lips. Suddenly, a flash of blade glimmered. Sha Sanyang's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Turning her head, she beheld a pair of bloodied legs lying not far behind her, while her own lower limbs felt eerily vacant. Su Ming's figure appeared before her, though it was unclear when he had arrived. The three prominent leaders of the Wuyo Cave had been captured alive. The remaining bandits within the cave could no longer remain seated. They scattered in all directions, only to discover that every exit of the Wuyo Cave had been blocked by armed forces. They had unwittingly become trapped creatures, waiting for capture in a confined space. The remaining Jinui naturally took the initiative to conclude the operation. Lu Ming, leading his subordinates, seized the opportunity to penetrate other passages within the Wuyo Cave. However, what unfolded before his eyes sent a chilling wave from his feet to his forehead. Inside the iron cells of the passage, countless women and young boys were shackled with iron chains, their hands bound. They were scantily clad and appeared dazed, wholly unrecognizable as normal human beings. Adjacent to the iron cells were several rooms. Lu Ming drew his blade and broke through. He found a bandit, huddled on the ground with a headscarf, who, in terror, pleaded for mercy. "My lord, spare me. I too am a victim compelled by the three leaders." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to a roasting rack nearby, where a woman was bound. Half of her body had been severed, exposing her ghastly white bones. In the corner of the room, several wooden chests containing military equipment lay open. Rage ignited within Lu Ming's eyes. "Beast, you deserve death." He swung his blade towards the bandit. The sound of hot blood splattering onto the ground echoed throughout the Wuyo Cave as the iron door swung wide open. Chapter 86. The case concludes. Tremors across the land. The Wuyo Cave was annihilated. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire capital was profoundly shaken. In a tea house in the capital, the atmosphere was more vibrant than usual. Countless common folk and young nobles flocked together. A storyteller sat before the crowd, wielding a paper fan, and once silence enveloped the room, he unfolded the tale. "Speaking of the Wuyo Cave, I assume all present harbor deep-seated resentment. That place harbored notorious villains from all corners, engaging in acts of arson, murder, and plunder. At this point, several listeners in the audience sprang to their feet, striking the tables in indignation. After the storyteller recounted the misdeeds committed by the Wuyo cave over the years, the crowd was stirred into a fervor, nearly ready to devour the wicked bandits whole. As the audience's excitement reached its peak, the storyteller shifted his narrative. Now, let us speak of the illustrious Jinhui commander, Su Ming. A figure of extraordinary grace and martial prowess, a manifestation of the martial star. He went on to describe the auspicious signs that accompanied Su Ming's arrival and narrated his triumph over the Wuyo cave. The audience erupted in applause, with several noble youths tossing silver coins onto the storyteller's table. This scene unfolded simultaneously in every tea house throughout the capital. Su Ming successfully breached the Wuyo cave, capturing all the bandit leaders within. This news spread through the capital like wildfire, reaching every corner of Kyoto in less than half a day. While some may not recognize the Minister of Justice, few would be unfamiliar with Su Ming of the North Town Pacification Office. The citizens, long oppressed by the Wuyo cave, celebrated with lanterns and decorations. The streets were alive with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wealthy merchants opened their granaries to assist those unable to procure food, and the common folk, clad in coarse linen garments, could not contain their smiles. They understood who had brought them this joy and peace today, murmuring praises for the formidable Su Ming of the Jinhui. In contrast, at the North Town Pacification Office, the atmosphere was tense. The commander Lian Shan and 5 captains sat together, with Chen Rujing unable to restrain his excitement. While Su Wuqing across from him wore a sullen expression, and Wang Wen appeared lost in thought, questioning how this young man could have achieved such a feat. Lian Shan's typically soft demeanor was replaced by an unusual, relaxed smile as he addressed the room, asking if they were aware of the events at Wuyo Cave. He expressed genuine surprise at Su Ming's capability in accomplishing what had eluded the authorities for years. The previously silent captains exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of Su Ming's success. They had initially wished to remain uninvolved in Su Ming's affairs, but now felt compelled to extend gestures of goodwill. Understanding the formidable nature of this man who had dismantled the Wuyo cave, in the Ministry of Justice, Ming Hong was in a furious rage. Sweeping aside teacups and papers from the table, 2 officials cowered before him, too terrified to speak. His bloodshot eyes bore into them as he demanded to know how the seemingly impregnable Wuyo cave had been so effortlessly taken by Su Ming. As he advanced, gripping one official by the collar, he pressed for answers, growling about their usual bravado now being replaced by silence. The officials remained mute, aware of the monumental implications of the cave's fall for Ming Hong. In the royal courtyard of the Qing Wangfu, a figure clad in pristine white sat gracefully, accompanied by 3 striking maidens. The garden was enveloped in silence until the lady in white broke it, referencing Su Ming and the stir his actions had caused in the capital. Although her tone remained calm and composed, the 3 maidens, familiar with her character, could discern her delight and shock from the subtle arch of her brows. The most striking among them, Qing Feng, blushed with excitement, marveling at Su Ming's accomplishments and how they would reflect favorably on the Qing Wangfu. The teasing remarks from the others about her potential to belittle Su Ming upon his return only prompted a playful rivalry among them. While the lady in white pondered the future actions of the emperor, in the imperial palace, amidst swirling purple smoke, 4 eunuchs attended to a senior figure. After they relayed their messages, Chen's aged face cracked into a smile, affirming Su Ming's prowess as a remarkable asset. One eunuch praised Su Ming's decisive methods, attributing his discovery to the emperor's keen insight. Chen, however, sighed, reflecting on his waning years and the unsettled succession of the crown prince amidst rising unrest within the court and external threats. His thoughts turned to Su Ming, seeing him as a fortuitous ally in cleansing the court of its corruption before his time came. Chapter 87, Solid Evidence, Prosecution of the Wangfu. Within Wuyo Cave, after a day and night of thorough cleansing and arrests, Su Ming and several dozen imperial guards thoroughly turned the Wuyo Cave inside out, leaving no stone unturned. The bandits within were completely eradicated, and the civilians who had been imprisoned were gradually liberated. In the Northern Town Patrol Office, Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at the 3 bloodied corpses before him and took the interrogation records from Wang Xiong's hands. Without turning back, he instructed, "Keep them alive, do not kill them." As he spoke, he retrieved several account books from his bosom. These were the records he had obtained from the 3 bandit leaders in the depths of Wuyo Cave. As he had suspected, the Qiwang mansion indeed had connections with Wuyo Cave. These account books were precisely the transaction records between Wuyo Cave and the Qiwang mansion. The interrogation records in his hands detailed the testimonies provided by the 3 bandit leaders regarding their interactions with the heir of the Qiwang mansion. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the commander had been waiting patiently. After handing over the interrogation records and account books for Lian Shan's perusal, Su Ming stated unequivocally, "The evidence is irrefutable. We can proceed to capture the heir of Qiwang now." After reviewing the accounts, Lian Shan furrowed his brow and remarked, "This matter involves the Qiwang mansion and is of grave significance. We cannot act rashly. I must first consult His Majesty before making a decision." He then glanced at Su Ming's profound gaze, patting his shoulder, and added, "Su Ming, I know of your capabilities and decisiveness. However, always remember that the Jinhui are merely the Emperor's hounds and pawns. Everything we do is under His Majesty's directive. Do not overstep your bounds." With that, Lian Shan hurriedly departed, Su Ming turned to watch his retreating figure, his expression indifferent. I, Su Ming, shall never be a tool in another's hand. In the Qi Wang mansion, within the side hall, unlike the usual revelry, an unusual stillness reigned. Today, only two figures occupied this chamber, the Qi Wang himself seated at the head, while Chen Song sat beneath him, pale and listless, resembling a deflated balloon. The Qi Wang snorted coldly. Now you realize your mistake? It is too late. I warned you not to associate with those incompetent fools like Zhou Gongli. Yet you refused to listen. Chen Song, startled, exclaimed, the three leaders of Wuyo Cave. I have personally met with them. They wouldn't betray me, would they? The Qi Wang mansion had clandestine dealings with Wuyo Cave, and it was Chen Song, the heir, who managed these affairs. If evidence surfaced confirming the connection between the Qi Wang mansion and Wuyo Cave, he would not only be in jeopardy, but the entire Qi Wang mansion would also be ensnared in turmoil. In a panic, he turned to the Qi Wang, pleading, Father, save me. If I fall, the Qi Wang mansion will be implicated. You must have a way to rescue me. His eyes fixated on the Qi Wang, who regarded him with a profound, inscrutable gaze devoid of emotion. The Qi Wang rose, stepping aside, and suddenly turned back with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, At this juncture, there remains but one path. Chen Song, catching the Qi Wang's intense gaze, felt a mix of shock and fear. Father, do you mean he dared not finish the sentence? Though he had harbored suspicions about the Qi Wang mansion's clandestine activities over the years, he could hardly fathom the notion that they would ever contemplate rebellion. Chen Song, huddled on the floor, was gripped by dread as he beheld the formidable presence of the Qi Wang. The latter suddenly raised his voice with fervor. For the eternal legacy of the Qi Wang mansion, for our ancestors. Upon uttering this, the Qi Wang cast a cold glance at Chen Song, his expression frigid. My son, you must make a sacrifice to preserve the Qi Wang mansion. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, and a flash of silver lightning illuminated the sky, rendering the world silent. Chen Song stared in disbelief at the man before him, his eyes darting in disbelief. This familiar visage, which he had called father for over 20 years, was gradually morphing into something unrecognizable. In the past, he would have never believed such a side of his father could exist. Chen Song shook his head in denial, unsteadily rising to his feet, exclaiming in terror, No, father, I want tea. With that, he turned and fled towards the hall's exit. Yet, as a mere innate realm cultivator, how could he possibly escape the grasp of the Qi Wang? The man allowed him to flee, twisting his wrist. A gust of malevolent wind swept through the hall, shattering the walls above the entrance, which collapsed downwards. A loud thud resounded as a falling stone struck Chen Song's thigh just as he bolted through the door. The impact caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, immobilized. The stone, infused with true essence, had crushed his legs. A cold voice echoed from behind. The Qi Wang mansion has nurtured you for over 20 years. Today marks the moment for your sacrifice. Write a self-critique to acknowledge your wrongdoings. I could allow you to end your life, or else the Qi Wang snorted disdainfully as he passed by. Chen Song stared blankly towards the door, where the relentless rain fell under a gloomy sky as the Qi Wang's unfeeling figure vanished into the mist. Meanwhile, at the Thousand Households mansion, Su Ming held an ancient tome in one hand, cradling a steaming cup of tea in the other, occasionally savoring a sip. Outside, amidst the persistent drizzle, a young flag bearer, drenched to the skin, burst into the hall to report, My lord, the commander has returned. Su Ming had instructed his subordinates to wait attentively. As soon as the commander returned, they were to promptly report to him. Setting his teacup aside, he was about to rise when Lian Shan entered, following closely behind a small flag. The sudden appearance of the commander, though unexpected to others, was anticipated by Su Ming. Su Ming rose and greeted before taking his seat. The latter, however, spoke directly to Su Ming. Su Ming, I have met with His Majesty in the palace. His Majesty's intention is that the Red King's residence may be acted upon. However, we should exercise caution and proceed judiciously. Su Ming was taken aback, then resolutely stated, In that case, I implore you, my lord, to promptly mobilize the troops and surround the Red King's residence. We must not miss this opportunity. The latter solemnly nodded, sharing the same sentiment, which had prompted his swift return to the Northern Town Pacification Office to confer with Su Ming at this critical juncture. Subsequently, Lian Shan added, Su Ming, I must remind you once more. The Red King's residence is deeply entrenched in the capital, shrouded in mystery. This situation vastly differs from any you have encountered before. Be wary of acting recklessly as you have in the past. Utmost caution is imperative. Under the overcast sky, the usually sparse members of the Jinui were once again bustling with activity. Rainwater splashed across the roads of the Northern Town Pacification Office as numerous Jinui clad in black fish-scale uniforms maneuvered through the gloom. Soon, they converged at Su Ming's residence, gathering forces to encircle the Red King's estate. Chapter 88. A Storm Brews. Violence enters the estate outside the Red King's residence. Even the persistent drizzle could not dampen the spectators' enthusiasm. A throng of citizens gathered, some clutching baskets of vegetables, others being attended to by servants holding umbrellas. The once desolate streets, rendered quiet by the rain, were now teeming with a crowd. However, the onlookers dared only to whisper among themselves. A wealthy young gentleman, clad in pink satin, gazed ahead with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes and remarked, Since His Majesty ascended the throne, despite numerous heinous crimes in the capital, there has been no action taken against the royal relatives over the years. Even during the previous incident when Su Ming, the esteemed captain, caused a commotion at the Red King's residence. It merely resulted in the arrest of individuals associated with the estate, without any real apprehension of those within. At this point, his expression grew fervently animated. The current mobilization of the Jinhui, however, was an unprecedented encirclement of the entire Red King's estate, sealing it off completely. Something monumental must have transpired. Then, a gasp rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned towards the front of the Jinhui formation, where a middle-aged man of delicate features and a slender young man led a contingent of Jinhui to the entrance of the Red King's residence. Many in the crowd recognized these two figures. Isn't that Su Ming, the esteemed officer who eradicated the Wuyo cave just yesterday? The mere mention of his name stirred the crowd into a heightened fervor. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the scene unfolded. Su Ming and Lian Shan paused before the grand entrance of the Red King's manor. A flush of excitement illuminated Lian Shan's face. An unguarded display of emotion from the commander of the Jinhui, which Su Ming had never witnessed before. Lian Shan's gaze, intense and fervent, was fixed upon the door latch of the manor, his heart racing with unprecedented anticipation. Ever since the previous commander of the Jinhui was forced to resign due to the machinations of the Minister of Justice and others, the once feared institution had diminished in its influence. Though still shrouded in an air of mystery, the Northtown Pacification Office had lost its once formidable power, becoming akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs and claws, impressive in appearance but lacking in strength. Over the years, the Jinhui had found itself constrained by various officials, enduring a sense of grievance and operating in silence. However, the tides had shifted. Fortune, timing, and human connections were now in their favor. This opportunity allowed the Jinhui to once again brandish its claws before the world, a chance to restore its former glory. With this thought in mind, Lian Shan turned to Su Ming and spoke, "Captain Su, this case has been designated by His Majesty for your special handling, and you have pursued it to this critical juncture. It is now your turn to take the lead." Su Ming accepted the responsibility without hesitation, commanding with composure, "Leave 2 squads here. The rest shall seal every possible exit of the Red King's manor according to the map. Should anyone escape from within, the squad leader shall present their head to me." The subordinates acknowledged the order promptly, swiftly encircling the entire manor with an impenetrable barrier. Su Ming then focused intently on the manor's grand entrance, coldly commanding, "Lu Ming, open the door." Lu Ming, standing beside Su Ming, stepped forward and, without a hint of courtesy, delivered a forceful kick to the crimson door. With a resounding crash, the door splintered and collapsed. The doorman, startled, was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Although he was uncertain of the situation, he recognized Su Ming and Lu Ming, who had recently caused a commotion at the entrance. Recalling his reprimand from the young master, who had dismissed the Jinhui as nothing more than a band of conniving sycophants unworthy of fear, the doorman barked angrily, "It's you reckless fools again. Last time, His Highness showed mercy and let you off. To think you would return to the Red King's manor to stir trouble again? Do you have no sense of gratitude? You must be tired of living." With a boastful glance at Lu Ming, the doorman relished the memory of how the timid man had cowered in fear during their last encounter. Lu Ming, however, approached the doorman without hesitation, swiftly delivering a slap across his face. Before the doorman could register his shock, Lu Ming kicked him down. "How dare you?" the doorman stammered. But Lu Ming interrupted, commanding, "You two, subdue him and move him aside." The demeanor of this Jinhui had transformed entirely, exuding an air of authority. Only then did the doorman realize the gravity of the situation. The Jinhui had completely surrounded the entire Red King's manor. Once matters were settled, Lu Ming approached Su Ming to report, "Captain, the door has been breached. What are our next steps?" Su Ming nodded slightly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he advanced. The guards on either side, clad in brocade, respectfully bowed their heads. Su Ming strode confidently through them, entering the Red King's residence. In a side hall of the Red King's palace, Chen Song lay prostrate on the ground, his legs shattered. Before him lay a sheet of paper, ink still wet. With tears in his eyes, Chen Song set down his brush. This document was a letter of remorse he had penned under the duress of the Red King, Chen Yanlia. A servant gathered the paper from the floor and presented it to Chen Linian, who sat quietly. After a brief inspection, Chen Linian's eyes flickered with indifference. He slowly approached Chen Song and sighed, "My son, do not blame your father for his ruthlessness. All of this is for the sake of the palace." With that, he raised his brow, signaling a subordinate to act. The red-clad guards summoned a torrent of true essence, gathering it like a mighty ocean. For the first time, Chen Song felt the chilling proximity of death. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he writhed on the ground, pleading, "Father, you cannot kill me. Father." Chen Linian closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Just as the guard was about to strike, an urgent commotion erupted from outside. "My lord, there is grave news." The unexpected interruption halted the guard's action. Chen Linian turned his gaze toward the source of the disturbance. A rugged man with a handlebar mustache rushed toward him. This man was his long-trusted confidant, and his presence here indicated that something serious had transpired. Chen Song, spared from immediate death, exhaled a breath of relief, gazing gratefully at the mustached man while gasping for air. However, the attention of both men remained elsewhere. Chen Linian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" The mustached man replied hastily, "My lord, the brocade guards have stormed in." Chen Linian was taken aback, his brows twitching. They arrived quite swiftly. He then turned back to Chen Song, saying, "My son, your father is also reluctant. But now that it has come to this, I have no choice." With that, he resolved to strike Chen Song. Amidst Chen Song's cries, the side hall's door was forcefully flung open. A figure clad in black appeared before them. Chapter 89, Treasonous Ministers, in the Pinnacle of Law. Chen Linian looked up to see a black-clad brocade guard standing before him. After Lu Ming stepped aside, a young man dressed in Qilin robe strode forward, flanked by numerous brocade guards. The hall fell silent as Chen Linian and the others cautiously regarded Su Ming. After surveying the hall, Su Ming's gaze landed upon the paper in Chen Linian's hand and then on the bloody Chen Song crawling on the floor. He seemed to discern the recent events that had unfolded. With a cold smile, he remarked, "It is often said that a tiger does not eat its cubs. The Red King certainly possesses a decisive nature." Faced with Su Ming's public derision, Chen Linian turned his face away, addressing the brocade guards behind Su Ming with a scoff. "You have arrived just in time. I was about to go to the palace to inform His Majesty that my rebellious son Chen Song has concealed numerous heinous acts from me, including involvement in an intolerable armament case. Though we are father and son, I will not show any leniency." Though Chen Linian spoke with conviction, presenting himself as a righteous figure intent on punishing his own kin, the brocade guards, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but realize the truth. This was the Red King's desperate bid to enter the palace first, to shift the blame onto his son and safeguard the Red King's residence. After Chen Linian's declaration, Lian Shan, who had been observing everything from Su Ming's side, was taken aback by the Red King's shamelessness. Memories of the Emperor's orders in the palace flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Su Ming let out a cold laugh and continued, "Since the Red King speaks so nobly, I am curious to see what form your son's letter of remorse takes." Chen Linian cast a glance at the distraught Chen Song on the ground, his eyes glinting with cold warning as if to silence him. With a disdainful snort, he handed the letter of remorse to the mustached man, who then passed it to Su Ming. Chen Linian added, "The evils committed by this boy have enraged both man and heaven. Even if he were to die 1,000 times, it would not be enough to atone. The failure to teach lies with the father, and I too bear some responsibility. I must confess my sins before His Majesty to find peace." As the Red King declared this, he looked towards Su Ming. However, upon receiving the letter, Su Ming did not even glance at it. To Chen Linian's astonishment, he tore the letter apart. The faint sound of tearing paper echoed throughout the grand hall, shocking the brocade guards. Then, amidst Chen Linian's darkening expression, Su Ming scattered the fragments and proclaimed, "Today, we investigate the Red King's clandestine armaments. Everyone involved in this treasonous conspiracy shall be apprehended." At these words, Chen Linian's countenance changed dramatically, and he bellowed in fury, "You are abusing your power and fabricating charges. When I meet His Majesty, I will surely recount every detail of the brocade guards' actions within the Red King's residence today. At that time, I shall see how a mere 1,000 household could bear such grave accusations." Su Ming let out a cold laugh as he drew the demon blade from his waist, declaring, "Traitors and rebels, do you truly believe His Majesty would still wish to see you?" With that he commanded, "The Imperial Guards, heed my orders. Immediately apprehend all individuals from the Red King's residence, and ensure not a single one escapes." What had begun as a cordial conversation had abruptly transformed into a scene of palpable tension. Lian Shan, still in a daze, was astounded to find that the Imperial Guards behind him had responded with a thunderous yes. The moment the command was issued, the guards swiftly mobilized, heading toward the outer hall, while the remaining guards quickly formed a formation, brandishing their weapons menacingly at Chen Linian. Looking around, Chen Linian's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, murmuring, very well, very well." His gaze then snapped to Su Ming, filled with fury. "I have underestimated you. So be it. You shall all perish." With that, a deafening roar erupted as Chen Linian's frenzied aura was unleashed without reservation. A terrifying force enveloped the entire Red King's residence, suffused with a crimson malevolence that isolated the area from the outside world. The ground trembled, causing several Imperial guards to stagger, their faces turning crimson. Lian Shan, witnessing the overwhelming aura emanating from the Red King, was struck with fear. He had never expected the reclusive figure to be a peak practitioner of the law manifestation realm. His eyes widened in disbelief at the power of this legendary figure who had not appeared in years. The realization dawned upon him that their situation had shifted from one of control to utter helplessness. A frantic glance around revealed that the guards standing in front of the Red King had been blown away by the force, lying bloodied and incapacitated outside the hall, while others, positioned further away, writhed on the ground in agony, as if consumed by an invisible flame. Lian Shan's astonishment lingered, and he thought, "Is this the power of a peak law manifestation practitioner? In the Qianwu Empire, and indeed the entire realm, only those who had transcended to the divine realm were deemed worthy of the title god. Given the long absence of divine practitioners, those in the law manifestation realm were often referred to as false gods, with peak practitioners being hailed as the closest beings to divinity. Historical records in the Qianwu Empire noted that once a peak practitioner engaged in battle, they could single-handedly contend against thousands. Yet, within the empire, Not a single peak practitioner could be found. As Qin Lianyan's aura spread, only he, Su Ming, and Lian Shan remained unscathed in the hall. Lowering his head, Qin Lianyan chuckled darkly before raising his gaze toward the two, his smile morphing into a frigid glare. I had initially intended to conceal my strength. Yet, you have forced my hand, compelling me to reveal it. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon Su Ming. However, it seems eliminating you, troublesome as you are, may not be such a bad outcome. In the side hall, the black-clad Imperial guards lay scattered on the ground, their faces pale as they looked up at the figure hovering above the hall. Surrounding them were fiery nets, exuding an astonishing heat. Even the most resilient black basalt began to melt under the oppressive warmth. The entire hall was ensnared in a crimson prison, leaving the occupants with no means of escape. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the Red King, whose nearly demonic presence loomed like a mountain, casting shadows over his world. In this moment of despair, he felt a tremor in his very soul. The remaining individuals could only think one thing. It was over. The Imperial Guards understood that only Su Ming, the Thousand Household Commander, and Lian Shan, their officer, possessed the mastery of the Master Realm. Yet, even they would likely falter against this foe. The innate practitioners among them were no more than ants in the eyes of a peak law manifestation master. This was a being of overwhelming strength, renowned throughout the history of the Qianwu Empire. Even an army might struggle to overcome such an opponent, let alone these scattered soldiers. Before the Imperial Guards, Lian Shan, usually calm and composed, now wore a grave expression. The Red King's power far exceeded his expectations, plunging them into a seemingly inescapable predicament. He gazed up at the man whose ornate robes billowed with turbulent energy, and a resigned smile crept across his face. It appears that today, I shall meet my end here. Against such strength, any schemes are futile. With their true animosity laid bare, they were left with only a path to death. Turning to Su Ming, he was suddenly taken aback. The latter's aura was gradually rising. He shook his head, realizing that any resistance was futile in the face of such power. An ant, no matter how furious, could never hope to slay an elephant. Qin Lianyan, noticing Su Ming's slowly materializing law manifestation behind him, scoffed, ignorant insect, daring to resist. With a wave of his hand, a long whip woven from flames appeared, adorned with intricate and arcane symbols. The onlookers shrank back at the sight of the whip, sensing the terrifying energy emanating from it. A mere touch could obliterate both their bodies and souls. This farce is at an end. Qin Lianyan's gruff voice echoed through the hall as he gazed down at the minuscule Imperial Guards. With a flick of his wrist, a torrent of searing wind erupted within the hall, and a fiery vortex manifested without warning, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Weaker guards, overwhelmed by the flames, fell to their knees, howling in pain as their protective garments ignited. Lian Shan cast a glance at Su Ming, drawing his long knife from his waist, and, with a grim expression, declared, "It has come to this. We must fight with all we have." He unsheathed his long knife, his brown essence swirling around him like a towering mountain before the crowd. As he leaped into action, the brown essence transformed into a dazzling white light amidst the roar of his fury. Like a treacherous peak, it charged towards Qin Lianyan, sending shards of rock soaring into the sky. From above, Qin Lianyan, observing everything, felt a flicker of enlightenment in his eyes. Gazing at the overconfident Lian Shan, he slowly shook his head and remarked, "Very well, let me show you the true power of a peak law manifestation." With a whip of his long whip, balls of blazing fire floated in the air, instantly reducing the oncoming shards of rock to ashes. The fiery whip, with a mere flick, transformed into crimson spiritual serpents that danced throughout the grand hall. 8 massive vermilion pythons lunged at the crowd below. The reckless Lian Shan, confronted by the looming threat of the pythons, abruptly halted, engaging in a fierce struggle. Yet, the overwhelming essence emanating from the crimson pythons proved too formidable. As their bodies twisted, Lian Shan found himself straining against the odds. Damn it, is the disparity truly this vast? A surge of brown brilliance erupted from him, coalescing into a long knife, which he wielded to slay the pythons. Fragments of stone around him morphed into countless blades, striking at the crimson beasts. Remarkably, the python, as if endowed with sentience, exhaled fierce flames that incinerated all the essence before it into oblivion. Again, it lunged forth with its fangs bared. Below, the remaining 5 pythons rampaged, mercilessly pursuing the fleeing Imperial Guards, leaving a trail of flames and anguished cries, as if the realm had descended into a hellish purgatory filled with wailing specters. The 2 remaining pythons now set their sights on Su Ming, who stood resolutely amidst the flames. They flicked their tongues and unleashed fiery breath capable of incinerating all existence. In the distance, Lu Ming, fleeing in terror, turned and exclaimed, "Lord Qianhu, run." Lian Shan, entangled with the pythons, diverted his attention downward. "What are you thinking, Su Ming?" At that moment, the 2 crimson pythons bared their fangs and charged at Su Ming. Just as they were about to strike, Su Ming's aura erupted with tremendous force. Upon contact with the black gold essence, the pythons disintegrated into dust. A terrifying gale swept through the grand hall, rendering the flames to nothingness. All traces of the fire were utterly obliterated in that instant. The crowd, previously chased by the pythons, found salvation and paused to gaze in wonder. Lian Shan finally freed himself from the python's grip and looked towards Su Ming, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He muttered in disbelief, "No way?" As the crowd realized, A fervent aura surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of maddening emotion. The grand hall was cloaked anew by this dark energy, dissipating the fiery restraints and leaving only a torrent of malevolence. At the core of this tangible darkness stood a youth, seamlessly merging with the world around him like ink and water. As he moved, trails of inky malevolence manifested, staring at Su Ming. The Imperial Guards succumbed to the corrosive influence of the dark energy, collapsing to the ground, gazing up at the figure that resembled a malevolent deity. Their expressions bore no trace of weariness, only shock, mouths agape, and silence. Dozens of Imperial Guards within the hall were consumed by this dark energy, becoming frenzied and enraged. The few remaining conscious, Yinshan, Lu Ming, and several hundred captains, struggled against the encroaching darkness while gazing at the youth. In Yinshan's chaotic vision, a mix of joy and complexity settled upon Su Ming, sweat beading on his forehead. You truly always manage to surprise me. Chapter 91, Zhu Rong Technique. The ancient god emerges. At the pinnacle of the grand hall, Qin Lianian, akin to an emperor, surveyed the multitude below. It seemed as though every inch of land and every being above was under his dominion. Among them, only one anomaly caught his eye. Qin Lianian emitted a surprising cold snort. No wonder you remain unafraid. It turns out you possess such a trump card. I underestimated you. Before his words could fade, another wave of ancient, searing flames unfurled from his being, pushing back the insidious black energy that had clouded the minds of many. Your tricks end here. Above, a colossal head loomed over the entire hall. The apparition of a crimson Qilin materialized behind Qin Lianian. A sword manifested in his hand, enveloped in flames as the Qilin, standing tall in the heavens, charged towards Su Ming. The onlookers, shifting their focus back to Qin Lianian, felt their inner essence ignite with an alarming intensity. The atmosphere turned oppressive. All gazes returned to Su Ming, who, in contrast to the Red King, seemed considerably less imposing. Anxiety gripped the crowd as their fleeting hopes were extinguished. Unlike the others lost in trepidation, Su Ming remained unperturbed. The gleaming white demon blade vibrated as it was drawn, resting firmly in his grasp. The youth's figure vanished within the hall, and the pervasive dark energy followed suit. A tempestuous essence surged from all directions. The crowd searched the grand hall for him until a voice of astonishment rang out. Lord Qin, who is above? Following the gaze upwards, they heard a resounding crash as the entire hall trembled. The space above shattered, and two figures plunged into an abyss-like void. The radiant white demon blade of Su Ming stood defiantly against the long sword of Qin Lianian, suspended in the air. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate, an impasse that seemed unbreakable. In the fleeting moments between breaths, waves of spatial ripples reverberated through the atmosphere. In an instant, their weapons clashed countless times, the energies behind them colliding as well. The expanse of the grand hall was divided into two realms by the intertwining hues of black and crimson. Below, the dark mist surged with intensity, while above, the crimson glow rolled forth like a tide, each force consuming the other in their relentless encounter. Yet, despite this tumultuous exchange, the blade and sword remained locked in a protracted struggle. Qin Lianian squinted at Su Ming, mere inches apart, his voice tinged with disbelief. How is this possible? You, a mere low-tier master, an insignificant insect, how could you achieve this? Su Ming remained silent, as the malevolent energy surrounding him erupted once more, causing the fiery realm to tremble precariously. Qin Lianian, taken aback, retreated, his form transforming into a burst of flames as he shot backwards. The distance between them widened. He gazed at Su Ming, his eyes betraying a mixture of deep trepidation and disbelief. Well, it seems that without exerting my full strength, I cannot hope to vanquish you here. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the true might of a peak Dharma aspect practitioner. As his words fell, Qin Lianian's aura surged once again, akin to an endless abyss. His gaze remained fixed upon Su Ming. In his view, the commotion caused by their confrontation was too great. A swift resolution was imperative to avoid attracting the attention of other formidable beings from the capital. Thus, to prevent any prolonged entanglement, he had no choice but to unveil his utmost trump card. With both his soul and spirit drawn away, Qin Lianian's aura plummeted dramatically, rendering him exceedingly feeble. With a pale complexion, he looked towards Su Ming and said, "Originally, this technique was intended for another. Since you were so intent on courting death, allow me to show you my true strength." As he spoke, the crimson Qilin in the sky vanished, replaced by a hexagram formation that materialized beneath his feet. An overwhelming force, transcending heaven and earth, emanated from it. The hexagram glimmered with blinding radiance, and the entire world fell into an eerie silence. Subsequently, above Qin Lianian, a fiery figure pierced through the distant fabric of time and space, descending into this realm. This figure towered 18 zhang high, casting a shadow over the entire Qi Wang residence below. Flowing magma coursed between the limbs of the ethereal form, while its blazing crimson eyes surveyed the ground, resembling twin suns scorching the earth, incinerating all in their path. The guards below, clad in brocade, stared in awe at the celestial phenomenon above, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yinshan, recognizing the identity of the apparition, stood in stunned silence, muttering, "The fire god, light in." One of the two divine beings who accompanied Emperor Qianwu in founding the nation and expanding its territories. After transcending to the divine realm, he commanded the obedience of myriad flames, wielding the power to reduce to ashes demons that had dominated these lands for millennia. With a single strike, Lightning can shatter mountains and evaporate rivers.